Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 76. Getting back his position is one goal, and competing with other gods of destruction is another goal for Lewis. Whis said that if you want to become strong, you can't just practice all the time. If you keep practicing, your strength will certainly increase, but if you don't fight against other masters, you will lack combat experience and skills. Normally, with Lewis's erasure, he could ignore this. But what if he encounters an opponent of the same level or stronger than him? Others can ignore his erase, so this is when combat experience and skills come into play. Beerus also thought so. He had fought countless battles in his life, and his combat experience and skills were not comparable to those of ordinary gods of destruction. This is why Beerus can be called the strongest gods of destruction. During this looking for a place trip, Beerus asked Lewis not to use erase. Let Lewis and other gods of destruction have a real battle. Start from the 6th universe and continue to fight through all 11 Xeno-universes to accumulate combat experience and skills. It would be great if you were my candidate gods of destruction for the 6th universe. Kampa shook his head upon hearing Lewis' request. Beerus was not happy, and he came up and pulled Kampa's collar, angrily saying, "What, you are interested in my 7th universe's candidate gods of destruction, right? Humph, let me go." Kampa broke free from Beerus's hand. Lewis looked at Kampa and smiled, "So Lord Kampa, you... Okay, it's settled. I'm going to fight you, and that's it for the last time I gang beat you." Kampa was still a little flustered. Although Lewis said he would not do anything to him, he was still afraid that Lewis would erase him. Soon, Kampa suddenly realized Beerus' intention. "Bados, go, bring Kyle over here." Kyle, in the 6th universe, has the highest talent except for Hit, and was recruited by Kampa as a candidate gods of destruction more than 10 years ago. Beerus must have wanted Lewis to spar with him to gain combat experience and skills. In that case, he would have to send his candidate bad god here to watch the battle between the 4th level masters of the realm of God. Yes. Bados disappeared for a while, and soon reappeared, bringing back a universe man with a purple cat head. Like Kampa, Kyle is also a cat breed. Also, both of them are fat, and Kyle has perfectly inherited all of Kampa's advantages. Lewis. When Kyle saw Lewis, his body trembled violently, mainly because he still remembered the gang fight a few years ago. "Kyle, long time no see." Lewis nodded to Kyle. This guy was among the group that beat him up last time. This guy's power is the same as the candidate gods of destruction in other universes, also the 2nd level of God realm power, and his dimension is at the level of Hades. But Lewis' current target is not Kyle, but Kampa, whose power has reached the 4th level of the divine realm. Under the arrangement of Vados and Whis, a void battlefield appeared 10,000 meters in the sky. Lewis and Kampa moved their bodies and both entered the void battlefield at the same time. Whis brought Taisai to the void battlefield. Vados, Beerus, and Kyle followed closely behind. Inside the void battlefield, Kampa said, "I have to say, Beerus is really lucky. I wish you were the candidate gods of destruction for my 6th universe." Kampa said this twice, which shows how much he envied Lewis. "Haha, Kyle is also very talented, Master Kampa doesn't have to say that." Lewis moved his hands and feet on the empty battlefield, looked at Kampa, and said with a smile, "Master Kampa, if there is nothing else, then let's get started. Etc. What's wrong?" Lewis stopped moving his hands and feet, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. "We agreed that you are not allowed to use erase." Lewis was speechless. "If I use erase on you, Beerus will become my enemy. Don't worry. Okay, let's get started." As soon as Kampa finished speaking, an aura of destruction emanated from both of them. Two destructive auras are confronting each other. The space suddenly distorted. On the edge of the void battlefield. Seeing this, Bados raised his eyebrows and said, Lord Beerus, your universe's candidate gods of destruction has become even more powerful. In that competition a few years ago, Lewis used all his strength but failed to break through to the realm of God. Bados knew that Lewis would transform, and now Lewis' normal strength was almost catching up with his previous strength after the transformation. Haha, it's okay. Beerus smiled happily. In fact, he was also shocked. Lewis only went to the Earth Heaven twice, and after coming back, his strength at full strength broke through to the second level of the God realm. It's incredible. Taisai looked at the two people in the void battlefield and asked, "Whis, can Lewis win?" Naturally she wanted her older boy to win. However, Lewis' opponent is the long-established gods of destruction, and it is unknown whether he can defeat Kampa. Whis said calmly, "Without erasure or other means, it will be difficult for Lewis to defeat Master Kampa. If Lewis uses erase, then there will be no problem in defeating Kampa. As for other means, for example, time and space rules, if you use these methods, you may not win, but you will definitely gain the upper hand." Just like when Beerus had just entered the state of freedom and was sparring with Lewis, Beerus was beaten in the balls by Lewis. Ah! Taisai opened her mouth wide. If Lewis lost, he would not be very sad. Inside the void battlefield. The void battlefield has been covered by the aura of destruction, and the powerful force squeezes through the space, making a crackling sound. Xiangpa and Lewis confronted each other like this, and the aura around them became more and more solemn. Sudden! Lewis moved. Seeing this, Kampa, who was confronting him, shook his head, but the young man still couldn't keep his cool. Kampa turned into a stream of light, flew behind him, clenched his fists, and punched forward. Space explosion! A black shadow suddenly appeared from the void and then fell backwards. After just one round, Lewis fell into a passive situation. But that's normal. In strength, Kampa possesses the fourth level of divine power, and he also knows that Lewis can ignore any damage, so he uses all his strength. And Lewis has not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan. His normal strength only touches the first level of the realm of God, and he can't even reach the second level of the realm of God. The speed possessed by this power is no match for Kampa, and Kampa easily captured Lewis's actions. In combat experience, if you strike first, you will be at a disadvantage. As soon as Lewis made his move, Kampa sensed Lewis's intention, so he was able to counterattack easily. After all, no matter how fat Kampa is, he is still a god of destruction. He has also fought countless battles and his combat experience is far beyond Lewis' reach. Chapter 77. So strong. Lewis fell heavily on the void battlefield, jumped up like a carp, and twisted his neck and limbs. The joints are creaking. Lewis looked at the fat figure in the sky, and in just one round, he realized the gap between the two sides. As expected of the gods of destruction. Drink! With a loud shout, a golden light appeared on Lewis' body, his hair turned golden in an instant, and a purple aura of destruction wrapped around the outside. Gold and purple intersect. The endless light is dazzling. Super Saiyan full power. Dimension, God's dimension. Power, the second level of God's realm. This was the power he had cultivated while practicing the rules of time and space in the spiritual time house. When the normal power touches the realm of God, it transforms into Super Saiyan full power, and the power directly breaks through to the second level of the realm of God. Anyone who hides his abilities from a master at the gods of destruction level is a fool. Lewis burst out with all his strength, transformed into a stream of light, flashed through the void, and attacked Kampa. Lewis' voice echoed in the void battlefield. Kampa-sama, be careful. Are you using all your strength? Ha ha ha, come on. In the air, Kampa licked his lips. He was a little excited to fight with this indestructible cockroach. Here we come. A destructive energy bomb hit, and the surrounding space suddenly became chaotic. With a bang, Compa raised his hand and punched out. The purple energy bomb was like a firework, shattered in an instant, and turned into points of light, falling from the ceiling. The picture is beautiful. But with a crash sound, Louis appeared behind Compa, raised his leg and swept it across, and the powerful force brought endless fierce wind into the void. Compa quick block. Boom. As if hit by a nuclear bomb, the second level of power in the realm of God exploded. Compa's face changed slightly, and he suddenly moved back several hundred meters. Good boy. Just as Compa was stunned, Louis disappeared again. But Louis, who only had the power of the second level of the realm of God, was still too slow. Even if Compa was distracted during the battle, he could still react. Compa twisted his body and suddenly disappeared. Bang! Bang! For a moment, two balls of light are entwined in the sky. In just a moment, the two of them fought countless times. Bite! 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 Immune everything, all attacks bombarded Louis, and the sound that erupted was a harsh sound. Endless light bloomed, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Two phantoms fell from the sky to the ground, and the energy aftermath of the battle spread in all directions like a flood. Space distortion. Magnetic field chaos. 10 minutes passed. Compa became more and more frightened as he fought. During these 10 minutes or so, Louis was like a sponge, madly absorbing the sea water. Louis' combat experience and skills increased rapidly. Not that Whis hadn't trained Louis in fighting skills before. The main reason was that Louis' previous strength was too weak. In the past, Louis only had a combat power of 75 billion, which was still at the mortal level. Whis' training of Louis's fighting skills was limited to the level of candidate gods of destruction. Because the gods of destruction level fighting skills were too big a leap for Louis. Who would have thought? In the following years, Louis only went to heaven twice, and his power skyrocketed to the second level of the realm of God. This caught Whis off guard. On the edge of the void battlefield, the two men were still fighting inside, and Louis' growth was visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Kyle swallowed his saliva. My God, this guy is still a human being. Not only was Kyle shocked, but Vados's knuckles turned white as she punched the staff's hand. In fact, a few years ago, Vados and other angels went to Xeno Palace to meet the Grand Priest. She also knew that Louise had a special identity and was even related to Xeno. But only a few years later, Louis' power broke through to the second level of the divine realm. Now, after only fighting with Compa for more than 10 minutes, his fighting skills and experience are almost catching up with Compa himself. Whis, your Louis is so awesome. Vados opened his little mouth wide. Hearing this, Taisai pouted and said, whether my Louis is powerful or not is none of your business. Ha ha ha, this kid has always been so perverted, I'm used to it. Whis smiled. It's just so-so. Beerus folded his arms, hummed a little tune, and was in a very good mood. No one even asked you how you were. The corners of Whis and Vados' mouths twitched slightly. Soon, everyone's attention shifted to the void battlefield again. Inside the void battlefield, the destruction costume on Louis has been torn, revealing his strong muscles. Compa had no injuries. From this we can see that Louis was unilaterally crushed. Up in the sky, the two looked at each other and entangled with each other again. Bang! A fist smashed into Louis' face. Immunity. Louis ignored the damage but was sent flying backwards. A purple light streaked across the sky and quickly caught up with Louis, only to see a fat figure beating Louis madly. While being beaten, Louis found an opportunity and punched Compa in the face. Boom! Compa's face twisted instantly, and a cat tooth flew out of his mouth. Lee Nanas! Compa was furious and chased Louis madly. Boom! The purple aura of destruction rolled wildly, like waves in the ocean, one wave after another madly hitting the barrier of the void battlefield. Another 10 minutes passed. Lewis's battle thinking has been able to keep up with his long-established gods of destruction. It was only because of the difference in strength that Lewis was unable to pose a threat to him. After Kampa finally knocked Lewis away again, his heart was beating wildly. Oh my god, what a freak! Ha 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 ha, what a joy! Kampa-sama is coming again. Lewis' power is actually weaker than Kampa's. Compared with the power of the second level of the Realm of God and the fourth level of the Realm of God. Although the span is still huge. After all, in the Realm of God, each level of power is vastly different. But the second level of power in the Realm of Gods already belongs to the category of candidate gods of destruction level, and is qualified to comprehend the combat skills of gods of destruction level. The main point is, if other gods of destruction substitutes fight against Kampa, they will be destroyed on the spot by Kampa. But this guy is Lewis. Lewis can ignore any damage, and can improve his fighting skills by getting hit. Lewis was knocked into the air, he put his hands together, and a purple light began to flash. The air pressure around rose rapidly, and the entire void battlefield was like a pressure cooker. Destroy! Crash! The sky is full of purple light, gorgeous and dazzling. Good boy! Kampa was grinning, but one of the cat teeth in his mouth was missing. His aura suddenly surged, he raised one hand, and his lips moved slightly. Destroy! Buzz! Between heaven and earth, two destructive rules collided with each other. An overwhelming aura of destruction spread out, as if it was going to burst the void battlefield. Next second, two rule-breaking collides. A ray of white light was produced at the center of the collision, as if chaos was shattered, wherever the white light passed, everything was annihilated. Bombardment. Kampa's rule-breaking is so terrifying that the two Lewis rule-breakings can crush him back. What a terrifying power! Looking at the rule-breaker coming up, the veins on Lewis' hands were bulging, and the power of his whole body was gushing out crazily. I used all my strength, but still no effect. Sudden. Master Kampa, I can't beat you. Lewis laughed, his eyes moved, and he gave up the fight with Kampa on the rules. Looking at the rule breakers coming at him, Lewis remained calm. Chapter 78. Do you want to use the ability to ignore any damage to withstand this attack? This was the first thought of Kampa and Kyle and Bados on the sidelines. But Beerus and Usse at the edge of the void battlefield covered their mouths and laughed. Bados frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "No, I just thought of something funny," Usse said, and burst into laughter again. Beerus laughed too. Vados, Kyle, and Taisai were confused, and Vados was about to ask more questions. Sudden. A voice was heard in the void battlefield. Time goes back. Buzz. The vast rules of time gushed out from Lewis, covering the entire void battlefield. The destructive rules blasted by Kampa were receding, and the air pressure in the void battlefield suddenly subsided. How is this possible? Outside the void battlefield, Vados was stunned. Kyle's breathing was rapid, his pupils full of disbelief. When did Lewis understand the rules of time? What's that? There will be something even more exaggerated later. Beerus' tone was full of joking. He had been beaten before under Lewis' time rules. I get angry every time I think about it. But that BD Lewis is also going to take action against Kampa, which is really exciting. He won't be the only one who gets his balls ripped off from now on. Just at this moment. Inside the void battlefield. Space travel. Time went back to the time when the two had not yet fought each other and broken the rules. Lewis waved his hand, created a space crack in the space, and he jumped in. The next second he appeared in front of Kampa on the opposite side. Peach explosion. Lewis lowered his hand, condensed an energy bomb and pressed it under Kampa. Aah! Kampa covered his crotch and made a heart-wrenching sound. Then, like a kite with its string dropped, Kampa fell straight down. Kampa fell onto the empty battlefield, foaming at the mouth and his body twitching. Seeing this, Beerus and Whis on the sidelines supported each other and laughed so hard that they were out of breath. "I'm almost laughing crazy." Vados, Kyle, and Taisai only realized later that these two guys knew what was going to happen. Finally, looking at Kampa who was still twitching in the void battlefield, Taisai couldn't help but laugh. Kyle and Vados also wanted to laugh, but Kampa was the gods of destruction of the sixth universe, so they had to hold it back. His whole face turned red. It can be seen how hard it is to hold back. In the air, Lewis was gasping for breath. Seeing Kampa's miserable state, he grinned, "You were the one who kept beating me up just now." In fact, Lewis's fighting skills only increased to this level because he was constantly beaten up by Kampa. After all, there is still a huge gap between the power of the second level of the Realm of God and the fourth level of the Realm of God. It was because of Lewis's immune physique that he was able to survive Kampa. This competition ended in such a farce. As Whis said before, if Lewis didn't use wipes or other means, he would not be able to defeat Kampa. Finally, Lewis used the rules of time and space to instantly reverse the situation. Half a day later, in front of the Gods of Destruction Palace, there are all kinds of food, drinks, and fruits. Tais was cooking the feast and Lewis was helping. At the dining table next to him, Kampa sat on a chair, looking at Lewis back with a resentful look on his face. Kampa gnashed his teeth and said, "Skinny ribs, this BD, when did you understand the rules of time and space?" Lewis relied on these two rules to sneak attack his peach and made him look bad. "It's really a shame." Vados and Kyle, who were standing next to them, covered their mouths and laughed, but when they heard Kampa's question, they quickly pricked up their ears. "You fat pig, I told you not to call me skinny ribs." Beerus didn't even look at Kampa. He picked up a cup of pudding from the table and poured it into his mouth. "Just a while ago. Then can Lewis fuse these two forces?" Vados blurted out. "After the fusion of time and space rules, we get time and space rules. It's okay." Whis ate ice cream and glanced at Beerus, then smiled and said, "Lord Beerus has made a new breakthrough because of Lewis's rules of time and space." When Lewis came back from heaven, he used the rules of time and space to create a time house, and Beerus broke through to the state of freedom in it. As soon as Whis finished speaking, the air became deathly silent. Kampa turned his head sharply and looked at Beerus intently. "There is a new breakthrough. What's the meaning? Could it be that he broke through from the fifth level of the realm of the God of Power to the angel realm?" Vados also looked at Beerus, observed for a while, and finally discovered something. Vados swallowed his saliva. "Master Beerus, isn't it just a small state of freedom? Even Lewis can do it, why can't I?" Beerus waved his hand. Beerus looked calm on the surface, but the raised corners of his mouth and the tail that was raised high behind him betrayed him. Obviously, Beerus is very proud of himself for having realized the state of freedom. "Impossible." Kampa's pupils shrank sharply, and he pointed at Beerus, "I don't believe you must be lying to me. The state of freedom is at the level of angel." He would rather believe that Beerus likes to eat shit than believe that Beerus can realize the state of freedom. If it's true, it would be more painful than killing him. Seeing Kampa's unbelievable expression, Beerus grinned and laughed happily. In addition to regaining his position, he came to the sixth universe mainly to show off in front of the fat pig. Now Beerus is feeling very happy and excited. "You don't believe it, do you?" Beerus glowed with silver light, his entire body became agile, and he instantly disappeared from his seat. The next moment he appeared beside Kampa and hit him hard on the head. "Do you believe it now?" "Ouch!" Kampa covered his head, his eyes blazing with anger. "Skinny ribs, I want to fight you one-on-one." "Master Kampa, please finish your feast first and we can fight again later." At this time, Lewis and Tais came over with the prepared food. Even before anyone arrived, the tempting aroma of the food had already spread over here. Kampa and Beerus' noses were twitching like crazy, and the two brothers were like puppies, with their eyes narrowed and their tails wagging. Louis brought the tempura, sushi, octopus balls, etc. prepared by Tais to the table. Beerus turned into a silver light, moved away from Kampa, and instantly returned to his original position. When Tais brought the last dish, the two Beerus brothers used all their strength to quickly pick up the dishes on the table. Woo! I finally got to eat Earth's delicious food again. So delicious! Why is there no such delicacy in my sixth universe? I ate it once and I will never forget it. What will I do without it in the future? As Kampa was eating, tears started to well up in his eyes. He looked as pitiful as he could be. Chapter 79. The State of Freedom, the Rules of Time, the Rules of Space, Erase. Why? Kampa kept stuffing food into his mouth and glanced at Kyle next to him. It's okay that my candidate gods of destruction isn't as strong as Louis. Both are twin universes, but my sixth universe doesn't have Earth yet. The most abominable thing is that this skinny guy has realized the state of freedom. Kampa became angrier and angrier as he spoke. He stuffed a few more octopus balls into his mouth and said angrily, "Why does this skinny guy always get all the good things? Usse, your cooking is so delicious. How about I destroy Kyle and you stay in my sixth universe as a substitute gods of destruction?" Kampa turned his head again and looked pitifully at Tais, who was next to Louis. Kyle, who was eating next to me, rolled his eyes and said, "I'm still here. Is it really okay to say that?" "Lord Kampa, shut up," Vados said unhappily. It was really unlucky to have to deal with such a gods of destruction. Well, I was just joking." Kampa shrank his neck. "This tigress is so fierce." Kampa remembered something and asked hurriedly, "By the way, Taisai, do you have any instant noodles?" Instant noodles are the most delicious thing he has ever eaten. At the dining table, everyone's faces were filled with gloom. When will this fat guy ever stop? Finally, Beerus couldn't stand it anymore and threw a universal capsule to Kampa, which was full of instant noodles given to him by Louis. The fat man finally showed a satisfied smile. At this time, Vados looked at Louis, why did you do that to Quitella?" For a moment, the atmosphere at the table became subtle. The two fat guys, Kampa and Kyle, stared at Louis closely. They received news some time ago that the fourth universe had a new gods of destruction, who was killed by Louis using the erasure. Erase. That is the supreme law. Only priests are qualified to comprehend this power. I didn't expect Louis to have learned it. But Kampa and Kyle were both confused as to why Louis wanted to kill Quitella. Louis picked up the napkin, wiped the corners of his mouth, glanced at Kampa and the other two, and then looked at Beerus next to him. Beerus nodded. "The meaning is very clear, that is, this fat guy is one of us and there is nothing to worry about." Louis was relieved. Yes, even though Beerus and Kampa quarrel every day, in fact, the brotherhood between these two guys is deeper than anyone else. After that fight, Quitella attacked me, and then he colluded with the Dark Demon Realm. Louis spoke slowly. At the table, everyone held their breath and listened to Louis's story. Louis tells it all. Tai's heart was beating wildly. She didn't expect that her Louis had encountered so many things. "This damn rat actually attacked you." Kampa stood up from his chair, his eyes turned cold and he said, "But it's true. With that damn rat's sinister character of revenge, he will not tolerate the appearance of a genius like you in the seventh universe. After all, Beerus and he have always had a grudge. In fact, it's not just Beerus and Quitella who have a grudge against each other. He and Quitella also have many minor frictions. Cats and mice are born to be incompatible." Kampa sat down on the stool and looked at Louis. "I didn't expect you to go to the Dark Demon Realm." Glancing at Whis, Kampa continued, "You're really lucky to have escaped from the Dark World." "Good luck?" Without demi-cooler, the dark world is nothing. I have the eraser in my hand, and Whis is giving me milk. Whoever comes will die. Louis rolled his eyes. Besides, there is Miss Kess to save us. This is not an exaggeration, with Whis around, he is a perpetual motion machine, and even masters at Angel's level can't stop him from erasing. Louis, you underestimated the dark demon world. Bados shook his head. Even if there was no demi-cooler, if you really caused a big commotion in the dark demon realm, it would be difficult for you to get out safely after my eldest sister went there. The dark world has always been the mortal enemy of Xeno universe. The dark demon realm knows how many powerful people there are in the Xeno universe, and the Xeno universe also knows how many powerful people there are in the dark demon realm. In the dark demon realm, besides demi-cooler, there are 4 other demons. The power of each demon god is at the level of a priest. In addition to this, including Putin, there are another 11 angel-level masters. Yes, Louis, you still underestimate the dark demon world. Beerus took a sip of his drink and looked at Louis. I didn't tell you about the dark world before because I didn't want you to be exposed to it too early. I didn't expect you to go into the dark world with Whis. After saying that, Beerus glared at Whis. Whis stuck out his tongue. He thought Louis would just kill someone and leave. Who could have thought that Louis would make such a big fuss? Louis was stunned when he heard what Beerus and Vados said, and looked at Whis. Whis, is it true? Lord Beerus and my sister are right. We were able to leave the dark demon realm safely before. Something must have happened in the dark demon realm. Whis nodded, and he told all the masters of the dark demon realm, and finally said, it is very likely that the other demons have entered a deep sleep, so my eldest sister went there, and we had a chance to escape. Whis's guess was correct, the other demons in the dark world were in a deep sleep. Gurgle. Louis swallowed, his back already wet with sweat. There are actually 4 other demon gods in the dark demon world, and each of them has the power of a priest. Unlike angel level, masters at the priest level are able to ignore the erasure of his prototype and can seal him permanently. Are you scared now? Don't be so reckless next time. Whis smiled. In fact, he was just trying to scare Louis. It's not that those masters in the dark demon world are fake, but that even if his eldest sister didn't go, they could still escape from the dark demon world. Because the person he was shaking at that time was his father, but his father did not come, but his eldest sister came. Now that his father knew about it, they would be fine. You know, his father's power is far more than just a priest level. After you came back from the dark demon realm, I originally planned to have you quickly cultivate your strength to the divine realm, and then hone your combat skills. After all, the dark world has set its sights on you. Whis looked at Louis meaningfully, who knew that after you went to the heaven twice, your power broke through to the 2nd level of the god realm. Heaven? Everyone was confused. What is heaven? Kampa and the others don't know what the heaven is, but Beerus has learned about the previous Grand Priest from the Senzu Beans. The former Grand Priest lives in the heaven. Chapter 80. Amid everyone's puzzled looks, Whis changed the subject. Louis, your power has broken through to the 2nd level of the god realm, and you are being targeted by the dark demon realm again. I agree with your and Beerus Sama's proposal for the Xeno Universe Challenge Tour this time. You and Master Kampa only fought once, and your fighting skills and experience have greatly improved. If you challenge the remaining 9 universes, you will definitely improve even more in all aspects. Normally, without Xeno's order, the gods of destruction and the alternate gods of destruction cannot leave their original universe for too long. First, this is to avoid the absence of gods of destruction, which would cause accidents to happen to the Supreme Kai in the universe, in which case gods of destruction would suddenly die. Secondly, it is to avoid conflicts between the gods of destruction of the 2 universes. After all, those who can become gods of destruction will not have good tempers. But Louis's situation was different now, and his eldest sister and Grand Priest did not stop him. That's why Whis agreed to Lewis' challenge trip, etc. Kampa spoke. At the table, everyone turned to look at Kampa. Lewis asked, "What happened to Master Kampa?" Kampa took a sip of his drink and looked at Lewis with resentment on his face. "Go on the Xeno Universe Challenge Tour. Why do you want to challenge my 6th universe first? Also, are you taking me as your experience pack?" Thinking of something, Kampa covered his crotch again, which still hurt a little. Lewis shrank his neck. This fat guy was a little cute. He couldn't bear to say that this was the truth. Lewis had no choice but to wink, glancing at Beerus out of the corner of his eye. "I mean, Lord Beerus told me to do this." Kampa noticed Lewis's look and was stunned. When he realized what was going on, he suddenly became furious. "You skinny BD, it's fine that I don't get a chance to have good things happen, but now you let your Lewis bully me first." Kampa disappears from the table. He instantly appeared in front of Beerus and grabbed him by the neck. Still angry, Kampa showed his teeth with a cold look and bit Beerus' ear. "Ah! You're crazy, fat pig." Next second. Bang! 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 The two cats started fighting at the dining table. Everyone else knew that the way these two brothers got along was weird, so they turned a blind eye to it. The group chatted a lot more, mostly with Lewis asking questions about cultivation. Kyle, as the candidate gods of destruction of the 6th universe, listened from the side and asked questions from time to time. There are 2 angels here, and they answer Lewis and Kyle's questions one by one. At the level of gods of destruction, the power used is the power of gods. Lewis did a great job in this regard. Kyle's dimension is only at the level of Hades, and is still far from the Kai King dimension. If you want to have a qualitative breakthrough, you must first cultivate your dimension to the Supreme Kai level, which is also known as the Divine Dimension. At this point, Vados looked at Lewis again. "Now that Kyle has finished his questions, it's your turn. Lewis, when you just fought with Master Kampa, you should have also realized the gap between yourself and the real gods of destruction, right?" Lewis nodded and tried to speak. Vados continued, "The strength of the gods of destruction is not just in their fighting skills and experience. You and Master Kampa only fought once, but you were able to learn so much from it so quickly. Your talent is truly unrivaled in the world." At the dining table, Kyle, who was concentrating on eating, heard this, glanced at Lewis, and then shook his head. Maybe he was a little unwilling to accept it before, but now he can no longer be unwilling to accept it. After all, others can even kill the gods of destruction, but what about him? Gods of destruction is strong in 2 important aspects. Vados's voice was very light, pure power and mastery of rules. You are able to ignore any damage. If it weren't for this, with your power at the 2nd level of the divine realm, you wouldn't be able to take even a punch from Master Kampa. This is pure power. As for the rules, if the rules of breaking that Master Kampa knows are like an ocean, then the rules of breaking that you know are like a small stream at best. I'm sure you discovered this when you fought Master Kampa. What I want to say is that, in addition to breaking the rules, your time and space rules are not strong enough." Vados's explanation made sense, but when it came to the rules of time and space, they were not strong enough, and Lewis frowned. Whis noticed Lewis's expression and said, "Lewis, you don't really think that your rules of time and space are already very strong, do you?" Lewis asked in confusion, "You've said before that I have a better grasp of the rules of time and space than you do. When I was sparring with Kampa and Master Beerus, I relied on these 2 moves to gain the upper hand. Isn't that powerful?" On Earth, he relied on these 2 rules to sneak attack Beerus' egg. In the previous fight, he relied on these 2 rules to sneak attack Kampa's egg. Your grasp of the rules of time and space is indeed better than mine. This is the truth. Whis glanced at Lewis and said calmly, "But do you dare to say that you can defeat me with only these 2 rules?" How is it possible to defeat an expert at the second level of Angel Realm using only the rules of time and space? This is definitely unbeatable. Lewis shook his head. The only threat he could pose to Angel now was the move of erasure. That's right. Whis picked up the napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth. In fact, you were able to gain the upper hand in the previous competition with Lord Beerus because of the effect of surprise. The same is true when you fight Master Kampa. There are many factors that affect the outcome of a battle, in addition to strength and fighting skills. There are also surprise attacks, which can also affect the outcome of the battle. To put it bluntly, you only managed to turn the tables in the sparring just now because you sneak attacked Master Kampa. Whis spoke without mercy. Vados smiled and said, Whis is right. If Lord Kampa knew that you knew the rules of time and space, you would be in trouble. Why? There were 2 question marks in Lewis' eyes. At the dining table, the 2 brothers were still fighting, and Kyle and Ties also looked at Vados. Here we have to go back to the question of strength. There is a saying that goes, one force can break all laws. Vados glanced at Kampa who was fighting with Beerus, shook his head and said. In fact, the power of the 4th level of the God Realm can already interfere with your time rules. That is to say, if Master Kampa knew in advance that you knew these rules, you would not be able to reverse Master Kampa's time at all. Vados paused, then said calmly, unless Lord Kampa doesn't resist. Ah! Lewis was stunned and looked at Whis. Whis, is this true? Whis nodded, yes, with the strongest power, let alone the rules of time, even if you break the rules, or even erase them, others can ignore it. Hearing this, Lewis swallowed. He also remembered the plot in the Super Anime, where Frieza was hit by destructive energy, but relied on his powerful strength to break free from the destructive energy. Let me try. Lewis didn't believe it and waved his hand at Whis. A time rule acted on Whis, causing his time to go backwards. Whis smiled, and the power of the 2nd level of Angel Realm trembled slightly. Snap! It was like glass falling to the ground, making a crisp crackling sound. The silver light suddenly disappeared. Lewis' pupils shrank sharply. He could feel that his time rules were being blown up by a powerful force. Chapter 81. It really cannot be reversed. Then, Lewis had to keep a close eye on Beerus who was arguing with Kampa. So, it turns out that Master Beerus was letting me win when he was sparring with me before. Lewis was a little touched. He had used the time rule more than once when he was sparring with Beerus before. After being attacked by him using the rules of time, Beerus must have been on guard afterwards. But Beerus did not interrupt him from using the rules of time. Lewis thought again about the time house he created, which was blown up by Beerus. Obviously, his rules of time and space cannot threaten Beerus. Beerus was being considerate of his feelings. Lewis looked bitter. Kill Quitella and stir up trouble in the dark world. He always thought he was very strong. Only now did Lewis realize that apart from erasure, his other powers were simply not up to par. At this time. Ha-hoo, ha-hoo. Beerus finally finished the fight. He gasped for breath and got up from the ground. When he saw Lewis's eyes, he was startled. Why are your eyes so disgusting? Lewis was originally quite touched, but when he heard Beerus' words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. The others burst into laughter. At this time, Kampa climbed up from under the table. With a bruised face and swollen nose, he looked at Beerus and roared, "Damn skinny ribs, if you dare, don't use the free state." Hearing this, everyone's mouth corners twitched violently. Fighting like children and being at ease at the same time is really something special. The dinner ended quickly. Lewis learned a lot from this competition and Vados's teaching. Lewis was in no hurry to leave, and they stayed in the 6th universe for another month. During this month, Lewis and Kyle have sparred several times, and in every aspect, Lewis may not be as good as the real gods of destruction. But compared to the gods of destruction candidate like Kyle, Lewis was able to completely crush him. If he fights those 10 gods of destruction substitutes again, he will definitely not lose. After sparring with Kyle, Lewis also sparred with Bados. While he and Bados were sparring, Bados taught him various fighting techniques. She also proved with her actions what she said at the dinner table. Finally, Bados said that no matter how much she said, it would be useless. As for fighting skills, the mastery of strength and the application of rules, he needed to understand them on his own in actual combat. After sparring with Vados, Lewis and the others finally expressed their intention to leave. The next universe they are heading to is the first universe. "You fat pig, eat the instant noodles I gave you sparingly." Beerus stood in front of the palace and looked at Kampa. "Stop talking nonsense and get out of here." Kampa curled his lips, but his eyes were full of smiles. "Master Kampa, Miss Vados, Kyle, thank you for your guidance. We will see you later. Goodbye everyone, come visit the 7th universe often when you have time." Lewis and Ties waved to Bados and the other two. Whis waved his staff, and before leaving, he sent a message to Vados, and then they turned into a colorful stream of light and soared into the sky. After receiving the information, Bados' pupils shrank sharply. The former Grand Priest is in the 7th universe. Inside the space tunnel, a shuttle cube is flying quickly. Beerus looked at Lewis and smiled. "Lewis, how did you feel about this sparring?" Lewis shook his head. "I underestimated the masters of the 4th level of the God Realm before." "Haha, do you think you're awesome just because you can kill Quitella?" Whis looked over here. Lewis was helpless, but nodded. "You can kill Quitella because you can erase him. In fact, everyone who can become a god of destruction should not be underestimated." Whis smiled and said, "Lewis, you still have a long way to go." Lewis nodded. During that month in Universe 6, he learned about his shortcomings. In addition to his lack of proficiency in fighting skills, his grasp of the rules is also poor. Of course, the rules refer naturally to time rules and space rules. As for breaking the rules, he has a pretty good grasp of it, better than all the candidate gods of destruction. But his rules of time and space are a bit lacking. If the rules are divided into 10 levels, then Lewis's rule breaking is at the 5th level, just reaching the passing line. His rules of time and space are at most at 2 levels. In the words of Vados, "If you want to use the rules of time and space in a battle, you must first cultivate these 2 rules to the same level as the rules of destruction." Okay, let's go to the first universe now, starting from the first universe and fighting to the 11th universe. Whis said, "I believe that after this challenging journey, you will definitely improve greatly." The 7th universe. It has been half a year since Lewis left Earth. During this half year, Son Goku and Shishi got married. According to the normal timeline of Dragon Ball, these two people would have gotten married 3 years late. But fortunately, Shishi got pregnant shortly after she and Son Goku got married. The Earth is changing, and the northern Milky Way is changing as well. Cooler's invasion had previously plunged the northern galaxy into panic. But with Bardock successfully breaking through to become a Super Saiyan, Bardock, Son Goku, and Vegeta teamed up to defeat Cooler, and the North Galaxy returned to stability. It was also after this time that Saiyan was recognized by more and more people. In particular, the legend of Super Saiyan spread throughout the Northern Galaxy and even to other galaxies. Saiyan is a member of the Galactic Patrol, and as a result the prestige of the Galactic Patrol has skyrocketed to an unprecedented height. In addition, Saiyan also received good news. That means Saiyan has one more Super Saiyan. Chapter 82. The person who made the breakthrough was none other than King Vegeta. King Vegeta's power was originally only 2 million combat power, but with Bardock's transformation, King Vegeta was severely stimulated. During the past 6 months, he practiced very hard and finally raised his normal combat power to 3 million. Afterwards, under the stimulation of Bardock, he entered a state of extreme anger, and King Vegeta successfully transformed into the 5th Super Saiyan of the Saiyan clan. The breakthroughs of Bardock and King Vegeta gave all Saiyans hope. After Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, he said that in order to transform into a Super Saiyan, 2 conditions are required. First, have a certain basic combat capability. Second, extreme anger is required. King Vegeta's successful transformation made the Saiyan clan realize that what Bardock said was true. As long as these 2 conditions are met, they can break through and become a Super Saiyan. In fact, what the Saiyan clan didn't know was that in addition to these 2 conditions, there was a third condition. That is, enough S cells need to be activated. So far, except for Bardock, King Vegeta, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Lewis, no other Saiyan has activated their S cells enough. That is to say, in the short term, no new Super Saiyan will appear in the Saiyan clan. But the Saiyans were completely unaware of this, and they practiced hard, trying desperately to raise their combat power to over 3 million combat power. Because King Vegeta's combat power when he broke through to Super Saiyan was 3 million combat power. This day, Earth, Bun Mountain. Son Goku is accompanying the pregnant Shishi, Bardock, and Jin are also here. Suddenly a voice came from above, "Goku, something bad has happened." Son Goku was stunned. Isn't this voice King Kai's? Master King Kai, what happened? The last time King Kai spoke in this tone, Cooler showed up. Is there a new enemy this time? Goku, Bojack shows up. King Kai's voice was anxious. Who is Bojack? On the Bun Mountain, Son Goku frowned and looked up. Is Bojack as strong as Cooler? Oh my, these 2 people are not even on the same level. Soon, King Kai revealed Bojack's identity. Bojack is a thug who seeks to destroy the 4 galaxies. Many years ago, the 4 great kings joined forces to seal Bojack and his men. Bojack and Cooler are not even on the same level. If we really compare these 2, 100 Coolers are no match for 1 Bojack. King Kai said anxiously. If Lewis heard King Kai's words here, he would definitely not question King Kai. In the anime, Bojack and his 4 men were originally sealed away. As a result, in the Cell incident, Son Goku brought Cell to King Kai's planet and blew up King Kai to death. King Kai's life is closely related to Bojack's seal. Once King Kai dies, Bojack's seal will no longer be effective. The fact that Bojack was finally defeated was thanks to Son Gohan's breakthrough to the Super Saiyan 2 state again. Only Super Saiyan 2 can defeat Bojack. Using 100 Coolers as an analogy, there is really no problem at all. What? 100 Coolers are no match for 1 Bojack. Bardock and Son Goku were stunned. Cooler was killed by them and Vegeta together. They knew very well how powerful Cooler was. If Bardock hadn't broken through at the last critical moment, he and Vegeta would definitely not have been able to defeat Cooler, and in the end they could only use instant transmission to escape in a hurry. Master King Kai, is Bojack really that strong? Son Goku swallowed. It was really shocking, so he asked again. Real. Back then, in order to seal Bojack, I and 3 other kings of the realms almost died at their hands. I know very well how powerful they are. King Kai's voice continued. For some unknown reason, the seal was suddenly broken. After the 5 of them broke through the seal, they started killing people all over the northern galaxy. Goku, this time the North Galaxy. King Kai originally wanted to say, this time the North Galaxy depends on you. But when he calmed down, he thought about the power difference between Son Goku and Bojack, and finally didn't say it out loud. The main reason is that Bojack is too strong. If he lets Son Goku take action, Son Goku will be dying in vain. He was too impulsive before, and after calming down and thinking through the consequences, King Kai remained silent. Son Goku was very surprised why King Kai suddenly stopped talking, so he put his finger on his forehead and sensed it. An evil aura appeared at the edge of the northern galaxy, and the aura was very strong. So, So powerful. How evil. Bojack's aura frightened Son Goku so much that he took 2 steps back. What happened to Kakarot? Bardock asked hurriedly. Father, Lord King Kai is right, Bojack is so strong. A fanatical look appeared in Son Goku's eyes. Bardock noticed Son Goku's expression and was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. In the 2 years they've been together, he already knew that Son Goku had a very simple mind. Son Goku loves his family very much, and he also loves fighting. He never backs down when facing a strong enemy. He can be said to be a pure martial arts fanatic. Son Goku will only show this expression when he encounters a strong enemy. It seems that this new enemy is really strong. At this time, Goku, don't worry about Jack this time. I will find a way with the other King Kai to seal him again. Don't go looking for Bojack. King Kai said and ended the call. Although King Kai said this, the fanatical look in Son Goku's eyes still did not disappear. Instead, it becomes more and more intense. Father. What, you wanna fight Bojack? Bardock smiled. Son Goku nodded vigorously. You have instant transmission. If you want to leave, no one can stop you. Go ahead and be safe. Bardock knew the character of his second son. Son Goku looked at Shishi who was beside him with a big belly. Shishi touched Son Goku's face and said, Go ahead. Just be safe. Son Goku was delighted, then I'll go find Vegeta now. Son Goku was about to use instant transmission, but suddenly he stopped. Shishi, you still have a few months before giving birth. I will be careful. After saying that, Son Goku disappeared from the spot. Looking at the place where Son Goku disappeared, Shishi pursed his lips. If it were in the past, she would never allow Son Goku to find Bojack. But Taisai told her about the potential dangers of the universe. Many times, you can't escape just because you want to. She agreed to let Son Goku go find Bojack because only by fighting continuously can Son Goku become stronger. That way, he could protect her unborn baby. Only by being strong can you protect the people you want to protect. This sentence will also be the principle she teaches her future children. Dark Demon World. Master Demi-Cooler, why are we doing this? Chapter 83. In the dark forest, beside the lake. Tova blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Demi-Cooler. Didn't we say we were going to bring Lord Louis back? Why did you suddenly let Bojack out? Demi-Cooler glanced at Tova without any emotion in his eyes. The icy breath he exuded seemed to freeze the entire lake. Tova quickly lowered her head. In the dark lake, 2 figures stood by the lake, and faint light fell on the lake, making it sparkle with silver light for a moment. No one spoke and the air was deathly silent. After a while, Demi-Cooler looked up at the sky and said calmly, Lord Louis has been taken in by the people of Xeno Universe as a candidate gods of destruction. Before he awakens, who among you can take him away from Xeno Universe, except for us demon gods who can do it ourselves? Tova suddenly realized. She knew that Lord Louis was still unclear about his own identity and that he now belonged to the Xeno Universe camp. Xeno Universe and Dark Demon World were originally hostile forces. If they want to take Louis away, other masters of Xeno Universe will definitely stop them. Even Louis himself would resist. Louis can ignore damage and erase. Therefore, apart from the devil taking action, no one else has any way to bring Louis back. But it is impossible for the 5 demons including Demi-Cooler to enter Xeno Universe. Because the Grand Priest is watching them. Then we. Tova nodded and tried to speak. Demi-Cooler looked down at Tova and smiled evilly. We can't take Lord Louis away with normal methods, so we can use abnormal methods. What is the solution? Just let Lord Louis awaken. Demi-Cooler stretched out his hands and laughed. Our dark demon realm was originally created by Lord Louis. As long as he awakens again, he will definitely remember the past. When the time comes, we, Lord Louis, we'll definitely return to the Dark Demon Realm on our own. Hearing this, Tova said happily, Master Demi-Cooler, how can we make Master Lewis awaken? Demi-Cooler turned his head, his smile was very evil, it's easy to awaken the Lord of the Dark Demon Realm. Just let Lord Lewis turn evil. Darken? Unblock Bojack? Tova was stunned. Soon, she combined the two things and said with wide eyes. Master Demi-Cooler, do you want Bojack to destroy the Saiyan tribe? In order to anger Master Lewis and make him go crazy. Ha 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 ha, that's right. It is impossible to turn a candidate gods of destruction evil by normal means. Because the candidate gods of destruction itself is the spokesperson for the word ruthless. It can be said that almost nothing can influence the mood of the candidate gods of destruction. But no one is perfect in this world. Even the real gods of destruction have weaknesses. Just like Quitella, narrow-mindedness is his weakness. He can't stand Beerus being stronger or better than him. That's why there was a sneak attack on Lewis later. According to Demi-Cooler's investigation, Lewis is now the Scion of the 7th universe, and he laughed. We should attack the other members of the 7th universe. Maybe we can't let Lewis turn evil again. But I found that Lord Lewis values the Scion clan very much. If we take action against the Scion clan, Lord Lewis will definitely be very angry. If this doesn't turn Lord Lewis evil, I have other ways. According to my investigation, Lord Lewis also married a wife. His wife must be his weakness. Go, find someone to lure Taisai back to me. I will awaken the other demons, and then we can attack Taisai together. North Galaxy's edge. In the star fields within a radius of billions of kilometers, there was wailing everywhere, and all living things were suffering. On a certain planet, there are ruins everywhere. Zangia stepped on the rubble and looked at Bojack. Boss, should we listen to Tova? Gajia, Butchan, and Biju all pricked up their ears. Bojack stretched out his finger, and a ball of black energy condensed at his fingertips. The surrounding space suddenly shook. The magnetic fields of heaven and earth are chaotic. Thunder rumbles. Ha ha ha. Bojack looked at the black energy on his fingers and smiled evilly. If you listen to her, you can gain such powerful power. Why not listen to her? Don't you think this power is very strong? Bojack narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Gajia and the other three. Powerful. A black aura burst out from Zangia and the other three's bodies, like a galaxy explosion. The incomparable power directly destroyed half of the planet. Boom! Let's go find the Scion clan. Bojack smiled with satisfaction. Soon, Bojack and his 5 companions flew towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters on a spaceship. When their spaceship flew past a desolate planet, there was a strong young man on the desolate planet, staring at the sky. And the name of this desolate planet is Wampa. King Kai Star. A short man stood in front of the house, the 2 antennas on his head shaking wildly. East Kai King, West Kai King, South Kai King. What happened to King Kai? At this time, 3 more voices were heard from the sky. Something terrible is happening. King Kai said anxiously, the seal of Bojack and the other 5 has been broken. What? Who? Bojack. Aren't they sealed by us? Shorty, please explain clearly. The other 3 kings asked hurriedly through voice transmission. King Kai was sweating profusely, shaking his head and saying, I don't know what happened, they suddenly broke the seal and are now heading towards the center of the North Galaxy. East Kai, as long as we don't die, Bojack, how can they break the seal? West King Kai, as the king of the Northern Galaxy, you don't even know why Bojack broke the seal. You are such a failure as a King Kai. Hearing this, King Kai flew into a rage. You think I don't know? They broke the seal without any sign. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. The voice of King Kai of the South came, it is a fact that Bojack and his team broke the seal. As for why they broke the seal, we will explore this later. Now we have to find a way to deal with Bojack and his team. Many years ago, Bojack and his crew had fought against them, and they knew how strong they were. If we don't find a way to stop Bojack, the universe will be devastated. Chapter 84. South Kai King is right. We have to find a way to stop Bojack and the others. Seal them again. The East Kai King and the West Kai King sent a message. Seal them again. King Kai shook his head. When the four of us sealed them, they already consumed half of our strength, and we haven't recovered yet. Do you think we can still seal them? As King Kai's voice fell, the sky suddenly became quiet. Soon, King Nankai thought of something, and he spoke. By the way, King Kai, didn't your northern galaxy produce a few Super Saiyans? Can't we just let them stop Bojack? South Kai's voice was filled with envy. After all, there is no such strong person in his southern galaxy. Yes, yes. The other two kings of Kai also remembered the legend of Super Saiyan and echoed it. It can't be stopped. King Kai shook his head. Those Super Saiyans are only slightly stronger than Frieza. Instead of letting them fight Bojack, it would be better for the four of us old guys to seal them away again. King Kai was just panicking before, so he went to Son Goku in the first place. Calm down now. If Son Goku is allowed to stop Bojack again, there is no doubt that this will be Son Goku's death. No matter what King Kai said, he would never do such a thing. Only slightly more powerful than Frieza. Then they definitely can't stop Bojack. What to do? With our current strength, we can't seal them again. The other three kings sounded very anxious. King Kai thought for a moment and looked up. Let's go find Lord Kaio. The sky suddenly became quiet. Soon. Okay, we can only look for Lord Grand Kai. The seventh universe was undercurrent. Half a year later, Lewis had already challenged the ninth universe. In the world of gods of destruction in the ninth universe, Lewis was shirtless, and his entire body was emitting a purple aura of destruction. If he leaks even a tiny bit of strength, the space will vibrate. His power is extremely terrifying. On the opposite side, Sidra, the ninth universe gods of destruction, was lying on the ground, holding his crotch. His face was pale and his body was twitching. Ha ha ha, Lady Sidra, see you later. After saying that, Lewis and the others disappeared from the ninth universe gods of destruction. The only one left at the scene was Angel Mojito, the servant of the ninth universe. He waved his staff and cast a healing spell on Sidra. Sidra was instantly revived with full health. He got up from the ground and looked at the place where Lewis disappeared, with the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. What a scary boy! In just half a year, he has advanced from the first universe to the ninth universe, and his power is about to break through the third level of the God realm. Besides that, his fighting skills are no less than mine. I guess even Beerus can't compare to him. It can ignore any harm, can erase, can be in a state of freedom, and can also follow the rules of time and space. It seems that there is a reason why Quitella died in his hands. How can there be such a freak in the world? When Sidra was sighing in the ninth universe gods of destruction, a shuttle cube was flying quickly in the space tunnel in the direction of the 10th universe. Travel inside the cube. Whis looked at Lewis and said in a strange tone, why do you like to use the rules of time and space to sneak attack other people's crotches? As soon as the words fell, the air inside the shuttle cube became deathly silent. The atmosphere is very solemn. Beerus recalled what happened on Earth. He felt a chill in his crotch and couldn't help but squeeze his legs together. You don't have any weird habits, do you? Lewis, you. Taisai swallowed and couldn't help but take a few steps back. From the first universe to the ninth universe, no gods of destruction could escape from Lewis, and all of them were killed. She had never noticed that her older boy had this habit before. How so? What are you talking about? Lewis doesn't care about other people's eyes, but he cares about Tai's eyes. Why did his sister Tai's run so far? Do you really think he is that kind of person? Louis rolled his eyes at Whis. Isn't this for Lord Beerus' sake? Beerus looked confused. What does this have to do with me? Taisai and Whis looked at Louis, with two big question marks in their eyes. Didn't I sneak attack Lord Beerus before? If this matter were to be told to others, Lord Beerus' enemies would laugh to death. Louis grinned and said, Look, if I beat up all of Lord Beerus's other enemies, then they won't say anything bad about each other in the future. Hiss! Whis and Taisai both gasped. There is such an operation, it's like using a knife to cut the buttocks, it's really eye-opening. Then I have to thank you very much. Beerus on the side was both angry and amused. He found that Louis was becoming more and more mean. Tais returned to Louis' side, covering her mouth and giggling. As long as her older boy didn't have that weird habit, it would be fine. Okay, half a year has passed, Louis, and you have fought from the 1st universe to the 9th universe. Whis said calmly, you have made a qualitative leap in all aspects, especially your fighting skills. If the strength is equal, even if you fight against Lord Beerus, you will not lose to him. Beerus was speechless for a while. Just say it, why involve me? But during these 6 months, he witnessed Louis' growth. At the beginning, without erasure, the state of freedom, and the rules of time and space, Louis would be a weakling in combat. But half a year later, Louis's understanding of combat had caught up with him. This boy is so perverted. In addition to these, Louis, your power has already touched the 3rd level of the God realm. That's a good point. My sister told you before that the ultimate power can ignore everything, which means that one force can break all laws. Only when you are strong yourself can you be truly strong. Of course, this doesn't mean that breaking the rules is useless, but pure power is the foundation that supports everything. With strong pure power, everything is possible. As for the rules, it's extra power for fighting across levels. Just like your previous strength was only at the 1st level of the God realm, if you don't count the ignore, and you only use pure strength, you can only fight against God and people at the 1st or 2nd level of the God realm at best. It's not impossible to even fight with a master of the 3rd level of the God realm. But there is absolutely no way we can fight against someone at the 4th level of the God realm. But once you use the erasure, no one except those at the priest level or above can resist it. This is a cross-level battle. The universe shuttle cube is flying, and Whis is giving Louis a long lecture. Louis kept nodding. Beerus nodded from time to time. He also learned a lot from Whis. The two big idiots listened to Whis's instructions like primary school students. Taisai on the side saw this and covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. Her Louis was so cute. Okay, next we're going to the 10th universe. Whis summarized Louis's gains in the past period of time, and then said, Louis, you have entered Super Saiyan full power. Your power has reached the bottleneck of the 2nd level of the God realm. Perhaps you can break through to the 3rd level of the God realm during this time in the 10th universe. The 3rd level of power in the realm of God. Louis clenched his fists and muttered to himself. Finally, he shook his head. He knew he had reached a bottleneck, but it was not so easy to break through. Compared to breaking through to the 3rd level of the divine realm, he is more interested in the candidate Supreme Kai in the 10th universe. The shuttle cube continued to fly. At the same time, the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol in the 7th universe. Boom! The entire Galactic Patrol building was blown to pieces. Galactic King, where is Myers? Hurry up and ask him to come back for reinforcements. Chapter 85. Boom! Another energy bomb landed near the collapsed Galactic Patrol building, causing a deafening explosion. The powerful airwave knocked King Jinga and Jack to the ground. Boom! Various energies continued to explode. Jack spat out the sand in his mouth, quickly helped King Yinhe to get up from the ground, and the two of them fled into the distance. Mers is guarding the galactic prison. We can't count on him. the Galaxy King said as he fled. Myers is guarding the galactic prison. Jack led the Galaxy King to dodge an energy bomb and said bitterly, then we are doomed. At this time. Ha ha ha, the Saiyan clan is really here. Go to hell. In the sky, Bojack and his 5 companions arrived here from the North Galaxy's edge. The 5 of them circled in mid-air, bombarding the Galaxy headquarters indiscriminately. As long as they saw any life, no matter if it was Saiyan or not, they would not let it go. Soon, a Saiyan finally died in the attack of Bojack and his 5 companions. Wasn't Bojack sealed away by Lord Kai and his men? What should I do? What should I do? The fleeing Galaxy King was at a loss when he saw this. Sudden crash. A golden light flew from afar. Jack turned his head and said excitedly, the King of the Galaxy, it's King Vegeta. Cooler and Frieza both died at the hands of Super Saiyans, and King Vegeta was also able to transform into a Super Saiyan. We are saved. However, he can't be stopped, let's escape first. The King of the Galaxy has been in this position for so long that he knows a lot of secrets, and he is also very familiar with Bojack and these 5 thugs. In order to seal the 5 of them, the 4 great kings almost died at their hands. King Vegeta can't stop Bojack and the other 5 at all. No way. Even Super Saiyan is no match for them. Escape first, and then we'll find a way to notify Mels. We can only rely on Mels. The sky. I saw a golden light flying towards me. Bojack and his men stopped attacking and looked ahead with a playful look on their faces. Zangia smiled and said, Boss, his strength seems to be pretty good. Is this the Super Saiyan? Why would Tao target someone with such weak power? Bojack looked at King Vegeta and shook his head. Who are you? King Vegeta saw many Saiyan corpses on the ground, and the anger in his heart was almost uncontrollable. However, he had been on Earth for 2 months and had learned how to sense breath. He sensed the power of Bojack and his 5 companions. It was too strong. The power of these 5 people on the opposite side was too strong. If he rushed forward, he would only die. In fact, King Vegeta's perception was not wrong. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his combat power was increased 50 times, but it was only 150 million. Let's not talk about the strongest Bojack, let's just talk about Bojack and his 4 subordinates. Gajia's combat power is 1 billion combat power. Buchan's combat power is 900 million combat power. Biju's combat power is 1.2 billion combat power. As for Bojack's most trusted subordinate Zanja, her combat power is 1.7 billion combat power. The 2 sides were not at the same level at all, and it was a wise decision for Vegeta not to rush forward immediately. Boss, let me kill him. Zangia ignored King Vegeta's question and stood up, her voice a little excited. I really don't know why Tao would target such a rubbish race. Go ahead, kill him, and then we will destroy the entire Saiyan clan. Yes. A bloodthirsty look flashed across Zangia's beautiful eyes. She licked her lips and instantly disappeared from the sky. The atmosphere in the sky suddenly became solemn and murderous. An intense sense of crisis arose spontaneously, and King Vegeta, who was hovering in the air, felt his scalp tingling. He could not see Zangia's movements at all. Crash! The graceful figure only flashed in the sky for a moment. King Vegeta suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and slammed heavily to the ground. Boom! A deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Puff! In the deep pit, King Vegeta covered his abdomen and spit out blood. I'm a Super Saiyan, how is this possible? It's so frustrating. He was stimulated by Burdock and finally became a Super Saiyan. Just one move. He can't even take on any of the other people's moves. I won't give up. King Vegeta fell to the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood, and his pupils began to dissipate. King Kai Star. It's over. I can't contact the Great King. Without the help of King Kai, we have no way to deal with Bojack and the others. The universe is probably going to be in trouble now. The voices of the three kings of the East, West, and South were very anxious. Wait, King Vegeta is going to stop Bojack and the others. King Kai suddenly yelled, the two antennas on his forehead shaking wildly. Is that the Super Saiyan you were talking about? Shorty, how are you now? The three kings of Kai now have no way out and can only place their hopes on King Vegeta, as King Kai mentioned. Soon. The Arctic King shook his head and said bitterly, sure enough, it's still too far away. Ah! King Vegeta couldn't even take one of Zonga's moves. Hearing King Kai's words, the other three kings were filled with disbelief. Is the gap really that big? However, recalling the previous fights with Bojack and the others, the three kings fell silent again. They are well aware of the strength of Bojack and his 5 companions, and besides Bojack, the strongest one is Zanja. It is normal that the so-called Super Saiyan is no match for Zangia. Just at this moment, the antenna on King Kai's head suddenly shook wildly, and he widened his eyes. Son Goku, you big idiot, didn't I tell you not to go? Why didn't you listen to me? Chapter 86 Galactic Headquarters. When King Vegeta's breath was about to disappear completely, sudden, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere in the sky. They had blonde hair and blue eyes. There was no aura emanating from their bodies, and their auras were very stable. The people who came were none other than Son Goku and Vegeta. Father! Vegeta saw King Vegeta dying in the pit, his eyes were bloodshot. He quickly used instant transmission to appear next to King Vegeta, crushed a senzu bean, and stuffed it into King Vegeta's mouth. Meanwhile, Son Goku has already fought with Zonga. 2 figures wrestled with each other in the sky. Bang! Bang! The gusts of air created by the collision were like the impact of a prehistoric beast, destroying the dilapidated Galactic Patrol headquarters once again. In the distance, Bojack narrowed his eyes. This Super Saiyan seems to be more powerful than the previous one. Gao Bia sneered, he's only a little bit stronger. If you take action, you can kill him without the dark power given by Tova. Alright, stop watching and get started. Destroy the Saiyan clan completely. In the sky, Bojack laughed evilly and waved his hand. Jobia, Butchan, and Biju nodded and attacked the surviving Saiyan below. Crash! 3 figures turned into harvesters, punching and kicking. Bang! Bang! Each Saiyan exploded in an instant like fireworks. As time goes by, even Bibbert and Gracie died at the hands of these 3. As for Raditz and Theodore, they were not there. They were out on a mission and escaped the disaster. More and more Saions died at the hands of the devil Jobia. Hateful. In the air, Son Goku pushed Zangia hundreds of meters away with both hands. He saw more and more of his people dying. Want to stop it? He want to get rid of me? No way. A seductive voice sounded in Son Goku's ears. When Son Goku's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he was hit on the side of his face by a hard fist. His face twisted instantly and turned into a cannonball, falling straight to the ground. The other side of the ground. After eating the senzu beans, King Vegeta finally recovered. He stood up from the ground and saw hundreds of Saions being killed. Suddenly I was furious. King Vegeta yelled, Vegeta, go save them. Vegeta turned his head and saw the shocking scene in front of him. His heart twitched. Those were all his people. Unforgivable. Crash. A flash of golden light shot up into the sky and instantly disappeared where it stood. King Vegeta also turned into a golden light and quickly killed Gobia and the other 2. In the air, Son Goku got rid of Zonga's entanglement, and when he saw Vegeta take action, he calmed down a little. Who are you? He had sensed this aura on Earth some time ago, and King Kai told him not to get involved in this matter. But he had finally met such strong people, and he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't compete with them. Certainly. Although he is simple-minded, he is not stupid. Son Goku is aware of his own strength. If he rashly goes to the edge of the North Galaxy, that would not be a sparring match, but a way to get beaten. So he took Vegeta with him and took him into the Spirit Time Chamber, where he stayed for 2 years. Who would have thought that 2 days later, Bojack and his friends would arrive at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Hee boy, your strength is pretty good. You can actually hold out from my hands for so long. Zangia hovered in the air, looking at Son Goku with a little fear in his eyes. This Super Saiyan is different from the previous one. The power of this Super Saiyan is a bit terrifying. Kakarot, our people are almost being killed by them, and you are still talking nonsense here, kill them. At this time, Vegeta on the ground fought with Gobia and the others, and in a few rounds he seriously injured the 3 of them. He yelled at Son Goku in the sky. In the sky, Son Goku glanced down at Vegeta and King Vegeta, and a powerful force suddenly erupted from him. Boom! The overwhelming momentum made the sky tremble. Zangia was shocked. Your power! You are the second person to see me at full power. Go to hell! The first one is naturally Vegeta. It turns out that half a year after defeating Cooler, Son Goku's normal strength broke through 10 million combat power. When he transforms into a Super Saiyan, his combat power is only 500 million, which is far less than the 5 Bojacks mentioned by King Kai. So he took Vegeta into the Spirit Time Chamber and stayed there for 2 years. He and Vegeta used senzu beans to recover from near-death situations, and within 2 years, he increased his strength to 50 million combat power. Transforming into a Super Saiyan increases combat power by 50 times, or 2.5 billion. As for Vegeta, his combat power after becoming a Super Saiyan is only 2.4 billion. After all, he is still the eternal runner-up. In addition to this, the 2 of them successfully entered a very stable Super Saiyan state. Son Goku named Super Saiyan Full Power State. Son Goku who enters the full power state of Super Saiyan is completely different from the normal Son Goku. Son Goku looks evil and his eyes are extremely cold. He disappeared from the sky in an instant. The next second, he appeared behind Zangia. When Zangia's scalp tingled, and she turned around. The result was an iron fist. Bang! She was hit in the abdomen, and a mouthful of acid rushed from her stomach into her mouth and spurted out violently. Severe pain spread throughout the body. Boom! Boom! Within a few seconds, Zonga was attacked hundreds of times by Son Goku and was completely unable to fight back. On the ground, Vegeta was also attacking Gobia and the other 3. The 2 gay friends directly pressed and rubbed Bojack's men. King Kai Star. King Kai was originally calling Son Goku a big idiot, but when he saw this scene, he was stunned. The 3 kings of the world spoke. Shorty, what's wrong? How is the battle going now? Bojack isn't going to destroy your North Galaxy, is he? Destroy? King Kai was so excited that he started dancing on the spot. Ha ha ha, how could it be destroyed? My Northern Galaxy is saved. From what he knew about Son Goku and Vegeta, they were at most only slightly stronger than Frieza. The 2 of them had fought Cooler before, and they couldn't even beat Cooler, until Bardock also transformed into a Super Saiyan, and the 3 Super Saiyans teamed up to kill Cooler. This is also the reason why he asked Son Goku not to get involved in Bojack's matter before. Who would have thought that in just half a year, Son Goku and Vegeta would become so powerful? Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Boom! Explosions were heard in the sky. There were also several figures entangled on the ground. Son Goku and his 2 companions were fighting against Bojack's 4 men, while King Vegeta was rescuing the Saiyans who were seriously injured. Sky, Bojack, who was watching the show, frowned when he saw this. How come these 2 Super Saiyans are so powerful? From his observation, the status of Son Goku and Vegeta was very strange. Apart from being stronger than King Vegeta, the auras of Son Goku and Vegeta are very peaceful, not at all as violent as King Vegeta's. Chapter 87. What Bojack doesn't know is that this is the Super Saiyan at full power. Although this state still puts a strain on the body, it is much less than the strain caused by a normal Super Saiyan. Moreover, in this state, the violent aura in the body will be greatly reduced. This is why Son Goku and the other person look so calm. At this time, "Boss, I can't take it anymore." In the sky, Zangia broke free from Son Goku's hand and flew to the other side. She stared at Son Goku in front of her. "I didn't expect this Super Saiyan to be this powerful." Zangia gritted her teeth. She wished she could tear Son Goku into pieces. If it were in the past, she would definitely not dare to fight against a master of this strength. But she was rescued by Tova and given a dark power. This is different again. Boom! A black aura began to emanate from Zangia's body. At the same time, the three people including Gao Baya who were being beaten also had a black aura coming out. The temperature of the entire battlefield dropped rapidly. The evil aura is spreading. It spread to the earth, and the Z warriors on earth suddenly looked up. It spread to the entire northern Milky Way, like the netherworld, and the river was icy cold. King Kai and the other four kings trembled when they saw this. How so? Supreme Kai World. Under a big tree, Usse was reporting to the old Supreme Kai how many planets he had created recently. "Ancestor, I created another 103 planets. Is that a bit too much? How can there be so many? The few planets you created, skinny ribs can blow them all to pieces with a sneeze." The old Supreme Kai sat on the ground and looked at the young uncle, his eyes shining. Xian's face was full of black lines. What kind of ancestor is this? He even looks at the little emperor uncle. Supreme Kai has lost all his face because of him. Sudden. The crystal ball on the ground suddenly lit up, and then a picture appeared. The entire scene was pitch black, like rose in hell. Then the scene changed, and two blonde Saiyans were being beaten crazily by four men covered in black. "Ancestor!" Usse shouted anxiously. What happened?" Old Supreme Kai was startled and jumped up from the ground, accidentally stepping on his little uncle and was about to curse. Axon pointed at the crystal ball on the ground and shouted, "Grandfather, look!" Old Supreme Kai was stunned. What is this kid crazy about? He lowered his head. Dark aura, oh my god! Old Supreme Kai was startled again, and the little uncle on the ground was stepped on again. "Ancestor, what is the dark aura? Didn't I tell you before? The dark aura is only possessed by people from the dark demon world." The old Supreme Kai squatted on the ground and looked at the crystal ball, frowning. The power of these two Super Saiyans is not bad, and their condition is very stable, but facing those four people full of dark aura, they are still far behind. The crystal ball kept showing the scene of Son Goku and Vegeta being beaten. You know, when Son Goku enters the full power state of Super Saiyan, his combat power is 2.5 billion. Vegeta also has a combat power of 2.4 billion. Ancestor, aren't these two from Lewis tribe? It's over, they're going to be killed. As soon as Usse finished speaking. In the crystal ball, Son Goku's right hand was broken and a hole was blasted in Vegeta's abdomen by an energy bomb. The two men vomited blood and were about to be killed in the next second. They put their fingers between their eyebrows and disappeared in an instant. It turned out to be the instant transmission from planet Yadrit. Old Supreme Kai patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately they know instant transmission, otherwise we would be dead. Ashen pointed at the crystal ball and shouted, "Ancestors, they are back again." In the crystal ball, Son Goku and Vegeta recovered to their peak condition and returned to the battlefield to continue fighting with Zonga and the others. Hey! The old Supreme Kai was stunned. How did these two people suddenly recover? and their strength was stronger than before. But what's the point of recovering? The old Supreme Kai shook his head. After being endowed with the power of darkness, the power of those 4 people will be more than 10 times stronger than before. The difference in power between the 2 sides is visible to the naked eye. These 2 Super Saiyans cannot beat them. Before using the dark power, Zangia and his friend's power. Gago's combat power is 1 billion combat power. Buchan's combat power is 900 million combat power. Biju's combat power is 1.2 billion combat power. Zangia's combat power is 1.7 billion combat power. According to the old Supreme Kai, by using the dark power, the combat power of the 4 of them all broke through to over 10 billion. Ah! What should I do then? Asen clenched his fists. Zangia and the others were too powerful. Not only that, the aura they exude is extremely evil. Shin sees Majin Buu and Zonga and the others and starts to get nervous. Axon, have you noticed that the guy who has been watching the show is the strongest person among them? The old Supreme Kai saw Bojack and frowned. These 2 Super Saiyans can't even beat those 4 trash, let alone the guy who's watching the show. What should we do then? Ashen was so anxious that she almost cried. Lord Beerus and Lewis have left the 7th universe. We are doomed. The old Supreme Kai was also anxiously walking around the Supreme Kai world. When he came out of the Supreme Kai sword, he found that the 7th universe was ranked second to last among all the universes on the internet. It can be said that there are no strong people in the 7th universe. Over the past decade, with his assistance and Lewis's sabotage, the 7th universe has developed better and better, but there are still not many strong people in the 7th universe. Since breaking the seal, the strongest mortals he has seen so far are the 2 Super Saiyans on the crystal ball screen. Without Lewis and Beerus, the 7th universe will definitely be destroyed by those dark people. Old Supreme Kai's face became more and more anxious, and his pace became faster and faster. Sudden bite. The bell beside the old Supreme Kai's ear rang, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 88. In the crystal ball, Son Goku and Vegeta were seriously injured by Zangia and his men. Fortunately, both of them know instant transmission. Every time they are in a life and death situation, Son Goku and Vegeta will use instant transmission to leave the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The 2 men recovered and came back here to fight with Zangia and the others. This is definitely not a solution. The atmosphere in the Supreme Kai community was becoming increasingly tense, and Xin was almost crying with anxiety. My lord, Lord Beerus and Lewis are not here, our 7th universe is doomed. FK it, I'm still here. Old Supreme Kai lowered his head, staring intently at the picture on the crystal ball. Xin turned his head and looked at the old Supreme Kai with strange eyes, touched his head and said, Old ancestor, with your thin arms and legs, can you beat those 5 guys? Ashen's look left old Supreme Kai speechless. He suddenly jumped up and hit Ashen hard on the head. Hey, what are you doing, ancestor? Did I say I was going to? Old Supreme Kai lowered his head again, staring closely at the 2 figures on the crystal ball, and touched the bell earrings on his ears. His eyes became brighter and brighter. What a good seedling! Xin looked at the old Supreme Kai with resentment on his face. It's already this late, and it's a good thing that Miyozu is still alive. The good seedlings you mentioned are still being pressed to the ground and rubbed by others. Youngster, do you want to see fusion warriors? Grandpa, what is a fusion warrior? Fusion fighters. Old Supreme Kai raised his head 45 degrees to look at the sky, his face full of bitterness, as if he recalled some unpleasant scene. He used to be a handsome boy, it's all because of that damn old witch. Stop talking nonsense and call Jebet over. The old Supreme Kai shook his head and yelled at Asen. Xin suddenly shrank his neck. Although his ancestor looked at the little uncle all day and seemed very unreliable, after spending some time with him, he knew that his ancestor was actually a very capable Supreme Kai. The situation was urgent now, and his ancestor must have thought of something, so he hurried to find Jebet. Not long after, Jebet arrived here. As long as I am here, the seventh universe will not be destroyed. King Kai took off 2 earrings from his ears and handed them to Jebet. Jebet, you give these 2 earrings to the 2 Super Saiyans, and make sure they each wear one. Good old Supreme Kai-sama. Jebet didn't ask any more questions, he had already realized the seriousness of the matter. He took the 2 earrings and disappeared from the spot in an instant. After Jebet left, Asen took off the Padara earrings from his ears and said, Ancestor, what are these 2 earrings for? Can they save the 7th universe? Didn't I just say fusion fighters? The old Supreme Kai smiled and said, these 2 earrings can fuse 2 people together to form a brand new powerful warrior. The power of this kind of fusion warrior will be very terrifying. If the 2 Super Saiyans on the crystal ball are fused, they may even be able to fight Lewis. Lewis is the candidate gods of destruction of the 7th universe. Apart from Beerus, he has the strongest power. The old Supreme Kai said that the warrior created by fusion of 2 Padara earrings could even fight Lewis. This. Xian's breathing was rapid, and his face flushed red. Grandfather, then our 7th universe is saved. Don't worry, as long as the fusion can be successful, those 5 pieces of trash will definitely not be a match for the fusion warriors, even if they have dark powers. Old Supreme Kai took the Padara earrings from Xian, then put them back on Xian and said solemnly. 2 mortals can maintain the fusion state for 1 hour using the Padara earrings, but Supreme Kai are different from mortals. Once 2 Supreme Kai wear them at the same time, they will be fused together forever. The old Supreme Kai touched Xian's little head and sighed, youngsters, remember, Supreme Kai earrings must not be taken off easily. Speaking of this, he thought of that damn witch again. It really p'd me off. Will we be together forever? As Xian thought of the scene of fusion with other people, his body shuddered violently. But why did his ancestor sound so strange? Had he ever experienced this before? The waves in the 7th universe were still surging, and at this time a colorful stream of light appeared in the Gods of Destruction world in the 10th universe. In front of the Gods of Destruction palace, 4 people suddenly appeared on the purple grass. These people were none other than Lewis and his friends. Lewis landed on the ground and saw Rumschi, Abraham, alternate Gods of Destruction, Gvuz, Zamasu, and Kes waiting there. Meet Lord Rumschi, meet Lord Gvuz, meet Miss Keshi. Lewis stepped forward and bowed, and Taiza's wife followed suit. Kes nodded, revealing 2 dimples, and smiled. It seems that this challenge journey has improved you a lot in all aspects. From her observation, Lewis' power was about to break through to the divine realm, much stronger than before. She knew that Lewis could transform, and if he did, then his power would most likely break through to the 3rd level of the divine realm. In fact, Lewis' power has not yet broken through to the 3rd level of the divine realm, but he has reached a bottleneck, and the next step is to break through to this level. In addition, Kes also found that Lewis' behavior was extremely natural, every movement was full of temptation, and it seemed that there was a weakness at every moment. Kes knew that Lewis had integrated his combat awareness and skills into his body and made them part of his body's instincts. This is a bit like the state of freedom, but not as exaggerated as the state of freedom. Simply put, this is a simplified version of the state of freedom. Compared with the real state of freedom, the simplified version of the state of freedom does not consume a lot of physical energy. Before this, only Beerus could reach this level of combat. Half a year has passed, and I didn't expect Lewis to reach this step. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Lewis touched his head, feeling a little silly. At this time, Rumschi looked at Lewis and said calmly, finally, I have come to my 10th universe. After Lewis killed Quitella, he started to fight from the 1st universe all the way to the 9th universe. No universe could stop him, and they all became stepping stones for Lewis. Now it's his turn. Rumschi turned to look at Beerus and clenched his fists. Forget about skinny ribs challenging me. You can skip my 10th universe and go directly to the 11th universe to challenge. There is a mortal there who has cultivated his strength to the extreme. Wouldn't it be better for you to spar with that Jiren? The other gods of destruction all became stepping stones for Lewis, and Rumsshi really didn't want to become this kid's experience bag. Rumshi's tone startled Zamasu next to him. Wasn't it just accepting the challenge of the alternate gods of destruction of the 7th universe? Why does it look like your parents have died? But, according to rumors, the candidate gods of destruction of the 7th universe is able to perform the erasure operation and even killed Quitella of the 4th universe. I don't know whether it's true or not. Thomas's eyes were always on Lewis, and Lewis happened to look over at him as well. Chapter 89. Zamasu? What an interesting candidate for Supreme Kai. Lewis smiled inwardly. In the super anime, Zamasu is a candidate for Supreme Kai, but his state of mind is not well cultivated, or it can be said that he is born to be an anti-human existence. Zamasu wanted to destroy all of humanity, but Zeno finally used erase to get rid of him. I just don't know if he had that thought at that time. As Lewis was observing Zamasu, the gods of destruction world in the 10th universe suddenly became as noisy as a vegetable market. Skinny ribs? Besides that fat pig from the 6th universe, there's also that old guy from my universe who dares to call me that. How dare you call me that too? You're courting death. We'll talk about whether you're looking for death later. I just want to ask you if you can skip my 10th universe and directly challenge the 11th universe. You asked me to call me skinny ribs, but I won't. You. Rumsshi pointed at Beerus, his eyes blazing with anger and his chest rising and falling. This skinny guy is still so annoying. Seeing that Beerus and Rumsshi were about to fight, he was quickly stepped forward. Lord Rumsshi, calm down. It's just accepting Lewis' challenge. Just agree to it. What's the big deal? Rumsshi couldn't help but roll his eyes at what Jeeves said. If you were asked to become Lewis' stepping stone, would you still say that? But... come on then. Rumsshi knew there was no escaping this challenge. After all the gods of destruction before him were played by Lewis. Excuse me, Lord Rummus. Lewis smiled and gave Whis a look. Whis nodded and was about to look at Kess, who also nodded. The two siblings were preparing to fly into the sky to set up the void battlefield. Sudden. The staff in Whis's hand suddenly lit up. The power of the 2nd level of the divine realm. Whis' pupils shrank sharply and he blurted out. Whis, what's wrong? Everyone was stunned. What is the power of the 2nd level of the realm of God? Besides, isn't it just the power of the 2nd level of the God realm? Is there any need to be so surprised? The two candidates for gods of destruction present both possess this level of power, not to mention Beerus and Rooms, the two real gods of destruction. Lord Beerus, a candidate for gods of destruction level master has appeared in our 7th universe. Whis checked with his staff and said hurriedly. What? Beerus was shocked. When did his universe have such a master? Not only Beerus was startled, but Lewis was also startled. Lewis himself is at the 2nd level of the divine realm, and he knows what the 2nd level of the divine realm power is. According to the plot of Dragon Ball, such a master should not appear in this time period. Did something big happen in the 7th universe? Soon, Beerus also thought of this. Both he and Lewis have left the 7th universe, and this kind of master has appeared in the 7th universe. If it is those guys who destroyed the universe, then the old Supreme Kai Anasin will be dead. Once the old Supreme Kai and Asin die, then he will be dead too. Beerus yelled, Lewis, let's go back. Okay, let's go back. Lewis nodded, he turned his head and looked at Rumsshi. Lord Rumsshi, something happened to our 7th universe. Let's spar again next time we have a chance. I will withdraw first. After saying that, Lewis took Taisai, Beerus and Whis and used instant transmission to disappear on the spot. Rumsshi was stunned by the speed at which Lewis and the others disappeared. Didn't you say you wanted to have a competition? Didn't you say you wanted to use me as a stepping stone? Why did he suddenly run away again? Wrong. A master from the second level of the divine realm. Another candidate for gods of destruction level master has appeared in the seventh universe. Impossible, how can there be so many masters in the seventh universe? Namzi is so envious and jealous. Zamasu next to him ignored Rumshi's expression and kept looking at the place where Lewis disappeared. I also want to ask what you think of humans. Zamasu muttered to himself, then shook his head slightly and returned to the calm demeanor that belonged to a supreme Kai. As for Kes, she felt a little strange. She found that Whis had been hesitant to speak since he came to the 10th universe, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. The 7th universe, the Supreme Kai world. The picture played on the crystal ball. The four figures dressed in black attacked Son Goku and Vegeta frantically. Four masters with a combat power of 10 billion ganged up on Son Goku and his partner, and they were completely unable to withstand it. Under the impact of the powerful force, the Galactic Patrol headquarters exploded violently and completely collapsed. Fortunately, Lewis once made a wish to Shenron, allowing Saiyan to survive in the sky. So Son Goku and Vegeta can survive in the universe. Son Goku and his companion were seriously injured by the four Zangjias. They took King Vegeta away. After eating the senzu beans, the two returned to the original battlefield to continue fighting. The power of Son Goku and Vegeta also began to surge as they were seriously injured again and again. Son Goku's power skyrocketed from 2.5 billion combat power to 3 billion. Vegeta's power skyrocketed from 2.4 billion combat power to 2.8 billion. However, the two of them were still no match for Zangia and his four companions. After all, the others used dark power and their strength exceeded 10 billion. Son Goku and the other man were severely injured and ran away, but then came back. Even if Zangia and his four companions had a combat power of over 10 billion, they would not be able to do anything about it. The two sides remained in a stalemate. Soon, Bojack couldn't stand it anymore and he started to take action. Asen squatted on the ground, looking at the picture on the crystal ball, his two little fists clenched tightly. Ancestor, the most powerful guy is about to take action. The old Supreme Kai remained silent, and he also became nervous at this time. Once the strongest Bojack takes action, the North Galaxy may collapse. At this time, a bright light appeared on the crystal ball. It was Jebit who appeared next to Son Goku and Vegeta. He handed two earrings to Son Goku and Vegeta, said something, and then disappeared. Soon, Son Goku and Vegeta put the earrings on. A stream of colorful light shot up into the dark universe starry sky. My goodness, the fusion warriors are about to appear. As for Lewis, if he continues to let Whis use the shuttle cube to go back to the 7th universe, the speed will be too slow. Lewis directly used instant transmission. After all, he could use Supreme Kai level instant transmission. As long as you have the coordinates, you can appear directly at the location of the coordinates. Lewis led everyone directly to the barrier of the 10th universe and broke the barrier of the universe with one punch. After jumping out of the 10th universe, it moved to the position of the 7th universe and broke the barrier of the 7th universe again. After Lewis jumped into the 7th universe, he used instant transmission to go directly to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As soon as I arrived at the original location of the Galaxy headquarters, I saw a handsome guy with colorful lights on him. Veget. Chapter 90. The planet where the Galactic Patrol's headquarters is located has collapsed. Jack, the Galactic King. All the living things on it died. The entire star field was filled with a bloody smell and all kinds of violent energies, as if it were the domain of a killing god, making people's scalps numb just by looking at it. Dark place. Tova held a staff in her hand and observed everything that was happening outside. I originally wanted to let my test subject take action, but I didn't expect that Bojack and his 5 men were quite capable. Tao smiled slightly when she saw Son Goku and his partner being beaten up by Zangjia and his 4 companions. Her purpose of coming here is to kill the Saiyan clan, and then go to Earth to bring Tais and Lewis back. At that time, Demi-Cooler and the 4 great demons of the Dark World will take action themselves. If they can't take Lewis away, can't they kill a small mortal? As long as they kill all the Saiyans and then kill Taisai, their mission will be accomplished. In this case, Lewis will definitely turn evil due to anger. Once Lewis turns evil, he will awaken his previous memories, and he will definitely return to the Dark Demon Realm camp. Tao looked at the outside world, even though Son Goku and Vegeta kept disappearing and recovering. The power of these 2 people is still increasing, but compared with Zangjia and others who use dark power, it is still far behind. These 2 people are destined to be unable to save the Saiyan clan, and they will die at the hands of Zangjia and the other 4. Soon, Tova saw Bojack about to take action again. Hehe, Lord Lewis, don't blame me, I'm also thinking about your dark demon world. In the dark, Tova covered her rosy little mouth and laughed seductively. Sudden, a figure appeared outside, handed 2 earrings to Son Goku and Vegeta, said something to the 2, and then disappeared. Following right on, Son Goku both wear earrings at the same time. A stream of colorful light shot up into the sky, and its vast power swept across the entire star field and spread to every corner of the 7th universe. All the Z fighters on the Earth looked up. It was the presence of Vegeta and Son Goku. On the King Kai planet, King Kai, who fell into despair from surprise, saw the scene at the galaxy headquarters and his body trembled. This power at the level of a candidate gods of destruction. Shorty, what's going on with this power? Did Lord Kai take action? Hurry up and speak. The other 3 kings shouted anxiously. It's Lord Supreme Kai who has taken action. Our universe is saved. The shorty clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement. The 3 kings were startled at first, thought for a long time, and suddenly shouted excitedly. Supreme Kai Adult! The legendary Supreme Kai-sama! Shorty, you're not going to lie to me, are you? This power is so strong, it must be the legendary Supreme Kai who can possess such powerful strength. At the same time, in the darkness of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Tova was stunned. How is this possible? These 2 mortals can actually burst out with such powerful strength. It's over. The extermination plan of the Saiyan clan. Just when Tova was disappointed, she suddenly saw 4 figures appearing outside. They were Lewis, Taisai, Beerus, and Whis. Ha ha ha, they actually came back. Tova's originally disappointed expression suddenly turned into surprise. She thought she had to go to Earth and kill all of Taisai's relatives on Earth before she could lure Lewis over. As a result, before this plan was implemented, Lewis was lured back. It seems that her Lord Lewis really values the Saiyan clan. Although she was surprised, Tova didn't dare to stay here for too long. After all, Whis and Beerus were back. So Tova waved her staff, opened a space crack, and quickly escaped from here. Then it was the turn of the 5 great demons to appear. Outside world, the original location of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Lewis and his 4 companions suddenly appeared in the starry sky, and as soon as they appeared, they saw a handsome guy. Veget. Lewis stared closely at Vegeto in front of him. Vegeto wore Potara earrings on both ears, an orange short-sleeved vest, and a dark blue Kamehameha uniform on the outside. Especially his mysterious and confident smile, which is exactly the same as Vegeto in the anime. Colorful streamer. Gorgeous and dazzling. So cool. This handsome guy is really as handsome as me. Lewis was so excited that tears couldn't help but flow from the corners of his mouth. Taisai next to him was stunned. What happened to her, Lewis? His expression was scary. Beerus and Whis were also a little confused. Isn't it just a piece of trash with the power of the second level of the divine realm? Is there any need to get so excited? Everyone had no idea what position Vegito held in Louis' heart. This is Vegito. In the anime, whenever the situation becomes life and death, Vegito or Gogeta appears and can quickly turn the situation around. As for whether they can eventually kill their opponents by combining their powers. As for whether he has a wild personality. Louis doesn't care about all that. After all, being handsome is a lifelong thing. Vegito is really handsome. Louis, what's going on with this kid? Why does he look so familiar? Beerus looked at Vegito and said. At first, this newly appeared master of the second level of the divine realm really scared him. The power of the second level of the divine realm is already capable of destroying the universe. If the seventh universe is really gone, then the old Supreme Kai Innocent will definitely be dead. The lives of Supreme Kai and gods of destruction are linked together, so he will definitely not be able to escape. Fortunately, the seventh universe was not destroyed. Returning here, he naturally saw those 5 people full of dark aura. He didn't rush to attack, mainly because he felt that Vegito looked a little familiar. Hearing Beerus' words, Louis suppressed his excitement. Didn't you notice the earring on Vegito's ear? Vegito? Earrings? Beerus was stunned, and soon he noticed the earring on Vegito's ear. Potara earrings. Fusion warrior. Beerus naturally knew the function of the Potara earrings. The old Supreme Kai got together with the old Witch fusion because of the Potara earrings. What's going on? Who are those 2 guys from fusion? And why do they have Supreme Kai's earrings? Beerus was furious. Doesn't the possession of the Potara earrings mean that those 2 people have come into contact with Supreme Kai? If these 2 people have evil intentions, wouldn't Supreme Kai be doomed? Supreme Kai is dead, so he is dead too. Chapter 91. The more Beerus thought about it, the more scared he became. A purple power emerged from his body, and an aura of destruction swept across the entire 7th universe. Is there any need to think about it? It must have been old Supreme Kai's idea. Louis folded his arms, kept looking forward, and said lightly, "Didn't you see the dark aura of those 5 people? We have been away from the 7th universe for so long. If we can't get back, then the 7th universe will be finished. Without us, old Supreme Kai had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Didn't you see how strong that fusion warrior was? With Vegito here, Bojack and the other 5 won't be a problem. Also, you know those 2 guys from fusion." Louis also recognized the identities of Bojack and the others. He didn't expect that these 5 people would appear here before the Cell arc was even staged. Hearing this, Beerus nodded. It was indeed true. This was most likely the old guy's masterpiece. The anger in Beerus' heart disappeared immediately, but when he heard that he knew the 2 people from fusion, he asked in confusion, "I know them too? Who are they?" Louis said unhappily, "It's Kakarot and Vegeta." Vegito, his name is so special, and his handsome appearance combines the characteristics of Kakarot and Vegeta. No one else has noticed this. It's incredible. It's them too. Beerus was stunned. Son Goku and Vegeta are Louis's tribesmen, and during the time he stayed on Earth, he knew that Son Goku and Vegeta had good talents. It was these 2 who killed Cooler half a year ago. Unexpectedly, after fusion, their power would soar to the 2nd level of the divine realm. This is power at the level of candidate gods of destruction. Okay, Vegito is about to take action. Louis folded his arms and looked forward. To be honest, he was looking forward to the performance of the handsome Vegito. Crash! Crash! In the dark starry sky of the universe, a golden aura was emanating from Vegito's body. Super Saiyan First State. Power, the 2nd level of God's realm. This force is so strong. Vegito floated in the starry sky, with the power to destroy the world surging in his body. Clench your fist. The void vibrates. This power is so fascinating. I don't know if Lewis is as powerful as this one. Vegito suppressed his excitement and glanced around again. The Galactic Patrol headquarters had disappeared long ago, and most of the Saiyan clan had died in this battle. Full of murderous intent. What's wrong with you? Why can you two fuse together? Gago was stunned, terrified by Vegito's power. Now it's my turn, die. Vegito's tone was very cold. He disappeared in an instant and appeared behind Gago. Throw out a punch. Endless mighty power rushed out like a prehistoric dragon and slammed into Geejaya. Geejaya had no time to react and exploded instantly. This is not over yet. The remaining fist force swept across thousands of miles, and all the broken star fragments floating in the starry sky were destroyed. Gurgle. When Zangia and others saw this, they all swallowed their saliva. Hurry up and get to me. Bojack came to the three of them at some point, and was shocked by Vegito's power. I originally wanted to give those two Super Saiyans a good beating, but who could have thought that they would fuse together, and their power would skyrocket to an unbelievable level. Geejaya was no match for him and was killed instantly in one move. Bojack didn't know that villains would always die because they talked too much. He really regretted not killing the two Super Saiyans at the first opportunity. After hearing Bojack's order, Zonga and the other two attacked Vegito despite their fear. The main reason is that they know Bojack's character very well. If they don't obey Bojack's orders, the end will be terrible. Butchin's body was filled with black aura, and he turned into a black lightning and appeared next to Vegito. A punch and a kick. It was like a violent storm, so fast that it was completely invisible to the naked eye. Soon, Zangia and Biju joined the battle and the four of them became entangled. Hundreds of billions of combat forces were wantonly stimulated, and the overwhelming air waves rushed towards the surroundings like a grey wolf. Wow! 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 In an instant, the starry sky was filled with afterimages. Even though Vegito was fighting back and forth with them, if you observe carefully, you will find that Vegito was just walking Zangia and the other three like a dog. You're so slow, have you not eaten? Finally, Vegito sneered. He dodged left and right, and the attacks of Zangia and the other two failed to hit him at all. Hateful. The dark power in Zangia exploded wildly, and his originally orange hair turned jet black. Like an ancient witch. Her breath is getting more and more terrifying. Nearly 20 billion powers gushed out, and a black energy bomb condensed in her hand. Damn Saiyan monkey, die! The energy bombs on both hands expanded to thousands of meters. Zangia threw it with all his might. Crash! The violent energy bomb set off an endless storm. The planets in the entire northern galaxy were shaking and crumbling, as if they were about to explode in the next second. That's it. Vegito laughed. If it weren't for fusion, they would have definitely run away. But Vegito's eyes focused, and the second level of power of the divine realm gathered on his fist, and a silver light bloomed on his fist. The aura on his body is getting stronger and stronger. Like a dazzling sun. Moved. Facing the incoming energy bomb, Vegito punched out and collided with it. Break it for me. Snap. The crisp sound resounded throughout the universe. The energy bomb weighing over 1,000 meters suddenly disintegrated and turned into starlight and dissipated in Mount Sumeru. How is this possible? Zangia hovered in the starry sky, stunned. Sudden. A black shadow streaked across the starry sky, and Biju appeared next to Vegito's head, wanting to launch a sneak attack. Bang! Vegito caught Biju's fist and said sarcastically, "It turns out that teasing others is so satisfying. I wanted you to continue to experience the feeling of being teased by others. But..." He glanced into the distance and saw Bojack running away. "You killed my people and you want to escape like this? Snort! Go to hell and accompany my people." Vegito took hold of Biju's fist and squeezed it hard. Ah! Biju's fist suddenly exploded, and he let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain. Following right on. As soon as the shock wave exploded from Vegeto's hands, Beerus was instantly blasted into pieces. A master with a combat power of hundreds of billions died just like that. You should not come over. Zangia's body was filled with a dark aura, and her face was full of despair. They never expected that the trash they had beaten so badly before would suddenly become so powerful. What she didn't expect was that Bojack would abandon them and choose to run away alone. Chapter 92. At this time, Vegeta was completely controlled by Vegeta's personality. He was like a god of death, killing Bojack's men in various ways. In the starry sky, after blasting Beerus into pieces, Vegeta looked back at Zangia, who looked like a witch. Being stared at by those cold eyes, Zangia felt cold all over. Sudden crash. Vegeta turned into a beam of golden light and flew towards Bojack. Zangia and Buchan looked at each other and both breathed a sigh of relief. They thought Vegeta really let them go and chose to chase Bojack. Suddenly. Wonderful ocean. A dark blue ki blast attacked from a distance. No! Zangia and the other man cried out in despair. Boom! Just like a huge star explosion, Zangia and the other person's bodies twisted instantly, and then turned into a wisp of dust, completely disappearing in the starry sky of the universe. Damn Saiyan! Bojack, who was fleeing into the distance, turned back and saw this scene, and was furious. That person was his subordinate who had been with him for thousands of years, yet he just died at the hands of that fusion warrior. But compared with his own life, it doesn't matter if Zangia and the others die. As long as he can escape, he will become strong and come back for revenge. At this time, can you escape? A voice came from the front. Bojack's pupils shrank sharply, and he turned his head quickly. All he saw was Vegeta, with his finger on his forehead, appearing in front of him. How come you are so fast? What Bojack didn't know was that Vegeta was using instant transmission, and as long as he could sense his aura, Vegeta could appear beside him at any time. Please let me go. Bojack was extremely frightened. Why do you want to kill our Saiyan clan? Vegeta said coldly. Originally, Son Goku received news from King Kai that Bojack and his men were killing people at the northern edge of the galaxy. As a result, they arrived at the Galactic Patrol headquarters within a few days and carried out various massacres on the Saiyan clan. It must not be that simple. Tova told me to do this. Bojack was shaking and looked very scared. In fact, he was really scared. The unparalleled power of Vegeta is simply not something that a mortal can possess. Even if he uses the dark power, he probably won't be able to last more than half a round against Vegeta. But Bojack knew that this man would not let him go, and he had secretly begun to mobilize the dark forces. At this time, Louis, who was far away, wanted to continue watching the show, but he heard Bojack mention Tova. Louis, Beerus, and Whis looked at each other, each with a very solemn expression. Walk! Louis and his companions disappeared in an instant, and appeared next to Vegeta the next second. Louis! Vegeta was slightly stunned. Good opportunity, go die! Bojack noticed that Vegeta had let his guard down and suddenly he got furious, a cold and evil aura erupting from him. The combat power has exceeded 50 billion. 50 billion combat power, that is equivalent to Kid Buu's power. It is shocking that Bojack used the dark power and broke through to this level. Then, an extremely dark shock wave burst out from Bojack's hand. The starry sky is trembling. It was as if a dark tide was rolling, and the entire northern galaxy was shrouded in this dark aura. Facing the oncoming dark energy, Vegeta didn't even turn his head, but kept looking at Louis, as if asking, "When did you come back?" Bojack was delighted by Vegeta's reaction. His power was dark energy. Vegeta was very strong, but he was so careless that he would definitely suffer the consequences. Just as Bojack imagined that Vegeta was killed by him, a voice echoed in the starry sky. Destroy. Lewis raised his index finger and tapped lightly at the incoming dark energy. Buzz. The dark energy turned into a streak of light and disappeared in an instant. The dark atmosphere of the entire northern Milky Way quickly dissipated like the receding sea, and the starry sky of the universe became deathly silent. Who are you? Bojack was stunned. He thought Vegito would die in his sneak attack, but who would have thought that this man who suddenly appeared would actually take his attack with just one finger? So horrible! So horrible! This guy must be more powerful than Vegito. Bojack's body was shaking and he kept backing away. Idiot! The substitute gods of destruction didn't even know about it, and yet he dared to take action in front of Lewis. Vegito glanced at Bojack and squeezed out these two words. Wow, it seems like Vegeta is online from the beginning to the end, right? Lewis nodded to Beget, then looked at Bojack and said coldly, who did you just say? Tova. Beerus' eyes were also very cold. Last time, Lewis and Whis caused a big commotion in the Dark Demon Realm because of Tova. Unexpectedly, Tova was the one causing trouble again. Whis looked at Bojack. What did Tova want to do? Yes, she let us out just to destroy your Saiyan clan. Bojack used the dark power, and his originally dark face turned pale. The pressure from this group of people was too great. Just to kill my Saiyan clan. Lewis and Whis looked at each other. Was this to avenge the last time they caused trouble in the Dark Demon world? Apart from this, Lewis and the others really couldn't think of any other reason. If you want to wipe out his Saiyan clan just because of this, then it would be a bit of an overreaction. This won't kill me, is it just to irritate me? Lewis muttered. But I have to admit that Lewis was indeed angry. After being tricked by Tova last time, he broke into the Dark Demon world and almost killed Whis. As a result, this time Tova killed most of the Saiyan clan in order to provoke him. Damn Tova! Boom! A violent force exploded from Lewis' body, squeezing the space, causing the space to vibrate violently. Bojack was terrified. He couldn't sense the other party's strength, but this momentum was definitely not something that ordinary people could possess. Vegito was definitely not as good as him. I have revealed Tao's purpose. Please let me go. Let you go. Lewis glanced at Bojack, raised his hand, and a purple energy condensed in his hand. Vegito next to him tensed up all over, he felt a fatal threat from Lewis' power. Go to hell. Destroy. Lewis said lightly, and moved his little hand slightly, and the destructive energy in his hand instantly hit Bojack. Bojack didn't even have time to shout before he disappeared into the starry sky. Thais, who was next to Lewis, had no expression at all when she saw this. After following Lewis for so many years, she had long been accustomed to all this. Chapter 93. King Kai Star. Ha 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 ha. King Kai jumped up from the ground excitedly. Even if he jumped with all his strength, he couldn't jump more than half a meter high. He was really worthy of being called a short guy. Shorty, what's wrong? Did Supreme Kai show up and defeat Bojack? Hurry up and tell me, I'm so anxious. The other three kings sounded very anxious. It's not the Supreme Kai who showed up, it's the alternate gods of destruction who's back. King Kai's planet was made smaller by Beerus, and the other three kings also knew about the gods of destruction. But candidate gods of destruction. When did Lord Beerus accept an apprentice? Shorty, what's going on? The other three kings no longer care about Bojack. They are more concerned about when Beerus will accept an apprentice. You don't know this. King Kai was in a good mood and started talking to the other three kings about Lewis. Supreme Kai World. Sing squatted on the grass, looking at the crystal ball, and said excitedly, Grandfather, this fusion warrior is too strong, right? The old Supreme Kai raised his chin slightly and said proudly, this is the power of a fusion warrior. You still have a lot to learn, Jr. Yes, yes, yes. Usse nodded vigorously, his eyes full of excitement. With Vegito here, Bojack is dead. Sudden. There were 4 more figures on the crystal ball. Ancestor, Lord Beerus, and the others are back. When Xian saw Beerus and the other 3, his face flushed and he jumped up from the ground with excitement. Soon. Bojack is seen being sabotaged by Lewis again. Axon was so excited that he was at a loss for words and clenched his fists. Lewis is too strong. No, I will take Lewis with me to completely destroy Majin Buu. Back then, he took advantage of Babadai's sealing of Majin Buu to attack Babadai, but the sealed Majin Buu was also stolen by Babadai's son Babadai. Asen will not be able to sleep or eat until Majin Buu is killed. When the old Supreme Kai saw Beerus and the other man, he was relieved. These 2 guys are finally back. God knows how much pressure he has been under during this period. Asen knows nothing, and with Beerus and Lewis not around, he is the only one he can rely on. Fortunately, 2 powerful Super Saiyans appeared in the 7th universe. They used the Potara earrings to fuse together. Even if Beerus and the others couldn't come back, Bojack didn't have to worry about Vegito. But if the Dark Demon Realm attacks the 7th universe again, even Vegito may not be able to stop it. The universe cannot be without the gods of destruction for long, and the timely return of Beerus and the others made the old Supreme Kai feel truly at ease. The King of Old Street looked at Lewis in the crystal ball again. Lewis had been away from the 7th universe for more than half a year and was on a universe challenge journey. Now see Lewis again. Lewis' normal strength is about to break through to the 2nd level of the Divine Realm. Old Supreme Kai knew that Lewis would transform again. If Lewis transformed again, his power would most likely break through to the 3rd level of the Divine Realm. Besides, every move of Lewis is full of temptation, and he can launch attack and defense at any time. This is to integrate the fighting consciousness into the body and form an instinct of the body. This is what KS saw in Lewis before, and now the old Supreme Kai sees it too. Ignore, perfect freedom, erase. If Lewis uses these powers again. Oh my goodness! This kid is a monster. Northern Milky Way. Various violent energies remain in the dark starry sky. Under the impact of tens of billions of energies, no planet in this star field could survive, and all were reduced to ashes. After Bojack and his 5 companions were killed, Lewis and his 5 companions hovered in the starry sky. Vegito kept looking at Lewis. The destructive energy that Lewis had just released made him instinctively fearful. He now had the power of both Son Goku and Vegeta, and this was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. His strength is the multiplication of 2 people. Possessing such exaggerated power, he actually felt a fatal threat from Lewis. This. Vegito shook his head and said, Lewis, where have you been for the past 6 months? After killing Cooler, Lewis said he would disappear for a while, and he ended up disappearing for half a year. I went to other universes. Lewis glanced around. The galactic headquarters has disappeared, and Saiyan is almost dead. That damn Bojack destroyed it directly. It was such a good thing for him. Going to another universe? What are the other universes? Vegito was confused, but seeing the way Lewis looked around, he said with a bit of sadness, almost all of our people are dead. I'm really pissed off. Beerus was also furious. His universe had finally managed to escape from the bottom of the human average ranking thanks to the Saiyans. As a result, we were back to the time before liberation. It's so special. Beerus's curse words contained a lot of ma and were very ugly. Beerus' reaction was even more intense than Vegito and Lewis, as if Lewis and Vegito were fake Saiyans and he was the real Saiyan. Ignoring Beerus barking, Lewis patted Vegito on the shoulder and said, "You guys are already very powerful. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid our 7th universe would be doomed." Son Goku's personality took over Vegito, and he was stunned. "Do you know me? He is in fusion state now, why does Lewis know him?" Louis was speechless for a while. He knew with his toes that it was Son Goku who took over Vegeto's body. Only that fool could have such a silly personality. I am the alternate gods of destruction, Louis said lightly. Vegeto, Son Goku, suddenly realized. Oh yes. It was Supreme Kai who asked Jebbit to give him the Potara earrings, so there was no reason why Louis wouldn't recognize the earrings in his ears. Vegeta in Vegeto's body rolled his eyes. What a fool. Louis, most of our clan members are dead, let's go find the Dragon Ball. Vegeta took over the body, said. At this time. Don't we have Whis? We don't need to look for Dragon Ball. Taisai looked at Whis and said, Whis, can you restore this place? Whis shook his head, no, it's been more than 2 minutes. I can't do anything. With his strength, he could only go back 2 minutes at most, and there was nothing he could do now. Vegeto said helplessly, then we can only go find the Dragon Ball. Although I am depressed, fortunately I still have Dragon Ball as my last hope. Don't be impatient. Have you forgotten that I also know the rules of time? Louis waved his hand, let me try. Chapter 94. Speaking of the rules of time, Tais, Beerus, and Whis knew this, but Vegeto didn't. Vegeto asked in confusion, what are the rules of time? Time rules. Louis looked at Vegeto and smiled, the rules of time can be said to be a kind of energy, just like the rules of destruction I just used, but this power is stronger than Chi. Vegeto smacked his lips. When Louis just destroyed Bojack, his purple power also made his scalp tingle. Louis also said that the rules of time are the same as the purple power, and it has 2 strongest powers. How powerful must this guy be? Louis, can you really? Beerus looked over. I know you know the rules of time, but it's been half an hour since the Galactic Patrol headquarters was destroyed. Whis paused and continued, and the scope involved this time is very wide, far beyond the time house you created before. Can you really do it? As soon as he finished speaking, Whis' heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this guy has improved again? How come I don't know? He stared at Louis. Wow, please stop looking at me like that, my sister Tais is still here. Louis was frightened by Whis' look, I'm not gay. Tais. Whis. Let me try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll go find Dragon Ball. Louis' face suddenly turned serious and he flew to the starry sky ahead. Veget, rules are actually a kind of energy after all. As long as you are strong enough, you can ignore them. Louis was hovering alone in the starry sky ahead, and he looked back at Vegeto. The 2 people inside Vegeto's body are the protagonists of Dragon Ball. If they are afraid of the rules, their future training will be difficult. In fact, Louis is not worried about Son Goku, but about Vegeta. The Millennium number 2 in this time period is still too young, and is far from growing up to the point where Vegeta dares to fight with Beerus after Bulma was slapped by Beerus in the anime. Watch this. Louis hovered in the starry sky and became serious. Hearing Louis' words, Vegeto came back to his senses and looked straight ahead. Beerus, Tais, and Whis also looked towards the figure in the starry sky. Buzz. A golden light appeared on Louis, entering full Super Saiyan power. Louis will also be at full power? Vegeto was stunned for a moment, then he quickly shook his head. It was not surprising that Louis could use full power. He was now more curious about what Louis said, that as long as the power was strong enough, he could ignore the rules. Buzz. A flash of silver light flashed across Louis' body, and Louis' golden hair was stained with a layer of silver. Gold and silver meet. Under the influence of the silver light, time around them became disrupted. Go back in time. Louis' eyes narrowed, and he raised one hand with 5 fingers spread out. The time rules in the body began to riot. Crash! The silver light on his body formed a thick beam of light that shot up into the sky. With Louis as the center, the silver light column began to spread in all directions, and the entire center of the northern Milky Way was quickly dyed silver, as if the god of time had descended to the earth. Time is distorted, and the time in the star field billions of miles around the Galactic Patrol headquarters begins to slowly go backwards. It can really reverse time on a large scale. Whis' pupils shrank sharply. This little BD actually secretly cultivated the rules of time to the same level as his own rule-breaking. Beerus cursed. He had never seen this little BD practice the rules of time. Whis quickly protected everyone. Drink! In the starry sky ahead, Lewis shouted, and the rules of time erupted again. With the Galactic Patrol headquarters as the center, time in the star field spanning billions of miles is rapidly moving backwards. Grains of dust form sand, sand forms stones, stones form rocks. The scene was reversed, and soon, the planets destroyed by Vegeta and Zonga reappeared one by one in the starry sky of the universe. And the galaxy headquarters has recovered. Jack is resurrected. The Galaxy King is resurrected. All Saiyans are resurrected. The living reappears again. Miracle. It's a miracle. Unlike the calm expressions of Beerus and the other two, Vegeta stood there in a daze. He was stunned. Sudden. He closed his eyes and replayed the scene in his mind. Rules are also a type of energy. If two different energies collide, which energy will win? Soon, Vegeta opened his eyes suddenly. Whis and Beerus looked at each other and nodded. These two guys are very smart. It's not that Vegeta understood the rules of time from the time rules performed by Lewis, but that Vegeta understood the method to crack the rules of time from it. Only fists are the hard truth. Vegeta clenched his fists. It was just as Lewis said, no matter whether your power was rules or chi, as long as you were strong enough, you could ignore it all. Vegeta regained his confident smile. Okay, stop arguing. Bojack shows up again, let's kill them. Lewis came back here and performed a time reversal. He immediately escaped and returned to normal. Seeing this, Whis hurriedly helped Lewis recover his strength. Vegeta turned his head and looked into the distance, and sure enough, Bojack and his men were heading towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. A murderous intent erupted from him. Vegeta disappeared from the spot, and 5 seconds later he returned here. When looking into the distance again, only a few clouds of blood mist could be seen remaining there. When did you cultivate the rules of time to the same level as breaking the rules? At this time, Whis spoke. Half a year ago, Lewis's time rules were far inferior to his breaking rules. If the rules are divided into 10 levels, then Lewis's rule breaking has reached the 5th level, and his previous rules of time and space have only reached the 2nd level at most. It's okay to use the 2nd level time and space rules to deal with those weaker than him, but if you want to use it to deal with masters at the Gods of Destruction level, it's impossible. This is also the reason why Whis said before that Lewis's space-time rules are weak. No wonder you're getting better and better at sneaking attacks on other people's peaches. It turns out that your time rules have become more powerful again. Beerus said helplessly. Hehe, don't worry about it. I'm a genius and I have so many secrets. Lewis put his hands on his hips and laughed. In fact, he signed in once again in the past 6 months. Sign in front of Gods of Destruction Sidra, reward, time and space erasure, prototype. This move is more terrifying than erasing, prototype. Erasure can only erase things in the current time and space, but time and space erasure is a magical skill that can kill the enemy in all time and space at once. Because of this move, Lewis' time and space rules skyrocketed to the current level. But this move was really too perverted. To erase a person from all time and space, one needed powerful support. Currently, his power in the 2nd level of the Divine Realm was not enough. In addition, the rules of time and space also need to be practiced sufficiently. Lewis guessed that he might need to cultivate his strength to the Angel Realm and cultivate the rules of time and space to the 8th level. In other words, he could only stare blankly now. Lewis really wanted to say, you rewarded me with skills that I can't use, system, you. Chapter 95. Beerus and the other guy rolled their eyes at Lewis' explanation. But then again, compared to Lewis' other secrets, his sudden cultivation of the rules of time and space to this level is not really a secret. At this time, after Vegeto killed Bojack and the other 5 again, he flew back here. Lewis, I want to fight you. Vegeta looked at Lewis with excitement. Vegeta knew the gap between himself and Lewis before, and he didn't dare to fight with Lewis at all. As for Son Goku, he wanted to spar with Lewis, but Lewis completely ignored him. Now that he has been fused into Vegeto, his strength has skyrocketed to an unprecedented level. Although he has no way to break the rules and time rules, he might be able to fight against Lewis. Vegeto is eager to fight Lewis. Then let's try a few moves. Lewis smiled. When Vegeto transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, his strength broke through to the second level of the realm of God. What if he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 or Super Saiyan 3? After all, Gotenks can transform into Super Saiyan 3, so there is no reason why Vegeto can't. Lewis also wanted to see how powerful Vegeto really was. Then we have a deal. You are not allowed to use that thing to break the rules and time rules. Although Vegeto knew how to deal with these forces, his current pure power was not strong enough, so he could not ignore them for the time being. Don't worry. Lewis waved his hands. If he used all this strength, it would be a bit of bullying. You'd better use all your strength, otherwise you won't be able to withstand my attack. Vegeto was stunned. How did Lewis know that he hadn't yet unleashed his full strength? Stop being in a daze, come on. Then I'll use all my strength and show you. Vegeto returned to normal with a very calm expression. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Whis quickly set up an energy shield and took Ties and Beerus away. Whis was like an old mother protecting her child. She was really afraid that the power that would be unleashed from the fight between Lewis and the other man would shock Ties and the others to death. Why don't you just take Taisai away? Why are you taking me away? Beerus said unhappily. Did he really think he was a weakling like Taisai? Taisai covered her little mouth and laughed. That, ha ha ha, it's just a subconscious reaction. Lord Beerus, don't worry about it. Whis was indeed a little embarrassed, mainly because Lewis often fought with others and he was the one who always protected Ties. His action just now was also a subconscious reaction. After all, protecting one cub is also protecting, and protecting 2 cubs is also protecting. Whis changed the subject and said, Lord Beerus, Lewis said that Vegeto hasn't yet unleashed his full strength. What do you think? Who knows these Saiyans? Beerus curled his lips. These Saiyans only need one transformation to increase their strength dozens of times. Maybe they can transform 3 or 4 times like Frieza. As soon as the words fell, the space shook violently, and a vast force swept across the starry sky. Fortunately, Whis had set up an energy shield in advance, otherwise the Galactic Patrol headquarters, which had just been restored, would have exploded again. Far away. Boom! The space is shaking more and more violently. A powerful force exploded from Vegeto, like a prehistoric beast, with a horrifying aura. Pulled by the incomparable force, the ions floating in the void gathered together to form tortuous arcs. Crackling! Countless arcs of electricity danced on Vegeto's body, and his eyes were very calm. Could this kid really transform into Super Saiyan 3? Seeing this, Lewis' eyelids twitched violently. Drink! On the opposite side, Vegeto clenched his fists, releasing the power in his body continuously. Ha! The vein on Vegeto's forehead bulged. Boom! An overwhelming sense of power burst out, like a reservoir that had been accumulating water for thousands of years releasing its water, with turbulent waves, one after another. With Vegeto as the center, the surrounding light was absorbed in an instant, and the next second, a dazzling white light burst out. A huge golden ape flashed in Vegeto's eyes, his hair began to grow longer, and his eyebrows began to disappear. It's Super Saiyan 3. Seeing this, Louis blurted out. At the same time, the other side, the peak of the second level of God's realm. Feeling this power, Beerus and Whis were stunned. This power is exactly the same as Louis' power. He is also at the peak of the second level of the God realm, and is only one step away from breaking through to the third level of the God realm. Louis, come on! A golden light burst out from Vegeto's body, and Vegeto's entire appearance changed. Eyebrows disappear. Waist-length golden hair. The 2 earrings dangled on Vegeto's ears. So handsome! Louis swallowed his saliva. Damn, this handsome guy doesn't even want to let me live. No, I'm going to beat you up. Louis gritted his teeth, he couldn't stand someone being more handsome than him. He entered Super Saiyan full power, and his strength also broke through to the peak of the second level of the Divine Realm. Crash! Louis turned into a flash of lightning, cut through the void, and rushed forward with a punch. Well done! Vegeto laughed as he finally saw Louis' movements clearly. Clench your fists. Fists collide. Bang! A halo flashed from the fist and exploded in all directions in a circular shape. The powerful force swept up a 1,000-layer starry sky storm. The space is disordered. So strong. Vegeto was knocked back thousands of meters, his fist was numb and painful. Louis was also knocked back thousands of meters, and his blood began to boil. Chapter 96. As expected of the protagonist, Louis' eyes were full of fighting spirit. He knew that Vegeto was not that simple. As he thought, Vegeto could really transform into Super Saiyan 3. And also increased his strength to the same level as him. Is this genius? The one I beat up is a genius. 2 golden rays of light confronted each other in the starry sky. Moved. Louis disappeared into the starry sky, and Vegeto's mind suddenly tensed. In the back, Vegeto moved to the side, and a fist came from behind and passed by his head. The power of the second level of the Divine Realm exploded in his ears. Even though it was in the starry sky, at this moment, it was as if white waves were rising into the sky and the air waves were rolling. The entire battlefield was boiling in an instant. Vegeto quickly stepped back, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. What a fast speed, what a powerful force! Not fast at all, and not powerful at all. Another teasing voice sounded in my ears. Vegeto's pupils shrank sharply. When? After a brief moment of distraction, Vegeto came to his senses and blocked his chest with his hands. Bang! An elbow hit him in the chest, as if he was hit by a meteorite. Boom! It was as if time and space were distorting at this moment. Vegeto retreated thousands of meters and held his breath. The severe pain made his head dizzy. Not good. In an instant, Louis was in front of him again, pouring rough force into his legs. Raise your foot and kick straight. Boom! Vegeto was kicked in the face, his facial muscles twisted instantly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Hateful! Vegeto slammed hard on the energy shield set up by Whis, making an earth-shaking sound. Louis, how come you are so strong? Vegeto is furious. He was actually quite surprised about his new state, but more of a pleasant surprise. When he transformed into this state, his strength surged to the same level as Louis. But despite this, he easily fell into a disadvantage in his match with Louis. Why is this happening? I don't believe it. Vegeto clasped his hands together, a faint blue light appeared in his palms, the pressure of the surrounding space increased rapidly, and strands of electric arcs jumped in his palms. Wonderful waves! Kamehameha cut through the starry sky, rubbing against the space, making a sizzling sound, and a series of flames lit up. The void seemed to be about to shatter. The scene was very terrifying. However, the Kamehameha that was charging straight ahead suddenly split into 3 ki blasts, blasting towards Lewis from 3 different directions. Interesting. In the distance, Lewis' eyes condensed, he raised his hand, and a golden light was painted on his hand. Gather energy into a blade. Explode for me. A stroke in the void. A golden light flashed across the starry sky, and the 3 key blasts were chopped into pieces. Boom! There was an earth-shaking explosion in the starry sky, and a ball of fire quickly engulfed Lewis' figure, followed by smoke. Inside the thick smoke, Lewis hovered motionless, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Veget, you are still far behind those gods of destruction. Without even turning his head, Lewis punched behind him, and the power of the 2nd level of the realm of God exploded. Ah! Vegeto, who was about to launch a sneak attack, was hit by a punch and smashed towards the energy shield again. Then a golden beam of light rose into the air from the smoke and chased towards Vegeto. For a moment, the starry sky trembled, and 2 balls of golden light kept flashing in the starry sky. In just a moment, the 2 men fought hundreds of times. On the other side, Beerus shook his head, it's too far. Taisai was stunned, what do you mean too far away? Whis looked at the battle in the distance and said calmly, Lord Beerus said that Vegeto is still far behind Lewis. Ah! Taisai could not see the battle in the distance at all. She could only see the starry sky flashing with golden light, which was gorgeous and dazzling. Veget's attack is not concise enough, there are too many unnecessary movements, and his new state will consume a lot of physical strength. In this way, he will soon be unable to hold on. Compared to Vegeto, every attack of Lewis can be described as fast, fierce, and accurate. This is what Lewis has gained from challenging the 1st universe to the 9th universe in the past 6 months. His fighting skills have now been integrated into his body and have become an instinct. This is a battle state at the gods of destruction level. Veget's fighting skills and reactions are too weak. Even if it was Lewis half a year ago, Vegeto couldn't beat him. So with the same power, Vegeto can never be Lewis' opponent. From this we can see how important fighting skills and thinking are when one has the same level of power. This is also the reason why Whis agreed to Lewis's universe challenge journey before. The other side. Obviously, 2 masters of equal strength were sparring, but in front of Lewis, Vegeto was like a child and was beaten by Lewis. As time passed, Vegeto's strength began to plummet and his reactions became sluggish. It is obvious that Vegeto's physical strength can no longer keep up with his consumption. Soon, Vegeto was hit by a shockwave and a light appeared on his body, and Son Goku and Vegeta were separated instantly. After Son Goku separated, he ate senzu beans to restore his strength. He flew to Lewis and said excitedly, Lewis, you are so powerful. He had wanted to spar with Lewis for a long time, but Lewis had always rejected him. Now, through fusion, he finally saw the power of the alternate gods of destruction level. As expected of the candidate gods of destruction, Vegeta flew over and stared at Lewis. During this competition, the 2 of them realized the gap between themselves and Lewis. They had the same strength, but they could not beat him. It was obvious that their combat awareness was not enough. Lewis looked at the 2 and smiled, you are already very strong. If you compete with other gods of destruction candidates, you may even have a chance to beat them. Not every candidate gods of destruction has power at the peak of the 2nd level of the realm of God. Vegeto is definitely capable of defeating the other candidate gods of destruction. But, I'm just saying there's a chance. Strength is important, but sometimes it's not important. After this, you should have realized the importance of fighting skills. Lewis flew towards Tais, saying as he flew. The other candidates for gods of destruction have been receiving instruction from Angel. Their fighting skills are definitely not weak. Moreover, they can break the rules. As for you fusion, the only thing that is stronger than them is strength. That's why I said you just have a chance to beat them. You still have a long way to go, keep practicing hard. Son Goku and the other followed closely behind, listening to Lewis' story. Sudden. Louis paused and said meaningfully, actually, Angel also taught you. Louis was referring to the fact that Pop coached both of them. Sun and Goku were stunned, they didn't understand what Louis said at all. Louis saw the confused expressions on Sun and Goku's faces and smiled wickedly. Okay, the tribesmen have been resurrected, you should go back and reorganize them. Louis was so mean. He aroused other people's curiosity, and then went back to Ties without saying anything. Hey, explain yourself clearly. Looking at Louis back, Vegeta became furious. Vegeta, what did Louis mean by that? How should I know? Vegeta said unhappily, let's go, the tribe members are all resurrected, let's go back and tell them about Bojack. Chapter 97. Son Goku and the others left the starry sky and returned to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the starry sky, only Louis and the other three were hovering there. Louis smiled and said, Lord Beerus, what do you think of these two people of my clan now? I originally thought that their talents were just okay, but now it seems that their martial arts talents are even stronger than the candidate gods of destruction from other universes. Beerus' tone was very serious, it's a pity that they don't practice dimensionality. If they did practice dimensionality, I would kind of want to take them both in as well. There is no rule in the universe that there can only be one candidate gods of destruction. Louis rolled his eyes when he heard Beerus' words. Beerus continued, if I only had hope in you Scions before, now after seeing Vegeto, the ranking of the 7th universe really depends on you. Louis laughed, Lord Beerus, let me tell you this, not only Kakarot and Vegeta can fusion, other Scions can fusion as well. With the Tempora earrings, I know other Scions can also fusion, so I said that the ranking of the 7th universe is placed on you Scions. Beerus smiled. He was in a very good mood now, as if he could see the scene of being praised by Zeno in the future. No, no, no. There are only a few pairs of Tempora earrings. If we only rely on Tempora earrings, we can only fusion a few fusion warriors at most. Louis smiled brightly, Lord Beerus, what do you think it would be like if I could make all Scions able to fusion? What? Beerus breathed rapidly and clutched Louis' shoulders tightly, is this true what you said? If the old Supreme Kai was here, he would definitely be able to guess what Louis was talking about. Metamor Star Fusion Technique. Well, you'll know when the time comes. Louis kept the suspense again. He had just piqued the curiosity of Vegeto and the other two, and now he piqued Beerus' curiosity as well. In the end, nothing was said. He really is getting worse and worse. Taisai and Whis were laughing secretly on the side. Soon, the turbulent starry sky gradually calmed down. Louis said, Whis, Lord Beerus, did you notice that there was something wrong with Tova's actions this time? Tova released Bojack only to kill his people, but that made no sense at all. Not to mention Dragon Ball, he also knows the rules of time and can also resurrect Saiyan. Was it just to irritate me? For some reason, Louis always felt that something was wrong, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Louis, it seems you have noticed it too. Whis looked over. Yes, anyway, I have a bad feeling that it must not be that simple. Louis looked at Beerus and said, Lord Beerus, you have to be careful recently. The Dark Demon Realm can't do anything to me. I'm afraid that the Dark Demon Realm may do something to you. Don't worry, as long as no one above Angel's level shows up, everyone else will die. Beerus was originally angry at Louis for teasing him, but after hearing this, his expression turned serious, and he also smelled a conspiracy from the Bojack incident. What are you talking about? Taisai next to her was a little confused. Louis hugged Tais and shook his head, saying, No, I just messed with some sewer garbage. Don't go back to Earth recently. Remember to stay with me. The atmosphere suddenly became a little solemn. Yes, I will. I'll go wherever you are. Tais put her arms around Louis' waist. All right, let's go back to the gods of destruction world first, and challenge the rest of the universe later. Lewis is ready to go home. Suddenly, 5 extremely evil auras filled the entire 7th universe. Ha ha ha, Master Lewis, it's time for us to go home. A moment. Earth Heaven. Bobo looked up suddenly and muttered, what are they doing here? Can't they recognize that Lewis is not our adult? Bobo shook his head and looked back into the depths of the temple. Inside Xeno Palace. Bold. Grand Priest just looked in the direction of the 7th universe, furious. Demi-Cooler and the other 5 actually dared to break into the Xeno universe. The eraser next to him was a little confused and said in a childish voice, Grand Priest, what's wrong with you? Grand Priest said respectfully, Master Xeno, the 5 demons from the Dark Demon Realm have arrived. You. Oh, just take care of it. I want to play Star Destroying. Yes. Endless dark energy swept across the entire 7th universe. The space of the 7th universe froze instantly and turned into a prison in an instant. Without the power of a priest, there is no way to escape from it. The star field near the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Boom! 5 thick dark beams of light descended from the sky. Demon God Demi-Cooler. The demon Dora, with the body of a sphinx and the face of a man, has an extremely violent aura. The demon god Ers has long blue hair, green eyes, and stands on a giant black kun. He exudes an ancient and vicissitudes of life. The demon Leela is the only female demon, but she is skinny and bony, with a pair of empty eyes that seem to be able to pull people into the endless abyss. The demon god Ross has a strong body, and the black tights on his body are bulging. The 5 great demons are coming. Hiss! In the starry sky, Beerus and Whis gasped. 5 great demon gods. A terrifying dark aura approached, and Whis quickly set up an energy shield, but it was of no use. Crack! The energy shield exploded instantly. Lewis hugged Ties and pressed her little head in his arms. Seeing this, his scalp went numb. Erase! Lewis raised one hand and started to wipe out the dark aura that was approaching. A white halo streaked across the starry sky. The dark aura that attacked dissipated instantly, but only a part of it dissipated, and there is still an endless stream of dark aura attacking this side. No! Lewis and his friends were in despair. Suddenly, the originally frozen 7th universe was suddenly broken by a holy halo. As the sacred halo spread, the icy dark aura dissipated instantly, like winter snow meeting the early sun. Grand Priest descended from the sky with a holy halo on his head. It seems that you have recognized Lewis' identity. Father! Whis couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw the Grand Priest coming. Beerus patted his chest. Sure enough, Tova's actions were definitely not that simple. Chapter 98. P.S. I originally wanted to quote some Western characters as demons, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, I decided to create a few myself. The names of the previous demons have been changed, so please pay attention. Supreme Kai World. Hiss! The 5 great demons are finished, our 7th universe is finished. Old Supreme Kai squatted on the ground and looked at the crystal ball, his face full of fear. Ancestor, who are the 5 great demon gods? Asen asked hurriedly. He looked at the 5 people who suddenly appeared and his heart beat faster. Fear. Inexplicable fear. It was even more intense than the feeling Majin Buu had given him. They are the 5 great demon gods of the dark world. I didn't expect them all to come out. The old Supreme Kai looked at Lewis in the crystal ball and said solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, they must be here to find Lewis. What to do? The 5 great demon gods are all masters at the priest level. Sudden. On the crystal ball, a figure fell from the sky, and the dark atmosphere around it disappeared in an instant, like the receding tide. Grand Priest Adult. Ha ha ha, our 7th universe is saved. I knew the Grand Priests wouldn't just stand by and watch. Northern Milky Way. A figure flew down from the starry sky, and the Grand Priest stood in front of Lewis and the others, confronting the 5 people from the Dark Demon Realm. Light and darkness collide. The force generated will shatter the universe. In the face of such a vast force, Ties felt like a small boat in the ocean, which could be overturned by just a little wave. She hid in Lewis's arms, trembling. "Don't be afraid." Lewis hugged Ties tightly, and he couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw the Grand Priest coming. "But," Demi-Cooler said, "Lord Lewis, we are going home. What does this mean?" Also, Grand Priest just said to Demi-Cooler and the others, "You actually recognized Lewis' identity. Do I have another identity?" Lewis frowned. The system clearly said that he was no one, just an ordinary Saiyan. "The doubts in my heart are growing stronger and stronger. Is the dog system lying to me?" Lewis hugged Ties, turned to look at Whis, and yelled, "Whis, who am I? I don't know either." Whis also wanted to know what Lewis' identity was. It seemed that his brothers and sisters knew something, but he was the only one who was kept in the dark. "Have no idea." Lewis glanced again at Beerus, who was shivering behind Whis. Beerus stuck out his cat head and rolled his eyes. "Even Whis doesn't know, how would I know?" "Hateful." Lewis gritted his teeth. He had never felt this way before, as if the whole world was deceiving him. Even that dog system is the same, saying that erasing all these is his power. Who am I? At this time, the words in front made Lewis and others PK up their ears. It's normal for you to discover Lewis' identity. After all, the power in Lewis is exactly the same as that of your adult. But how dare you break into Xeno universe? You must be tired of living. The power of Grand Priest is growing. Ordinary angels simply don't dare to go all out in the Xeno universe, because they will be bound by the rules of the Xeno universe, unable to participate in the battle between good and evil, nor can they use the power of angel to fight. Once angel breaks the principle of neutrality, their lives will disappear. But Grand Priest is different. The power erupted by Grand Priest is fundamentally different from the power of KS. Every ray of Grand Priest's power is full of laws. The priest realm does not have 3 levels like the angel realm. The priest realm only has 1 level. However, it is impossible for a priest to possess laws. Xeno boundary. Grand Priest's power has broken through to the Xeno realm. This is also the reason why Grand Priest dares to go all out in the Xeno universe, because the power of the Xeno realm is already able to transcend the constraints of the universe. So strong. Seeing this, Lewis seemed to forget the depression in his heart. He was frightened by the power of Grand Priest. It's not that the Grand Priest's power could kill him, but this was the first time he saw the Grand Priest take action, whether in the anime or after traveling to the Dragon Ball world. The power of Grand Priest seems to be a little different from that of KS. Whis, could it be that your father's power has broken through to the Xeno realm? Whis had never told him about the powers above the priest realm, but he could probably guess that above the priest realm was the Xeno realm. Nonsense, without the Xeno realm, how could the Grand Priest possibly fight 5 alone? Beerus, who was hiding behind Whis, rolled his eyes again. Whis also nodded. His father's power was actually no secret, so it didn't matter if he told it out. Gurgle. Lewis swallowed hard. The Grand Priest's power had actually reached the Xeno realm. How strong would Xeno's power be? At this time. Crash. In front, the law of light on the Grand Priest turned into a sharp sword and slashed forward. One sword to calm the mountains and rivers. Snap. Cracks appeared in the starry sky, and the cracks became more and more numerous, like a spider web. Facing the sword of light that was coming towards them, Demi-Cooler and the other 4 remained expressionless. They already knew that the Grand Priest's power had broken through to the Xeno realm, while the power of the 5 demon gods was only at the priest level. It is simply impossible for 5 priests to defeat 1 Xeno. Even 100 priests cannot do it. But, ha ha ha, we dare to show up here, Do you really think we don't have other means? Demi-Cooler laughed and glanced at the 4 demons next to him. Do it now. As soon as the words fell, an extremely dark aura burst out from Demi-Cooler and the other 4 demons. The 5 of them circled in the starry sky like 5 black holes. Go ahead. The 5 demons stretched out their hands, and the black power on their bodies gathered in the palms of their hands along their arms. 5 people worked together. The black forces gathered together to form an ancient dragon, roaring towards the Sword of Light. Collide with it. Boom! The starry sky shook, and the entire 7th universe exploded instantly. The Sword of Light that Grand Priest had radiated had disappeared, it had been neutralized. Xeno Universe. The 7th universe is gone. What's going on? No, one is the power of the Grand Priest, and the other 5 are the power of the Dark Demon Realm. Dark Demon Realm invaded our Xeno Universe. All the gods of destruction and angels in Xeno Universe were frightened by these 2 forces, and they all flew towards the 7th universe. Northern Milky Way. The 7th universe exploded, forming nothingness. Grand Priest stood in front of Lewis and the others, blocking all the aftermath. Beerus, Taisai, and Whis were finally fine. But Beerus was in tears when he saw his universe being destroyed. It's an unlucky year. First Saiyan was killed by Bojack and his gang, and now his 7th universe has also been destroyed. Lewis, I'm scared. Tais was trembling all over, this kind of battle made her feel terrified. Don't be afraid, we'll be fine with Grand Priest here. Lewis patted Tais on the back. Lewis really didn't expect that Demi-Cooler and the others were so strong that they could withstand Grand Priest's attack. It's actually the power of darkness. In front, Grand Priest raised his brows as he watched his Sword of Light being offset. He didn't care about the fact that the 7th universe exploded. He looked at Demi-Cooler and the other 5 and said jokingly, Mecha Capra actually gave you the power of darkness. Interesting. But if you can block my first attack, can you block my second attack? Grand Priest saw through the power of Demi-Cooler and the other 5. Different from Angel's light power, the power erupting from Demi-Cooler and the other 5 people belongs to the power of darkness. The power of darkness is the nemesis of the power of light, and it is also a power unique to Mechapura. Obviously, it was Mechapura who bestowed the power of darkness on the 5 of them. Chapter 99. Blocking you. Demon God Ers stepped on the giant Kun, looked at the Grand Priest in front of him, and shook his head. Even if we have the dark power given by Master Mecha Capra, we can't be your opponent. You are quite self-aware. On the opposite side, the Grand Priest nodded slightly with a look of contempt, as if nothing in the world could cause him to fluctuate. You can't take Lewis away while I'm here. Have you figured out how to die? The aura of light emanating from the Grand Priest surged once again, as if the God of Light had descended upon the earth, and the sacred aura swept across the entire Xeno universe. Why did they take me? Lewis looked at Grand Priest's back. Am I still related to the Dark World? That's not right. If I had anything to do with the Dark World, why did Demi-Cooler attack me last time? In front, a gleam of light flashed in the empty eyes of the demon god Leela. Take Lord Lewis away? No, no, no. We are not that stupid. It was even difficult for them to escape from the Grand Priest, let alone taking someone away from a Xeno-level master. This was simply impossible. But ha ha ha, our purpose was not to take Lord Lewis away. The demon Dora has the appearance of a sphinx, and the aura he exudes is very evil. As soon as these words came out, in the void, Lewis hugged Tateus tightly, and suddenly the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. The Grand Priest who was standing in front of Lewis and the others frowned. Isn't the purpose to take Lewis away? Grand Priest racked his brains but couldn't figure out the purpose of Demi-Cooler and his 5 companions. Stop talking nonsense and get started. The muscles of the demon god Ross exploded, causing the black tights on his body to burst. For a moment, The four people including Demi-Cooler had playful expressions on their faces, and all began to burst out with strength. The dark force was once again condensed together by them, forming an energy bomb with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The void zone formed after the explosion of the seventh universe instantly boiled. Wisps of electric arcs danced around the energy bomb, and Demi-Cooler and the other five pushed with both hands. Crash! Xeno universe is shaking constantly. This force can threaten the entire Xeno universe. Interesting. But you are not Mecha Capra. Even if you possess the dark power given by Mecha Capra, you are still ants after all. Then I will kill you all. Without you, I believe the Dark Demon Realm will bleed heavily this time. The Grand Priest laughed. The power of Xeno Realm surged in his body, and the void area where there was nothing suddenly had a storm. Lightning and thunder. It's like the end of the world. Grand Priest looked back at Lewis, then turned to look at Demi-Cooler and the other five. Erase. The Grand Priest waved his hand. Buzz. A white halo burst out from his hand, like a bright Shenron, roaring forward with the momentum of destroying the world. I've been waiting for this moment. Demi-Cooler laughed and quickly escaped from the five people. Grand Priest had just used Erase when Demi-Cooler's move caught him off guard. At this time, buzz! The white erasing light had flashed across the dark energy bomb with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and the energy bomb disappeared instantly. It's not over yet. Erasure continued to flash towards the remaining four demons. The expressions of the four demons were very strange. They smiled and turned a blind eye to the Grand Priest's erasure, as if they were indifferent to life and death. And the other side. The disappeared Demi-Cooler suddenly appeared in front of Lewis. Lord Lewis, I'm sorry. Demi-Cooler laughed. He took out a staff from the void and emitted a ray of light towards Ty's and Lewis' arms. No. Lewis hugged Ty's tightly and quickly turned his body around so that his back was facing the light. However, the light seemed to have life. It passed by Lewis' back and directly hit Ty's in his arms. A moment. The void zone distorted instantly. Bite. Immunity. Lewis was hit by the power of Demi-Cooler, but he was fine. However, Lewis, Ty's became unreal, and she wanted to reach out and touch Lewis' face, but when her hand was raised in the air, she disappeared. Then, Demi-Cooler instantly disappeared into the void. The other side. As expected, white light flashed across the four demons, and they completely disappeared into the void. The four demons were wiped out. Dark Demon World. Putin, Gulabi, 12 angel-level masters gathered together, staring intently at the scene in the sky. Tova was also here. She clenched her fists until she saw Ty's disappear. She shouted excitedly, "Success! Ha ha ha, Master Lewis' return is just around the corner." Gulabi shouted excitedly. Only Putin looked gloomy. It took the sacrifice of 4 demon gods to get this opportunity. "Master Lewis, you must come back." Hearing this, the mood of everyone present instantly became depressed. The 7th universe, the Void Zone. Damn you Demi-Cooler, this is what you came up with. Grand Priest wiped out the remaining 4 demons, and he finally realized Demi-Cooler's purpose. He wanted to provoke Lewis and make him turn evil. In this way, Lewis will most likely awaken his memories of his past life. No, I won't let that happen. The Grand Priest was furious. He waved his hand and the rules of time flowed into the void. A silver light flashed. The 7th universe instantly returned to its original state before it was destroyed. However, Saiyan Lewis' arms is still nowhere to be seen. Chapter 100. The Grand Priest used time reversal but failed to save Taisai, and even the 4 demons did not recover. Apparently, Demi-Cooler used a power similar to erasure on Tais. Only someone with a perverted physique like Lewis could ignore this kind of power, or in other words, someone with a power comparable to it could also ignore it. Otherwise, This power can erase everything in the world, and it cannot be restored using the rules of time. Ties is dead. There was deathly silence in the deep starry sky. Beerus and Whis don't know Demi-Cooler's plan, but Louis must be in pain now that Ties is dead. Louis, you. The two masters and apprentices wanted to comfort Louis, but they didn't know how to start. More than a decade ago, Louis brought Ties back to the world of gods of destruction. Every time Louis went out on a planet-destroying mission, he would take Ties with him. Every time Louis finished his training, Taisai would prepare delicious food for him. The two are inseparable and fall in love with each other over time. Beerus and the other man witnessed Louis and Ties' experience together. Given Louis' feelings for Ties, when Ties died, Beerus and the others had no idea how to comfort Louis. Tell him not to be angry? Fart. If Louis cannot be angry in this situation, is he still a human being? Unlike Beerus and the others, Grand Priest had already guessed Demi-Cooler and the others' plan. Demi-Cooler and his men killed Ties because they wanted to use Louis' closest relative to turn Louis completely evil, so as to activate their adult's memories. Is it really going to turn evil? Grand Priest stared at Louis in the starry sky and swallowed hard. Whis, come to me quickly. Grand Priest's tone was very anxious. Although Whis and the others were confused, they still left Louis and went to the Grand Priest. Now Grand Priest felt a little relieved. If Louis really turned evil, he would be able to take Whis and the others away in time. At this time, dozens of colorful streams of light flew in from the universe barrier at a very fast speed, and appeared next to the Grand Priest the next second. They were none other than the angels and gods of destruction who came from other universes. You guys are here too. Grand Priest is in tears, so many people came, are they looking for death? He didn't have the confidence to escape from Louis, whose memory and power had awakened. Kes glanced at the dazed Louis in front of him, then frowned and said, Father, did the seventh universe explode just now? And what about those guys in the dark demon realm? I'll explain it to you later. Remember, once the dark aura appears on Louis, you must take your brothers and sisters away. Grand Priest flew in front of the angels. Grand Priest's actions confused everyone present. What happened? Why is it said that there is a dark aura on Louis? Besides, Grand Priest is the best master under Zeno, and his tone seems to indicate that he is worried that something bad is going to happen. The angels are looking at Louis. Back to the dark demon realm, Demi-Cooler and the others were also looking at Louis in the starry sky of the universe through projection. Sudden. Under the starry sky, Louis' dull expression finally showed some changes. Ties. Louis was still in the half-hug position, his eyes were empty, and he kept repeating Ties' name. How about you protect me and I make you something delicious to eat? You think I'd look good with long hair? Do I look good with long hair? Louis, I love you. I'm so happy, Louis, you finally know how I feel. This is what Ties once said. Louis had never known what it was like to lose Ties, but now he felt it. The moment Ties disappeared, his soul seemed to be torn apart. It hurts. The angels who came here were stunned. What happened to Louis? But since the Grand Priest didn't speak, they didn't speak either. Louis kept repeating Ties' name, and the images of him and Ties together kept hitting his mind. It hurts so much. Louis covered his heart, and 2 drops of bloody tears flowed from his eyes. Sadness and despair. My Ties. Extreme anger. Louis's face was ferocious, and the aura on his body began to churn. Seeing this scene, Grand Priest yelled out, Kes, take everyone away, quickly. Kes also realized something was wrong. She didn't dare to hesitate at all and immediately disappeared into the starry sky with her group. When Demi-Cooler and the others from the dark demon realm saw this, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. It was going to work. Grand Priest was the only one left in the starry sky. He saw that something was wrong with Louis' situation, but he still had a glimmer of hope for Louis in his heart. Because once Louis awakens his memory and power, Zeno, in his dazed state, won't be able to deal with Louis at all. Ah! Demi-cooler, I will make you die. In the starry sky, the aura of Louis was like a volcanic eruption, fierce and violent. His hair turned golden in an instant. Super Saiyan full power. The power breaks through to the peak of the second level of the divine realm. Then, the ions floating in the starry sky gathered together to form silver arcs, which jumped around Louis like silver dragons. Crackling. The breath that burst out from Louis was like the roar of a prehistoric giant ape, and the overwhelming power spread out like surging waves, one after another hitting the starry sky. Enter the state of Super Saiyan 2. With a click, the shackles were broken. The power surged from the second level of the God Realm to the third level of the God Realm. Ah! It wasn't over yet. Louis shed tears of blood, his green eyes turned blood red, and the aura on his body became more and more evil, like an ancient demon. It's really going to turn dark. Grand Priest's body trembled, and the last bit of hope in his heart was instantly shattered. He disappeared from the spot, not daring to stay here for another second. After Grand Priest left, Louis' status changed again. The powerful force stirred the magnetic field of the starry sky, and the silver arcs jumping around suddenly formed thicker lightning day by day. Cut through the starry sky. It was like thunder destroying the world. Boom! Louis' hair is starting to grow longer and his eyebrows are disappearing. Wait until your long golden hair reaches your waist. Super Saiyan 3. In just a moment, Louis broke through from the full power of Super Saiyan to the Super 3 state. The power suddenly surged to the peak of the third level of the divine realm. With a crack, the shackles were broken again, breaking through to the fourth level of the realm of God. A power at the level of true gods of destruction. The aura of destruction bursts out and pure power roars. A moment. The galaxy is shattered. The star field with a radius of tens of billions of miles collapsed in an instant, and the Galactic Patrol headquarters, which had just recovered, was destroyed again. Demi-cooler, I want you dead. Extreme anger filled Louis' mind. Tai's death made it painful for him to breathe. He waved his hand, a space crack appeared in the starry sky, and he jumped into it. After Louis left, Grand Priest and his angels returned here. Beerus held on to Whis tightly and asked worriedly, Whis, what happened to Louis? Is he going to the dark world now? Whis's face was solemn. Tai's blow to him was too great. His extreme anger caused him to break through from the second level of the God Realm to the fourth level of the God Realm. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have gone to the Dark Demon Realm. Unlike Whis and the others, Ks's eyebrows were twisted together. She had realized what was happening. Obviously, it was the people in the Dark Demon Realm who wanted to activate Louis' memory and let him return to the Dark Demon Realm. But what is going on now? Kes looked at Grand Priest with strange eyes. Grand Priest shook his head. He was also very confused. The aura that Louis just exuded was very evil. Didn't he turn evil? Only the power of the fourth level of the divine realm? Why didn't his power awaken? How so? Earth, the temple of heaven. Bobo walked into the temple, his usual expression of neither sadness nor joy disappeared, and he looked happy. Walk through the corridor and go down the stairs. Through the cemetery of the gods. I came to a pitch-black space. The smell here was very strong and extremely evil. Bobo, come and play with me. An eraser dressed in black jumped out of a small coffin. He blinked his big eyes and looked innocent, but he exuded an extremely evil aura. Very inconsistent. Chapter 101. In the dark demon world, the sky is gloomy. There were more than a dozen figures standing in front of a volcano. The image of the star field near the Galactic Patrol headquarters was projected in the sky. Louis shed tears of blood, his eyes were dyed red, and the aura on his body was very evil, like an ancient demon, and his power was constantly surging. Tova said excitedly, "Ha ha ha, Lord Louis, this is about to awaken. Putin breathed a sigh of relief. It took the sacrifice of 4 demon gods to get this opportunity. Fortunately, Master Lewis is about to awaken. Hearing this, Demi-Cooler, who had escaped, said calmly, although Leela and the others died, our plan was successful as long as Lord Lewis was able to awaken successfully. The day that Lord Lewis returns to our dark demon realm, that will be the day we avenge Leela and the others. As soon as Demi-Cooler finished speaking, Lewis disappeared directly from the screen projected in the sky. Lord Lewis is missing. Where is Lord Lewis going? Is it possible? Could it be that Lord Lewis has awakened his memory and is now returning to our shadow demon realm? At that moment, other angel-level masters in the dark demon realm began to talk about it, and they began to rejoice. At this time, a space fluctuation appeared in the void. Demi-Cooler also smiled. It seemed that it was really successful. If nothing unexpected happened, the person who would appear in the sky must be Lord Lewis. There was a hole in the sky and suddenly a voice was heard. Demi-Cooler, I want you dead. The voice was cold and full of murderous intent. In an instant, the dark demon world seemed to have entered the Ice Age, and it was freezing cold. It is Lord Lewis, but what is this about? Demi-Cooler's face changed. He watched the scene of Lewis' transformation through the projection. There was no doubt that Lewis must have awakened. Why? Why did the awakened Lewis want to kill him? When everyone present heard this, their originally pleasantly surprised mood suddenly sank. Lord Lewis wanted to kill Demi-Cooler. Was it just because of his wife? Impossible. Given that adult's personality, no emotion can affect him at all. It can be said that even if the dark demon world he created is destroyed, it will not cause any waves in his heart. Why is this happening? Sudden. Lewis in the sky disappeared, and instantly appeared in front of Demi-Cooler. Their eyes met. Lord Lewis, you. Demi-Cooler was shocked. What a fast speed. Wrong. It's the rule of space. I want you dead. Lewis raised his hand, pointed at Demi-Cooler and the others, and roared, erase. He is a ruthless person who doesn't talk much and just takes action. Demi-Cooler was still confused and couldn't react at all. Buzz. A white erasing light flashed by. Except for Demi-Cooler, everyone present disappeared instantly. Even an angel-level being cannot survive Lewis' erasure. At this time, there was a space fluctuation in the sky, and the great god and his angels broke into the dark demon world, but the other gods of destruction did not follow. When they arrived, they saw Lewis wiping out all the masters of the dark demon realm. For a moment, all the angels looked at each other, and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Especially Grand Priest, he couldn't believe that Lewis would do such a thing. Soon, Kess and Grand Priest showed surprise. Lewis did not awaken, and he also wiped out all the masters of the dark demon realm. On the ground. No. All the angel-level masters of the dark demon realm were here, but they were all erased by Lewis. Demi-Cooler shook his head frantically, incredulous. Why? Lord Lewis, why did you do this? At this moment, Demi-Cooler still couldn't understand why their plan was so successful. First they attracted the attention of the Grand Priest, and then he found an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on him. The power he uses is the power of darkness given by Mechapra, which is similar to the Grand Priest's erasure and can completely wipe a person from the world. Even if time goes back, Taisai cannot be resurrected. Everything went according to plan, and Lewis successfully entered into extreme rage and thus a state of madness. That adult was originally a crazy devil. If Lewis goes crazy, his memory will definitely be awakened. Lewis' blood-red eyes are proof of this. As a result, Lewis returned to the dark world and wiped out Putin and the others. Why is this happening? Demi-Cooler. At this moment, Lewis' eyes were bloodshot, and the golden aura on his body was mixed with a blood-red scent. Lewis lost his mind and was dominated by extreme anger throughout the whole process. I want you dead. Seeing that Demi-Cooler was not killed, Lewis's aura suddenly became illusory, as if he would disappear from this space and time at any time. Eradicate time and space. This move was a reward for Lewis signing in at the 9th universe. Lewis once guessed that in order to use this move, he would have to cultivate his strength to the angel realm, and the rules of time and space would have to be cultivated to the 8th level. At this time, Lewis lost his mind, and extreme anger dominated him. His anger only wanted to kill Demi-Cooler. Even at any cost. Crash. Silver light flickers in the dark demon world. Nothingness. It seems like I will sink into it in the next second. Feeling this power, Demi-Cooler panicked. The power of Zio. Chapter 102. Time King. The ruler of the world of time, in charge of all time and space, she is the king of time and space, and is at the same level as Zeno, Salama, and the lord of the dark demon realm. In the sky, Grand Priest was also stunned when he saw this. Lewis's power made him waver in his guess. Isn't Lewis the reincarnation of that master from the dark demon world? You have to know that time and space erasure is a special move that only Zio can use. Just like erasure, except for the strong ones above the priest level in Zeno universe, the strong ones in other spaces simply cannot comprehend this move. The main thing is that what is needed to perform erasure is the power of light, and the strong people in other spaces do not have this kind of power at all. But, although other space masters cannot use erase, they can also use similar moves. Just like the dark power used by Demi-Cooler, it can also make a person disappear completely from the world. Of course, the Lord from the dark demon realm not only possesses the power of darkness, but also the power of light, so he can also erase. Coupled with the ignore physique, this made Grand Priest believe that Lewis was the reincarnation of that adult. But that adult wouldn't erase time and space. So who is Lewis? The ground below. Lewis and Demi-Cooler confront each other. Lewis was completely controlled by extreme anger and had no idea what the power of Zio was. Go to hell. Lewis' face was ferocious, with a blood-red glow appearing on the golden light, extremely evil. He raised his hand, and the rules of time and space on his body were in turmoil, condensing in his hands. Entanglement. Distortion. The rules of time and space have undergone a series of amazing changes, forming the power of time and space. The silver light is shining, gorgeous and dazzling. Even a wisp of the power of time and space caused the entire dark demon world to shake, as if it would be decomposed into countless time and space in the next second. The power of time and space continued to condense, and blood kept gushing out of Lewis' mouth. Obviously, with Lewis' current strength, he is not able to perform this move for the time being. But Taisai's death immersed his heart in a sea of pain. Even if forcibly casting erasure of time and space would bring him great pain, he could not feel it. Moved. Crash. Time and space erasure formed a giant silver dragon and roared towards Demi-Cooler. Time and space disorder. In the sky, Grand Priest's face changed drastically, and he quickly set up a protective shield for his children. Lord Lewis, don't! On the ground, Demi-Cooler was panicking. In fact, he had already begun to waver in his heart. Lewis was not the master of their dark demon world at all. But in order to awaken Lewis, they sacrificed 4 demons, and other powerful people in the dark demon world were also erased by Lewis. He still calls Lewis Sir because he still has hope. His guess is not wrong. Lewis is their Sir. Lord Lewis, wake up, you are the Lord of the dark demon realm, why do you want to hurt the dark demon realm? Demi-Cooler put his hands together, and the remaining dark power in his body continued to emerge. Crash! The black dragon formed by the power of darkness collides with the oncoming silver dragon. However, before it made contact, the black dragon formed by the power of darkness instantly disappeared from this space and time, and suddenly the entire dark demon world was violently shaken. It turns out that Demi-Cooler's power was transferred to another dimension due to the disorder in this space-time, and there was no chance for it to collide with Lewis' power. That other dimensional space was directly shattered, and the erupting power affected the dark demon world. No, don't. The silver dragon continued to attack Demi-Cooler, and Demi-Cooler fell into despair. Even though he was a powerful priest, he did not have the confidence to withstand Lewis' erasure of time and space. However, at this moment an accident happened. The silver dragon that was attacking Demi-Cooler suddenly stopped, and then looked at the caster Lewis. Lewis was lying on the ground, his face pale, blood spitting out of his mouth, and twitching constantly. Me Cooler, you, die. Lewis returned to normal. His strength was simply not enough to support the use of time and space erasure. Forcibly using time and space erasure caused irreversible damage to his entire body. But at this point, he still subconsciously hadn't given up the idea of killing Demi-Cooler. The sky. Lewis's face changed drastically. He could see that Lewis was in a very bad condition. He wanted to go down. Don't be impulsive. Grand Priest grabbed Whis and pointed at the time and space erasure that was stagnant in mid-air. This power may explode at any time. If it explodes, even a power at the priest level will not be able to escape safely. But Lewis is my disciple, I can't just leave him alone. Whis yelled. When he broke into the dark world a few years ago, Lewis said, if anything happens to Whis, I will definitely break through the dark world. Whis was very touched and he was glad that he could be Lewis's master. Lewis is like Beerus, he has grown up with him. Rather than a master-disciple relationship, it is more like a mentor-teacher relationship. Too many things happened today, even for an angel like him, it was a little hard to accept. But Whis doesn't care about Lewis' identity, he just wants to save Lewis. You should get some sleep first. Grand Priest sighed and waved his right hand. A ray of light enveloped Whis, and Whis fell into a deep sleep instantly. Vados, who was standing next to him, quickly supported his younger brother. The ground below. The silver dragon stopped moving, and seeing Lewis lying on the ground, Demi-Cooler's heart started beating wildly, and he felt grateful for surviving the disaster. Hateful. Why hasn't Lord Lewis awakened? Demi-Cooler had a gloomy expression on his face. He dodged the silver dragon and walked towards Lewis who was lying in front of him. Halfway through the journey, the chaotic time and space become even more chaotic. Demi-Cooler's pupils shrank sharply. Could it be? No. Demi-Cooler saw the silver dragon trembling constantly, and he made a desperate sound. Buzz. The stagnant silver dragon suddenly exploded, destroying the world. A moment. The entire dark demon world was blasted into space-time fragments by the power of time and space. Upon seeing this, the Grand Priest in the sky quickly took his children and fled from this space. But Demi-Cooler was not so lucky. He had no time to escape, and the dark demon realm was blasted into fragments of time and space. Affected by the power of time and space, his internal organs were shattered by the power of time and space. Was hit hard instantly. The space of the original dark demon world formed a space-time turbulence. Demi-Cooler's limbs were broken, his internal organs were shattered, his vitality was constantly draining away, and he floated motionlessly in the turbulence. Lewis has disappeared. Just at this moment, a dark figure came here with a black eraser. The fight was so intense. Bobo held the black eraser. The little eraser turned his big eyes, scanned the area, and then set his sights on Demi-Cooler. Bobo, why is Demi-Cooler so stupid? The voice of the black eraser is very childish and sounds sticky, and with his big round eyes, the black eraser actually looks a little cute. I'm a little stupid, please help me, Lord Quan Mo. Bobo said respectfully. These guys are such trouble. Chuan Mo puffed up his little mouth and looked angry, but he still waved his little hands. A space-time rule that is so strong that it has become materialized shrouds this space-time turbulence. Time and space go backwards. Suddenly, the dark demon realm returned to its original state, and the severely injured demi-cooler also recovered, but Louis did not appear here. Where did that little guy go? Quan Mo stood on the ground of the dark demon realm again. He bit his little finger and muttered something. Bobo looked around and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. At this time, Demi-Cooler, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw the black eraser, he was overjoyed. All demon adults. Chapter 103. Xeno Palace. The Grand Priest returned here with his children. Whis slowly woke up. Louis! Louis! Whis suddenly jumped up from the ground and looked around, but there was no sign of Louis. Whis grabbed Vado's shoulders and yelled, "Sister, where's Louis?" Vados was reluctant, but she still shook her head. Louis could ignore any damage, but he forcefully used time and space erasure, and his body had already suffered irreversible trauma. He simply couldn't ignore the damage he had caused himself. If he is not treated in time, Louis may. Whis' heart trembled, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at his other brothers and sisters. The dark demon realm has been blasted into fragments of time and space. Louis, Kes, Konik, Makarita, and 10 other angels shook their heads. Bang! How am I going to explain this to Lord Beerus? Whis collapsed to the ground, his eyes lifeless. That's enough, Whis, do you still look like an angel now? Grand Priest asked in a serious tone, how is your current state different from Myers? Here Myers. Whis stood up and yelled, I used to think Myers was wrong, but now I realize that we are actually wrong. What is the meaning of angels' existence? Just to cultivate gods of destruction? No other emotions can exist, and it can only be in a neutral position forever, just like a machine, training one generation of gods of destruction and then training the next generation of gods of destruction. Never ending. Sad fate. Whis' words made the other angels present tremble in their hearts, and then they shook their heads. Kes glanced at Whis and sighed, Whis, this is our angel's mission. Whis looked ashen and fell silent. Xeno Palace fell silent, no one spoke. What happened today was so shocking that the angels only now understand everything. Demi-Cooler and his friends guessed that Louis was the reincarnation of the devil. In order to awaken Louis' memories of his past life, they attacked Louis' wife. Grand Priest looked at Whis' crestfallen expression and sighed, well, maybe Louis is okay. The Grand Priest's voice rang out in the quiet Xeno Palace, and Whis looked up suddenly. Father! The other angels also looked at the Grand Priest. Grand Priest looked at Whis, you should be the most aware of Louis's specialness. He has the power of Xeno-sama and the power of Zio. Do you really think he will die so easily? Yes, 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 Louis will definitely not die so easily, he is Louis. Whis nodded frantically, and a glimmer of hope finally appeared in his eyes. He never expected that as an angel, he would one day be blinded by anger. Father, where is he now? I didn't expect that Louis could blast the dark demon realm into fragments of time and space with only the power of the 4th level of the God realm. This kid is too scary. Grand Priest glanced at Whis, then said, the dark world has now become a space-time turbulence. Louis should be floating in it. As for where he has drifted to, it is unknown. What should we do then? Whis hurriedly said, Father, why don't we go ask the Supreme Kai of Time for help? Kessie at the side said, don't even think about it. Each world does not interfere with each other. Do you think Grano will care about you? Well. Whis sighed, he thought of that as well. Unless a major event occurs, each world does not interfere with each other. As for the turbulence of time and space, it was a place where even a high-ranking priest could get lost. It was impossible for him to go in and look for Louis. I can't think of a solution and I feel helpless, but one thing I can be sure of is that Louis will be fine. That's Louis. Ignore, perfect freedom, erase, time and space erasure. How could an ordinary person have such power? Whis' panicked heart calmed down a little. Vados finally spoke, Whis, don't worry, Louis should be fine. I am more curious about Louis' identity now. Yes, father, is Louis really the reincarnation of the devil? Whis asked hurriedly. All demons. The existence of taboos. All angels only know this name today. Kos didn't know it at first, but she was ordered by the Grand Priest to go to the fourth universe to stop Louis from erasing Quitella in order to let Quitella serve as an experience pack for a longer time. It was then that she learned from the Grand Priest that Louis might have a relationship with Zeno. Master Quan Mo. The Grand Priest looked back into the depths of the palace, then waved his hand and led the angels out of Zeno Palace. Arrived at the northern galaxy of the seventh universe. Grand Priest looked at the angels and said calmly, Master Quan Mo is actually Master Zeno's brother. Boom! It was like thunder exploding. The angels were stunned. Grand Priest ignored the shocked expressions of the angels and began to tell them the secrets of the past. The Zeno universe used to be jointly managed by Master Zeno and Master Zenmo. Having two supreme beings in one world makes Zeno universe superior to the realm of time and the realm of dragons. But because of something, Master Zeno and Master Zenmo had a big fight, and Master Zenmo became completely evil because of it. In the end, Master Zenmo left the Zeno universe and opened up the dark demon realm outside. Chapter 104. This is also the reason why the dark demon realm and Zeno universe are in a hostile relationship. Grand Priest told all the secrets. The angels were so shocked that they couldn't calm down for a long time. They had never heard of such secrets. They only knew that the dark world had always been against Zeno universe, but they had no idea why. All demons. The Lord of the Dark Demon Realm, he is Zeno's brother, and he has a grudge against Zeno. It's incredible. Whis hurriedly asked, Father, is Louis really the reincarnation of the whole devil? No wonder the power in him is so strange and his comprehension is so strong that he can easily comprehend power that others cannot comprehend in their entire lives. It's not so much a genius. It's better to say that he is a monster. But, does this kind of monster really exist in the world? It turns out that Louis has this identity. The angels looked at the Grand Priest closely, their eyes full of curiosity. The Grand Priest looked at his children and smiled bitterly. At first, including Master Zeno, we all thought that Louis was the reincarnation of Master Quan Mo. Only now do I realize that we were wrong. More than 10 years ago, Louis had just traveled to the Dragon Ball world and awakened the system. As soon as Louis burst out with that sacred aura, the Grand Priest noticed it instantly. He even went to test Louis. Guessed wrong. Kes frowned. Cornic asked, so Louis is not the All-Devil Lord? Zeno is Zeno's older brother, so it is not an exaggeration to call him Sir. Okay, listen to me. Grand Priest waved his hand and said, I tested Louis once and found that Louis could ignore any harm. Ignore any harm? Grand Priest paused, then asked, do you think it's possible? 11th Universe Angel Makarita shook her head, I don't think it's possible. If he can really ignore any damage, then if Louis can cultivate his dimension to the level of our angel, wouldn't he be invincible? Angel's lifespan is eternal, and they will not die even if the universe is destroyed. If Louis cultivates his dimension to the angel dimension, he will no longer have any weaknesses, and even if he is sealed, he cannot be killed. But is there really anyone in the world who can ignore any harm? Makarita wouldn't believe anything. Makalita, didn't you witness Louis's ignore with your own eyes when you were sparring with the substitute gods of destruction, said Kos. Yes. The angels also nodded. When Louis was sparring with the other 10 gods of destruction candidates, he took the attacks of the 10 gods of destruction candidates head-on, and he was indeed able to ignore the attacks of others. Makarita frowned. She didn't understand what was going on, so she turned to look at the Grand Priest. Father. At first my reaction was the same as Makarita's. I also thought it was impossible. Grand Priest looked at Makarita, then shook his head, but when I used the erasure on Louis, he survived my test. The facts contradict my conclusion. It turns out there are people who can ignore any harm. When Grand Priest said this, all the angels gasped. Seeing his children's reactions, Grand Priest's tone changed, but in the end, I still don't believe that anyone can ignore any harm. Ah! The angels were stunned. Didn't Grand Priest just say that Louis survived his erasure, and concluded that there really was someone who did me no harm? Why now? Being able to ignore any damage is relative. Grand Priest looked at Whis and said calmly, Whis, if a mortal attacks you, can you also ignore his attack? None of the angels present were fools, and the Grand Priest's words gave them a flash of inspiration. Yes. If a mortal attacks a supreme being, even if the supreme being remains indifferent, the mortal cannot harm the supreme being in the slightest. Grand Priest seemed to see through what the angels were thinking and said, Yes, that's what I thought at the time. In my eyes, Louis' identity must be extraordinary. He must be a powerful person, so Louis can ignore any harm. I have only seen this happen to Zeno-sama, Sarama-sama, and Zio-sama. Grand Priest paused, then continued, Actually, there is another person who can do this. All demons are adults. The angels spoke up one after another. Grand Priest nodded, Yes, the Lord of the Dark Demon Realm disappeared a long time ago. Master Zeno told me that Master Quan Mo may have entered reincarnation. Until Louis showed up, he could ignore any harm, break the rules of time and space, be in the state of freedom, and even use erasure. This makes me subconsciously think of the Lord of all demons who has returned from reincarnation. The angels nodded. No wonder their father thought Louis was the All-Devil. If they had known the secret of the All-Devil earlier, they would definitely think so. At this time, the Grand Priest pointed to a blue planet in the starry sky and looked at Vados. Vados, didn't you say that the previous Grand Priest lived in seclusion there? The North Galaxy destroyed by Louis has been restored by the Grand Priest, and the direction of his finger is exactly the Earth. Former Grand Priest. The angels were stunned. Vados smiled bitterly, Father, this is what Whis told me. When Louis was on the Xeno Universe Challenge journey, his first stop was the 6th universe. When he left, Whis told him that the former Grand Priest was living in seclusion on Earth. Then she went to find the Grand Priest to explain the matter. Yes, I also accidentally learned that the former Grand Priest was living in seclusion on Earth. Whis nodded. It was when he saw the senzu beans that he discovered the identity of the former Grand Priest. Former Grand Priest. Could it be that the former Grand Priest was the servant of the All-Devil Lord? Louis is in the Northern Galaxy, and the former Grand Priest is also living in seclusion on Earth. Moreover, the two of them often meet on Earth. No wonder Father would be so suspicious. The angels suddenly understood. Yes, I was a little skeptical about Louis' identity, until Bardos told me that the previous Grand Priest was living in seclusion on Earth. Then I no longer doubted that Louis was the reincarnation of the All-Devil Master. Grand Priest smiled bitterly, but now I realize that I guessed wrong. Ah! The angels frowned. Lord Quan Mo knows the power of light and the power of darkness, but he doesn't know the power of time and space. Grand Priest said helplessly, Have you forgotten the time and space erasure that Louis cast in the Dark Demon Realm? Chapter 105. Rules can be said to be the natural trajectory, and if a person has a strong understanding, he can even understand them by himself. Just like Hit in the anime, he relied on his strong understanding and comprehended some of the rules of time, so he was able to perform flash time. As for breaking the rules, it was only under angels' training that the gods of destruction and the candidate gods of destruction were able to understand it. But force is different. Force is more profound than rules, or it can be said that force is a kind of origin. Power is divided into the power of light, the power of darkness, the power of time and space, and the power of miracles. Each force is the original force of a world. Just like the people in Xeno universe can only comprehend and condense the power of light, the people in Dark Demon Realm can only comprehend and condense the power of darkness, and the people in Dragon Realm can only comprehend and condense the power of darkness. Quan Mo was originally from Xeno universe, so it was normal for him to know the power of light and dark. However, if he wanted to perform time and space erasure, he needed to comprehend the power of time and space. But all demons don't have the power of time and space. Ah! The angels were stunned. If Louis is not the reincarnation of Master Quan Mo, then who is he? The 12 angels stared at the Grand Priest closely, and the starry sky of the northern Milky Way was deathly silent. After a while, Grand Priest shook his head, I don't know either. Hiss! The angels gasped. Even their father didn't know Louis' identity. This. Soon. Whis' tone was very firm, although I am also confused about Louis' identity, he is now my candidate gods of destruction for the 7th universe. I believe in him. His words startled the angels, but they soon reacted. Since Louis cannot be a full demon, Louis's identity needs to be investigated. There is no way Xeno and Grand Priest would let such a mysterious person go. After all, leaving such a mysterious and powerful person alone would do more harm than good to Xeno universe. Grand Priest and Xeno wanted to take action, and even if Louis could really ignore any damage, with his current strength, he still couldn't escape from their hands. Just seal Louis. Now Whis speaks up, this is to save Louis. Whis, take care of yourself. Grand Priest looked at Whis deeply for a while, said this, and then disappeared. Whis breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why his father didn't take action, now Louis' whereabouts were unknown. If Louis was hunted down by his father and Xeno again, it would be difficult. There are only 12 angels left in the northern Milky Way. Whis, I believe in Louis. Vados patted Whis' shoulder. I believe him too. Chris smiled faintly, she was very optimistic about the little guy Louis. At this time, other angels also spoke up. I believe him too. Angel spoke up, saying that all the universes they were in were visited by Louis half a year ago. Only Konik, Makarita, and Martinu remained silent. Kornik is the servant angel of the 4th universe. Half a year ago, the gods of destruction he served were wiped out by Louis himself, so it is normal for him not to speak. After all, his own gods of destruction had been wiped out, so it was hard for him to have a good impression of the murderer. The universe where Makarita and Martinu are located has never been visited by Louis, and they have no idea what kind of person Louis is. Supreme Kai World. The picture on the crystal ball. Taisai was wiped out by the power of darkness. Louis entered a state of extreme anger because of Taisai's death. Louis transformed into Super Saiyan 3, and his power broke through to the 4th level of the realm of God. Finally, Louis disappeared in the northern galaxy. Ashen sat on the grass, his eyes blank. Thais is dead. Thais is Louis' wife, and she once gave him instant noodles. Just die like that? The old Supreme Kai did not pay much attention to Taisai's death, but commented on the Scion's physique, as long as they are angry, their strength will continue to surge. The Scion race is too scary. The old Supreme Kai was suddenly stunned. He looked at the dazed Asen and asked in confusion, Junior, what's wrong with you? Ashen sighed and said, I didn't expect Taisai to be killed by Demi-Cooler. Louis must be in pain now. The old Supreme Kai said unhappily, Louis's closest person was killed, it would be strange if he didn't feel pain. For example, if I was killed, would you feel pain? Won't. Asen's eyes were blank, and he realized something was wrong as soon as he finished speaking. Bang! Xin covered his head, squatted on the ground and cried out in pain, Ouch, what are you doing, ancestor? You little BD, I treated you so well, but now that I'm dead, you're not even sad at all. I'm really PD off. Don't be angry, old ancestor. I will definitely be sad if you die. The corner of old Supreme Kai's mouth twitched violently. This younger generation is so filial. After a while, the old Supreme Kai saw that Saiyan still had a regretful expression on his face and asked, "What are you doing, kid?" Asin asked, "Grandfather, is Taisai really dead? Isn't this nonsense? Being hit by the dark force is like being hit by erasure. Taisai has completely disappeared from this world. What about Lewis? What can I do? Just let it sit." Seeing Ashen's angry look, the old Supreme Kai decided not to tease him. Well, Taisai actually still has a chance to be resurrected. Xin was ecstatic and asked, "Really?" He knew how important Tais was to Lewis. Lewis was the candidate gods of destruction of the seventh universe, and Lewis was also his good friend. He didn't want to see Lewis being depressed in the future. Normally speaking, if someone is hit by this kind of original power, no matter who comes, they will not be able to revive him. The old Supreme Kai pretended to be mysterious and said, "But there is a power that can bring Taisai back to life." Xin hurriedly said, "Grandfather, what kind of power is that? Please tell me quickly. I am so anxious." Seeing the naughty look of the ancestor, I really want to beat him up. The old Supreme Kai slapped Xin hard on the head and said unhappily, "You are the current Supreme Kai, so stop being so impatient." Seeing that Xin had calmed down, the old Supreme Kai spoke up, "The power that can revive Taisai is called the power of miracles." Xin wanted to speak, but the old Supreme Kai waved his hand and continued, "The power of miracles, as the name suggests, is to make impossible things happen miraculously. This kind of power only exists in the Dragon Realm. However, it is very unrealistic for us to go to the Dragon Realm." The old Supreme Kai shook his head. Apart from the daily fights between Xeno Universe and the Dark Demon Realm, there is nothing else going on in other worlds, and they basically do not interfere with other worlds. Dragon Realm? Where is Dragon Realm? If we can't go to Dragon Realm, how can we find the miracle power to revive Taisai? Xin clenched his fists, very anxious. The old Supreme Kai glanced at Shin, then said, "We can't go to Dragon Realm, but we can find the Super Dragon Ball." Chapter 105.5 What is Super Dragon Ball? Ashen looked confused. Ever since the old Supreme Kai came out of the Supreme Kai sword, he found that there were really many things he didn't understand, just like the 5 people including Demi-Cooler, he didn't know who they were. Now what is this Super Dragon Ball that the old Supreme Kai is talking about? Super Dragon Ball is a wishing bead created by the Lord of the Dragon Realm. It can fulfill any wish, even those who have been erased, and can bring them back to life. Tais will definitely be rescued. A trace of memory flashed across the old Supreme Kai's eyes. He still couldn't forget that sacred Super Shenron. That's great! Ashen jumped up excitedly. Lewis's extremely angry look in the northern Milky Way starry sky made him feel distressed. Since he knew Lewis, he had never seen Lewis show such emotion. The loved one dies. This reminded him of the former Supreme Kai, who tried to protect him but was eventually devoured by Majin Buu. Ashen sniffed, his eyes slightly red. We must rescue Tais. Xin had felt this kind of pain, and he didn't want Lewis to be tortured by it. Don't worry. Old Supreme Kai also showed a happy smile. Lewis is the hope of their 7th universe, and he will not allow the rise of the 7th universe to be interrupted. Mainly, he also felt sorry for that kid Lewis. After finding a way to revive Tais, in the following time, Xin and the old Supreme Kai began to summon Whis. On the other side, Whis was still guessing about Lewis' identity with a group of angels. But they could never guess. Lewis' power is so special, erasure and time and space erasure, which are the ultimate moves of Xeno Universe and the realm of time respectively. If Lewis also knew the power of darkness and the power of miracles, he would gather the original power of all the worlds. Unable to guess Lewis' identity, the angels shifted the topic to the dark world. Of the 5 demons, except Demi-Cooler, the other 4 have been killed by Grand Priest. Because of his extreme anger, Lewis broke through to the Super 3 state, and his strength also skyrocketed to the 4th level of the Divine Realm. The power of the 4th level of the Realm of God belongs to the true power of gods of destruction. Lewis possesses this power. He uses Eradicate to kill all the masters of the Dark Demon World. The Dark Demon World is bleeding heavily because of this. In the next, Lewis even forcibly used the erasure of time and space to blast the entire Dark Demon World into fragments of time and space. Today, the Dark World has turned into a space-time turbulence, and Lewis' whereabouts are unknown. Angels and gods of destruction have different attitudes towards Lewis. Gods of destruction all hate Beerus and the 7th universe. But except for Kornic from the 4th universe, all other angels have a good impression of Lewis. Lewis is gifted, gentle, and modest. Furthermore, during this incident, he destroyed the Dark Demon Realm that was hostile to the Xeno universe. Lewis' current methods are already capable of destroying a world. If this mysterious and powerful man can always stand in the Xeno camp, then the Xeno universe will soon be able to dominate all the worlds. Therefore, the angels did not object to Whis saving Lewis. The angels left the 7th universe, and Whis received a call from the old Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai world. Beerus and Whis appear here. Old man, have you really thought of a way to save Lewis? Beerus landed on the lawn, ran over to the old street king, grabbed his shoulders tightly and shook him. Skinny ribs, if you shake me again, my bones will fall apart. Old Supreme Kai, are you telling the truth? Whis also asked hurriedly. Lord Beerus, our ancestors said that as long as we find the Super Dragon Ball, everything will be fine. Xian on the side said excitedly. Super Dragon Ball? Buzz. A bright light flashed through Beerus and Whis' minds, and the two hugged each other excitedly. Yeah, I actually forgot there was this method. We can find Super Dragon Ball. This is caring too much and causing chaos. Beerus and the other two had been through so much in the past 2 days that even as the gods of destruction and angel, their heads were a little dizzy and they couldn't even think of a way to find the super dragons. In the following time, the 2 Supreme Kai stayed in the Supreme Kai world to manage the 7th universe, while Beerus and Whis set out to find the Super Dragon Ball. In a certain time and space, on a blue planet, houses collapsed and ruins were everywhere. The whole planet was in ruins. On a dilapidated street, a ragged, bruised man was lying on the ground. The man had a tail wrapped around his waist, and his silver hair looked crystal clear under the sunlight. However, the man's eyes were bloodshot, without a trace of life in them, as if he had lost all hope, and he looked like a dead body. Ding! You have successfully signed in the future time and space, and the reward is the perfect and free state of mind. This man was none other than Lewis, who was drifting in the turbulence of time and space. After a month of drifting, he came to the future time and space and signed in successfully. The electronic sound of the system sounded in Lewis' mind. If this had happened in the past, he would definitely be very excited. It would be a perfect and free state of mind. That was the final state that Son Goku entered in the realm of nothingness in the anime. With this state, he was able to fight Jiren on his own. If it weren't for the exhaustion, Son Goku would definitely be able to defeat Jiren in this state. Lewis's acquisition of this state will be very helpful in future battles. After all, not every fight requires the use of the power of erasure. But now, with Tai's death, there is no more light in his world. When Lewis heard the electronic sound, he remained indifferent. His empty eyes were colorless, as if nothing in the world could cause his emotions to fluctuate. The system was helpless and wanted to speak, but didn't, and just remained silent. Lewis was lying on a dilapidated street. The breeze blew, and tattered plastic bags, newspapers, floated across the street. It looks desolate. Sudden. An energy bomb hits. Boom. Half the street exploded in an instant, and the flames engulfed Lewis. Bite. Immunity. In the thick smoke, a silver light flashed on Lewis' body, and the aftermath of the explosion could not cause any harm to him at all. Ah, number 17, number 18, I want to avenge my brother Gohan. A young boy, his whole body glowing with golden light, was fighting with two androids. Bang! 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 The aftermath of the fight destroyed the remaining single street, and the three men wrestled in a group. Hit from the ground to the sky. They fought for hundreds of rounds. Soon. With a bang, the young boy turned into a cannonball and fell from the sky. A deep hole was smashed next to Lewis. Lewis. Chapter 106. Puff. In the deep pit, the young boy covered his chest and spit out blood. He wanted to get up from the ground, but his whole body was weak. Ha ha ha. Trunks, aren't you Saiyans very proud? You're such a coward, hiding behind Son Gohan and living a miserable life. But he can protect you for a while, can he protect you forever? A month ago, I stepped on Son Gohan like a dead dog. Now it's your turn. Tell me, how do you want to die? Above, number 17 and number 18 fell from the sky and landed next to the deep pit, ignoring the dead body next to them. Damn it, Gohan, brother, I'm sorry. I'm too weak. I can't avenge you. Trunks, lying in the deep pit, looked at the devilish pair of android siblings above the pit. He felt angry and guilty. A month ago, Son Gohan chose to lure the androids away in order to protect him. When he rushed over, Son Gohan had already fallen in a pool of blood. Trunks felt very guilty. He was rescued by his elder brother Gohan, but he couldn't avenge his elder brother Gohan. Why am I so weak? Trunks panted weakly, and endless despair enveloped him. Brother Gohan, I'm here to keep you company. Mom, I'm sorry, you have to take care of yourself. What Trunks is most concerned about right now is his mother, but the two androids above the pit have already gathered energy bombs. The powerful force caused the deep pit to explode, and pieces of rubble fell on his head. Trunks knew that he couldn't withstand this attack, but he no longer had the strength to escape, and he closed his eyes in despair. In the deep pit, the energy bombs in No 17's hands became more and more powerful, and a scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This piece of trash is actually the son of Prince Saiyan. He is far worse than Son Gohan. Are you not going to tease him anymore? Number 18 narrowed his eyes and glanced at number 17. Number 17 shook his head and sneered, I wanted to play with him, but he is such a rubbish that he can't arouse my interest at all. Then kill him. Number 18 laughed. She did not object to No 17's decision because she was no longer interested in Trunks. Two energy bombs condensed in the hands of the android brother and sister, and the rubble around them seemed to have lost its gravity and rose into the air. When two attacks are about to be launched. Desperate. I'm desperate too. The person I love the most is right in front of me, but I don't have enough power to protect her. The dead body above the deep pit suddenly spoke. The sudden sound broke the solemn atmosphere. Number 17 and No 18's pupils shrank sharply and they looked in the direction of the sound. This dead body is still alive. The main reason was that the androids could not detect the divine power in Lewis at all, and Lewis' lifeless eyes made androids number 17 and number 18 think that Lewis was dead. Who are you? Number 18 raised her eyebrows and asked in a serious tone. Whoever he is, let's die together. Number 17 laughed loudly, and the energy bomb in his hand burst out. Number 18 then threw out an energy bomb. Break through the void. Just when the two android siblings thought that their attack would kill Trunks and the corpse. Two purple rice beads appeared out of thin air, dotted on the two energy bombs. Crash. Collapse. The two attacking energy bombs turned into starlight in the air and disappeared into Sumeru. What? Number 18 was horrified and she stared at Lewis. How is this possible? Number 17 was stunned and said in disbelief, I have a power of 700 million combat power. Even Super Saiyan can't withstand it. How can you block it? Who are you? The two siblings were going crazy. How could a random dead body be able to withstand their attacks? In the deep pit, Trunks suddenly opened his eyes. Who is it? Trunks ignored the pain in his body, and in just a moment, he regained some strength and flew into the air. When he flew out of the pit, he saw Lewis. Silver hair, blood-red eyes. Besides, tail. This guy has a tail around his waist. Trunks was in great shock. According to his mother's story, except for his uncle Goku and his father, all other Saiyans died in Frieza's planet-destroying bomb. Could it be that any Saiyan survived? Also, this Saiyan blocked the attacks of these two androids. Hiss. Then wouldn't his strength be comparable to that of number 17 and the others? Are you Saiyan? Trunks yelled while hovering in the air. In fact, he really wanted to take this opportunity to escape, and then come back to take revenge when he became stronger. But when he saw Lewis's tail, he stopped for some reason. The dead body lay here for 3 days and finally moved. Lewis struggled to get up from the broken ground. Sudden. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. It was the wound left by the forced use of time and space to erase it. This trauma is irreversible without the intervention of other forces. Lewis is now seriously injured, and his life is like a candle in the wind, which may be extinguished at any time. Bulma's son. Lewis spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't look at the two androids, but stared at Trunks. A hint of tenderness appeared in his blood-red eyes. This is Taiza's nephew. Above, Trunks was stunned. This Saiyan actually knew his mother. At this time. You are Saiyan? Isn't Trunks the only one left in Saiyan? Who are you? At the edge of the deep pit, number 18 and number 17 retreated more than 10 meters. They did not relax their vigilance even though Lewis vomited blood, because Lewis's move just now had greatly shocked them. Lewis wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at the two androids. Just like in the anime, these two siblings are very handsome and beautiful. But in this time and space, number 17 and number 18 have been devoured by killing. Trunks, take me to find Bulma. Lewis ignored the two androids and looked up at Trunks in the sky. I won't take you there. Up in the air, Trunks shook his head. Even though this Saiyan saved him, he didn't know this man. Besides, his mother had told him that almost all Saiyan were evil, and he couldn't let his mother fall into unknown danger. At this time, Lewis slowly said, Your mother's sister is called Taiz. Taiz is my wife. Chapter 107. What did you say? Trunks hovered in the air, not caring about the two androids on the ground. He quickly landed next to Lewis. At this time, Lewis' face was pale, like a sick person. Trunks gripped Lewis' shoulders tightly and asked, You are my aunt's husband? Where is my aunt? Trunks yelled out the last sentence. When he was very young, the earth was destroyed by artificial humans, and Son Gohan took him and Bulma to escape. While the outside world was raging with war, he was held in his mother's arms. His mother's arms were very warm, and she would always tell him stories about the past. She said that if you, Uncle Goku, were still alive, these androids would not be a big deal. It's a shame that Son Goku died of a heart attack. In addition, there was another regrettable thing for his mother, that is, her sister disappeared. His mother said that her sister left the earth a long time ago and they lost contact afterwards. If there is no contact in a dangerous universe, there is a high probability that an accident has occurred. Every time he talks about the past, his mother will bring up this incident. It can be said that this incident is her mother's biggest regret. Trunks knew this very well, but he never expected to meet his aunt's husband today. Is nothing wrong with his aunt? Louis was grabbed by the shoulders by Trunks, and every time the boy shook him, the injuries in his body were agitated. Puff! Louis spat out another mouthful of blood. Trunks was startled and quickly let go of Louis. What's wrong with you? Okay, I'm fine, I won't lie to you, take me to find Bulma, I have something to ask her. Louis waved his hand and said without caring. In his original time and space, if he hadn't intervened, Ties would have a high probability of having an accident. Without his intervention, something unexpected would have happened to Taisai in this time and space. Louis knew that each time and space were unrelated, which meant that Ties in this time and space had nothing to do with him. However, thinking that it was all because of Taisai and now an accident had happened, Louis felt very sad. At this moment, a cold voice came from the side. A defeated general and a sickly person actually dared to chat in front of us without restraint. Did they think they were in your house? Number 18 crossed his arms over his chest, looked at Louis, and smiled contemptuously. You don't think you are invincible just because you blocked our attack just now? She admitted that Louis had just blocked their attack, which really scared them. But it was obvious that something was wrong with Louis' condition. Even a blind man could see that he was seriously injured. Louis had just blocked their attack, probably using all his strength. If this man had not been injured, she might have been a little afraid of him, but in his current sickly state, he could definitely not be her opponent. Ha ha ha, the last person who thought he was invincible was that Saiyan named Vegeta, and we beat the shit out of him. Number 17 smiled evilly. He could naturally see that Louis' condition was not right. In this state of this kid, they could easily kill him. Hateful. Trunks was furious when he heard his father being insulted. He wanted to kill the two androids. Trunks! Louis grabbed Trunks, who was about to rush forward, and shook his head. With your current strength, what's the point of you rushing forward? Have you forgotten how your brother Gohan died? Trunks looked at number 17 and number 18 with teasing expressions, and felt humiliated all over his body. So helpless. Very powerless. Take me to find your mother, and then I will teach you how to kill them both with your own hands. Louis let go of Trunks' hand and said lightly. As soon as these words came out. Ha ha ha. The two androids held their stomachs and laughed. Number 17, did I hear it right? This sickly guy is lecturing this trash, letting him kill us with his own hands. Number 18 wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She was almost laughing like crazy. Number 17 pointed at Louis and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, this stupid dog is so funny, just like that arrogant Vegeta. No 17's face suddenly turned cold. I can easily kill you in your current state. You don't think you can escape? A powerful force suddenly exploded from him, and the powerful air waves slammed into Louis and Trunks wildly. Is it funny? Looking at the two androids, Louis frowned, and a vast divine aura burst out. The ground within a radius of 1 kilometer was oppressed by an invisible force and sank 2 meters downwards. The dimensional pressure caused the knees of Trunks, number 17, and number 18 to bend slightly. If number 17 and number 18 were pure robots, they would not be oppressed by the dimension, but they are still human beings in essence. How is that possible? Your power. Who are you? The two androids were so scared that they kept backing away. They couldn't feel Louis' power at all, but the pressure on them told them that this man was very strong. Didn't this guy lie on the ground like a dead body at first? He vomited blood several times after he got up from the ground. This sickly kid can actually burst out with such powerful momentum. Not a match. Number 17 and number 18 looked at each other and ran away. Noisy. Louis raised his hand and waved it. A powerful force stirred the air, forming a violent hurricane that instantly blew the two androids thousands of miles away. So strong. Trunks was stunned. This Saiyan blew away those two extremely powerful androids with ease. How powerful was he? At this time. Puff. Louis spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned even paler. Trunks asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Louis shook his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Trunks. "I didn't kill them, I left them to you." Trunks clenched his fists. He had just felt the power of Saiyan. Even though Saiyan was so injured, he was still able to blow the two androids away. The other party said that he would give the two androids to him, which means that he has the ability to kill the two androids. "Will you keep me?" Trunks gritted his teeth and said, "I will kill them myself." Seeing that Louis vomited blood again, he hurriedly asked, "How are you now?" Saiyan said he was Taisai's husband, and now he keeps vomiting blood. "I hope he will be okay." "It's okay for now, but if you don't take me to find Bulma, I'm really going to die." Louis blinked his bloodshot eyes and smiled bitterly. Louis was not kidding. A month ago, he lost his mind and forcibly performed time and space erasure, causing irreversible trauma to his body. Since Jijin has reached God level, he already has as much lifespan as Supreme Kai. However, a longer life cannot heal his injuries, he may die at any time now. "Okay, I'll take you to find my mother, you have to hold on." Trunks swallowed. Saiyan said he was his uncle. He didn't know if it was true or not, but his intuition told him that Saiyan was not lying to him. Trunks quickly took Louis and flew into the sky. Chapter 108. Sato. On the dilapidated street, there is a secret room inside a ruin filled with various sophisticated instruments. In the center of the chamber is an octopus-shaped shuttle. A beautiful woman with blue hair and a tired look on her face was working on a computer. The data is processed by the chip and transmitted to the octopus shuttle through the data cable. It's finally done. As long as we collect more energy, we can definitely go back to the past. The beautiful woman was none other than Bulma from the future. She was holding a special medicine for heart disease in her hand and muttering to herself. At this time, there were footsteps above the secret room, and Bulma's heart trembled. She held her breath, not daring to breathe. Every time Trunks came back, he would tap 3 times on the ruins. The person coming is definitely not Trunks. Who could it be? There were footsteps on the stairs. Bulma's shaking became more and more intense, and she huddled in the corner. Has it been discovered by the androids? No, all I need is to collect energy. Bulma was scared and unwilling. She held the heart disease medicine tightly, and her nails dug into her flesh. Sudden. "Mom, I'm back. It's Trunks." Bulma was overjoyed. Her tense nerves relaxed. She had been so nervous just now that she now collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Trunks came down the stairs, saw his mother collapsed on the ground, and quickly helped her up. "Mom, what's wrong with you? What's the matter? You scared me to death." Bulma slapped Trunks twice angrily. Trunks then remembered that he came back in such a hurry that he forgot to tap 3 times on the ruins to remind his mother. Trunks didn't dwell on this topic, he hurriedly said, "Mom, I have news about my aunt." "Who?" Bulma was stunned for a moment, then she reacted and held Trunks' hand tightly. "Are you talking about my sister Tais?" "Right." Tranters nodded vigorously. "Where's your aunt?" Bulma was overjoyed. Could it be that her sister had not encountered any accident and had returned from the universe? But the Earth is being destroyed by androids, and her sister will be in trouble if she encounters those 2 androids. "I have no idea." Trunks saw Bulma's anxious expression, so he quickly said, "Uncle, please explain to my mother." On the way back, he had learned something from Louis. It turned out that Louis was Saiyan from the past time and space. "Uncle." Bulma was stunned, her sister actually found a boyfriend? Da-da-da. A figure walked down the stairs. With silver hair and blood-red eyes, he looks very evil, but his face is very pale, like a sickly person who has been lying in bed for a long time. Saiyan. Bulma quickly noticed the tail around Louis' waist and blurted out the answer. Louis walked down the stairs and looked at Bulma, stunned. Bulma in this time and space is really like the one described in the anime. She looks a little old due to years of hard work. Thinking back to the little girl Bulma in the past, she always said that she hated getting old the most. Love the house and love the dog. Louis felt a little sorry for this sister-in-law. Who are you? Aren't all the Saiyans dead? Bulma asked in a serious tone. Mom, Uncle. Trunks, shut up. Didn't I tell you that all Saiyans are evil? Bulma said with a bit of disappointment. She had clearly told Trunks about this, but Trunks directly brought a Saiyan into the secret room. Isn't this like bringing a tiger home? Yes, all the Saiyan in your time and space are indeed dead, but I am not the Saiyan from your time and space, I am the Saiyan from the past time and space. Louis coughed twice and spoke. Past time and space? Bulma was stunned, and suddenly a light flashed in her mind, and she looked towards the time machine. Travel through time and space. This concept was just her guess. The Earth is beyond saving. In order to save the world, she has to give it a try even if it's just a guess. Her time machine has been built and now she just needs to collect energy. Is it true that this past time and space that Saiyan mentioned is possible? You said you were Saiyan from the past, and you also said you were my brother-in-law. What evidence do you have? Bulma calmed down a little, and she looked closely at Louis. Evidence. Louis wiped the blood from his mouth and said helplessly. You embarked on a journey to find the Dragon Ball in high school in order to find your Prince Charming. You met Kakarot at Bayazai Mountain. You found the Dragon Ball, and your last wish was granted by Oolong. Louis kept talking about what Bulma had been through. Bulma's eyes flickered with reminiscence when she heard about the past. Trunks had heard his mother say this a long time ago, and now hearing it again from Louis' mouth, he couldn't help but get excited. Louis is really his uncle. After telling her what Bulma had experienced, Louis told her about her and Ties. He told her everything that had happened between her and Ties. After hearing this, Bulma was already half convinced, because only she and her sister knew these things. It was obviously her sister who told Saiyan these things. Saiyan was really her brother-in-law. At this time, Bulma, you hate it most when people tell you you're old. Louis said this. Boom. Bulma felt as if she was struck by lightning. This Saiyan actually knew the very thing she hated the most. Brother-in-law, are you really my brother-in-law? Bulma's eyes were filled with tears. Louis nodded vigorously. His sister-in-law in this time and space was really miserable. Son Goku died, Vegeta died, and finally Son Gohan died too. Only Bulma and Trunks are left to depend on each other. Without the protection of these three Saiyans, the earth fell into darkness and turmoil. Trunks is too young and cannot protect the earth at all. Bulma finally thinks of traveling through time and space to the past. As long as the past is changed, the future will definitely be changed. To this end, she studied the theory of time and space every day and even created a time machine. It's a pity that everything Bulma did was in vain. Changing the past time and space will not change the future time and space. Because these two time and space are parallel time and space, there is no connection. Brother-in-law, how is my sister? Bulma asked hurriedly. What she was most worried about was her sister. Puff. Louis' heart ached and he couldn't help spitting out another mouthful of blood. He was about to fall, and Trunks quickly supported him. Brother-in-law, you. Bulma's pupils shrank sharply. Did her sister really have an accident? Your sister will be fine. Louis covered his chest. Every time he thought of the scene of Ties being killed, his heart ached. Will it be okay? Bang. The last bit of hope in Bulma's heart finally died out. Something really happened to her sister. Aren't you my brother-in-law? Why don't you protect my sister? Bulma screamed hysterically. She no longer cared whether she would be discovered by the android. Louis' face turned terribly pale, and he gritted his teeth, trying hard to prevent the blood from spurting out of his mouth. Swallowing the blood, he shook his head and said, "Bulma, it's going to be okay. I will definitely bring your sister back. I'm here to ask you to make a Super Dragon Ball radar for me." Chapter 109. Super Dragon Ball Ray. Bulma looked at Louis and said, "Brother-in-law, what is the Super Dragon Ball radar?" "I only know the Dragon Ball radar." Seeing Louis's pale face, she couldn't help but worry again. "Brother-in-law, are you okay?" "It's okay, I can still hold on for now." Louis shook his head, then said, "The Super Dragon Ball radar and the Dragon Ball radar have the same functions, except that the regular Dragon Ball radar can only locate the regular Dragon Ball, while the Super Dragon Ball locates the Super Dragon Ball." His current injuries were caused by forcibly performing time and space erasure, and it is very likely that even Angel will not be able to recover. He didn't know whether Grand Priest could restore him. But Louis knew that his identity seemed very special, and the fact that Demi-Cooler and others came to find him proved it. Being involved with the Dark World is a very bad thing. He cannot look for the Grand Priest, otherwise he might end up walking into a wolf's den. The only thing I can rely on now is Super Shenron. I think I understand. The Super Dragon Ball you mentioned should be similar to the Namek Dragon Ball. Earth's Dragon Ball radar can't detect its signal, so you asked me to create a new Super Dragon Ball radar. Bulma looked closely at her brother-in-law. Her brother-in-law came from the past time and space. She just heard that her sister had an accident, and now her brother-in-law was seriously injured. Something must have happened in the past time and space. Sudden. A flash of light flashed through her mind. Her brother-in-law came from the past to the future. When did her sister have a boyfriend? Since Taisai in the past had a boyfriend, how could she in the future not know? Time paradox. It really is a time paradox. Bulma realized something and her eyes widened and turned red. Bulma's expression startled Trunks, and he asked worriedly, "Mom, what's wrong with you?" "Brother-in-law." Ignoring Trunks, Bulma held back her collapse and looked at Louis, her eyes filled with disbelief. Louis shook his head and smiled bitterly, as expected of Bulma. "Did you guess it?" "Uncle, Mom, what's wrong with you?" Looking at Louis and Bulma, Trunks was very confused. Wasn't he just talking about the Super Dragon Ball radar? Why did his mother suddenly show such a desperate expression? "Brother-in-law, is this a parallel universe?" Bulma didn't look at Trunks, she stared at Louis. "Yes, my time and space have nothing to do with yours, and even if you build a time machine, you can't really go back to the past. You can only go to a parallel time and space." Louis was helpless. He thought about hiding it first, but he was doomed to be unable to hide it since he appeared here. There's no way around it, his sister-in-law is one of the smartest people in Dragon Ball. Louis said reluctantly, "Even if you go back to the parallel time and space in the past and change history in the parallel time and space, your time and space will not change at all." As soon as these words came out, the secret room became deathly silent. If a silver needle fell on the ground, it could be heard clearly. "Uncle, is this true?" Trunks was stunned. He had seen how much his mother had worked over the years to save the world, but now Louis' words directly denied all of his mother's hard work. "Real? This?" Trunks' heart tightened and he looked at Bulma, worried that his mother would collapse. Bulma's face was extremely pale, only slightly better than Louis's. She had never expected that all her hard work for more than 10 years was in vain. In fact, Bulma has also thought about the problem of time paradox. As one of the top scientists in Dragon Ball, it would be a failure if she couldn't even consider this. But Son Goku died, Vegeta died, and finally Son Gohan died. There is only a young Trunks left, and with his current strength, he is simply unable to protect the Earth. Go back to the past and change the future. This was the only solution she could think of. Even if she knew about the time paradox, she could only pretend that she didn't know about it. Now that Louis had shattered her fantasy, Bulma couldn't accept it for a moment. Bulma said nothing, the light in her eyes began to fade, hope was gone. Seeing Bulma's expression, Louis felt sorry for his sister-in-law. Louis was supported by Trunks. He walked to Bulma and touched her head. Bulma, even if we can't change the past, as long as I am here, your world can change. Change? How can you change, brother-in-law? You have no idea how powerful those two androids are. Bulma let Louis rub her head, but still said in despair, Vegeta died in their hands, Gohan also died in their hands, who else can be their opponent? Louis retracted his hand, disapproving, and smiled softly, Trunks and I returned here openly, have you seen those two androids appear? Bulma's head snapped up, a hint of color appearing in her eyes. At this time, Trunks also hurriedly said, Mom, my uncle is very powerful. I just met those two androids and I almost died in their hands. Fortunately, my uncle showed up in time, otherwise I would be dead. Trunks knew that her mother had always wanted to change the future, and if her mother really had no hope, she didn't know if she could handle it. What? Bulma said excitedly, brother-in-law, is this true? Are you stronger than Goku? In the heart of Bulma in the future time and space, Son Goku is the strongest, otherwise she would not have said to Trunks that if your uncle Goku were still alive, the two androids would not be to be feared. Kakarot. Louis let go of Trunks' support and said with a smile, that idiot is no match for me. If I want to, I can easily kill those two androids. At this point, Louis looked at Trunks again, but I didn't do anything, because I want to leave them to Trunks. There is only one Saiyan left in the future. If Trunks cannot grow up, how will the future face Cell, Majin Buu, and Zamasu? Bulma is Taiza's sister, and Louis loves her and her whole family. He feels sorry for Bulma even from the future. He wouldn't allow Bulma to suffer like this again, so he had to train Trunks to be able to block it. Uncle, I will kill them. Trunks said with a firm look. Brother-in-law. Bulma was ecstatic, her eyes sparkled again, she grabbed Louis' arm and shook it wildly, brother-in-law, why don't you help me kill them now? Her intuition told her that Louis was not lying. Mom, Uncle, there's no need for me to help. I will kill them when the time comes. Trunks clenched his fists. He wanted to avenge his brother Gohan with his own hands. Brother-in-law, don't listen to Trunks. If you can really kill those two people, can you help me kill them? Bulma is really afraid of those two androids. It can be said that number 17 and number 18 are her nightmares. If Trunks fails again, her last relative will be gone. Louis glanced at the unwilling Trunks, then slowly said, okay. If someone else asked him this, he would definitely not care, but this was Taiza's sister asking him for help, and he would not refuse no matter what. Chapter 110. Very good. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes lit up again, and she felt hopeful about life again. And Trunks looked depressed. Louis ignored his nephew and said, Bulma, please postpone killing those two androids. Help me build a Super Dragon Ball radar. I need to recover from my injuries first. At this moment, he was in tattered clothes and covered with wounds. A few drops of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth from time to time. Louis didn't know how long he could hold on. Bulma could tell Louis was seriously injured, and from her brother-in-law's previous tone, it was clear that her sister had also been in an accident. But Louis said that he would revive her sister, and she felt a little relieved. Bulma could see that this brother-in-law who suddenly appeared loved her sister very much, and she believed that her sister from the past time and space would definitely be resurrected. Brother-in-law, I can't make a Super Dragon Ball radar without a sample. Bulma also knew that Louis wanted to find another Dragon Ball to make a wish, and she looked embarrassed. Sample? It's easy. I'll lead you to find a Super Dragon Ball. Louis still remembered that in the Super anime, the planet where the 7th universe and the 6th universe competed was a Super Dragon Ball. As a candidate for gods of destruction, Louis learned the Supreme Kai level of instant transmission. He was very clear about the coordinates of the universe and had memorized the planet long ago. According to the development of the story, the future time and space are actually not much different from the past time and space. The future time and space only become slightly different after the Frieza chapter. Zamasu hasn't made a move yet, so the Super Dragon Ball must still be there. Brother-in-law, wait for me a moment. I'll get some tools. After Bulma packed up her things, Louis endured the pain in his body and used instant transmission to take the mother and son away from the Earth. This time, Louis did not leave Trunks alone on Earth. The main reason is that they are afraid that if he and Bulma leave, number 17 and number 18 will come looking for them, and then Trunks will be dead. In the pitch-black star field, a reddish-brown planet stands out particularly. With a swish, Louis brought Bulma and her son here. As soon as he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Uncle, how are you? Brother-in-law, are you okay? Bulma and her son worried. Besides being worried, they were also frightened by Louis' instant transmission. But Bulma also recognized the move Louis used, it was instant transmission. I didn't expect her brother-in-law could do this. It's okay, I won't die for now. Louis waved his hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, squatted on the ground, and punched out. With a crack, the ground began to crack, an array of orange light shot out from the crack. Sure enough, he's still here. Louis's tense nerves could finally relax. The Dragon Ball was still here, which meant that nothing had changed. In other words, he can find the 7 Super Dragon Balls from the future time and space, and then make a wish to recover from his injuries. In this way, when he goes back to the past, he can also look for the Super Dragon Ball in the past, and then make a wish to revive ties. Bulma, start collecting data. Hey? I didn't see Super Dragon Ball. Bulma looked around, she was eager to see what the Super Dragon Ball her brother-in-law had mentioned was like. If she finds 7 Super Dragon Balls by then, maybe the Shenron she summons will be able to fulfill 2 or 3 wishes. In that case, maybe she can use these Dragon Balls to revive Vegeta and the others. What Bulma didn't know was that her idea was doomed to fail. First of all, the Super Shenron can only grant 1 wish at a time, so after Louis uses it up, he can only wait for the Super Dragon Ball's cooldown time to pass before he can use it again. Secondly, Vegeta from the future time and space has already been reincarnated, an ordinary Shenron cannot revive the reincarnated Vegeta. Maybe Super Shenron can do that, but then Vegeta's reincarnation will also die. Here. Louis stamped the ground. Bulma was still a little confused, where is it? I can't see it. Trunks thought for a moment and said weakly, Uncle, you're not saying this planet is Super Dragon Ball, are you? Trunks has never seen a Dragon Ball, but his mother has described it to him. In his impression, the Dragon Ball is only the size of a fist. Hiss! Bulma gasped. No way! Yes, the planet beneath our feet is one of the Super Dragon Balls. It's just covered in dust. Louis nodded, Bulma, please. Gurgle. Bulma and her son swallowed hard, this planet is just one of the Dragon Balls, no wonder it has to be called Super, the name really suits its character. Soon, Bulma stopped being in a daze. Her brother-in-law was in a bad condition now, and she had to quickly complete the Super Dragon Ball radar. Bulma began to collect data from the Super Dragon Ball radar and then built a Super Dragon Ball radar on the spot. As for Trunks, he was not idle either. He knew that his uncle was very strong and he could ask him for advice on combat and training. From Louis' observation, Trunks' fighting skills were extremely crude and his training methods were not right. But after thinking about it for a while, Louis also knew why Trunks was like this. Not long after Trunks was born, the future space and time was attacked by androids, and Vegeta died when Trunks was very young. Son Gohan was the only one left to flee with Trunks and Bulma. In this situation, Trunks couldn't get the correct training method at all, and he didn't have enough time to practice. Chapter 111. If Trunks gets the correct training method and has enough time to practice, it would be easy for him to kill those two androids. Just like in the Z anime, after Daiichi went back in time and was specially trained by Vegeta, his power became even stronger than Cell, who had not yet evolved into his perfect form. While Bulma was making the Super Dragon Ball radar, Lewis was also mentoring Trunks. Time flies. Half a day has passed. Brother-in-law, I've made the Super Dragon Ball radar. Bulma jumped in front of Lewis with the Super Dragon Ball radar, like a little girl who hadn't grown up yet. Trunks was slightly stunned when he saw this. It was the first time he saw his mother doing this, not to mention, it was quite cute. Lewis also stopped instructing Trunks, turned his head and saw Bulma's lively and cute behavior, and smiled, so fast. He had shattered Bulma's fantasy before, and now he brought hope to Bulma again. He was very happy to see Bulma showing such a little girl's expression. Brother-in-law, there's actually not much difference between Super Dragon Ball and Earth's Dragon Ball. All we need to do is change the electromagnetic wave sensing settings. Excuse me, I'll start collecting Super Dragon Balls now. Once my body recovers, I'll help you kill those two androids. Thank you, brother-in-law. Bulma clenched her fists, looking extremely happy, and totally unmotherly. Lewis habitually wanted to rub Bulma's head, but just as he put his hand on it, he remembered that the sister-in-law in this time and space was not the sister-in-law in his time and space. Lewis shook his head and put his hand down again. He took the Super Dragon Ball radar and began to search for the location of the Super Dragon Ball. Seeing Lewis put his hand down, Bulma sighed. She felt an unprecedented sense of security in her brother-in-law from the past time and space. She shook her head. It was a pity that Lewis was not her brother-in-law in this time and space. Lewis wondered what Bulma was thinking, and he looked at the Super Dragon Ball radar. The Super Dragon radar made by Bulma covers the entire universe, and he saw 3 bright spots on the Super Dragon Ball radar. I'm not sure how many Super Dragon Balls there are in the 7th universe, so I just wrote it down randomly. One of the highlights is right under his feet. Very good. There are 3 in the 7th universe, so the other 4 are in the 6th universe. Thinking of this, Lewis looked at Trunks and the others and said, I'll take you to King Kai first, and then I'll bring you back once I've collected the Super Dragon Balls. At this point, Lewis smiled slightly and said, maybe you can see Kakarot there. Mortals who have made significant contributions to the world of the living can retain their physical bodies and practice in the underworld. Given the relationship between Son Goku and King Kai, perhaps the Son Goku in the future time and space has not yet been reincarnated. King Kai. Trunks naturally didn't know much about King Kai, but Bulma was different. The Earth has received help from King Kai many times. Son Goku learned Kaioken from King Kai. Bulma knows that Son Goku and King Kai have a very good relationship. Bulma said excitedly, brother-in-law, can you really take me to King Kai? Then can I find Goku and Vegeta at King Kai's place? You'll know when you get there. Lewis only knew that Son Goku should not have been reincarnated. After all, there are so many masters in the underworld, he would not be reincarnated so easily. As for whether Vegeta and the others were reincarnated, Lewis was not really sure. Let's go. Lewis endured the pain in his body and used instant transmission again on the 2 of them. He took the 2 of them to King Kai Star and actually saw a familiar figure. The figure was none other than Sun Wukong. Son Goku was sitting cross-legged on the ground meditating when he suddenly realized something and opened his eyes abruptly. Bulma. Goku. Bulma was ecstatic and she sprinted towards Son Goku. Seeing this, Lewis was a little curious about whether Vegeta and the others were reincarnated, but he had more important things to do now, so he used instant transmission to leave King Kai planet. Trunks was the only one left there, looking dazed. Why was his mother so happy? In the dark starry sky of the universe, Lewis returned to the location where the Super Dragon Ball was before. Looking at the Super Dragon Ball with a diameter of more than 30,000 kilometers, Lewis smiled. If it were in the past, he would have no way to deal with such a big Super Dragon Ball, but after he understood the rules of space, it was easy for him to collect these Super Dragon Balls. Let me in. Lewis waved his hand, and a huge crack suddenly appeared in the starry sky of the universe. Another dimension. This is his exclusive storage space. The crack in the starry sky emitted a strong attraction, sucking the Super Dragon Ball into Lewis's different dimension. After doing all this, Lewis spat out another mouthful of blood. His injuries were getting more and more serious, and time waits for no one. He moved towards the locations of the other two light spots on the Super Dragon Ball radar. In just 1 hour, he had collected all the Super Dragon Balls from the 7th universe, and now only the 4 Super Dragon Balls from the 6th universe were left. Coming to the universe barrier, Lewis swung his fist, blasted the universe barrier open with one punch, and jumped into a dark void. At the same time, in the future world of gods of destruction, Wiz suddenly looked up. Who is it? The 6th universe. Lewis came here, and half a day later, he easily collected the remaining 4 Super Dragon Balls in the 6th universe. He now has 7 Super Dragon Balls in his storage space, so as long as he summons the Super Shenron, his injuries should be healed. But at this time, in the dark starry sky of the universe, 2 figures were hovering opposite Lewis. A fat purple pig and a tall, blue-skinned woman were confronting Lewis. Who are you? How dare you come to my 6th universe to steal things? Are you tired of living? Kampa said coldly. Suddenly, Bados spoke up. Kampa-sama, be careful, there's something wrong with him. Something's wrong? I'm the gods of destruction, why should I be afraid of him? Kampa put his hands on his waist, and before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. God's dimension, the breath of destruction. This man has an aura of destruction, and his dimension is at the level of a god. Who are you? Kampa's usual cheerful expression disappeared and his face became serious. Lewis looked at Kampa and the other man and said calmly, Ms. Vados, Mr. Kampa, I am the candidate gods of destruction of the 7th universe. Chapter 112. The 7th universe's candidate gods of destruction? When did the 7th universe have a candidate gods of destruction? Vados was stunned. Compared to Vados, Kampa was even more unbelievable. He knew Beerus very well. How could that lazy BD accept an apprentice? But what about the aura of destruction on Lewis? Kampa and Vados couldn't think of any other possibility except the identity of the candidate gods of destruction. Could this guy really be the candidate gods of destruction of the 7th universe? What the hell? Are you really the candidate gods of destruction of the 7th universe? Kampa couldn't help but confirm it again, but his tone became softer, because no one dared to lie in front of the gods of destruction, and this person was most likely the disciple of the skinny guy. Right. Lewis' voice was very serious. He really didn't lie. He just didn't say that he was not from the future. Lord Kampa, can I go now? Lewis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Kampa opposite him. The moment Kampa saw Lewis, he knew something was wrong with him. It's obvious that this little guy wants to collect Super Dragon Balls and make a wish to heal his own injuries. Just go. Hearing this, Lewis breathed a sigh of relief. With his current strength, he might not be able to defeat Kampa. It's better not to take action if you can. As for Bados, he doesn't have to worry, because Bados's current power has not yet broken through to the level of Grand Priest, and she must not be able to get rid of the restrictions of the rules of the universe. So Vados can't do anything to him. Lewis left here. Vados looked at Kampa and smiled, I didn't expect that Lord Kampa would let this little guy go. Is it because of Lord Beerus's face? Humph, stop talking nonsense. Ask Beerus for me. Never mind. That lazy BD must be sleeping. Ask Whis for me and ask him if the 7th universe has accepted a candidate for the gods of destruction. Kampa said coldly, if not, this kid dares to come to my 6th universe to steal things, I will definitely kill him. Hearing Kampa's order, Vados held the staff and lightly pointed it at the void. After talking to Whis, Vados' eyes widened and he said, Master Kampa, Whis said that the 7th universe has never accepted any candidate gods of destruction. What? That kid really lied to me. Kampa was furious, and the destructive aura from his body burst out suddenly, destroying all the surrounding planets. Let's go, let's catch up. Kampa and the other person disappeared in the starry sky of the universe. In the 7th universe, Lewis had just returned to the North Galaxy and attracted the attention of Whis. Lewis was completely unaware of this. He took out the 7-star Super Dragon Ball from the one-dimensional space in the northern Milky Way starry sky. The moment 7 gigantic Super Dragon Balls appeared in the starry sky. Buzz! The huge resonance resounds throughout the universe. The orange light illuminates the entire starry sky. This huge movement also attracted King Kai's attention. He quickly focused his attention on this star field. When he saw this scene in the starry sky, he was directly shocked. Everyone on King Kai's planet was confused when they saw King Kai's shocked expression. Until King Kai said that the man who brought Bulma and Trunks here had collected the 7 Super Dragon Balls. King Kai then described the spectacular scene of 7 Dragon Balls gathered together. Son Goku was immediately shocked. There are actually Dragon Balls as big as planets in the world. As for Lewis, he had no idea how much attention his actions had attracted. At this time, Lewis was also shocked by the sight of 7 Super Dragon Balls gathered together. But time waits for no one. Lewis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth again and shouted, "Come out, Dragon of God, I will make your wish come true." The language he used was naturally the language of God. He was a candidate for gods of destruction, and when Whis taught him, the language of God was also one of the courses. Lewis' voice fell. The starry sky became deathly silent. After a while, those 7 Super Dragon Balls haven't changed at all. Lewis frowned. Could it be that the spell he shouted was wrong? That shouldn't be the case. This is the spell that Zuno used in the anime, and later the spell that Whis used to summon Super Shenron was also this. Just when Lewis was at a loss. Sudden buzz. The starry sky shook. With a loud resonance, the red stars inside the 7 Super Dragon Balls suddenly lit up, and then the 7 Super Dragon Balls began to emit orange light. For a moment, it seemed as if 7 suns were hanging across the starry sky. The scene was very shocking. The 7 Super Dragon Balls began to move, and every time they moved a certain distance, the 7th universe trembled. Soon, with the 4-star ball as the center, the other 6 Dragon Balls surrounded it in order. Sizzle! The 6 Dragon Balls emitted golden lightning and connected with the 4 planets. In an instant, the 7 Super Dragon Balls suddenly burst out with golden light and gathered together, like a newborn sun. The light was extremely dazzling. When the light disappeared, a huge ancient golden Shenron curled up and suddenly opened its eyes. Spread the giant golden wings. Roar to the sky. The huge Super Shenron soared in the starry sky of the universe. After circling once, it opened its mouth wide and flew towards Lewis. Here it comes. Lewis was very excited, he had been prepared for this moment. Super Shenron flew to Lewis and swallowed him into its stomach in one gulp. This scene was just seen by Whis, Beerus, Kampa, and Vados who came rushing over. It's over, Super Shenron was successfully summoned by this kid. Beerus in this time and space was originally sleeping, but Whis woke him up and said that someone pretended to be the candidate gods of destruction of the 7th universe, and then collected the Super Dragon Balls of the 7th and 6th universes. I didn't expect that I would be a step late when I got here. Skinny ribs, if that kid makes a bad wish, you will be responsible for it. Kompa cursed. I'm responsible? It's none of my business. The two brothers were arguing. At this moment, inside the Super Shenron, Louis was hovering in the dim space, with countless galaxies floating around like dust. Tell me your wish. The golden dragon in the void made an ancient and vicissitudes of life sound. Louis did not hesitate and shouted in the language of God, "Let my body recover." There was a sudden silence in the dim space. Chapter 113. In the dim space, a golden ancient dragon spread its wings and hovered in the void. It has golden scales and ruby-like eyes. The whole body is emitting golden light, sacred and solemn. Super Shenron's eyes, which had been emotionless at first, suddenly showed a hint of intelligence, and soon became full of humanity. Louis was stunned by this scene. What was going on? In the anime, didn't this Super Shenron grant the summoner's wish as long as he made it? Why is it not reacting at all now, and what's with the look in its eyes? Smart? Humane? After a while, Louis finally couldn't help it, raised his head and frowned. Is my wish unfulfilled? He once speculated that Super Shenron would not be able to fulfill every wish. For example, wishing to kill Zeno, this wish would most likely not be fulfilled. But the injuries on his body now were just the trauma caused by his forced use of time and space erasure. He made a wish to let his body recover, which should not be a difficult thing. More than a decade ago, a sacred aura appeared. That aura reached my dragon realm. It should be you who caused it. The Super Shenron hovering in the void slowly opened its mouth, its ancient and weathered voice suddenly becoming full of humanity. Hearing this, Louis' eyes widened, his body kept backing away, he was frightened by Super Shenron's words. How do you know? Candidate gods of destruction of the seventh universe in the past time and space, am I right? Louis took a breath of cold air. The Super Shenron he summoned belonged to the future time and space, but the sacred breath he burst out that year happened in the past time and space. Why would the Super Shenron from the future time and space know this? Besides, Super Shenron spoke in this tone, could it be Salamar? Louis blurted out that this Super Shenron must have been taken over by Salama himself. Dragon God Salama, the ruler of the dragon world. Also, Salama himself can actually connect to the Super Shenron in the future space and time. This is something that even Zeno couldn't do, but Salama actually did it. It's too exaggerated. You are very smart. You guessed my identity so quickly. Super Shenron opened his mouth wide and said, "It's Sarama." Louis stopped retreating, he swallowed his saliva and said nothing more. At this moment, he couldn't calm down for a long time. In the void, there was a man and a dragon, just sitting there quietly. You. Just as Louis was about to speak. Sudden. Louis in the void turned pale, he could no longer suppress the remaining power of time and space in his body, and the remaining power began to explode. My liver and intestines are broken. Heart-wrenching. This was an injury caused by Louis himself, not a negative influence from the outside world. His immunity had no effect. Puff. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of Louis' mouth. Ah! The severe pain made Louis curl up his whole body and let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain. Losing the power to support him, Louis fell straight down from the void. At this time, the huge Super Shenron in the void slowly spoke, "Your wish has come true." Super Shenron's ruby eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and then a vast miracle power turned into a golden dragon, descending from the sky and pouring into Louis, who was falling straight down. A moment. All the injuries on Louis' body were healed, and the remaining time and space power in his body was also eliminated. He suddenly opened his eyes. Have I recovered? Louis hovered in the air, looked up at Super Shenron, then clenched his fists, veins popped on his forehead, his back felt hot, and the violent power in his body erupted like a volcano, surging out. Louis' eyebrows were disappearing and his hair was getting longer. In an instant, his hair turned golden and reached his waist. Status: Super Saiyan 3. Dimension: God's Dimension. Power: the 4th level of God's Realm. This power and state were achieved when he entered into extreme rage due to Taiza's death. It's great to be back on track. Louis pumps his fist. Boom! The power of gods of destruction level erupted from Louis. At this moment, the void inside Super Shenron was trembling slightly. Above the void, Super Shenron saw this scene and nodded. Louis recovered. He flew to Super Shenron and said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Salama." He didn't know why Salama was here, but the fact that Salama was willing to save him showed that she had no ill will towards him. "This is the Super Shenron you summoned. Even if I didn't show up, it would still fulfill your wish. You don't have to thank me," Super Shenron said calmly. Louis breathed a sigh of relief and said respectfully, "Lord Salama, you are here." Salama is one of the most mysterious characters in Dragon Ball. Louis didn't expect to meet him in person today. He was very curious about Salama's purpose of coming here. Could it be that he came here again because of his mysterious identity? "I just want to see how much that little guy has grown up to." An old voice came from Super Shenron's mouth. "I didn't expect that in just over a decade, your strength has grown to this point. Your talent is really strong. It turns out that I didn't come here because of his mysterious identity, but... is it strong? No. Not strong at all. If he was strong enough, his Taisai would not have died." Louis clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, and then asked, "Lord Salama, who am I?" The first time Louis asked the system about his identity, the system said he was just an ordinary Saiyan. The second time he asked Whis said he didn't know either. This is the third time Louis has asked about his identity. He knows that his identity is not simple. No ordinary Saiyan would erase time and space, these powers. Now Louis is eager to know his identity. "If I say I don't know, will you believe me?" "Lord Sarama, you don't know either." Louis' eyes widened. He thought that the legendary dragon god Salama would know his identity. After Super Shenron fulfilled his wish, he did not disappear. He still hovered in the void. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke, "At first, I thought you were the reincarnation of the whole devil just like Zeno, Grand Priest, Demi-Cooler, and others. All demons?" Louis' eyes widened. "Who is Chuan Mo?" He soon thought of something. "The former Grand Priest." While Louis was thinking, Super Shenron continued, "After you used the time-space erasure, the speculation that you are an all-demon was overturned. Now I don't know who you are, but I can see that you will not harm this world, and you may even make this world further sublime. I really don't know." Louis' head was buzzing. Was his identity really that mysterious? Louis was a little depressed, but he also learned 2 pieces of information from Salama. It turns out that Grand Priest and Demi-Cooler had mistaken him for the reincarnation of that guy called Quan Mo. Combining what he knew before, Louis quickly guessed who the whole demon was related to. It's related to Zeno. The former Grand Priest that Whis mentioned might be the servant of the whole demon. As for another piece of information, Salama said that he might be able to further elevate the world, but Louis couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. MD, another riddle. Louis, if there is nothing else, I will say goodbye now. You can come to Dragon Realm to play when you have time. You are always welcome. Super Shenron was about to disappear. Master Sarama, wait. Anything else? Super Shenron looked towards Louis. Louis looked anxious. I want to ask if you can revive my Taisai by the way. Chapter 114. He originally planned to find the Super Dragon Ball to heal his injuries, then return to his own time and space to find the Super Dragon Ball to revive his ties. But now that I have met the Dragon God Salama himself, maybe I can ask him for help. Of course you can, but you don't need my help. Someone has already helped you revive ties. After saying that, Super Shenron transformed into 7 Super Dragon Balls and disappeared directly into the starry sky of the universe. Master Salama, wait a minute, what do you mean by this? Louis shouted towards the location where the 7 Super Dragon Balls disappeared. The universe returned to silence again, and soon, Louis thought of something. Salama said that someone helped him resurrect ties. If nothing unexpected happens, the only people who could help him should be Beerus, Whis and the Old Supreme Kai. Old Supreme Kai, Old Beerus, Whis. Louis' eyes were slightly red. Damn, he was moved by these 3 guys again. Just as Louis was moved, a cold voice came from the side. You dare to pretend to be the candidate gods of destruction of my 7th universe? Are you tired of living? Hearing this, Louis looked up suddenly, and he saw 4 familiar figures, Beerus, Whis, Kampa, and Vados from this time and space. The corner of Louis' mouth twitched slightly. He was finally moved, but Beerus from the future time and space directly interrupted his emotion. When Beerus and the others saw Louis's waist-length golden hair and felt Louis's power, they were all shocked. The power of the 4th level of the God realm, how is it possible? Greetings, Master Beerus. Louis shook his head. It was not surprising that Beerus and the others were here. After all, the scene of him summoning the Super Shenron just now was so shocking. Only, how come this pig Kampa is here? Who are you? A purple light emanated from Beerus' body, and the entire 7th universe was trembling. Kampa hid behind Beerus and pointed at Louis. How dare you lie to me and steal my 6th universe's things, you skinny ribs, go and bite him. Beerus. Whis. Leading. In fact, Kampa didn't want to be so embarrassed, because Louis' power had reached the 4th level of the divine realm and was full of destructive aura. If he goes up to fight with others and loses, wouldn't he be embarrassed? The 2 angels couldn't take action, so only Beerus could help him. Kampa hid behind Beerus with peace of mind. Sudden. Whis discovered something and widened his eyes. Lord Beerus, he is not from this time and space. Vados said coldly, which time and space are you from, gods of destruction? You travel through time and space at will. Don't you know that manipulating time is a felony? What? Control time. The 2 Beerus brothers shuddered. A moment. The atmosphere in the universe starry sky became solemn, and Kampa, who had been hiding behind Beerus, also stood out. The 2 brothers had very serious expressions and purple light was coming out of their bodies. Dare to manipulate time, the penalty is death, sabotage. Beerus and Kampa raised their hands and gathered destructive energy bombs. I am definitely not from this time and space. Louis looked at Beerus. Lord Beerus, in the time and space that belongs to me, I am your successor. I am the candidate gods of destruction of the 7th universe of that time and space. Everyone's eyes widened and they all looked at Beerus. He was stunned when the destructive energy bomb that Beerus had condensed suddenly dispersed. You are the candidate gods of destruction from the 7th universe in another time and space. Beerus pointed at himself, then pointed at Louis across from him. Louis nodded. He wanted to laugh when he saw Beerus' silly look. As expected, Beerus in every time and space was so cute. I don't believe it. Beerus suddenly said in a cold voice, if you are really my heir, then you absolutely cannot control time. Except for the people in the realm of time, anyone else, even gods, who dares to travel through time and space at will is committing a serious crime. Beerus knew his own character, he would never accept someone who dared to commit such a serious crime as his apprentice. Don't believe it? Then let's fight. Louis smiled. Humph, don't think you are invincible just because you possess the power of the 4th level of the God realm. Since you said you are the candidate gods of destruction from another time and space, then you should know my true power. Prepare to die. Beerus took a step forward, and the dissipated purple energy reappeared. At this moment, he was like a prehistoric beast, and the murderous aura he exuded was icy and chilling, as if it was about to materialize. Kampa next to him trembled violently, his brother was going to be serious. The power of the 5th level of the God realm. Louis smiled, his ties was resurrected and now he could fight with Beerus again, he was in a good mood. I originally thought that I would fight with you, Master Beerus, after the Universe Challenge Tour, but who knew that later? Louis sighed, then smiled, but it's the same now that I can fight you from another time and space. As soon as he finished speaking, Beerus in front of him suddenly disappeared. He clearly possessed the power of the 5th level of the Divine Realm, which was countless times more powerful than Louis, but Beerus took the initiative. Beerus's sudden action, if it had happened in the past, Louis might not have been able to react. That's pretty fast, but my last Universe Challenge trip was no joke. Chapter 115. Louis had a smile on his face. Facing the disappearing Beerus, he quickly adjusted his body, tilted his head, dodged, and made thousands of movements in an instant. Beerus attacked Louis from behind. His attack speed was extremely fast and his fist left an afterimage in the sky, but he couldn't hit Louis. How is that possible? Beerus was stunned. Although he had only launched a tentative attack, he was an expert at the 5th level of the Divine Realm. Let's not talk about his strength for now, just talk about his speed, reaction, and fighting skills. How could a piece of trash whose strength is only at the 4th level of the Divine Realm possibly compare to him? On the other side, Vados frowned, this little guy's reaction is very fast, and his fighting skills are also terrible. This little guy can fight Beerus with the power of the 4th level of the God Realm. It's not easy. Whis nodded, his voice very solemn, yes, among all the gods of destruction, Lord Beerus's understanding of battle is definitely the best. I didn't expect that there is someone who can match Lord Beerus now. The two people in front began to tangle with each other again, and it was obvious that they were serious about it. They fought back and forth. The remaining power they unleashed spread out in all directions in the form of visible circular ripples, shattering one planet after another. How is this possible? This little guy has actually managed to turn his fighting consciousness into a physical instinct. Vados was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. From her observation, every time Louis was about to be hit, he didn't need to think with his brain, but just let his body react instinctively to make the most reasonable dodge and even counterattack. This is a sign of realizing the state of freedom. Whis swallowed and said in shock, I didn't expect that besides Lord Beerus, there is now another person who has reached this level. Whis, have you noticed? This little guy's fighting style is very similar to Beerus's, or maybe they are from the same lineage. Vados was shocked. Could it be? Whis said in disbelief, could he really be the candidate gods of destruction from the 7th universe in another time and space? In other words, this person is also his disciple. At this time, Kampa was already hiding behind Vados and trembling. Fatty, I was a little arrogant just now, I won't get killed, right? Ahead. Bang. Louis and Beerus' fists collided, the 7th universe trembled, and the entire star field collapsed instantly. Fortunately, Whis and Vados were here. They waved their staffs and restored the collapsed star field. He also set up an energy shield to block the aftermath of the fight between the two so as not to harm Universe. You kid! Beerus quickly stepped back, and his fist felt numb and painful when it collided with Louis. He also discovered that Louis's fighting skills were very rich, and his physical instincts were about to reach the level of the free state. Besides that, what shocked him the most was that Louis' fighting style was very similar to his, and it could be said that they were taught by the same master. Master Beerus, do you believe it? Louis did not reveal too much strength, he looked at Beerus in front of him and smiled. Louis knew that no matter what he said, the other party would not believe that he was the candidate gods of destruction from another time and space region, universe, so he might as well directly propose to fight Beerus. Because the fighting style doesn't lie. Humph, even if you are my disciple from another time and space, you manipulated time, which is a capital crime. Beerus gritted his teeth and swung out a large amount of destructive energy. The dark starry sky was instantly covered by purple light. Lightning and thunder, the starry sky trembles. It's like the twilight of the gods, the scene is very terrifying. Seeing this, Lewis frowned. Bulma in this time and space has not let Trunks take the time machine to the past time and space, which means that this time and space has not been split, so he really controls time. Does he really have to fight to the death with Beerus from the future time and space? Faced with the oncoming torrent of destructive energy, Lewis finally chose to resist, and a hint of destructive aura appeared in his fist. Rush forward. When it collided with the oncoming tide, Lewis, who originally didn't know what to do, was suddenly stunned. The force that bounced back from the fist was only the 4th level of God's realm. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? While Lewis was in a daze. Puff. Beerus on the opposite side suddenly spurted out a small mouthful of blood. He covered his chest with a look of great pain on his face. I didn't expect that you, a criminal who controls time, are so powerful. Even I, the strongest god of destruction, can't beat you. After I recover from my injuries, I will definitely come back to kill you. Whis, let's go. Beerus instantly appeared beside Whis, pulled Whis and Bados and ran away, leaving only a fat pig staring blankly in the starry sky of the universe. Kompa and Lewis looked at each other, and he was so scared that he ran away. By the way, Lord Beerus, your acting is a bit poor. In the starry sky, Vados was dragged by Beerus and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Whis, who was also being dragged flying, covered his mouth and laughed. He thought Beerus was really going to kill Lewis. What do you mean by poor acting? Didn't you see how powerful that guy is? Even I vomited blood. Beerus licked his tongue. You know what, it hurts quite a bit to bite your tongue. As he spoke, he dragged the 2 angels and increased his flying speed again, to prevent the 2 angels from attacking his disciples from another time and space. Lord Beerus, can I just pretend I didn't see anything? Can you please stop? Vados couldn't help but speak. That's what you said. Beerus stopped instantly and looked at Vados with a playful smile. Don't sneak up on my disciples again. Vados said with both anger and amusement, others are the candidate gods of destruction of the 7th universe in another time and space. What does this have to do with you? How can it not matter? Beerus said proudly, you said he is the candidate gods of destruction of the 7th universe, so of course I am his and Whis is of course his master. You're right, Whis. Beerus looked at Whis. Whis nodded and said seriously, yes, only I can teach such an outstanding candidate gods of destruction. Beerus. Leading. Are you so shameless? In fact, Vados didn't care too much about Lewis's time travel. In the eyes of these angels, manipulating time can be considered a felony or a trivial matter. Because Xeno universe is so big, sometimes time is disrupted due to certain things, and angels like them are not surprised. If it was anyone else, Vados would have let Kompa take action, but the person controlling time was the candidate gods of destruction from the 7th universe in another time and space, and that little guy's power had even reached the 4th level of the realm of gods. It would be a huge loss to Xeno universe if such a genius was dealt with. Also, if there are serious consequences caused by Lewis time travel, there will be people from the world of time to deal with it, so she doesn't need to worry about it at all. This is why Vados did not resist when Beerus pulled her away. After all, Lewis escaped this disaster because of his connections. Just like in the super anime, Beerus and Whis let go of Trunks from the future time and space. Okay, the little guy just now came to our time and space with serious injuries, and it was only after collecting the Super Dragon Ball that his injuries recovered. Could something big have happened in the other time and space? Vados said lightly. My disciple's power is at the 4th level of the God realm. His combat experience and skills are very powerful, even to my level. Even he was seriously injured. I'm afraid that in another time and space. Beerus didn't say anything else, his face becoming serious. Whis said, we can't control the things in other time and space. We can only rely on themselves. Besides, my father is here, so he should be fine. Beerus nodded. He was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do. The three of them waited in the starry sky for a while, and then the fat pig Kompa finally arrived. Chapter 116. On the other side of the starry sky, Louis looked at his fist and was in a daze in the starry sky. After a while, he rubbed his slightly red eyes. Have you let me go? Lord Beerus is a bit abominable. He made me walk into the sand. After Louis recovered from his injuries, he no longer had to fear the gods of destruction and angels, but he belongs to the backup gods of destruction of the seventh universe in the past time and space, and it can be said that he has nothing to do with the future time and space. But Beerus in the future time and space knew that he was the candidate gods of destruction in the seventh universe of another time and space, and chose to let him go. He was so moved by the two Beerus Samus in both time and space. Louis stayed in the starry sky for a long time, sighed, and finally he used instant transmission to leave. King Kai Star. King Kai's face was covered in sweat. He saw a purple figure and his heart was beating wildly. How did he wake up? He was so scared that he quickly turned his attention away. Master King Kai, what's wrong with you? Son Goku asked. Trunks and Bulma looked at each other, also confused. No. It's okay. King Kai swallowed his saliva. When he looked at the universe again, the skinny guy had disappeared, leaving only Louis in the sky. Where are the people? King Kai was stunned. Sudden. With a swish sound, a figure suddenly appeared on the King Kai star. Brother-in-law. Bulma jumped up excitedly when she saw Louis' injuries recover. Well, I'm back. Louis smiled. Uncle, when are we going back to kill those two androids? Trance looked at Louis with burning eyes and couldn't help but said. Even a seriously injured Louis could blow away number 17 and number 18, so how powerful would Louis be if he was in his prime? Louis patted Trunks' head and said with a smile, they are just two pieces of trash. We can go back and kill them anytime, but... At this time, Louis looked at Son Goku. Kakarot, where's Vegeta? As soon as the words fell, King Kai suddenly went quiet, and Bulma and Trunks' moods became somber. You must be the Louis that Bulma mentioned. I didn't expect there are other Saiyans alive in another time and space. Son Goku has already learned about Louis' origins from Bulma, and size, Vegeta and the others have been reincarnated. Really? Louis guessed correctly, Vegeta in the future time and space was really reincarnated. But it is true that Trunks in the future time and space was just born when the Earth was destroyed by artificial humans. If you calculate the time, more than 10 years have passed. Apart from Son Goku who made great contributions to the world of the living, it is simply impossible for others to stay in the underworld for so long. Louis, the Earth is now in your hands. Son Goku stepped forward and said. What about you? Louis felt a powerful force from Son Goku in the future time and space. At this time, Son Goku might be able to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku shook his head and smiled bitterly. Shi was reincarnated more than 10 years ago, Gohan was also reincarnated some time ago, and I died of a heart attack. Shenron can't revive me at all. Son Goku looked at Trunks again. I can't help the Earth anymore, Trunks. You are the last Saiyan. You can let Louis help you now, but the Earth will depend on you from now on. Uncle Goku, I can't do this. Trunks said anxiously, he was almost killed by those two androids, how could he protect the Earth when he was so weak? Louis, who was standing next to him, patted him on the shoulder and said, Kakarot is right. You are the only Saiyan left on Earth. You have to do it even if you can't. At this point, Louis glanced at Bulma, then back at Trunks and said, "If you can't do it, what about your mother?" In the anime, Trunks can be said to be the only Saiyan who doesn't revel, because he has no right to revel. Lewis didn't want Trunks to feel that he had backup because of his presence. Lewis does not belong to this time and space, and the only one this time and space can rely on is Trunks himself. Trunks looked at his mother and said through gritted teeth, "Uncle, I will never let my mother get hurt." Bulma was feeling down when she heard the news that Vegeta had been reincarnated, but now she felt warmed up when she heard Trunks' words. She still has a son and life has to go on. Seeing Bulma's expression, Lewis and Son Goku looked at each other and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bulma didn't take it too seriously. "Trunks, you must remember that Saiyan's power is endless. I can see that you are very talented as well. You must protect your mother." When Son Goku said this, he thought about Shishi and Gohan again, and how he failed to protect them, and he didn't want Trunks to go through this pain. "Uncle Goku, I will." "Okay, let's go back to Earth." Lewis waved to Son Goku, then disappeared with Trunks, who looked determined, and Bulma, who was full of confidence in life again. After Lewis left, King Kai collapsed to the ground, his face pale. Son Goku was stunned and asked, "Master King Kai, what's wrong with you? That person's dimension is so scary." King Kai trembled when he spoke. What King Kai doesn't know is that Lewis is from the same dimension as Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction. How can that not be terrifying? Chapter 117. Earth, Sato. The high-rise building collapsed and steel bars were exposed. The ruined streets were filled with concrete blocks, and the whole city looked like a ruin and in a mess. The breeze blew, raising the dust on the street, and the scene was very desolate. With a swish sound, Lewis brought Bulma and her son back here. He glanced around and said lightly, "The artificial humans in your time and space really deserve to die. The dilapidated western capital is a microcosm of the entire Earth, and every city has been destroyed by number 17 and number 18. According to Lewis' perception, there are less than 5 million people alive on the entire Earth. The Earth, which once had a population of billions or even tens of billions, has now been killed to the point where only about 5 million people are left. You can imagine how cruel those two artificial humans are." Bulma felt this deeply. She had experienced the pain of all her relatives and friends being killed. If it weren't for Trunks, she might have collapsed long ago. It was also because of Trunks' support that she tried every possible means to build the time machine. But things are different now. Her brother-in-law from another time and space came to rescue her. Bulma gritted her teeth and said, "Brother-in-law, you must help us get revenge." "Don't worry." Lewis nodded, knowing exactly what Bulma had suffered. But compared to Bulma, Trunks suffered just as much. Lewis looked at Trunks beside him. Trunks was only about 13 years old and still a teenager. Trunks saw with his own eyes his most respected brother Gohan lying in a pool of blood. The pain was so heartbreaking. Trunks also entered a state of extreme rage due to son Gohan's death, thus breaking through to Super Saiyan. The young man in front of him had a determined look on his face. He did not show the incurable pain on his face. This was because he did not want to make his mother worry. Well, Louise sighed. How sad Ties would be if she knew what her sister and nephew in another time and space had experienced. "By the way, Bulma, do you want to become stronger?" Lewis couldn't help but ask when he saw the crow's feet on Bulma's face. "Ah!" Bulma was stunned for a moment, then she responded with a wry smile, "Brother-in-law, I don't have the talent for cultivation, so I can't become stronger at all. God gave her top-notch IQ but blocked her talent for cultivation. This is why she is surrounded by top masters but she has not been able to learn even a little bit of martial arts." "Uncle, can you allow my mother to practice as well?" Trunks had a different reaction than Bulma. He was excited. Because he already knew how powerful his uncle was, maybe his uncle could really help his mother practice. If his mother could also practice, it would be a bit far-fetched to ask her to fight the enemy, but at least it would allow her to have the power to protect herself, which would be good. It's a little unrealistic to ask her to learn how to practice, but I can give her a strong aura that can at least allow her to fly. Louis looked at Bulma. By the way, it can also restore you to your youthful state. Really? Bulma was very excited. Whether she could practice or not was not important. What was important was that she could regain her youth. Louis smiled and nodded. With a swipe of his hand, he suddenly opened an alternate dimension and took out 10 universal capsules from it. Ever since he received Goku's rules, all his belongings have been placed in the other dimensional space. Taking out the universal capsule, each of which contained 10,000 spiritual fruits, Louis took out another spiritual fruit. If you eat it, you will have a very strong chi, and it can also make you live longer. He had given a lot of spiritual fruits to the great elder of Namek before, and Bulma and the others had a closer relationship with him. This time, Louis directly took out all the spiritual fruits. Anyway, there are plenty of spiritual fruits in the Gods of Destruction world. If you run out of them, you can just go back and pick them. Brother-in-law, you are awesome. Bulma clenched her fists and was so happy that she didn't look like a mother at all. It's no wonder Bulma is like this. If it weren't for those 2 androids, she would be a rich lady. She could have lived a life of luxury and comfort without being forced to change the world and become so old. Bulma really hated getting older, she really wanted to regain her youth. Trunks, don't look at it. This spiritual fruit can only make your mother stronger. You can't rely on it if you want to become stronger. But it can also prolong your life. Louis saw Trunks' burning eyes and smiled. Trunks touched his head and said with a silly smile, "Ah, I can't do it. You should just practice diligently." Louis shook his head, then looked at Bulma. Only the first few of these spiritual fruits can make you stronger, the rest won't have much effect. However, the effect of prolonging life is still there. Come and eat it. After you finish eating, I will take you to kill those 2 artificial humans. Bulma nodded vigorously. She took the spiritual fruit from Louis' hand and ate it in 2 or 3 bites. Sudden! A powerful energy burst out from Bulma, and measured by combat power, she suddenly possessed 10,000 combat power. Equals G, Q_%. Sure enough, the physical constitution of the Earthlings, especially Bulma's, is still too weak. If Saiyan eats a spiritual fruit, his combat power will increase by hundreds of thousands, just like Tul's in the movie. Thinking of this, Louis shook his head. But at least it gave Bulma some ability to protect herself, which was a gift he gave her before he left. Uncle, it's true, my mother has really become stronger. Trunks felt the aura from Bulma and said happily. Sister, brother-in-law, my body is so bloated. Bulma looked at Louis in horror, wondering if she would explode. It's okay, this is a normal reaction. Bulma's body was swollen, and she was worried that she would explode, but she felt relieved after hearing Louis' words. Half an hour later, she finally absorbed all the new strength in her body. At this moment, all the crow's feet on Bulma's face disappeared, her skin began to become smooth, and her boring blue hair became smooth. Curvy figure, youthful and beautiful. Mom is so beautiful. Trance was stunned. It was the first time he saw his mother looking so young. Well, Bulma is just as beautiful as her sister. Louis's eyes were very gentle, and he saw ties in Bulma. Trunks, your mother suddenly has this powerful energy, she definitely can't master it yet, you can just teach your mother when the time comes. Uncle, I will. Okay, from now on, just remember to eat the spirit fruit often. Louis' eyes condensed, and he said, now I will go and avenge you, let's go. Louis waved his hand, and he and the 2 of them disappeared into the shabby street. Chapter 118 In a forest in the northern part of the earth, a brother and sister sat in front of a fire. These two people were none other than number 17 and number 18, who were blasted here by Lewis. Cough cough cough. Number 17 coughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then Saiyan said he was Bulma's brother-in-law. How come? Too powerful. How could there be such a powerful person in the world? When number 17 thought of the pressure from Lewis, he couldn't help but tremble. In the information Dr. Gero gave me, all the Saiyans were clearly dead, so why is there still a Saiyan? No 18's beautiful face darkened, like a femme fatale. It must be that damn old man who gave us fake information. If that old man is still alive, I will torture him to death. Number 18 clenched his fists and pounded the ground to vent his fear. Sudden. 3 figures appeared out of nowhere next to the fire. The leader had blood-red pupils and silver hair. This man was accompanied by a beautiful woman and a young boy. I wanted to leave you to Trunks, but my sister-in-law told me to kill you. Tell me, how do you want to die? Lewis blinked his blood-red eyes, his silver hair swayed in the breeze, and he looked evil. Lewis's current state was caused by entering into extreme rage before. It was originally thought that Super Shenron would heal his injuries, and his eyes and hair would return to their original state. Who would have thought that it couldn't be changed back? Blood-red eyes, silver hair, this is Lewis's normal state now. Lewis didn't know what was going on, but as long as the injuries in his body healed, it didn't matter what color his hair was. How did you find us? When number 17 saw the person who appeared, he was shocked. The information shows that Z warriors can find a person's location by sensing that person's chi. But he and number 18 are artificial humans. They don't have the so-called chi at all. How could the other party find them? No 18's face had turned pale. She had not been afraid before when she and number 17 planned to kill Dr. Gero, but now she was afraid. This was the first time she felt afraid. The earth is so small, isn't it easy to find 2 of you sewer rats? Lewis looked at number 17 and the other person and said calmly, have you ever thought that this day would come? Lewis paused, shook his head, and said nothing more. The artificial humans in the 2 time and space are completely different. How could they have thought that this day would come? Trunks, Bulma, how do you want them to die? Lewis' voice was very cold, and he exuded a sense of majesty. At this moment, Lewis seemed like a high and mighty god, looking down on everything in the world. Bulma and Trunks were shocked, not knowing that Lewis was actually a god, and an alternate gods of destruction. Lewis has destroyed tens of thousands of planets, and his murderous aura is simply not something that ordinary people can withstand. Uncle, just do whatever you want. Trunks said weakly. The main reason was that his uncle's condition was too terrible, and he was afraid that his uncle would give him an energy bomb. Brother-in-law, help me break their limbs and then smash their heads. Bulma was shocked by Lewis's state, but this man was her brother-in-law. She saw everything he did to her, so how could she be afraid of him? Good. Lewis glanced at Bulma. He never expected that his sister-in-law in this time and space would ask this of him. But then again, all her relatives and friends died at the hands of these 2 artificial humans. If it were him, he would want to suck their blood and skin them alive. Besides, Bulma now possesses considerable power. If she were still as innocent as before, it would not be a good thing. You, don't come over here. Number 18 saw Lewis coming over and she felt a death threat from Lewis. We were wrong, please let us go. No 17's face turned pale and his body kept moving backwards. Just took 2 steps back. The eternal energy in the body suddenly started to run, and a powerful force burst out. Number 17 quickly gathered his hands together, and the bursting power condensed in the palms of his hands. Go to hell. It is impossible to escape, so he might as well fight to the death. No 17's strength soared to 800 million combat power, and a violent energy bomb burst out from his palm. When number 18 next to her saw this, she reacted instantly. She used all her strength to quickly gather strength and also blasted out an energy bomb. The power of number 18 is weaker than that of number 17, but it also has a combat power of 700 million. 2 energy bombs cut through the void and instantly fused together. A flash of white light. An energy bomb with a diameter of 100 meters attacked Lewis. The space was squeezed by the violent force, making a crackling sound. Too weak. Lewis shook his head, then raised his index finger and lightly tapped the energy bomb with a diameter of 100 meters. Bang! It makes a sound like a crystal ball falling to the ground. The energy bomb with a diameter of 100 meters shattered, turned into specks of light, and disappeared into the void. Trunks behind Lewis was dumbfounded. If he was facing the attack of those 2 androids, he would definitely not be able to resist. His uncle was so strong. When number 17 and number 18 saw this, their bodies trembled continuously. The gap was too big. Escape. But I couldn't escape before, can I escape now? Lewis twisted his body and suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared behind number 18 like a phantom. Break it for me. Lewis has no idea what it means to be gentle and considerate to women. He gathers his energy into a blade. The knife falls with a sudden movement. As if cutting a watermelon, no 18 slims were chopped off on the ground. Ah! Number 18 let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. Number 18. When number 17 turned around and saw this, he was furious because this was his sister. He was very angry, but he didn't stop. After all, his life was the most important. He can even abandon his own sister. He is hopeless. Lewis smashed No 18's head with a punch, then teleported and appeared next to number 17. Chapter 119. When number 17 saw Lewis appear next to him, he was overwhelmed with fear and trembled all over. No, don't. Please. I was wrong, let me go. Once upon a time, number 17 and his sister loved to trample on other people's dignity and undermine other people's confidence. Every time someone showed a look of fear, he and his sister felt extremely happy. Now it's the other way around. His sister was easily killed by Lewis, and he also felt a death threat from Lewis. Fear. It turns out that fear is not enjoyable and not wonderful at all. Mom, my uncle is so strong. Trunks was very excited when he saw this. Lewis's movements were not fast, even he could see them clearly, but number 18 was completely unable to resist. No 18 slims were chopped off like a watermelon, and finally his head was blown up. This is a crushing victory of absolute strength. Number 18, who could once easily kill him, died just like that. So shocking. Well, your uncle is here to save us. Bulma was excited, happy, relieved, mixed emotions when she saw her enemy die. Number 18 died, and then it was No 17's turn. Lewis approached number 17 step by step. No 17's face turned pale. He kept backing away, shouting, "Let him go. You can even abandon your own sister. You are really hopeless." Lewis didn't waste any more words, his attack method was simple and crude. The knife falls with a sudden movement. Use the same method to chop off No 17's limbs. Ah! Since you won't let me go, let's die together. Number 17, who had turned into a human stick, let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. He suddenly activated the eternal energy furnace, and a vast force gushed out. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out from No 17's body, as if a sun was about to explode at any time. "Uncle, be careful." Trunks was horrified. He was terrified by the power that number 17 exploded. Once number 17 successfully self-destructed, the earth would definitely be destroyed. "Brother-in-law, run away." Bulma also realized something was wrong and shouted anxiously. "Escape." Lewis ignored Bulma and the other person behind him. He looked at number 17, whose body was getting bigger and bigger, and smiled contemptuously, "You want to self-destruct? You know nothing about absolute power. Go back in time." Louis' face was calm. He waved his hand and a silver light enveloped number 17. No 17's swollen body shrank back instantly. "You can't blow yourself up without my permission. Bulma told me to blow your head off, so I'm going to blow your head off. Go to hell." Louis laughed, clenched his fist, and punched out. Endless great power penetrated into the space and reached No 17's head in an instant. With a bang, No 17's head exploded violently like a watermelon falling to the ground. King Kai Star. Goku, those two androids are dead. As expected, from now on the Earth will have to rely on Trunks to protect it. Earth's northern forests. It's a mess here, and you can see that a battle just took place here. Louis killed number 17 and turned his back to Bulma and the others. Looking at Louis' back, Trunks was stunned. He pulled Bulma's sleeve. Mom, did Uncle just turn back time?" No response. Trunks turned his head to see his mother's eyes were wide open and her mouth was open into an O shape. "Control time. Your uncle can actually control time without the help of any machine." Bulma came back to her senses, a blush appeared on her snow-white face, she was very excited. In fact, she can also control time, but she needs a time machine. However, Louise turned back time with her bare hands. Is this something a human can do? Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Bulma swallowed her saliva and said with certainty, "Trunks, your uncle came from the past to the future, so your uncle must be able to control space." As expected of Bulma. After Louis killed number 17, he walked back towards Bulma and the others. Bulma is truly one of the top scientists. He only used a little time power, but Bulma guessed that he also knew the power of space. "Brother-in-law, you are so awesome." Seeing Louis coming back, Bulma's eyes lit up. She ran up to him quickly like a little fangirl and circled around Louis. Louis was so flattered by his sister-in-law that he couldn't help but lift his chin slightly upwards, feeling a little bit elated. When Trunks saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He was speechless, but very happy. The Earth is finally saved. "Okay, I've helped you kill the androids." Louis looked at Bulma. "There are only about 5 million people left on Earth now. If you want to restore the Earth to its previous state, you have to work really hard. Brother-in-law, you can't take me to Namek." Bulma stopped talking before she could finish. Because she knew that even if she went to Namek and found Namek's Dragon Ball, she wouldn't be able to revive the dead Earthlings. Vegeta and the others have been reincarnated, so there is no reason for the other people on Earth to stay in the underworld. Always using Dragon Ball is not necessarily a good thing. It is better for you to rely on yourselves for the current development of the Earth. Louis said. In fact, he could just go to Namek and find another Namek person to come to Earth to be a god, so that Dragon Ball on Earth could be restored. Bulma and Trunks will not be without a way out in the future, but the evil dragon in the GT anime makes him wary. Trunks is the only Saiyan left in the future. The future is already full of disasters, and if an evil dragon appears, Trunks really may not be able to withstand it. After all, those evil dragons require Super Saiyan 4 to deal with, so it's better not to let Dragon Ball reappear. Well, Mom and I will restore the Earth. Trunks nodded. Louis looked at Trunks and smiled, very good, I will start training you next, are you ready? In his plan, he had originally wanted to find the Super Dragon Ball, recover from his physical injuries, and then return to his own time and space. However, Trunks and Bulma in the future are so miserable. Louis couldn't bear to see Tai's relatives suffer so much, and now that his Tais had been resurrected, he didn't need to rush back. He wants to train Trunks until Trunks can prevent future disasters. Chapter 120. Uncle, I'm always ready. Trunks clenched his fists. But Bulma next to her showed a look of reluctance. Louis saw this and shook his head. Bulma was really smart. Right. He will stay to teach Trunks, but after teaching Trunks he will leave the future time and space. Let's go back to Zeta first. Louis pretended not to notice Bulma's expression as he led the two of them away into the forest. Sato. 3 figures appeared on the dilapidated street. Bulma, I'm going to take Trunks to practice first. As for the android being killed, you'll need to tell everyone. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I will tell everyone. You don't have to worry about me. With my current strength, no one on Earth can be my opponent except you. Bulma smiled. Louis nodded. After Bulma ate the spiritual fruit, there was indeed no one on Earth who could match her. Louis took Trunks and disappeared from the spot, and Bulma began to tell everyone the news that the android had been killed. At first, the surviving people on Earth didn't believe that the 2 androids were killed, but the person who released the news was Bulma from the Universal Capsule Group. The surviving people on Earth all know that Bulma has a son who is a blonde warrior, and a friend who is another blonde warrior. Over the years, she has been relying on those 2 blonde warriors to fight against the androids. So there is a high probability that what Bulma said is true. Soon, those Earthlings who believed in Bulma began to come out of hiding. After they came out, they found that there was really no trace of the artificial humans. The Earthlings who were still watching were immediately ecstatic when they saw this. The android was really killed. For a moment, the whole Earth was boiling. The wilderness on the outskirts of Sato. Louis took Trunks to the wasteland and asked, Trunks, do you know the Spirit Time Room? Trunks was a little confused. What is the Spirit Time Room? The Spirit Time House is a magical house. Our next practice will be carried out in a similar house. Louis stood in the middle of the wasteland and stretched out his hands, the rules of time and space in his body churning. Silver light gushed into the void and began to transform the space. Half a day later, a space crack appeared in the center of the wasteland. Wisps of time breath came out from it, and the time breath floated outside, causing the time outside to distort. Obviously, the speed of time flow in the 2 spaces is different. Louis' current space-time power is already able to control the speed of time flow to the point where 1 day in the outside world is equivalent to 1 year inside. The time house created by Louis experiences the same passage of time as a real spiritual time house, except that it lacks those harsh environments. Let's go. Louis pulled the still dazed Trunks and jumped into the space crack. Time passed, and 5 days went by. During these 5 days, all the people on Earth believed that the androids had been killed, and they were very grateful to Bulma's family. Suddenly, Bulma and Trunks' prestige soared to unprecedented heights. At this time, if Bulma or Trunks wanted to be the king of the Earth, the people of Earth would definitely support them. But Bulma had no interest in the king. After spreading the news of the killing of the androids, she distributed the universal capsules kept by the Universal Capsule Group. These capsules are filled with large machines for rebuilding their homes. The people on Earth received these tools and began to rebuild their homes. And the wasteland outside the western capital. 2 figures jumped out of the space crack. Hey, it's finally out. Trunks let out a long breath. 5 days in the outside world is equivalent to 5 years in the time house, and Trunks, who was originally 13 years old, has finally become an adult. At this time, Trunks had long golden hair and his aura was very stable. Its full power. If measured by combat power, the number of Trunks in this state reaches 20 billion. In other words, under normal circumstances, Trunks' combat power has exceeded 400 million. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so talented. Louis patted Trunks on the shoulder. Hey hey. Trunks rubbed his head, grinning the whole time. Louis spoke again, we Saiyan not only have Super Saiyan 2, but also Super Saiyan 3, and even Super Saiyan 4. What Louis meant was that 5 years later, Trunks not only broke through to the full power state, but also entered the Super 2 state. Louis knew that Trunks was very talented, but he didn't expect him to be this talented. Sure enough, every mixed-race Saiyan should not be underestimated. As for the later state, you need to develop it yourself. With your current strength, plus the special training I gave you on your combat awareness, if you have the same strength, there are basically not many people who can be your opponent. Lewis' special training for Trunks is at the level of a candidate gods of destruction. He believed that even if Son Goku had trained with King Kai, if they used equal strength, Son Goku would definitely not be a match for Trunks. Let's go back to Zidu. Your mother must be waiting anxiously. Trunks nodded, and Lewis disappeared with him. Sato. At this time, Zidu has undergone tremendous changes. The collapsed houses have been cleared and the dilapidated ground has been filled in. Uncle. Trunks was very excited when he saw this. Haha, this must be Bulma's work. I didn't expect your mother to be so quick. Lewis and Trunks returned to the original location of the estate, but it hadn't been rebuilt yet, only a few houses were there. Outside the house, Trunks yelled, "Mom, I'm home." At this time, the door of the house was opened and a beautiful figure walked out. Trunks? Bulma was stunned. She saw Lewis again. Brother-in-law? Didn't you take Trunks to practice? Yes, but I have already completed my training. Lewis smiled. Bulma's eyes widened. How could it be so fast? It's only been 5 days. She looked at Trunks again. Trunks was now in Super Saiyan state. After eating the spirit fruit, she was more sensitive to power and could feel that the power in Trunks was very strong. Trunks, are you really done with your training? Trunks nodded. My uncle used the power of time to let me enter a time room, where 1 day outside is equivalent to 1 year inside. Trunks told everything. After hearing this, Bulma's pupils shrank sharply, and she looked at Lewis fiercely. Brother-in-law, are you leaving now? Chapter 121. Although Bulma was shocked that her brother-in-law could create a space with different time flows with his bare hands, she could accept that his brother-in-law could control both time and space, so he could create such a space. Only 5 days ago, she guessed that her brother-in-law would leave this time and space after teaching Trunks. Is this moment finally coming? Hearing this, Trunks grabbed Lewis and said anxiously, Uncle, are you leaving? Yes, I'm leaving this time and space. Lewis touched Trunks' head, then looked at the scene outside. I have killed the androids, and your homeland has begun to be rebuilt. This time and space no longer needs me. It is better to say that this time and space does not belong to him than to say that this time and space does not need him. Lewis has his own time and space. His wife has been resurrected, and Ties is waiting for him in the past time and space. What's more, every time Lewis thought of the scene of Ties being murdered, he felt extremely painful in his heart. He still has enemies in the past, he must go back for revenge. Brother-in-law, if you hadn't appeared, Trunks and I would be finished. I can't bear to leave you. Bulma looked at Lewis with reluctance on her face. Uncle, I can't transform into Super Saiyan 3 yet, I can't reach the state of freedom you mentioned, I can't do anything yet. Trunks was also reluctant to leave, and said, I'm afraid I can't protect the Earth, Uncle. Lewis waved his hand and looked at Trunks. With your current strength, you are already able to deal with future crises. Not to mention combat awareness and skills, just talking about strength, Trunks is already able to transform into Super Saiyan 2 state, and his strength has exceeded 40 billion combat power. There is no need to be afraid even if it is the complete form of Cell, not to mention that number 17 and number 18 in this time and space are already dead. As for Majin Buu coming up, there's no need to worry about that. Because Beerus in this time and space has awakened, and given East King Kai's fear of Majin Buu, he will definitely let Beerus kill Majin Buu. Lewis looked at Bulma again and said seriously, Bulma, your sister from the past time and space is still waiting for me. Yes. Her sister in the past time and space had an accident and was still waiting for her brother-in-law to go back and rescue her. What Bulma didn't know was that Tais had been resurrected. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything, but her eyes were red. All right. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit sad, Louis smiled and said, Bulma, didn't you build a time machine? If you miss me, or if you encounter something you can't solve in the future, you can take the time machine to the past to find me. Yes. Bulma and Trunks suddenly woke up, and Bulma said excitedly, Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, this is what you said. When the time comes, Trunks and I will come to you. Don't look down on us. Louis smiled bitterly. He just wanted to comfort Bulma and the others. Who knew that this girl would take it seriously? But no, I would definitely welcome you to come. Louis' tone was very serious, and then he said, Okay, I'm leaving. Louis didn't wait for the two to react, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Brother-in-law. Bulma, who was originally in an excited state, suddenly became depressed, and Trunks beside her was also reluctant to let her go. Really gone? Sudden. Trunks remembered something, and he said in shock, It's broken. What's wrong? Mom, didn't you create a cure for viral heart disease? If we don't give it to Uncle, will Uncle Goku in the past also die of a heart attack? As soon as Trunks finished speaking, he noticed that something was wrong with Bulma. Why did his mother look so excited? Mom, you. Ha ha ha, Trunks, you are awesome. Bulma held Trunks in her arms, ruffling his golden hair, and said excitedly, Didn't your uncle say that we can go to him if we have any problems? In order to prevent your Uncle Goku from the past time and space from dying of a heart attack, we have to bring special heart disease medicine with us. Trunks was rubbed on the head by Bulma like a little kid. He suddenly looked up in surprise, Yeah, if we don't bring the special medicine over, then Uncle Goku will be finished. Mom's excuse. Bah, this is about Uncle Goku's life and death. Let's bring some special heart disease medicine. Uncle will definitely not say anything. Mom, when are we going over there? Don't worry, I've already built the time machine, but I don't have the energy yet. And we've just started rebuilding our home. Once the situation on Earth is more stable, we'll collect the energy for the time machine and then go back. Louis had no idea of Bulma and her son's plan. At this time, he came to the outskirts of Zidu. I don't know if my current rules of time and space will allow me to travel through time and space. Louis muttered to himself, looking at his hands. He was drifting in the turbulence of time and space and accidentally came to the future time and space. If you want to leave now, there are actually 3 ways. First, use your own power of time and space. Second, go find the old Supreme Kai in the future time and let the old Supreme Kai use the time ring to take him back. The third is to take Bulma's time machine. However, the other 2 methods were too troublesome, so he decided to use his own power of time and space. I can't die anyway. Louis smiled. With immunity, sometimes you can really do whatever you want. But in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Louis put away his smile and became serious. Buzz! A strong force of time and space erupted from his body. A silver-white light flashed across the suburbs, and the entire suburbs was in chaos in time and space. Open it for me! Louis shouted coldly, raised his hand and waved it. The vast rules of time and space rolled out. The rules of time and space formed a sharp blade, chopped in the void, and a hole suddenly appeared in the void. Walk! Louis didn't hesitate and jumped in. The gods of destruction whirled in the future. Whis projects the image of Louis leaving. Lord Beerus, he's gone. He doesn't belong to our time and space, so it's better for him to leave. Beerus looked at Whis and said calmly, Also, have you found any information about him? The 7th universe in another time and space actually found such a talented candidate, gods of destruction, and he was determined to make Louis from this time and space his disciple. His name is Louis, and he is from the Saiyan clan, but the Louis in our time and space died a long time ago. Dead. Beerus' eyes widened. How is this possible? Whis looked at the information on the staff and said dumbfoundedly, yes, and the death of Lewis in our time and space is also related to you, Lord Beerus. Impossible. How could I kill such a genius? The Lewis of our time and space died in the explosion of Star Vegeta. Lord Beerus, have you forgotten what you told Frieza? Lewis, Saiyan, Vegeta Star, wait. A light flashed in Beerus' mind, and he finally remembered something about Saiyan. Many years ago, he asked Frieza to wipe out the entire Saiyan clan. This. Beerus smacked his lips. Lewis died in the explosion on planet Vegeta, so Lewis' death was really related to him. F***me. Beerus wanted to cry but had no tears. Who knew that there was such a genius in the Saiyan clan? Beerus, although the Lewis in our time and space is dead, I have discovered another genius. Whis said with shining eyes. Who? That young man that Lewis taught, he's pretty good. Whis, I want him to be my disciple. Chapter 122. Lewis' Original Time and Space, the Seventh Universe. It has been almost 2 months since the battle at the Galaxy headquarters. In that battle, the Galactic Patrol headquarters was first invaded by Bojack and his 5 companions. Except for those who were out on missions, almost all the Saiyans died at the hands of Bojack and his men. Finally Son Goku and Vegeta appear. The two of them joined forces to fight against Zangia and the others. If Zangia and the others didn't possess dark powers, Son Goku and the others would definitely not have been defeated. Zonga and his companions burst out with dark power, and Son Goku and the other two were no match at all. Fortunately, Jupiter appeared in time with the Potara earrings. When Son Goku and Goku put on the Potara earrings, the situation instantly turned around. Even the strongest Bojack is no match for Vegito. At this time Lewis and the others rushed back, but what Lewis didn't know was that Tova released Bojack and the other 4 just to lure him back. The last 5 demons are coming. Tais also died under the dark power of Demi-Cooler, and Lewis lost his mind due to extreme anger. He went to the Dark Demon world and forcibly used time and space erasure. The entire Dark Demon world was blasted into fragments of time and space by Lewis. Now, Lewis has disappeared for 2 months, but not many people know about his disappearance. This day, a space-time fluctuation suddenly appeared above the Galactic Patrol headquarters, and Mel's inside the Galactic Patrol building reacted suddenly. Who could it be? Mel's instantly came into the air and looked around closely. The 5 great demons from the Dark World came here last time. It won't be them again this time. After all, the Dark Demon world that was shattered by Lewis has recovered. Here it comes. Myers' whole body tensed up and he was ready to take action. A hole appeared in the void, and a man with blood-red eyes and silver hair emerged from it. Which time and space is this? Have I traveled to the wrong time and space again? Lewis gasped for breath, muttering to himself as he looked around. Although he already knew the rules of time and space, it was his first time traveling and he had no experience at all. During his journey through time and space, he traveled through the wrong time and space hundreds of times. I have been to GT time and space, and I have been to super time and space. Lewis knew that he could not interfere too much with these time and space, otherwise more parallel time and space would be born. So after he knew that he had traveled through the wrong time and space, he immediately left that time and space and continued his journey of traveling. Now that he has traveled through time 125 times, Lewis is really a little afraid that he will not be able to find his original time and space. Sudden. Lewis saw Mel's in the sky. How could Mel's be here? Lewis said weakly, "Do you know me?" Myers looked at Lewis like a fool. "You don't recognize me? Damn it, I traveled to the wrong time and space again." Lewis gritted his teeth and prepared to leave this time and space. "Lewis, where are you going?" A voice came from behind, and Lewis was stunned, then he turned back and looked at Myers, and said ecstatically, "You know me. Aren't you Lord Beerus's heir? You caused quite a stir a while ago. Myers said calmly, by the way, where have you been all this time? My brother and the others have been looking for you. Ha 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 ha, I'm finally back. Lewis ignored Mel's words and appeared beside Mel's in an instant, hugging him excitedly and swinging him around. Mel's was held by Lewis, his face was full of black lines. Is this guy crazy? After a while, Lewis finally calmed down and let Myers go, a little embarrassed. That I was too excited, you don't mind, right? No, I just thought of it as being hugged by a fool. Myers grumbled in his mind, but asked again, where have you been all this time? My brother and Lord Beerus have been looking for you. He already knew about the 5 demons coming to the 7th universe, and he almost died when the 7th universe exploded. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and ran to the Supreme Kai world of the 7th universe, taking the 2 Supreme Kai away, otherwise Beerus would have died by then. Looking for me? Lewis' heart warmed up, he didn't expect Beerus and Whis had been looking for him. Soon, Lewis told everything he had experienced. You drifted to other time and space? And when you traveled back, you traveled through the wrong time and space hundreds of times. Mel's was stunned. Yes. Lewis touched his head and grinned, any questions? Traveling through time and space is a serious crime. The corner of Myers' mouth twitched slightly, I didn't expect that you traveled through the wrong place hundreds of times. The people from the realm of time didn't show up. This is a bit outrageous. Lewis was helpless. I just wanted to try out my power of time and space. I didn't want this to happen. Lewis thought of something and said weakly, Mers, my action will not lead to the birth of more parallel universes, right? Won't. Myers shook his head, it's easy to say that parallel time and space are born, but it's also difficult to say that. You said that you just went to another time and space and did nothing. This will definitely not give birth to more parallel time and space. Also, if you really created a lot of parallel time and space, the people from the world of time would have come out to kill you a long time ago. Before he could finish his words, Myers closed his mouth again. Who can kill this pervert? Then I feel relieved. Lewis patted his chest and glanced at the Galactic Patrol headquarters below. He really wanted to go down and see his people. But now he wanted to go back to the Gods of Destruction world to see if his Taisai had been resurrected. Myers, I'm leaving now. Come to Gods of Destruction to have tea with me when you have time. Lewis disappeared without a trace. Myers. Chapter 123. Lewis disappeared, leaving Myers alone, disheveled in the wind. This guy is really powerful. He can actually shatter the Dark Demon Realm. But who will restore the Dark Demon Realm? Myers hovered in the air and shook his head, his eyes becoming increasingly profound. Also, blood-red eyes and silver hair. Mel's touched his silver hair and smiled softly. This Lewis is becoming more and more interesting. Mel's looked at Saiyan at the Galactic Patrol headquarters below. Saiyan was becoming more and more powerful, full of justice, and had Lewis as his backing. Maybe Saiyan can realize his dream. Protect peace, protect the universe. I'm really looking forward to it more and more. Gods of Destruction World. A beautiful woman sat by the lake, looking at the rippling lake. Her face was expressionless, but her beautiful eyes were filled with longing. Lewis, where have you been? Taisai muttered to herself, grabbed a handful of purple grass and threw it into the lake. Looking from behind, her small figure looked a little lonely. Behind Taisai, a cup was hovering in the air. The cup was half full of water and a loach was swimming inside. The prophecy fish lay beside the cup, looked at Taisai and said, Taisai, I want something delicious. At this time, a purple cat also slowly walked over, followed by a tall and thin man with a divine halo on his head. Tais, please make me something delicious. Beerus folded his arms and raised his chin. If his tone wasn't full of pleading, he would have really looked like a cool gods of destruction. Prophecy fish, didn't you say that Lewis would be back soon? Tais stood up suddenly, stretched out her hand, grabbed the cup in the air, and put her face in front of the prophecy fish. The prophecy fish was caught before it could react. It was stared at by Taisai's ferocious eyes and its body could not help but tremble. You, I'm dead. Beerus and Whis on the side were also startled and ran away. Beerus and the other man shrank their necks and ran away. Taisai looked at the two people who wanted to escape from here, and said faintly, Whis, Master Beerus, stop right there. After these words were spoken, Beerus and Whis stood in awe. If they ran away, there would be no delicious food. They couldn't run away no matter what. However, Taisai was so scary. Tais, let's talk nicely. Don't threaten me with delicious food. Beerus swallowed his saliva, turned around and said hurriedly. Whis nodded vigorously in agreement. Didn't you say Lewis would be back soon? Why hasn't he come back yet? Taisai looked at the prophecy fish in her hand, then looked at Beerus and the other two, and hummed. Beerus quickly pointed at the loach, sweating coldly, you should ask the prophecy fish about this. It was the one that predicted it, and it has never been wrong in its predictions. As the saying goes, it is better to let my friend die than to let myself die. Beerus directly put the blame on the mud prophecy fish. Seeing Beerus's action, Whis next to him twitched his mouth slightly. This skinny guy is so mean, but he didn't dare to say anything. Let the prophecy fish bear Tai's wrath. Well, I might have been confused because of my sleep, so the prophecy was wrong. Taisai, can you please spare my life? The prophecy fish said weakly while lying in the cup. In the world of gods of destruction, anyone can be provoked, except Tais. When Taisai gets angry, no one cooks. If no one cooks, there will be no delicious food. If there is no delicious food, Beerus and Whis will be angry. It's okay for Beerus and Whis to be angry, but if that little BD Lewis gets angry, it will be more terrifying than the destruction of the universe. When Lewis, who was only 6 years old, first came to the world of gods of destruction, he wanted to set a rule for the little brat, saying that in the world of gods of destruction, except for Beerus and Whis, he was the biggest. Result: the rules were not established and its bathing cup was almost stolen. Damn it! If the rules don't work, then use force. After all, this little brat had just come to the gods of destruction world, how strong could he be? Even if it was a fish that grew up in the gods of destruction world, so the little brat would definitely not be able to beat it. Who knows? Its entire tail was almost broken, but it couldn't hit Lewis at all. Later it realized that this guy could ignore any harm, which really pd the fish off. From then on, it had been subject to Lewis's tyranny. It was agreed that it would be the biggest in the gods of destruction world except for Beerus and Whis. But after Tais arrived, its status dropped directly to 5th. This was too much for it to accept, so in order to avoid Lewis and Tais, it simply fell into a deep sleep. It was during this time that he predicted Lewis' return, and so he woke up. Well. Tais stared at the prophecy fish for a while, sighed, and threw the prophecy fish aside. She left the lake and walked towards the palace of gods of destruction, preparing to cook for Beerus and the others. The prophecy fish is floating in the void, gasping for breath. Fish, I am saved. Beerus and Whis looked at each other, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Taisai's back as she left, Beerus shouted again, Taisai, make more tempura, it's delicious. And please make 2 buckets of instant noodles for us, thank you so much. Whis quickly agreed. The prophecy fish also wanted Taisai to make it delicious food, but when it thought that its prediction had not yet come true, it did not dare to ask Taisai. No. Taisai's faint voice came from the palace of gods of destruction. After Tais left, Beerus's eyes narrowed. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the prophecy fish directly in his hand. Didn't you say that Lewis was coming back? The prophecy fish was not afraid of Beerus. It rolled its eyes and said, it must have come back during this period. How could I have predicted something wrong? Besides, the prophecy fish looked at Beerus and said unhappily, Lord Beerus was quick to pass the buck just now. Ha ha ha. Beerus was a little embarrassed and quickly let go of the prophecy fish. Then he looked at the sky and sighed. Taiza's death was a huge blow to him. Gods of destruction should be ruthless, but Lewis can be said to be brought up by him and Whis. Lewis, like Kampa, is his relative. Beerus felt a little uncomfortable every time he thought of Lewis losing his mind due to despair. After all, he was not strong enough and could not even protect his own disciples. I don't know if that kid knows that his Taisai has been resurrected. Beerus shook his head, his voice full of emotion. After Lewis disappeared, he and Whis found Bulma on Earth. They had lived in Bulma's house and knew that she had made a normal Dragon Ball radar. If you can make a normal Dragon Ball radar, then a Super Dragon Ball radar should be no problem at all. They found a Super Dragon Ball, and with the help of the Super Dragon Ball radar built by Bulma, they soon found 3 more in Universe 7. The remaining 4 are in the 6th universe. He and Whis went to Universe 6 to search for the Super Dragon Ball, originally thinking that Kampa would stop him. But Kampa said, take it, otherwise it would be bad if Lewis came back and didn't see Tai's collapse. Chapter 124. Beerus really didn't expect that fat guy to say such a thing. Needless to say, he was quite touched. Finally, after collecting all the Super Dragon Balls from the 6th universe, he resurrected Tai's. Beerus sighed, then looked at Whis. By the way, what was going on with Lewis's state at that time? At that time, because of Taiza's death, Lewis transformed into the state of waist-length blonde hair, and his power directly broke through from the 2nd level of the God Realm to the 4th level of the God Realm. Beerus knew that all Saiyans could transform, but weren't their pupils all emerald green? Why were Lewis' pupils blood red at that time? And his whole body exuded an extremely evil aura. I don't know either. Lewis has too many secrets. Whis shook his head and smiled, but I believe that Lewis will definitely not harm our 7th universe. Hearing this, Beerus laughed happily, haha, that's for sure. He once asked Lewis, and Lewis said that the 7th universe is his home. Just based on this sentence, Beerus firmly believed that Lewis would not do anything to let down the 7th universe. A cat, an angel, and a loach, the 3 species just looked at the sky, waiting for Taisai to cook for them. Sudden, there was a spatial fluctuation in the sky. Who is it? Whis tensed his body. The newcomer had very advanced spatial rules, even he was not as good as him. Beerus was already filled with an aura of destruction. The battle 2 months ago left a deep impression on him. Especially since the Dark Demon Realm inexplicably recovered later on, he was worried that it was the Dark Demon Realm that was causing trouble again. Whis, Lord Beerus, could the person coming be Lewis? The prophecy fish next to him suddenly spoke. Buzz. A light flashed in Beerus and the other person's mind. Yes, didn't the prophecy fish predict that Lewis would come back in the near future? Could it really be Lewis? Beerus and Whis stared up at the sky, their eyes full of anticipation. Here we come. A hole appeared in the sky and a figure emerged from it. He had blood-red eyes and silver hair, and looked very evil. Whis, Lord Beerus, prophecy fish, long time no see. Lewis hovered in the air and waved. Lord Beerus, it's Lewis. The prophecy fish held his cup tightly, fearing that Lewis would snatch it away again. Seeing who it was, Beerus was very excited. Lewis, you are finally back. Lewis was his disciple, and he was really afraid that Lewis wouldn't be able to find his way back after he disappeared. After all, Whis said at that time that Lewis had fallen into the time and space turbulence, and time and space turbulence is a dangerous place that even priests are afraid of. He knew that Lewis could ignore any damage, and thought that the turbulence of time and space would have no effect on him, so he was not very worried. But such an illusory place might make you lose your way back if you are not careful. Now Louis has finally found his way home. Lord Beerus, it's me, I'm back. In the sky, Louis was very happy. He had traveled through the wrong time and space hundreds of times and finally returned to his own time and space. Louis landed. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Beerus came forward and patted him on the shoulder, saying this all the time. He had been feeling guilty all the time Louis had been gone. Because he once said that no one could hurt Louis without his permission. As a result, ties died, Louis disappeared again, and Beerus looked more and more guilty. Lord Beerus, isn't Louis back? Be happy. Whis actually felt more guilty because Louis fell into the time and space turbulence in front of him. Humph, it's all your fault for not protecting Louis. Beerus' tone was very excited. All right, Master Beerus, Whis, I don't blame you. It's because I'm not strong enough that Demi-Cooler succeeded. Feeling Beerus's concern for him, Louis sniffed and felt warm in his heart. I'm back, everyone should be happy. Louis looked at Beerus, Whis, and the prophecy fish in front of him. This is Lord Beerus who has always cared about him. This is Master Whis who taught him how to grow up. This is the naughty prophecy fish that sets rules for him every day. It is because of their existence that he is determined to come back here despite traveling through time and space hundreds of times. At this time, Whis looked at Louis. He touched Louis' silver hair and was stunned. Louis, what's wrong with your pupils and hair? Yes. Beerus responded, your hair. Louis also touched his hair and smiled bitterly, I don't know what happened. Taisai was killed by Demi-Cooler, and my hair color became like this. This. Beerus and Whis looked at each other. From Louis' tone, it seemed as if he was very sad that Tais was killed. Louis, I didn't protect Tais, you. Beerus looked guilty and tried to speak. Louis interrupted him, glanced at the Palace of Gods of Destruction and said, I already know that Taisai has been resurrected, Lord Beerus, Whis, thank you. When he was in the future, Salama told him that Tais had been resurrected. Louis didn't need to guess, he knew it was Beerus and Whis who helped. What's more, this can't be blamed on Beerus and the others at all. Demi-Cooler is a master at the priest level and Beerus and Whis only have the power of the god realm and angel realm. How could they possibly react? Moreover, Taisai was killed in his arms, so he can only blame himself for not being strong enough. Lord Beerus, I know you have questions you want to ask. Please wait until I finish seeing Taisai. Louis suddenly disappeared. Aren't you still moved? Just disappeared like that? Only a cat, an angel, and a loach were left there in a daze. Gods of Destruction Temple Kitchen. Tais was wearing an apron that wrapped around her perfect figure, and she was making Beerus' favorite tempura. At this moment, her face was very calm, but her eyes were always flashing with longing. Because of her, Louis lost his mind. Because of her, Louis broke into the dark world alone. Because of her, Louis fell into the turbulence of time and space and disappeared. Taisai was making tempura, sniffed, and her eyes were red. Louis, I missed you. Sister Taisai, I miss you too. At this moment, a familiar voice came to Taisai's ears, and her pupils shrank sharply. Chapter 125. Taisai turned around suddenly and saw the familiar figure appear in front of her. Louis. Sister Taisai, I'm back. Louis, it's really you. Taisai was stunned, the kitchen utensils in her hands fell to the ground, and a warm current flowed from her eyes. It turned out that the prophetic fish did not lie, and her Louis really came back during this time. You're finally back. Tais covered her face with her hands. Happy, excited, relieved, all kinds of emotions burst out and I couldn't stop crying. You big bad guy. Do you know how scared I am that you won't come back? Tais was crying the whole time. When she came back to life, her first reaction was to find her Lewis. However, according to Wis's story, Lewis fell into the turbulence of time and space. Although Wis didn't explain in detail, she knew that the space-time turbulence must be a very dangerous place. During these 2 months, she had been living in fear that her Lewis would not come back. "Don't be afraid, I'm back." Lewis came forward, pulled her little hands apart and wiped her tears. Her tears kept flowing and he kept wiping them. Taisai's tears finally stopped and she lowered her head. Lewis, don't look at me, I'm ugly." "No, you're not ugly at all, you're the most beautiful." Lewis held her tightly in his arms, feeling her soft body and warm temperature. This was a real feeling, his Taisai was really resurrected. "Very nice." The two of them just hugged each other. Sudden. Taisai raised her head, reached out and touched his silver hair, her eyes red. "Lewis, what's wrong with your eyes and your hair?" "Silver hair, blood-red pupils. It looks great though. Only, your hair turned white overnight. Is it because of me that you became like this?" Taisai choked and tears flowed from his beautiful eyes again. "No, it's none of your business." Lewis lowered his head and pressed his forehead against hers. "Woo woo woo. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't become like this." Taisai put her hands behind his head, rubbing his hair and burst into tears. "Sister Taisai, it won't look good if you keep crying." Lewis held her back in his arms, and Taisai's crying made him feel distressed. Lewis felt distressed, but Taisai felt even more distressed. More than 2 months ago, she died in Lewis' arms. She was Lewis' wife. Lewis must be very painful. "I just didn't expect that turning hair white overnight is real. How much pain must Louise have endured? Wow, it's all my fault that you're like this." "No, I don't blame you at all." Lewis shook his head and said distressedly, "If you want to blame someone, then I can only blame myself. You were in my arms, but I didn't protect you." Lewis' face was full of guilt, but before he could finish his words, Tais in his arms reached out and covered his mouth. Tais shook her head and hugged Lewis tightly. Staying with Tais, Lewis's restless heart finally calmed down. In the kitchen, the two of them just hugged each other, very quietly. Half a day had passed, and the two were still hugging each other, as if they wanted to stay together forever. "Taisi, is the meal ready? I'm starving," came Beerus' voice. In the kitchen, Lewis and Tais smiled at each other. "Sister Taisai, I'm hungry too." "Okay, I'll make it for you right away. Actually I want to eat you." Taisai was startled, then quickly lowered her head shyly and said softly, "I'll give it to you tonight." Hey. Lewis grinned, stopped sticking with Tais, and started helping Beerus and the others cook. In the Hall of Gods of Destruction Palace, Lewis and Tais prepared the meal and brought it out. Beerus looked at Lewis and jokingly asked, "Why are you staying in the kitchen for so long?" Lewis curled his lips, lifted the lid on the plate, and said unhappily, "You single dog, no, you single cat will never understand. You little BD, you're making me angry right after you came back. You might as well not come back." "I don't want to come back either, but here are my cat gods of destruction, my angel master, my naughty Loach, and most importantly, my sister Tais." Hearing this, Beerus smiled and said nothing more. And everyone laughed. The Gods of Destruction Palace, which had been eerily deserted, finally came alive. Wait until Lewis lifts the lids of all the dishes, tempura, sushi, takoyaki. There are also various drinks, desserts, fruits. Of course, there are also the instant noodles that Wis always misses. A cat, an angel, and a Loach's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone quickly grabbed their chopsticks and were soon immersed in the world of delicious food, unable to extricate themselves. "It's delicious. Tais has always been cooking for us, but this time it's obviously better." It turns out that emotions can affect a person's cooking skills. Whis is right, Lord Beerus, you must protect that BD Lewis from now on, so that Taisai's cooking will always be so delicious. You stupid loach, even with so many delicious foods, I can't stop you from eating. Don't force me to crush you to death later. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. With the awakening of the prophecy fish and the return of Lewis, all members of the Gods of Destruction community are reunited again. No one was in a hurry to ask where Lewis had been in the past 2 months. They had been eating delicious food and enjoying the rare peaceful moment. Lewis also enjoyed this moment. He experienced Taisa's death, then drifted into the future, and finally came back, having traveled through the wrong time and space hundreds of times. It would be nice if this moment could last forever, but demi-cooler. Lewis was eating the delicious food made by Tais, his eyes flashed with a cold light. I won't let you go. Soon, the dinner was over. Whis looked at Lewis' hair and pupils. What was going on with this kid? Blood-red pupils, silver hair. Whis touched his silver hair again. Could it be? Beerus had no idea what Whis was thinking. In fact, he also had a lot of doubts, such as where had Lewis been in the past 2 months? Also, Whis said that this kid Lewis exploded the power of time and space in the Dark Demon Realm, blasting the entire Dark Demon Realm into fragments of time and space. When did this kid comprehend the power of time and space? You have to know that the power of time and space is the same as the power of light, and it can even be said to be more terrifying than the power of light. The prophetic fish, lying in the water of the cup, was also looking at Lewis. When it woke up this time, it actually predicted 3 things. Chapter 126. Everyone looked at Lewis, their eyes full of questions. Seeing everyone's hesitant expressions, Lewis smiled and looked at the prophecy fish. When did you wake up? The prophetic fish leaned against the cup and burped. I woke up just after Taisai was resurrected. I heard that you predicted my return. Right. How many things did you predict this time? When Lewis said this, everyone pricked up their ears. They only knew the information about Lewis' return from the prophecy fish. As for whether there are other prophecies, the prophecy fish did not say anything, and what Lewis said, could it be that there are really other prophecies? How do you know I have other predictions? The prophecy fish was stunned. Is it true? Beerus grabbed the prophecy fish next to him and said angrily, You damn loach, you dare to hide other prophecies, do you want to die? The prophecy fish rolled its eyes, not afraid of Beerus at all, and said, Don't be so anxious, Master Beerus. I do have other prophecies, and more than one. More than one? Now even Whis opened his mouth wide. As an angel, he did not have the ability to predict, but the things predicted by the prophetic fish had never been wrong. This shows how powerful the prophecy fish is. However, over the years, every time the prophecy fish wakes up, it only predicts one thing. Unexpectedly, this time when he woke up, he actually predicted 3 things. Prophecy fish, what else did you predict? Taisai was also very curious. Hurry up and tell me. Beerus wanted to ask Lewis where he had been for the past 2 months, but at this moment he was more curious about the prediction of the prophetic fish. The first thing is the prophecy of Lewis' return. Lewis has already returned, so I won't talk about that. The prophetic fish swam around in the water of the cup, and then said, the second thing. It paused, looking towards Beerus. Beerus was frightened by the look in the prophecy fish's eyes. Could it be that the second prophecy was related to me? Yes, the second prophecy is related to you, Master Beerus. The prophecy fish said seriously, I predicted that Beerus will have a strong enemy in the future. The name of your opponent is Super Saiyan God. Hearing this, Lewis smiled. He only asked about the prophecy fish because he remembered the plot in the anime. In the anime, Beerus heard the prophecy of the prophetic fish, saying that he had a powerful enemy called Super Saiyan God. I didn't expect the prophecy fish to predict this so quickly. In terms of the timeline, this is more than 10 years faster than the normal plot. I have a powerful enemy called Super Saiyan God. Beerus widened his eyes and looked at Lewis. Super Saiyan God, this name is very similar to your Super Saiyan. He is the strongest gods of destruction. Apart from Lewis, which other Saiyan can be compared with him? Beerus said in disbelief, could it be that my powerful enemy is Lewis? Whis and Ties looked at each other. How could Lewis become a rival of Beerus? Impossible. Lord Beerus, do you think I would be your enemy? Lewis said unhappily. At this time, the prophecy fish looked at Lewis and shook his head. Lord Beerus, in my prophecy, that person is not Lewis. Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. He said, Lewis is his heir, how could he be his enemy? Who could it be then? Beerus was itching to try it, but the prophecy fish said that the identity of the Super Saiyan God was unclear, so he had to give up. However, at this time, Lewis spoke up, Lord Beerus, before Demi-Cooler and the others came, I told you that I had a way to quickly improve the ranking of Together Universe. Oh, I remember you said you had a way to make all Saiyans able to fusion. Beerus was excited and looked at Lewis. What's the solution? The method is to use the fusion technique of the planet Metamor. Lewis didn't keep the secret this time, and continued, when the time comes, just go find old Supreme Kai. He will definitely know this secret technique. Actually, what I want to say is that if you want to quickly raise the ranking of the Earth universe, in addition to using the fusion technique, another thing you can do is use the Super Saiyan God that the prophecy fish just mentioned. Lewis had originally thought of waiting until every Saiyan could transform into a Super Saiyan before telling them about this. But this time when he returns, he decides not to keep a low profile anymore. He wants to make the entire Saiyan clan rise completely. Then attack the Dark Demon world. Ah! Beerus was stunned. Could it be that Lewis knew who this Super Saiyan God was? Whis, Ties, and Prophecy also looked at Lewis, their eyes full of doubt. You will find out soon enough. Lewis shook his head. After he understood what happened after he lost his mind, he would go back to his tribe. Here to keep you in suspense again. Not only was Beerus angry, but Whis was also speechless towards Lewis. What about the third prophecy? Everyone looked at the prophecy fish, and Lewis also looked at it. The prophecy fish looked embarrassed, rubbed its two whiskers against its chest, and said weakly, I forgot. It had almost forgotten the prophecy, but it vaguely remembered one thing. In the dim chaos, there was a blurry figure. He flashed a bright light, and the world began to become different. Boom! Everyone fell to the ground. This is truly the characteristic of the prophecy fish, it can even forget what it predicted. Beerus, Whis, and Lewis are helpless, but there is nothing they can do. And Taisai was laughing on the side. All right. Beerus got up from the ground and looked at Lewis. Where have you been for the past 2 months? Everyone looked at Lewis, this was what they were most curious about. Being watched by everyone, Lewis sighed, after I saw Ties being killed by Demi-Cooler, I lost my mind. I have no idea what happened afterwards. Lewis glanced at Taisai beside him and felt very distressed. He swore that he would never let Taisai get hurt again. Ties noticed Lewis's eyes and shook her head, as if to say, I'm not afraid, I'm willing to die as long as I can be with you. Lewis held her little hand tightly under the table, looked at everyone, and finally spoke, then I drifted to other time and space. Save Trunks. Find Bulma and ask her to build the Super Dragon Ball radar. Summon Super Shenron and make a wish to recover from his injuries. Lewis told everything that happened in the future time and space. Listen to everything. Ties was a little emotional. Lewis, you said that Bulma and her son in the future almost died. Well, even your parents died at the hands of those 2 androids. Lewis really felt bad for Bulma and Trunks in the future. Chapter 127. Bang! Taisai's eyes were blazing with fire. She clenched her fists and slammed the table hard. All the plates on the table were blown away by her. Bulma in the future time and space can eat the spiritual fruit given by Lewis, so there is no reason why Tais, who has been living in the gods of destruction world, cannot eat it. Taisai's combat power now reaches 100,000. She smashed the table so hard that it was almost split in two. Luckily, Beerus' dining table was made from a sacred tree, so nothing happened. At the dinner table, except for Lewis, Beerus, and the other three all held their breath, not daring to breathe. Oh my god! If you offend Taisai now, you will be in trouble. Don't dare to provoke. After all, there is no connection between our time and space and the future time and space, and I also killed those two artificial humans. Lewis held Taisai's hand tightly and comforted her, but would Tais listen to him? Yes, I understand. Tais pursed her lips and gave an ugly smile. Lewis pinched her little hand. It was not surprising that Tais would show such an expression. Although the two time and space were different, Bulma and others in the future time and space were also Tais' relatives after all. Just like Vegeta in the anime, when he heard that Trunks in the future time and space was in trouble, he was furious and wanted to kill him in the future time and space. After Zamasu appeared, Vegeta took Son Goku to the future time and space to avenge Trunks and others in the future time and space. After a while, the atmosphere at the table eased a little. Beerus looked at Lewis and smiled. You can even find the Super Dragon Ball and use the Super Shenron to recover from your injuries. You're pretty smart. According to Lewis's story, Lewis was seriously injured because he forcefully used time and space erasure. This kind of power involves rules and even laws, and ordinary people have no way to recover from it. Even angels at the angel level can't do it. Only angels at the priest level can do it. This was what happened last time when Lewis forcibly used erase, and because of this, he knew the shortcomings of Lewis' physique. Lewis could ignore any damage, but he could not ignore the damage caused by himself. Luckily, Lewis knew about Super Dragon Ball, or he would be dead. If I don't look for Super Dragon Ball, who can I look for? Lewis saw that Taisai's mood had calmed down a little, then he looked at Beerus and said with a wry smile, I can't go to the U in another time and space. Looking for me? Beerus shook his head, you went to another time and space. Although you didn't go there on purpose, it can be considered as manipulating time. The crime of manipulating time can be serious or minor. The me in the other time and space doesn't know you and will definitely attack you. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus, you still have some self-awareness. Ah? The me in another time and space really attacked you. Beerus' eyes widened. He just said it casually. Right. Lewis smiled and told him the details. He had a fight with Beerus from the future, and used the similarity of their fighting styles to make Beerus from the future believe him. In the end, Beerus from the future pretended to be defeated, and then ran away with the Vados siblings from the future, because he didn't want others to hurt his disciples. Oh wow, I didn't expect that Lord Beerus from another time and space is so cute. Whis covered his mouth and laughed. Lewis also smiled. Beerus in both time and space was so heartwarming. Beerus' face turned slightly red, and he seemed to be looking for a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. Fortunately, he in another time and space believed in Lewis' identity and did not cause trouble for Lewis again. By the way, when I summoned Super Shenron, Lord Salama took over Super Shenron's body. Lewis said this directly. What? You mean Lord Sarama? Beerus and Whis were so scared that they jumped up from their chairs, and the prophecy fish in the cup also jumped out of the water into the air, looking shocked. Taisai had come out of the tragedy of the future time and space a little, and seeing the stunned expressions of everyone, she was suddenly filled with confusion. Are you shocked? There are even more shocking things. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Lewis said solemnly, the Lord Sarama who descended upon Super Shenron is not the Lord Sarama of the future time and space at all. He knows me. He told me exactly where I came from. He is Lord Sarama of our time and space. His true form can directly cross countless time and space and descend upon the Super Shenron of the future time and space. As soon as these words came out, quiet. The entire Gods of Destruction Palace suddenly became quiet. Even a pin drop could be heard clearly. Soon. Hiss. Beerus took a breath, his pupils full of disbelief. He shook his head. How is this possible, except in the realm of time? Lord Beerus, Lord Salama can really do this? Whis interrupted Beerus and swallowed. Have you forgotten about Super Dragon Ball? Hiss. Beerus responded and took another breath. Seeing the two people's reactions, Louis was very confused. In Dragon Ball, he only knows some things about the Xeno universe, and knows nothing about the Dark Demon realm, the realm of time, and the realm of dragons. What does it mean that Salama can really do this? It really makes me feel itchy. Louis couldn't stand it anymore, frowned and asked, Whis, what are you talking about? Haha, I've asked you to tell riddles all the time, but it turns out there are times when you don't know something. Beerus pointed at Louis and laughed. Louis. All right. Whis waved his hand before speaking. Louis, I didn't tell you about the time and space problem before because I never had the chance. Now I will tell you about it. In recent years, too many things have happened. First, other gods of destruction brought their candidates to the seventh universe to fight, and then Quitella attacked. In the end, Demi, Cooler and 5 other demons descended directly to the seventh universe. There were too many things to do, and Louis had not yet come into contact with the issue of time and space, so he did not explain. Louis was stunned when he heard Whis's words. Aren't they talking about Sarama? Why did they bring up the issue of time and space again? Although he was confused, he still listened to Whis's story quietly. In this world, time and space are the most mysterious existence. Sometimes a small thing can split into a whole new parallel time and space. As to what it is, that is unknown. But, according to the Supreme Kai of Time, she said that if the trajectory of history changes, parallel time and space will be created. But no one knows the original trajectory of historical development, so no one can prevent the birth of parallel time and space. And everything in the parallel universe is the same before history changes, which means that there will be you, me, and him in every universe. But there is one place in this world that is unique, and that is the realm of time. The realm of time is located at the end of time. Zio rules the realm of time. Zios Supreme Kai is in charge of the entire space-time. Only people in the realm of time are qualified to deal with time and space issues. Because of their existence, our world has not caused a time and space explosion due to too many parallel time and space issues. Chapter 128. Hearing this, Louise raised her hand like a primary school student and asked, Whis, why are they the only ones who can deal with time and space issues? Can't we? In Dragon Ball, only Trunks and Zamasu from the future are involved in time and space issues. Louis really didn't know much about time and space, but in the extra chapter, the Nest of Time and the Supreme Kai of Time, Chrono, were mentioned. But he still didn't understand why other people were not qualified to deal with time and space issues. Because the people in the realm of time are unique, they are not affected by the causality of time and space, so only they are qualified to deal with time and space issues. Whis said lightly. Beerus sat in the chair with his arms folded, nodding all the time. When Taisai, who was standing next to her, heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. What a great material! Louis saw Taisai's reaction and couldn't help but smile. Is she coming out of the sadness just now? No. In fact, Taisai was still very angry, but she knew that it was useless even if she was angry, because her parents in the future time and space were already dead and reincarnated. They can't be resurrected at all. Louise has also avenged her parents in the future time and space, and everything on Earth in the future time and space is developing in a good direction. She couldn't show her anger on her face, otherwise his Louis would worry. So that's how it is. Louis suddenly realized after hearing what Whis said. But... Louis raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, what does what you said have to do with Lord Salama? I just said that except for the people in the realm of time, everyone else exists in all time and space, and Lord Salama is no exception. Whis said solemnly, and the people and things in each time and space exist independently, just like the Bulma in the future time and space you just mentioned, she is different from the Bulma in this time and space. At this point, Whis looked at Taisai and comforted her, Taisai, you should have heard what I said. The future time and space have nothing to do with you, so there is no need for you to be too angry. Taisai felt warm in her heart. She didn't expect that Whis also cared about her. Tais nodded vigorously. Whis retracted his gaze, looked at Louis, and continued, but Lord Sarama can bring consciousness to the Super Shenron in other parallel time and space, as if the Super Dragon Ball in the future time and space was created by him. Even Lord Zeno can't do this. Hearing this, Louis blurted out, why? At this time, Beerus on the side slowly spoke, that's because of the power of miracles. Whis nodded, the power of miracles turns everything impossible into possible. Boom! Louis' body trembled. If that was the case, could it be said that Salama in his current time and space could borrow the power of Salama in the future time and space? Is Lord Salama more powerful than Lord Zeno? Louis swallowed. Ha ha ha! Beerus and Whis held their stomachs and burst into laughter. Louis was stunned, his eyes full of question marks. What happened? Taisai has been in the Gods of Destruction world for so long and knows a lot of secrets. She was also wondering why Beerus and the other man suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, let me slow down for a moment. Beerus laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. After a while, he said seriously, no, when you reach the level of ruling a world, there is no such thing as who is strong and who is weak. Even if Lord Sarama can draw on the power of other dimensions, he can't do anything to Lord Zeno. When you talk about strength and weakness, you are just worrying about whether the people from the Dragon Realm will invade our Zeno universe. When you reach Master Zeno's level, you won't go to war with other worlds. Of course, the Dark Demon world doesn't count. Once a real war breaks out between the two worlds, that will be the destruction of the world, and no one will survive, do you understand? Beerus looked at Louis. Louis nodded. He just asked who was stronger and who was weaker. He was really worried that the Dragon Realm would attack Zeno universe. After all, in the previous life, many people speculated that Salama was actually the boss of Dragon Ball. Louis didn't know whether Salama would be the big boss. Of course, he was not worried about his own safety. He had immunity and was able to ignore any harm from the outside world. Even Salama couldn't hurt him. What Louis is worried about is Tais. With his current strength, if the two worlds really go to war, he really won't be able to protect her. Just now, Lord Beerus and I were just shocked by what you said, so we said so much. Whis smiled and said, actually, these things are well known among the gods, but I just never had the chance to tell you before. Louis nodded. After that, everyone talked a lot, mostly about Louis's problems. Louis talked about using the power of time and space to travel through time and space. This journey back was very difficult. He almost exhausted the power of time and space in his body before returning to the present time and space. Beerus and Whis were speechless when they heard that Louis had traveled through time and space hundreds of times, because they had said before that time traveling was manipulating time, which was a serious sin. However, Louis said that he traveled through the wrong time and space and did nothing. When he came back and met Mels said there was no problem. Whis felt a headache. He originally wanted to scare Louis, but what made this kid act so recklessly? But Myers told everything directly, which was a headache. Okay, that's my experience, now it's my turn to ask you. Louis looked at Beerus and Whis. Whis and Beerus looked at each other the same, and Whis smiled and said, "Ask. What happened after I lost my mind? Why did I fall into the turbulence of time and space? You forgot." Beerus was stunned. Lewis said angrily, "Didn't I just say that I lost my mind? How could I remember?" "Yes." Beerus smiled awkwardly, and soon, he told Lewis everything about the dark world. Hearing this, Lewis was stunned, his mouth opened wide. "You said that all the people in the Dark Demon Realm were wiped out by me? The Dark Demon Realm was also blasted to pieces by me." Chapter 129. Lewis was stunned. He really had no feelings. He only remembered that Ties was killed by Demi-Cooler at that time, and anger completely filled his mind. The power in his body also underwent amazing changes under the stimulation of extreme anger. At that time, he had only one belief, which was to kill Demi-Cooler. Now Whis said that he not only killed all the masters of the Dark Demon Realm, but also blasted the Dark Demon Realm into fragments of time and space. "I actually blew up the Dark Demon Realm." Lewis looked at his hands and muttered to himself. No wonder I was injured so badly. It was because he forcibly used the erasure of time and space that he caused himself to suffer irreversible trauma." Everyone looked at Lewis, who was muttering to himself. As the person involved, he was so shocked, let alone them. Although the Dark Demon Realm is not as big as the Xeno universe, it is still a world, and it is a world created by all the demons themselves. At that time, Lewis' power was only at the 4th level of the Divine Realm. He was able to destroy a world with just this little power. No one would believe it if he told them. "It was you who destroyed it." Whis smiled, but his smile was very stiff. He still found it hard to believe this. "Call." Lewis exhaled heavily, then looked at Whis and Beerus and said seriously, "Lord Beerus, Whis, I originally planned to return to the Saiyan clan after I came back. I want to make my Saiyan clan rise completely, and then attack the Dark Demon Realm. Since I've killed them all, forget it." Lewis sighed. He actually felt a little aggrieved because Demi-Cooler was not killed when he was awake. It felt like Demi-Cooler wasn't killed by him personally. There is no way to make him feel better. Hearing Lewis' words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that Lewis had a good personality and was a Saiyan who was easy to get along with. But at the same time, he is also a vengeful Saiyan. Just like Quitella back then, Quitella sneak attacked him, and Lewis went directly to the 4th universe and killed him with the power of erasure. This time, Demi-Cooler touched Taisai, but Taisai is Lewis's Achilles heel. With Lewis's personality, it is really normal for him to take the action of attacking the Dark Demon world. Lewis only said that he would return to the tribe and let the Saiyan tribe attack the Dark Demon world. He did not ask them for help because he did not want to trouble them. Beerus and Whis looked at each other with melancholy on their faces. What should they do? The dark world was shattered by Lewis, but it was restored by someone else. "Hey? What happened to you guys?" Lewis noticed that there was something wrong with the expressions of Beerus and the other man. Taisai, who was beside him, also had a grim look on her face, as if she was worried about something. As for the prophecy fish, it had already dived to the bottom of the cup and didn't dare to look at the next scene. Lewis, I have bad news for you." Beerus swallowed and said, "I'll tell you, you mustn't mess around." Lewis's two sword-like eyebrows were twisted together. "What's wrong?" "You shattered the dark world, but I don't know who restored it later." "What?" Lewis stood up suddenly from his chair, looking closely at Beerus and Whis. "Really? Originally, the 12 of us brothers and sisters were very happy to see the dark world destroyed. I also knew that you would be fine. We knew that we just had to wait for you to return." Whis smiled bitterly, but later on, somehow, the Dark Demon Realm recovered. He was also frightened at the time. The Dark Demon Realm had clearly been blasted into fragments of time and space by Lewis, so why did it recover again? In order to find the answer, he observed near the Dark Demon Realm for a month and found that the strong men wiped out by Lewis did not resurrect, but Demi-Cooler recovered. He was present when Lewis destroyed the Dark Demon Realm, and except for Demi-Cooler, all other masters of the Demon Realm were wiped out by Lewis. Ordinary power is simply not able to revive those who have been erased. Only the miraculous power of Super Shenron can do this. With this information, it is enough to prove that the Dark Demon Realm was not restored using the Super Shenron. Who is it? Lewis' face was gloomy, especially his blood-red eyes, which looked particularly evil. The murderous aura emanating from Lewis caused the temperature of the Gods of Destruction Palace to drop rapidly. Tai's body trembled violently. She quickly stood up and hugged Lewis tightly. "Lewis, don't mess around, I don't want you to help me get revenge." Before, Lewis just wanted to help her get revenge, so Lewis disappeared for 2 months. If another accident happens, can her Louise return safely? No. No. She must stop Lewis. "Don't be afraid, Sister Taisai. I won't do anything rash." Lewis felt Taisa's body temperature, and his eyes, which were originally full of murderous intent, regained clarity. "Well, promise me that you won't do anything rash." Taisai crawled out of his arms and looked him in the eye. When Lewis saw Taisa's worried look, his heart ached. "That's all. That's all. Don't let his sister Taisai worry." "Good." Lewis nodded vigorously, but still looked at Whis and the others. "Lord Beerus, Whis, do you know who restored the Dark Demon Realm?" "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash." Beerus and Whis looked at each other and nodded. Whis said solemnly, "According to our angel's guess, it is the extremely mysterious Lord Quan Mo. Apart from him, we can't think of anyone else who would be willing to help the Dark Demon World. In fact, apart from Xeno Universe, the Dark Demon World is hated by the Time Realm and the Dragon Realm, who also have no good feelings towards the Dark Demon World. This is mainly because the Dark Demon World often uses Dragon Ball to cause time and space splits, which directly affects the other 2 worlds. All demons." Lewis frowned, he was no stranger to the name of All Devil. In the future time and space, Salama told him that his identity was not a complete devil. He also realized that the Grand Priest, the angels, and Demi-Cooler had always regarded him as a demon. "Who is Quan Mo?" Lewis asked. He only knew that Quan Mo was related to the former Grand Priest, but he knew nothing about other secrets. Soon, Whis explained to him the origin of all the demons. Xeno's brother. Another former master of the Xeno universe. Because of something, he had a big fight with Xeno, and finally all the demons left the Xeno universe and opened up a new Dark Demon World. Lewis suddenly realized that this is how the Dark Demon World appeared. It looks like it should be him. The big boss of the Dark Demon World, no one will help the Dark Demon World except him. As strong as Xeno? Lewis smiled bitterly in his heart. He originally wanted to do something reckless, but when he heard that it was all the demons who took action to restore the Dark Demon World, he couldn't do anything reckless. After all, with his current strength, he can't even deal with the Grand Priest, let alone the ruler of a world. He can only let Demi-Cooler and the Dark Demon Realm go for now. When he succeeds in his training, that will be the day of Demi-Cooler's death. Chapter 130. The atmosphere in the Gods of Destruction Palace eased a little. After receiving Lewis's confirmation that he would not do anything rash, Thais naturally believed that her Lewis would not lie to her. She and the prophecy fish leave from the Palace of the Gods of Destruction. There were still some leftovers on the table. Whis waved his staff and cleared the table. The dinner gathering of all members of the Gods of Destruction ended. During the dinner, everyone talked for a long time. Lewis' experience amazed everyone. He first lost his mind and killed all the masters of the Dark Demon Realm, and finally blew up the entire Dark Demon Realm. When he came back, he traveled through time and space in the wrong way hundreds of times. This stupid behavior made people laugh. But Beerus and the others knew that Lewis just wanted to try out his power of time and space, and it didn't matter as it didn't cause serious consequences. As for Salama projecting his consciousness onto the super Shenron of the future time and space, Beerus and Whis didn't know how to describe it. They could only say that they had a better understanding of this kind of dominant-level strongman. And Louis learned everything that happened after he lost his sanity through Beerus and Whis' stories. He personally killed all the powerful ones in the Dark Demon Realm. Although the Dark Demon Realm was finally restored by all the demons, at least it was a revenge for Taisai. After Tais and the Prophecy Fish left, only Beerus, Whis and Louis were left in the Palace of Gods of Destruction. Whis, I want to know how your father treats me. Louis sat in a chair, resting his hands on the dining table and supporting his chin. He has blood-red eyes, silver hair, and looks a bit bohemian. The corner of Beerus' mouth twitched slightly. He was suddenly a little uncomfortable with Louis' current appearance, but he also looked at Whis. Since Louis is not an all-demon, will Grand Priest continue to let Louis stay in the Xeno universe? My father didn't care about you. Whis shook his head. Before, his father had always believed that Louis was the all-devil, and took advantage of Louis not yet truly awakening to pull him back to the Xeno universe camp. In this way, even if the whole demon truly awakens, he will not forget this memory. He didn't know why his father did this, but he must have wanted to change something. Whis guessed that his father might want to make the two worlds no longer hostile to each other. After all, Xeno universe and the Dark World have been fighting for many years. Before Louis appeared, the two worlds had never caused major casualties, but many parallel time and space were created. Too many parallel universes are not a good thing for either the Xeno universe or the Dark Demon world. But all this can only happen if Louis is a full demon. Louis is not a full demon now, and the power in him is so special. If Whis puts himself in his father's shoes, he will look at Louis from his father's perspective. He will definitely not let Louis jump around in Xeno universe. After all, Louis' power is too terrifying. If he causes trouble, it will do more harm than good to Xeno universe. Only his father didn't care about Louis, which meant Xeno didn't care about Louis either. Ah! Louis was confused. The thing he was most worried about when he came back was the attitude of Grand Priest and Xeno towards him. He knew his specialness himself, so why would Grand Priest and Xeno leave him alone? Don't look at me. I don't know either. Whis shook his head and smiled, but, isn't this just right? If Louis was really expelled or sealed by the Grand Priest, he would not know what to do. On one side is his father, on the other side is his apprentice. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. Fortunately his father didn't say anything. After hearing what was said, Louis was confused, but he still let out a heavy breath. Before he came back, he thought about what he would do if Grand Priest and Xeno couldn't tolerate him. Take Taisai and escape from Xeno universe to the Dragon Realm. This was something he had planned, because in the future time and space, Salama had invited him to the Dragon Realm. Only, in the end, he couldn't bear to leave Xeno universe like this. After all, Taisai's family is here. Beerus, Whis, Son Goku, Vegeta, the old Supreme Kai, Shin. They are all here too. The seventh universe carries too many memories for him. To be honest, Louis really doesn't want to leave here. Very good. Beerus jumped with excitement when he heard Whis' words. Seeing Beerus' excitement, Louis also smiled. Whis came over and rubbed Louis' head. This was the cub he had raised since he was a child. After chatting with Beerus for a while, Louis once again confirmed the Grand Priest's attitude towards him. He felt relieved when he got the same answer. Louis said hello to Beerus and left the Gods of Destruction world without staying here. He now has more important things to do, which is to make the Saiyan clan rise completely. Beerus and his companions were the only ones left in the Gods of Destruction palace. Beerus stroked his chin and asked, Whis, have you noticed that Louis' hair color is exactly the same as your angel's hair? I saw it, what's wrong? Is this kid's dimension going to break through to the angel level? Whis was silent for a while, then slowly said, I didn't expect Lord Beerus to think so too. Beerus widened his eyes and looked at Whis, you think so too? Whis nodded, Louis' current state is so strange, blood-red pupils, silver hair, other than the fact that dimension is about to break through to the angel realm, I really can't think of any other reason for it. Above the god dimension is the angel dimension, and after the angel dimension is the priest dimension. Beerus scratched his head and frowned, then why can't I sense any signs of a breakthrough in his dimension? Whis rolled his eyes. You talk as if you can sense angels level dimension. Ha 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 ha. Beerus smiled awkwardly. He was only at the peak of the divine dimension and indeed could not sense the angel level dimension. But you're right. I don't sense any signs of Louis breaking through. Beerus said unhappily, then why did you scold me just now? Oh, the atmosphere seems a bit serious, so I just want to make a joke. The other side. Louis' instant transmission comes to the Supreme Kai world. Old Supreme Kai, do you know where the planet Metamor is? Chapter 131. The old Supreme Kai was observing the seventh universe with a crystal ball, and was suddenly stunned when he heard this. This voice sounds so familiar. Usse, who was sitting on the lawn, turned his head suddenly and said excitedly, Louis. The old Supreme Kai also turned around to see the figure clearly and asked excitedly, when did you come back? Louis would be lying if he didn't feel touched when he saw the reactions of the two old Supreme Kai. I just came back for a while. I'm sorry to have made you worry during the 2 months I was gone. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. The old Supreme Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Louis was his substitute gods of destruction in the seventh universe. Fortunately, he was back. Axon next to him said, where have you been these 2 months, Louis? My ancestors and I are worried to death. I went to the future. Louis recounted his previous experience, leaving the old Supreme Kai and the other two stunned. He went to another time and space to summon the Super Shenron, and when he came back he traveled through the wrong time and space hundreds of times. Is this guy trying to go to heaven? If you want to come back, why don't you ask me from another time and space for help? The old Supreme Kai's mouth twitched slightly, and he was speechless. Looking for you? In the future time and space, Majin Buu has not appeared yet, and Son Gohan in the future time and space also died at the hands of those two androids. The old Supreme Kai in the future time and space is probably still sealed in the Supreme Kai sword. Seeing Louis's expression, the old Supreme Kai thought of his own experience again, and his face was full of black lines. Based on the similarities of history, he in the parallel universe was most likely also sealed in the Supreme Kai sword by Beerus. You are such a mean boy. You knew that the other me was sealed, but you didn't even help me. I have been so worried about you for the past 2 months. I am so angry. Hee hee. Usse also thought of the scene in which the old Supreme Kai was unsealed by Louis, and he covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Bang! Hey, why did you hit me, ancestor? Usse squatted on the ground, covering his head, and said innocently. What the hell are you laughing at? Go copy the duties of a Supreme Kai 100 times. The old Supreme Kai was so angry that even his juniors laughed at him. Usse shrank his little head and left here happily. As he jumped, the rooster feathers on his head swayed, looking a little silly. Seeing this, Louis smiled slightly. The previous Supreme Kai Xian always looked like he had never seen the world and often made jokes. Today's Supreme Kai has really changed a lot. Forehead. Looks like a lot more confident. Hey, why did your hair and pupil color change to this? The old Supreme Kai ignored Axon and came forward to touch Louis' hair. Blood-red eyes, silver hair. His first reaction was, is this kid's dimension about to break through to the angel realm? After all, angels all have silver hair. However, if he sensed carefully, he did not find any signs of Louis' dimension breaking through. Louis' current dimension was still in the state of a god. My hair became like this after Ties died. Louis spread his hands and asked curiously, Old Supreme Kai, do you know why my hair looks like this? Let me think about it. Old Supreme Kai narrowed his eyes, he always felt that something was wrong with Louis' condition. Louis was stunned when he saw the Old Supreme Kai in deep thought. He had asked Whis before, but Whis couldn't explain it clearly. Now the Old Supreme Kai showed this expression. Could it be that the Old Supreme Kai knew what was going on? Louis was delighted and wanted to speak, but when he saw that the Old Supreme Kai was still in deep thought, he covered his mouth again, not daring to disturb the Old Supreme Kai. Half a day passed. The Old Supreme Kai paced back and forth under the tree, his brows furrowed more and more. Louis was watching from the side. He had forgotten the purpose of coming to the Supreme Kai world. He now only wanted to know why his hair and pupils became like this. After a while. So that's how it is. Under the tree, Old Supreme Kai suddenly jumped up in excitement. Louis asked hurriedly, Old Supreme Kai, do you know why my hair looks like this? Right. The Old Supreme Kai looked over, his eyes were very burning, as if he was looking at a world treasure, and he licked his lips, which made Louis' heart tighten. Is this old man trying to be gay? Bloodline. The Old Supreme Kai suddenly spoke up. Ah! Louis was stunned. What bloodline? There is a saying in the mortal world, one thought can turn your hair white. The Old Supreme Kai put his hands behind his back and walked around Louis. Taiza's death must have been a big blow to you, so your hair turned white. But your pupils have also turned blood red, which means my inference is wrong. So I associated your state with the dimension, but your dimension has not changed. It is still the dimension of the gods. My guess is wrong again. The Old Supreme Kai paused and looked at Louis intently. Finally, I thought of the reason of bloodline. Saiyan bloodline. Louis was confused. What did this have to do with Saiyan blood? At this time, looking at Louis, the Old Supreme Kai said in an unbelievable tone, your Saiyan bloodline has been sublimated. Louis wanted to ask a question. The Old Supreme Kai continued, 2 months ago, didn't you transform into Super Saiyan 3? The transformation into a Super Saiyan is proof of the sublimation of your bloodline. In his observation, Saiyan's power is affected by emotions. The angrier he is, the more powerful his power will be. He may even break his own shackles out of anger and transform into a new Super Saiyan state. He studied it for a long time and finally figured out why this happened. In fact, transforming into a Super Saiyan is the sublimation of Saiyan bloodline. Saiyan uses anger as a fuse to ignite the blood bomb, allowing his own blood to continuously break through the limit. The same must be true for Louis now. Taiza's death gave him a huge boost, allowing him to break through to Super Saiyan 3. But the stimulation Louis received did not only allow him to break through to Super 3, his extreme anger made his blood continue to sublimate. Super 4. The Old Supreme Kai said excitedly, Louis, your bloodline now will definitely allow you to break through to Super Saiyan 4. What? Louis' mouth dropped open. Super 4? That's not right. Shouldn't Super Saiyan 4 regain sanity in the golden giant ape state and then be able to break through? Wrong. Silver hair. Could it be the legendary Super 5? Louis looked at his hands, breathing very rapidly. Can I transform into Super 5? At this time, the voice of the Old Supreme Kai came. It turns out that I have been wrong all along. I used to say that your Super Saiyan transformation was a misguided move, but at this moment, I am wrong. The Old Supreme Kai sighed, looked at Louis and continued, sure enough, existence is reasonable. Nature is evolving towards perfection, let alone humans. Louis, your path to Super Saiyan transformation is correct. If you transform into Super Saiyan 4, I believe all the shortcomings of Super Saiyan will disappear. Louis came back to his senses and shook his head. What Old Supreme Kai said was right, when reaching the Super Saiyan 4 state, the violent emotions, physical burden, and high consumption, all these shortcomings will disappear. It can be said that Super Saiyan 4 is another normal state, a return to basics. But old Supreme Kai was wrong again. He could not only break through to Super Saiyan 4. His bloodline might have already sublimated towards Super Saiyan 5. Chapter 132. Okay, Lewis, what are you doing in the Supreme Kai world? If Lewis can really transform into Super Saiyan 4, his power will definitely become even stronger. Lewis' power is the power of the 7th universe. Old Supreme Kai suppressed his excitement. He remembered what planet Lewis came here to look for. Lewis exhaled heavily. He finally knew why his hair and pupils became like this. He is indeed the knowledgeable old Supreme Kai. Lewis hasn't told the old Supreme Kai about his situation yet. As for becoming Super 5, he feels that he probably can't do it yet, but his bloodline must be constantly sublimating. There will always be a day when you will be able to break through. Lewis also suppressed his excitement and said, I want to ask old Supreme Kai if you know the planet Metamor. This is exactly the purpose of his coming to the Supreme Kai world. He wants to make the Saiyan clan rise completely. Metamor. Old Supreme Kai touched his chin. This planet seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember why it seemed familiar. He searched for the location of the planet in his mind and soon found it. It's in the Carl Galaxy in the northern Milky Way. What are you looking for? Didn't you ask Jebbit to bring 2 Patara earrings to my 2 tribesmen in the past 2 months? Lewis talked about Bojack's invasion of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Fusion technique. The old Supreme Kai's eyes suddenly widened, and he finally remembered why he was familiar with the planet Metamor. In the universe, it might be difficult for him to judge which is the strongest race. But if we talk about the most special race, it must be the Metamor. A long time ago, this universe was disrupted by people from the Dark World. At that time, Beerus was still sleeping. He was just a Supreme Kai and had no way to deal with the strong men in the Dark Demon world. When he was at a loss, the Metamor alien stood up. The Metamoris taught the art of fusion to 2 strong men in the universe, and then the 2 men fused together to create a brand new warrior. The warrior's power was so terrifying that he even reached the peak of the 1st level of the realm of God. Of course, the power at the peak of the 1st level of the divine realm alone is still not enough to defeat the strong ones in the dark demon world. However, with the fusion warrior's attack, the noise caused by his fight with the dark demon's strongmen directly woke Beerus up. Finally, the powerful dark demons who invaded the 7th universe were blasted into tiny stars by Beerus' destructive energy. Do you want to learn their fusion technique? Old Supreme Kai narrowed his eyes and smiled. Old Supreme Kai is wise. Lewis laughed. The old Supreme Kai exclaimed, the Metamor people are truly an amazing race. They have used mortal wisdom to develop a fusion technique that can be compared to the Patara earrings. And we don't have many Patara earrings. If our 7th universe is invaded by many people from the Dark World, and you and Beerus are not here, then our 7th universe will be in trouble. The old Supreme Kai said solemnly, using the fusion technique to create a new fusion warrior, this is a good idea. Lewis looked at the old Supreme Kai, so. Old Supreme Kai laughed, I have no objection to you wanting to learn the fusion technique. I wish all of you Saiyans could learn this fusion technique. After knowing that Lewis wanted to learn the art of fusion, he immediately guessed Lewis' intention. The Saiyan clan is developing very well nowadays. Every Saiyan is very powerful, and even many Super Saiyans have appeared. If you use the Patara earrings, you won't be able to create many fusion warriors. But the fusion technique is different. Once you learn it, you can create many fusion warriors. Then, the 7th universe will be prosperous. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. The old Supreme Kai said excitedly, I'll tell you the location of the planet Metamor right now, and I want to go with you. Good. After Lewis learned the location of the planet Metamor, he used instant transmission to disappear with the old Supreme Kai. Usse, who was hiding in the distance, was stunned. What happened to the ancestor? But now that the ancestors are gone, doesn't that mean that I don't have to copy out the duties of the Supreme Kai 100 times? Cool. When Lewis and the old Supreme Kai were on their way to the planet Metamor, Earth Heaven, Son Goku, Vegeta, Bardock, and King Vegeta are all here. Kakarot, you said you were with Vegeta fusion and transformed into a whole new state. Bardock was stunned. 2 months ago, because Shishi was pregnant and needed care, Bardock and Jin stayed on Earth to take care of Shishi. Bardock did not participate in the battle at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, but powerful auras continued to erupt from the direction of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. At that time, Bardock felt the power and was terrified. Those powers are simply not something that ordinary people can unleash. Later, a flash of light came from the universe, the Earth exploded instantly, and then the 7th universe was also destroyed. Bardock, Jin and Shishi are all dead. Grand Priest used time travel to restore the 7th universe, but Bardock and the others didn't know about it. Son Goku and Vegeta came back and told Bojack everything about their battle. They used the Potara earrings to defeat Bojack. Yes, there are 3 more states above the Super Saiyan state. One is Super Saiyan full power, another is Super Saiyan 2, and the last one is Super Saiyan 3. If you don't believe me, you can ask Vegeta. Son Goku pointed at Vegeta next to him, so Bardock and King Vegeta looked at Vegeta. Being stared at with such a burning gaze, Vegeta felt a little uncomfortable. He pretended to be very cold and said, "It's just Super Saiyan 3. What's the fuss about? What's all the fuss?" King Vegeta's brother Bardock's mouth twitched slightly, and even Son Goku was speechless. Son Goku said, "Vegeta, can you transform into Super Saiyan 2? Stop talking so much." Vegeta felt a little guilty and just yelled, trying to hide his embarrassment. The 3 of them rolled their eyes immediately and said, "You're just pretending to be garlic. Okay, let's go ask Mr. Popo for advice. He will definitely help us break through to Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 133. The gods were observing the lower world from the edge of the heavens, with Bobo following beside them. At the same time, there was also an eraser covered in black sitting on the ground, playing with mud and sand. Son Goku and his 3 friends didn't know when this little kid came from heaven. This little guy looked very dark, almost the same skin color as Popo. Could he be Bobo's relative? Son Goku was a little confused. He and Vegeta walked towards Popo, but his eyes were always on the little brat. As if aware of Son Goku's gaze, the little brat on the ground raised his head, revealing 2 white teeth. His smile looked very innocent, and he was a cute little guy. What's wrong? Vegeta frowned because Son Goku had stopped at this point. Bardock and King Vegeta also looked at Son Goku. "Little friend, are you Bobo's relative?" Son Goku ignored everyone. He walked to the little brat, squatted down, reached out and touched the little brat's head. Popo beside the god turned his head suddenly, and seeing Son Goku's action, he swallowed his saliva, so brave. The god's eyelids kept twitching. He saw with his own eyes that Bobo brought the little brat out from the ground of the cemetery of the gods. At this moment, the heaven suddenly became quiet, and only the rustling sound of leaves colliding could be heard. The atmosphere in heaven became weird. Son Goku felt the gazes of Popo and the god, looked up, then lowered his head again. The little brat tilted his head back, and his eyes met Son Goku's clear eyes. Deep. Psychedelic. Son Goku's head suddenly made a buzzing sound, and time seemed to stop at this moment, and he entered a black void. The nothingness is terrifyingly quiet, like an endless black vortex that can make people lost and unable to extricate themselves. "Hello, I am Bobo's relative." Suddenly, the black eraser grinned, and his smile instantly pulled Son Goku back from the endless black vortex. When Bobo, who was far away, heard this, he felt warm in his heart. Hello, hello. Son Goku looked at the brat as if he had seen a ghost and quickly took his hand back from the brat's head. What's wrong with you? Vegeta came to Son Goku, he just noticed Son Goku's strange expression. Nothing. Son Goku shook his head. He looked at the black eraser who was playing with mud and sand on the ground. What a weird kid. Nothing. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and he also looked down at the child on the ground. His appearance is weird, but there are many species with strange shapes in the universe, and this child is nothing special. Mr. Popo, I want to ask how we can transform into Super Saiyan 2. At this time, Son Goku, Bardock, and others have come to Popo, and Vegeta also hurried over here, fearing that he would miss out on important information. Basic strength, the level of bloodline sublimation, and finally anger. Bobo glanced at Lord Quan Mo who was still playing with mud and sand. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect that his Lord Quan Mo was not angry. What's the meaning? Son Goku and the others already knew how powerful Popo was, especially Son Goku. He has been waiting to go to heaven since he was a child, and has received instruction from Bobo many times. Basically, Bobo can answer any question he asks. Vegeta naturally knew how special Popo was. He had been on Earth for many years and had trained in heaven with Son Goku for several years. In his eyes, Bobo is like a sweeping monk, who looks ordinary but is actually a hidden master. Popovich's teaching according to his aptitude has also caused his strength and fighting ability to increase rapidly. Basic strength? The degree of blood sublimation? Finally, anger? Now Popo's words made Son Goku and the others very confused. Mr. Popo, what do you mean by this? Bardock asked puzzledly. Popo glanced at everyone and said calmly, basic strength refers to your current normal strength. Among the four of you, only Son Goku and Vegeta have the hope of becoming Super Saiyan 2. After the battle with Bojack, Son Goku's normal strength broke through 60 million. After 2 months of precipitation, it finally broke through 75 million. Vegeta's normal combat power also exceeded 70 million. With their current level of strength, it is enough to support them to transform into Super Saiyan 2 state. When Son Goku and the others heard what Popo said, they couldn't help but feel happy. We can't. King Vegeta pointed at himself and then at Bardock. After the battle with Cooler, Bardock's normal strength broke through 4 million combat power. Up to now, he has increased his combat power by another 2 million, and finally reached 6 million combat power. King Vegeta was stimulated by Bardock, a lower-level warrior. He trained hard and broke through from 3 million to 5 million combat power. Unfortunately, he, like his son, always lags behind the Bardocks. No. Bobo's words made Bardock and the others sigh. At this time, Son Goku hurriedly asked, what do blood and anger mean? Bloodline refers to your Saiyan bloodline. Bobo's explanation is similar to the old Supreme Kai's explanation to Lewis, or even more detailed than the old Supreme Kai's explanation. After Popo finished his story, Son Goku and the others understood what it meant. If you want to transform into Super Saiyan 2, basic strength, blood sublimation level and anger are all essential. Okay, now you all know how to transform, so let's leave the heavens first. I'm going to observe the lower world with the gods. Popo glanced at the Zenmo who were playing in the mud and sand, and ordered Son Goku and the others to leave. Ah! Son Goku and the others were stunned for a moment, then nodded and agreed. As everyone prepared to leave the heavens, the Zenmo on the ground suddenly pointed at Son Goku and said, Popo, I want him to play with me. Son Goku was slightly startled. He walked to Zenmo and wanted to reach out and touch Zenmo's little head, but when he thought of the scene just now, he took his hand back. Little guy, my son was just born and I need to go back to be with my Shishi and Gohan. Son Goku blinked his clear eyes, and his smile was very gentle at this time. 2 months ago, Shishi was already 7 or 8 months pregnant, and just a few days ago, his son was finally born and named Son Gohan. The moment Son Gohan was born, Jiren, who was far away in Universe 11, felt his eyelids twitch violently, as if something bad was about to happen. Then you have to play with me next time. Chuan Mo stretched out his little hand. Son Goku saw the little hand stretched out by the Zen demon and laughed. He also bent down and stretched out his hand, shaking hands with the little brat on the ground. Okay, I'll play with you next time I come to heaven. This scene looks very much like the scene in the anime where Son Goku and Zeno shake hands. Only Zeno turned into a full demon. Chapter 134. After Son Goku and his companions left, only the gods, Popo, and all the demons were left in the heaven. The god was very sensible. He quickly returned to the temple, leaving only Bobo and Quan Mo outside the temple. Popo looked at Zenmo on the ground and said weakly, Master Zenmo, are you interested in Son Goku? Chuan Mo played with the sand in his hands and smiled, this little guy is very interesting. I want to play with him. Popo smiled and said, I didn't expect that Son Goku could actually attract the interest of the Demon Lord. But it's true. Son Goku has a very simple mind. Such people often have an inexplicable charm that always makes people feel good about him. Hey hey! Chuan Mo smiled foolishly and said nothing. When Bobo saw Quan Mo's silly look, 2 black lines appeared on his forehead, but he was completely in black and no one could notice his speechless expression. Oh, Lord Quan Mo, that little guy Louis. Bobo hadn't finished yet. Chuan Mo put away his silly smile and said seriously, don't worry about him, let him have fun. Maybe he can even comprehend my dark power. What? Bobo was stunned. Chuan Mo ignored Bobo's expression and muttered to himself, if that's the case, in addition to the power of miracles, he has gathered the power of light, the power of darkness, and the power of time and space. There were several streaks of white light in the sky. It was Son Goku and his companions flying in the sky. Bardock looked at King Vegeta, how are the tribe members now? He did not participate in the battle with Bojack. When he and Jin were taking care of Shishi on Earth, King Vegeta was suddenly sent to Earth by Vegeta. When King Vegeta was sent to Earth, his clothes were torn, his body was covered with bruises, and even his tail was broken off. You can imagine how intense that battle was for Bojack. Fortunately, 2 months later, King Vegeta's tail finally grew back. They are all good. After that battle, they have become more diligent in their training. I believe that in a short time, Raditz, Bibert, and Theodore will all be able to transform into Super Saiyans. King Vegeta asked Vegeta to take him back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, and he was very satisfied with Saiyans' current situation. Bardock clenched his fists and said with a cold look in his eyes, I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful guy in the universe. We Saiyans are still too weak. Bardock has always believed that today's Saiyans are already very strong. After all, there are 5 Super Saiyans. But no one expected that in the battle 2 months ago, the power unleashed by Bojack and his men would spread to the earth, and the entire Saiyan clan almost died in their hands. I don't know where those guys came from, and the aura they had was very evil, but luckily Vegeta and Kakarot Fusion got together and destroyed them. At this time, King Vegeta looked at Vegeta who was flying beside him, by the way, can you and Kakarot still fuse now? Vegeta shook his head, no, after our fusion time was up, the divine servant took the Potara earrings back. Without the earrings, Kakarot and I can't fuse at all. Vegeta looked at Son Goku again, and honestly, his proud heart could not accept the fusion, a lower-level warrior who had always surpassed him. But the power after fusion was able to fight Louis for a few moves, which was simply intoxicating. Took it back? You can't snatch it back. King Vegeta's tone was full of reluctance. Yes, such nice earrings, why don't you grab them? Bardock also showed a painful expression. The 2 men were like bandits, they would snatch anything they set their eyes on. The corners of Sun and Goku's mouths twitched slightly, and they were speechless. Do you know the identity of that divine servant? What is your identity? He is the guard beside Supreme Kai. Who is Supreme Kai? Is he as awesome as our Super Saiyan? King Vegeta and the other two looked over. Vegeta said in anger and amusement, Father, haven't you always been afraid of Lord Beerus? The Supreme Kai is protected by Lord Beerus. King Vegeta and Bardock both froze for a moment. Supreme Kai is protected by Beerus? If Son Goku and Vegeta had snatched those two earrings, would the Saiyan clan have survived? Oh my god! Almost kicked the steel plate. King Vegeta swallowed hard. Luckily you didn't rob us, otherwise Lewis wouldn't be able to save us. Bardock patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. You did the right thing. We Saiyan have turned over a new leaf and can no longer steal other people's things like this. It's crazy that the two bandit leaders actually gave in. Ha ha ha. Seeing their father's expression, Son Goku and the other boy burst out laughing. Okay, let's separate now. I have to go back to see my eldest grandson. King Vegeta, you two should practice well, or Kakarot and I will break through to Super Saiyan 2 first. Bardock said with a sly smile, then he pulled Son Goku and flew quickly towards Baizai Mountain. Get out of here! King Vegeta and his son were furious, and the power they burst out made the whole sky tremble, but Bardock and his son had already run far away. In the starry sky of universe, two rays of light flashed by, but when they passed a deserted planet, the light stopped. Lewis, this planet is an unqualified planet. Destroy it. These two people were none other than the old Supreme Kai and Lewis. They went to the planet Metamor without using instant transmission. Old Supreme Kai wanted to take this opportunity to let Lewis destroy more unqualified planets to prevent Lewis from going there to waste again. Good. Lewis nodded, raised his hand, condensed a purple destructive energy, and aimed it at the yellow planet in front. Just looking at the planet, I felt that it looked a little familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere. Lewis turned his head and asked, Old Supreme Kai, what is the name of this planet? Wampa, what's wrong? What? Lewis' eyes widened, and the destructive energy in his hands disappeared. Damn it, it almost made the war god of my Saiyan clan disappear. This old guy is really unreliable. Luckily he asked in advance. What's wrong? Seeing Lewis put his hand away, the old Supreme Kai looked confused. Lewis said angrily, Old Supreme Kai, you are really messing around. Don't you sense that there are two people in the planet? When Lewis came to this world, he would not let Broly go, but after he became the candidate gods of destruction, he was busy practicing and erasing Quitella. There is no time to find the Saiyan clan's god of war. How is it possible? I created this planet all those years ago, but after so many years, there is nothing. As the old Supreme Kai was talking, he suddenly opened his mouth wide and said in amazement, there really is someone. Chapter 135. According to the perception of the old Supreme Kai, in addition to some irrational monsters, there are actually two humans on the planet Wampa. In the eyes of the gods, humans refer to mortal species with wisdom. Old Supreme Kai frowned, how could this happen? Lewis looked at the planet below and smiled, Old Supreme Kai, let's go down and take a look. In Dragon Ball, Broly seems to be the same age as Son Goku. At this time, Broly is already an adult, and he is eager to see how much the Saiyan clan's god of war has grown. Good. Old Supreme Kai was also a little curious as to why there were two humans on planet Wampa. The two flew down to the bottom of the Wampa planet. In a cave on the planet Wampa, a sturdy man was eating a monster egg. Suddenly, he saw two rays of light streaking across the sky outside the cave. Broly's clear eyes lit up and he rushed out. Broly, where are you going? Paragus was also eating a monster egg. He quickly put down the eggshell in his hand and followed out. When I reached the cave entrance, I saw two figures flying from the sky. Boom! Paragus' body trembled, then he jumped up in excitement. Someone is coming! Ha 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 ha! Finally someone comes to this god-forsaken place. King Vegeta, do you know how I have lived these past 20 years? King Vegeta, when I get back, I will make sure you die. Paragus was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He half knelt on the ground, grabbing the sand with both hands, and tears dripped madly onto the yellow sand. When Broly was born, his combat power was 10,000 points, which was higher than King Vegeta's power. In order to maintain the status of his royal family, King Vegeta exiled his genius son to the planet Wampa on the edge of the northern Milky Way. The environment on Wampa is extremely harsh, with endless yellow sand and frequent devastating storms. This kind of environment is simply not suitable for human beings to stay in. In order to bring Broly back, he stole a spaceship and followed it to Wampa, but the spaceship was damaged on Wampa. Without the spaceship, he couldn't survive in the starry sky, so he and Broly couldn't go back. But in fact, Paragus can actually go back, because Lewis made a wish to Shenron that year, which was to allow the Saiyan people to survive in the starry sky. But, how would Paragus know this? He survived on the harsh environment of Wampa for more than 20 years, without food or clean water. He hates King Vegeta so much. Now that people have arrived, it proves that there must be a spaceship. Having a spaceship meant that he and Broly could escape from the planet. While Paragus was speaking incoherently with excitement, Broly had already taken off into the air, flying towards the two people in the sky. At the horizon, Lewis and the old Supreme Kai noticed Broly's figure and they both stopped in mid-air. It's Saiyan. The old Supreme Kai widened his eyes, looked at Lewis beside him, and asked in confusion, "Why are there people of your tribe on this planet?" Lewis spread his hands and pretended not to know and answered, "How should I know?" The old Supreme Kai looked at Lewis for a while, shook his head, and then looked at Broly who was flying towards them. He said in amazement, "This kid lives on this kind of planet, but he can actually cultivate his strength to such a level. How bizarre!" Broly's normal strength at this time has reached 300 million combat power. His normal strength can crush Frieza, which is very terrifying. If he transforms into the legendary Super Saiyan state, his power will increase by more than 50 times. And the amplification multiple can increase endlessly with the violent emotions until the body can no longer bear it. Strangeness. The old Supreme Kai stroked his chin, and also found Broly's power strange. Why is his power so violent? I haven't seen such violent power in other Saiyans. In the eyes of the old Supreme Kai, Broly at this moment was like a prehistoric giant ape, and the violent aura emanating from his body was almost materializing. How can you not be violent? Lewis' mouth corners slightly raised. This is the legendary Super Saiyan. Here it comes. Broly was getting closer and closer, and the old Supreme Kai hurriedly moved closer to Lewis. Only when he was with Lewis did he feel safe. Crash! A violent aura rushed towards them, and Broly instantly appeared in front of Lewis and the others. Broly has a green fur hanging around his waist, a scar carved on his face, and a body of tendons and muscles, as strong as a bull. Theatrical version, Dragon Ball Super, Broly. It's exactly the same as in the anime. Lewis sighed inwardly. It was the first time he saw the Saiyan clan's god of war. Without his violent behavior, he looked no different from a normal person. Broly is also very powerful. If he transforms into the legendary Super Saiyan state, no one in the current universe can defeat him alone. You are human. Broly smiled innocently, but he stuttered a little, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. Seeing this, the old Supreme Kai was stunned for a moment. The aura of the Saiyan in front of him was so violent, but why was his eyes so clear? Just like a child with a pure heart. The old Supreme Kai had only seen this look in one person, and that was Son Goku, who had fought Bojack and the others before. Your tribe member. The old Supreme Kai looked at Lewis with doubtful eyes. But Lewis ignored the old Supreme Kai. He flew forward, came in front of Broly, smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Lewis, what's your name?" "My name is Broly." Broly was excited to see Lewis smile. It was the first time he saw someone other than his father. Seeing Broly's silly look, Lewis smiled. Broly was still very cute when he wasn't violent. "Broly, I am one of your people. I will take you away from this planet, okay?" Lewis pointed to the tail around his waist, and then his tail danced wildly behind his butt like a rope. "You are performing acrobatics here." The old Supreme Kai on the side rolled his eyes. But Broly became excited. You also have a tail." Broly also waved his tail wildly. Two grown men were waving their tails wildly in the air. The scene was extremely weird. "Old Supreme Kai." Lewis put away his tail, looked at Broly and smiled, "How about I take you out of here?" "Leave here?" Broly was stunned. "Why do you want to leave here?" Broly has never left Wampa and has no idea what the outside world is like. The environment here is too bad. It's not a place where people can stay. But I've been living here. Lewis looked at the endless desert on the ground, with sandstorms blowing from time to time around. Broly has survived in this environment for more than 20 years. Lewis felt a little sorry for the big guy, and said, "There is clean water outside, a lot of delicious food, and more importantly, your people. Can I take you out?" "Delicious? What's delicious?" Broly scratched his head. He had no idea what delicious food was. "But this is delicious, and the clean water source sounds like it should taste good." Broly swallowed and tried to speak. At this time, a whistling sound was heard and Lewis looked into the distance. "Lewis, it's my father. My father is here." After Broly talked to Lewis several times, he now spoke more fluently. Soon, Paragus came to Broly and said coldly, "Boy, hand over the spaceship and I will spare your life." The old Supreme Kai glanced at Lewis. How dare this old Saiyan say such words to a candidate gods of destruction? Lewis' eyes turned cold, and he was about to take action. Broly said cautiously, "Father, he said he is one of our people." "Our people?" Paragus was stunned. He moved his eyes to Lewis' waist, tail. Paragus' pupils shrank sharply. "You are Saiyan. The Saiyan clan is ruled by King Vegeta. Now that a Saiyan has come to planet Wampa, does King Vegeta want to completely destroy him and Broly? King Vegeta, even at this point, you still won't let us go." Paragus was furious, his whole face twisted into a ball, and he said fiercely, "But do you really think your people can kill us?" Chapter 136. Paragus was talking to himself in the air. His words and actions were very strange, like a madman. Seeing this, the old Supreme Kai asked in confusion, "Lewis, what happened to him? Hatred has completely blinded his eyes. He is beyond help." Lewis said lightly. In fact, he also understands Paragus. King Vegeta was too cruel and ruthless in the past. In order to keep his throne intact, he chose to exile Broly. If he was Paragus, he would definitely hate King Vegeta too. What the hell? Old Supreme Kai didn't know the hidden truth, and he didn't understand what Lewis was saying at all. "Go to hell!" Paragus suddenly stopped shouting wildly and attacked Lewis directly. An energy bomb blasted out from his hand. The white energy bomb rushed towards Lewis like a grey wolf. Lewis had a blank expression on his face, and the old Supreme Kai beside him didn't show any emotion either. "How dare you send this kind of rubbish, King Vegeta?" Paragus sneered. Lewis and the other man's expressions were calm, but in his eyes there was an expression of being unable to react. "Really?" The energy bomb he threw hit Lewis steadily. Boom! A huge explosion resounded through the sky, leaving only a cloud of smoke in the air. "Lewis!" Broly yelled. This was a friend he had just met. Why did his father want to kill Lewis? Broly's emotions fluctuate when he sees a friend he just met being killed. Humph! You dare send this piece of trash who can't even react, King Vegeta. Paragus didn't notice Broly's expression. He suddenly felt a little regretful for killing Lewis because he didn't know the whereabouts of the spaceship. However, since Lewis and his men have appeared here, it means that Lewis and his spaceship must still be on the planet Vampa. Little did they know. Lewis and the old Supreme Kai did not come here on the universe spaceship, so there would naturally be no spaceship of his on the planet Wampa. After Paragus had killed Lewis and the other two, he turned around and prepared to look for the spaceship. Sudden. Is this the extent of your power? A voice came from the smoke, and Paragus' body shook violently. When Broly heard this, the violent emotions in his mind instantly disappeared, his eyes quickly regained clarity, and he said excitedly, Lewis, you are not dead. Your father is such a rubbish, how could I die at the hands of such a rubbish? A powerful force erupted in the thick smoke, and the smoke was instantly blown away, and Lewis and the other person appeared in the sky again. Paragus's strength does not exceed 10,000 combat power points. Even if he does not have immunity, and just stands there and lets Paragus hit him, Paragus will not be able to hurt him at all. How is this possible? Paragus' eyes widened. His attack clearly hit Lewis, so why was Lewis not hurt? More than 20 years have passed, and my strength has reached 8,000 points. How come you can survive my attack? 8,000 combat power. In the entire Saiyan clan, there are not many Saiyans who can reach this level. Even King Vegeta only has a combat power of just over 10,000. Why? Paragus looked at Lewis in disbelief. Paragus's thoughts were still stuck in what they were 20 years ago, and he had no idea that Saiyan had undergone tremendous changes. Call. Paragus exhaled heavily and said coldly. No wonder King Vegeta sent you here. It seems you are quite capable. But I can't beat you. Does Broly also have the ability to beat you? Paragus commanded Broly, Broly, catch him. I want to force him to tell me the whereabouts of the spaceship. Broly was a genius born with a combat power of over 10,000. Now, more than 20 years have passed, and he can no longer fathom Broly's power. In Paragus's intuition, Frieza might not be a match for Broly. Broly looked anxious and said, Father, don't, Lewis is my friend. He had just met Lewis, but he already considered Lewis his friend. Hey? You don't listen to me. Paragus's face turned cold and he pulled out a controller from his pocket. When Broly saw the controller, his body trembled violently. It was fear from the bottom of his heart. Broly, catch him, quick. Father, don't. Since you don't listen to me, I have to teach you a lesson. Paragus clicked the controller. Sizzle. A burst of electricity sounded in Broly's neck, and Broly's body twitched violently and he cried out in pain. Ah! You won't listen to me. Paragus had a sinister look on his face, and when he saw Lewis, he seemed to see King Vegeta, so he simply turned the current to the maximum. Sizzle. Wisps of electricity arced across Broly's neck, and millions of volts eroded Broly's body and mind. Ah! Seeing this, the old Supreme Kai frowned. He already knew that the two Saiyans in front of him were a father and son. Why would Broly's father treat him like this? Lewis. The old Supreme Kai turned his head to look at Lewis and was about to speak. Destroy. Lewis had raised his hands and shouted the two most ruthless words in the universe. A flash of purple light hit Paragus, and Paragus was instantly reduced to ashes. Chapter 137. When old Kai saw Paragus being destroyed, he showed no reaction at all. He said calmly, Isn't there a saying among mortals that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs? I never thought there would be a father who would treat his son like this. Lewis took his hand back and shook his head. Old Supreme Kai, the saying that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs is a lie. In this universe, only the strong prey on the weak. For the sake of profit, there are too many cases of betrayal between relatives. The old Supreme Kai didn't know what to say for a moment, then he looked at Louis and said angrily and amusedly, I have lived for so many years, and I still need you to teach me, you little BD. After saying that, the old Supreme Kai gave Louis a slap on the head just like he was hitting Axon on the head. Louis chuckled and didn't dodge, letting the old Supreme Kai hit him on the head. He wasn't the one who was hurt anyway. Because the old Supreme Kai's power couldn't even trigger his immunity, let alone hurt him. Really? Ouch, why is your head so hard? It hurts me so much. Old Supreme Kai, are you interested in seeing the power of my Saiyan clan's war god? What? Well, even if you're not interested, you can't refuse. Louis folded his arms and looked at Broly in front of him. Hearing this, the old Supreme Kai looked forward. At this moment, Broly was like a wild beast, roaring madly. His emotions fluctuated greatly, and his violent aura continued to erupt. Only without Paragas's torture, the electric shock device around Broly's neck no longer burst into electricity. Broly hovered in the sky, breathing heavily, and his emotions slowly calmed down. Seeing this, the old Supreme Kai turned his head and looked at Louis again. You said this is the god of war of your Saiyan clan. Yes. The power of you Saiyans will change with your emotions. Broly's power did increase dramatically just now, but to say that he is the god of war of your Saiyan clan is a bit far-fetched, isn't it? The old Supreme Kai narrowed his eyes, staring at Broly in front of him, and said, if he is the Saiyan clan's god of war, then what are you? The old Supreme Kai wasn't finished yet. Sudden. There was something wrong with Broly in the sky ahead. He was staring closely at the place where Paragus disappeared. Quiet. The sky became deathly silent. Like the calm before the storm, the old Supreme Kai turned around and trembled. He felt an extremely violent power surging from Broly. The power emerging from Broly's body is even more terrifying than Bojack's before. Broly he. The old Supreme Kai was about to speak when Broly in front of him suddenly yelled. Father! Boom! Broly clenched his fists, his clear and bright eyes were instantly covered with rage, and a grass-green light burst out. With Broly as the center, a grass-green beam of light formed and spread out in all directions. The sky suddenly lost its color. Crash! A force like a flood erupted in Broly, and Broly's hair suddenly turned grass-green. The legendary Super Saiyan state. The normal combat power of 300 million instantly increased 50 times to 15 billion. But Paragus' death caused Broly to be completely consumed by rage, and his power multiplier continued to increase. Increase the strength by 100 times and break through the combat power to 30 billion. The strength increased by 105 times, breaking through to 31.5 billion combat power. The combat power increased by 300 times, breaking through to 90 billion combat power. Back then, Louis had practiced in the Gods of Destruction world for so many years, but his normal combat power was only more than 70 billion. But Broly surpassed Louis' power back then simply because of his father's death. A moment. The magnetic fields of heaven and earth became chaotic, the space kept shaking, and the entire Wampa planet was on the verge of collapse, as if it would explode in the next second. Oh my god! The old Supreme Kai was startled and he quickly hid behind Louis. What the hell is this monster? So scary. This power is even more terrifying than Majin Buu's back then. No wonder Louis said Broly is the god of war of the Saiyan clan. Ha ha ha, he really transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan state. As expected, the relatives of every Saiyan protagonist cannot be touched. Louis laughed as he watched Broly transform step by step. Son Goku is so-so. Bardock is so-so. So does Broly. Even Louis himself cannot escape this law. You're a bit insidious, weren't you the one who did that to Bardock last time? The old Supreme Kai said speechlessly, hiding behind Louis. No, I'm doing this for their own good. Didn't you see that I just killed his father and Broly broke through to the Super Saiyan state? Old Street King rolled his eyes, but he kept looking at Broly in front of him and said solemnly. No, this Broly's state is very wrong. He is different from the Super Saiyan state you transformed into. It seems that the power of his state can increase endlessly. Broly's state should be called the Super Saiyan state. Hearing this, Louis glanced at the old Supreme Kai behind him. The old man's eyes were as sharp as ever. He is in this state. Louis was about to explain, but when he saw Broly rushing over here, he said calmly, I'll tell you later, I'll play with Broly first. After saying that, Louis enveloped the old Supreme Kai with a destructive energy shield. His destructive energy shield could withstand the full force attack of a 4th level master of the God realm. Unless a master at the level of gods of destruction takes action, the old Supreme Kai is absolutely safe in this energy shield. When he looked again, Louis had appeared in front of Broly. Broly's hair turned grass green and his muscles expanded. Like a giant ape. If measured by combat power, Broly's power has now reached an astonishing 90 billion combat power. This is Broly, who has not received any professional training or combat experience. Let me see how strong the legendary Super Saiyan is. Louis was a little excited. He clenched his fists and rushed forward tentatively, not daring to use too much force for fear that he might accidentally beat Broly to death. After all, he had put himself on the verge of death after forcibly using time and space erasure last time, and Louis' normal strength also broke through from the peak of the 1st level of the realm of God to the 2nd level. Even though Broly now has a combat power of 90 billion, under the power of the 2nd level of the realm of God, Broly is still no different from an ant. Chapter 138. Boom! Louis' fist rushed out, and the void shook slightly. Broly, who had lost his mind, instinctively sensed the danger, clenched his fists, and rushed forward. 2 fists as big as sandbags collided with each other. Boom! The force generated by the collision stirred the air, forming an endless storm, with sharp storm blades blowing in all directions. Fortunately, the old Supreme Kai in the distance had Louis' protection, otherwise these storm blades would have cut him into pieces. That's quite impressive. Louis looked at Broly in front of him and put a little force on his fists. Broly immediately stepped back. Roar! Broly let out a giant ape-like roar, as if he felt ashamed for taking a few steps back, and a grass-green light suddenly burst out. At this time, Broly looked like a grass-green ball of light, and the entire desert sky turned completely grass-green. The violent force penetrated through space and infiltrated the desert, causing the desert to explode suddenly, revealing the inner shell of the planet. Broly's power surges again. Breakthrough from 90 billion to 100 billion. FK, is there any need for this kid to be so exaggerated? The corner of Louis' mouth twitched slightly. He just pushed Broly back lightly, but the boy's strength suddenly increased again. Their fists still collided, but no matter how much Broly's strength increased, it was useless. His strength could not threaten Louis at all. But Louis still took back a large part of his strength, making his strength weaker than Broly, otherwise it would be a bit of a bully to him. Boom! After Louis took back some of his strength, Broly instantly repelled Louis. Louis was like a cannonball, smashing hard into me, the hard crust of the planet. Boom! The planet's crust exploded instantly, countless magmas shot up into the sky, and the pungent smell of sulfur filled the air. Roar! Broly roared, and he turned into a grass-green light, streaking across the sky and attacking Louis in the lava. Bang! Bang! The 2 men fought in the magma, and the force generated by the collision caused the magma to roll. Suddenly, the entire desert turned into a sea of magma. When the old Supreme Kai saw this, his eyelids twitched violently. This is not an attempt to destroy the planet. But this planet was originally an unqualified planet, so it's no problem if it is destroyed. Sudden. Two figures flew out of the lava. Broly kept roaring, and he and Lewis fought from the sky to the ground. In an instant, the sky was filled with the shadows of two people, accompanied by an earth-shaking collision sound. The erupting force swept across the entire planet, and the planet was shaking continuously. Bang! The two of them collided and then separated. Broly roared, raised his hands high, and a grass-green energy bomb suddenly appeared. He wanted to hit Lewis, but Lewis appeared behind him in an instant and kicked him. The force of thunder slammed behind Broly, and the grass-green energy on Broly's hands suddenly dissipated. Broly arched his body and let out a heart-wrenching roar. However, Broly, who was suffering from great pain, suddenly straightened his body, turned around, condensed a ball of energy, and hit Lewis hard. Boom! Lewis was suddenly enveloped by smoke. Broly flew into the sky, throwing grass-green energy bombs from his hands. Prince's tactics. Broly, who had lost his mind, actually used the prince's tactics. Boom! Boom! Lewis's location was constantly bombarded. At this time, Vampa Star finally couldn't hold on any longer. Crack! The core of the star could not withstand the impact of 100 billion combat powers and instantly split into two halves, followed by a flash of fire appearing in the core of the star. Boom! The heaven and earth were destroyed, and the planet Wampa exploded instantly, forming the dust of the universe. What the hell is this monster? In the universe starry sky, the old Supreme Kai was startled. He was not worried that Lewis would be killed by Broly. He could see through Lewis's intention at a glance, but even if he was letting Broly win, Broly would not be able to beat Lewis. There is no doubt about this. The reason why the old Supreme Kai was shocked was that Broly actually continued to grow during the battle. Aspects of growth include strength, speed, reaction, combat skills, combat experience. Before, Broly was still a weakling in combat, but now he can be considered a strong fighter who has experienced many battles. This guy is really like a god of war. As the old Supreme Kai was shocked, the cloud of smoke in the starry sky suddenly dissipated, and Lewis' figure reappeared in Broly's sight. At this moment, Lewis had no injuries on his body, and even his Gods of Destruction costume was not damaged at all. As expected of Broly, Lewis laughed. Although Broly's current strength is still too weak for him, it is hard not to be excited to be able to clash with the Saiyan clan's god of war. Roar! Broly was furious when he saw Lewis reappear and he was completely intact. Boom! Broly's pale eyes instantly turned grass-green and he entered a state of extreme violence. The power to destroy the world erupted in Broly again, and his strength increased from 100 billion combat power to 200 billion combat power. This moment, even Beerus in the Gods of Destruction world could sense this power. Whis, quickly check what's going on. Lord Beerus, look! Inside the Gods of Destruction palace, Whis waved his staff and projected a picture of Broly entering an extremely violent state. Taisai, who was standing next to him, covered her mouth and said in surprise, Lord Beerus, Lewis is here too. Lewis is here too? That's fine. Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was someone from the dark world causing trouble again. Lord Beerus, this Saiyan's power is about to reach the first level of the realm of God. Whis frowned. Saiyan? What's Saiyan? Beerus was stunned, and soon he found the tail behind Broly's butt. He was shocked, oh my god, besides that fusion warrior, when did Saiyan have such a master? Prophecy fish, come out here. The prophecy fish, who was sleeping in the corner, suddenly woke up. It quickly came to Beerus and asked, what's wrong, Master Beerus? Tell me quickly, is he my powerful enemy? A strong enemy? You mean the Super Saiyan God? The prophecy fish looked carefully for a while, then shook his head and said, it's not him. He doesn't look like the figure in my mind at all. Chapter 139. Not him? If this guy is not the so-called Super Saiyan God, how can he be so strong? Beerus muttered to himself. In his observation, Broly's power was almost reaching the first level of the divine realm. Sudden. Master Beerus, look! Whis looked at the projected image and said in surprise, the Saiyan who fought with Lewis is actually quickly learning combat techniques. Also, his strength is getting stronger and stronger. In the picture, Broly has entered a state of extreme violence, and his power has approached the first level of the realm of God. Soon, Broly rushed towards Lewis' position and he quickly entangled with Lewis. Lewis was also obviously letting Broly go. Facing Broly's attack, he always kept his strength below Broly's. Lewis responded to Broly's moves and did not defeat him instantly. His actions seemed to be guiding Broly step by step and teaching him how to fight. Broly's growth rate is also terrifying. He has already broken through the bottleneck of mortal power. The next step is to break through to the first level of the realm of God. Broly was slow to react at first, but as Lewis guided him, his reactions became more and more agile. It's obvious that this guy has lost his mind, so why can he continue to grow? Beerus felt a little strange, but was more shocked by Broly. It turns out that besides Son Goku and Vegeta, there is such a strong guy in his 7th universe. Lord Beerus, Saiyan has great talent. Are you interested in making him your candidate gods of destruction? Whis looked over and said jokingly. Whis, do you know that you are trying to sow discord between me and Lewis? Beerus rolled his eyes. Not to mention Broly, even 100 of them could not compare to his Lewis. Hee. Hearing the funny conversation between the master and servant, Taisai next to them laughed like a silver bell. She looked at the projection screen again. Lewis had blood-red pupils and silver hair. It's really handsome. Taisai couldn't help but licking her lips. She remembered that Lewis said he wanted to eat her, but he ran away before he could eat her. How abominable! Taisai patted her hot cheeks to calm herself down. It's so funny, I can't calm down at all. The original location of the planet Wampa. Lewis and Broly were fighting each other, with Lewis guiding him all the time, and the two of them fought deep into the starry sky. The powerful force unleashed by the two made the starry sky tremble constantly, and countless planets were blasted into pieces wherever they passed. As expected of Broly, Lewis blocked Broly's fist and said with a smile, "Okay, let's do this for now." Broly was now almost able to fight, so there was no need for him to guide him any further. Let me show you Angel's imperial skills. They are perfect and at the highest level of artistic conception. The state of perfect freedom was the reward Lewis received for signing in the future time and space. This was his first time using it. As soon as the words fell, a silver light flashed on Lewis' body, covering his entire body. The overwhelming air waves rushed in all directions like hot steam. A moment. The entire starry sky was illuminated by the silver light bursting out from Lewis. This spectacular scene is exactly the same as the scene where Son Goku finally explodes in the realm of nothingness in the anime. Broly's punch was blocked, but Lewis' change startled him. Just when he was about to attack Lewis again, he found that Lewis had disappeared. Roar! Broly roared, losing his mind, and frantically looked for Lewis. However, countless Lewis figures suddenly appeared in the starry sky of the universe dyed silver, and each Lewis looked extremely real. And all of Lewis's actions are full of ethereal flavor. Whatever you want. Free. It's all natural. Moved. With Broly as the center, each Lewis seemed like a silver sword, flying towards Broly in the center. This scene was like thousands of swords returning to their origin. Got hit in the face. Hit in the abdomen. Hit in the leg. Broly couldn't dodge the punches. The reaction that Lewis had just developed in him was of no use at all at this moment. A second later, Broly turned into a pig head. Having lost his mind, he instinctively felt fear. Let's get some sleep first. Lewis appeared behind Broly, raised his hand, put his 5 fingers together, turned them into a hand knife, and gently chopped at the back of Broly's head. Broly fell unconscious instantly, the violent aura on his body slowly disappeared, and the power close to the realm of God also slowly dissipated. Lewis caught Broly and took him back to the old Supreme Kai. "You are really messing around. I asked you to destroy the planet Wanpa, but I didn't ask you to destroy other qualified planets." When the old Supreme Kai saw the messy starry sky, he was speechless. "Ha ha ha, I was wrong. I will restore them right away." Lewis handed Broly to the old Supreme Kai, and then he flew to the front. Lewis, who had just exited the state of perfect freedom, suddenly felt a burst of power burst out from him. Eyebrows are disappearing. The silver hair was dyed blonde. Super 3 state. The power breaks through to the 4th level of the divine realm. Turn back time. Lewis used the rules of time to protect the old Supreme Kai and the other 2, and then released the rules of time on his body towards the universe starry sky. Miracle happens again. All the planets that were shattered were restored, even the planet Vampa was restored. This kid is so scary. The old Supreme Kai supported Broly, and he was stunned by Lewis's move. Lewis also used this trick to reverse time after Vegeta and Bojack fought. But that was seen through a crystal ball, while the scene before me was witnessed with my own eyes, and the shock was difficult to express in words. Lewis returned to the old Supreme Kai and took him and Broly back to the Wampa. As soon as they returned to the planet Vampa, a figure flew over from the horizon. It was Paragus that was destroyed by Lewis before, and he was also restored by Lewis. "Hand over the spacecraft." Paragus flew in front of Lewis, but was knocked unconscious by Lewis before he could finish his words. Lewis let Paragus fall into the desert. With the desert as a foundation, he couldn't be killed. "I thought you really destroyed this guy, but I didn't expect you to restore him." The old Supreme Kai handed Broly back to Lewis and laughed. "Ha ha ha, I'll destroy this kind of person whenever I see one, but I don't want to be hated by the war god of my Saiyan clan." Lewis took the unconscious Broly and smiled helplessly. Broly without the rage is just like Son Goku, both are very simple and care about their family very much. Paragus is Broly's biological father. Even though Paragus has been torturing him and using him, Broly doesn't want to see his father die. Just like in the movie Dragon Ball Super, Broly is like this. Well, Lewis sighed. If he wanted to bring Broly back to the Saiyan clan, he had to solve the problem of Paragus. Kill Paragus? No. Otherwise Broly would definitely resent him, and then Broly would not be able to become the war god of the Saiyan clan. What should I do? Chapter 140. After thinking for a while, Lewis shook his head. "I can only continue to exile you." Given Paragus's hatred for King Vegeta, he would never settle down if he returned to the Saiyan clan. It would be better to continue to exile him, or at most find him a better planet. After figuring out how to solve Paragus' problem, Lewis looked to the old Supreme Kai. "Old Supreme Kai, can you tell what's going on with Broly?" Old Supreme Kai said unhappily, "Are you trying to test my eyesight?" "Don't dare!" Snort. The old Street King raised his chin slightly and said proudly, "Do you really think I am that rookie like Xian? If I can't even tell Broly's situation, I have lived like a dog for so long." "Lewis, is it really okay to compare yourself to a dog?" The old Supreme Kai kept looking at the unconscious Broly and said seriously, "Broly's condition is different from your Saiyan's." "Why is it different?" Lewis smiled. He wanted to see what the old Supreme Kai would say. "Saiyan from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, including you." The old Supreme Kai glanced at Lewis and said, "Your blood is sublimating in a new direction. The higher the level of blood sublimation, the less influence the violent emotions will have on you." Lewis nodded. What the old Supreme Kai said was right, this was in line with the characteristics of the Super Saiyan 4. As for the legendary Super 5, he is not clear about it for the time being. What about Broly? Broly. The old Supreme Kai said meaningfully, his bloodline is reverting to its ancestral lineage. Once the blood of the rest of you Saiyans has been sublimated to a certain level, you will become less and less affected by violent emotions. But Broly is different. He will only become more and more affected by his violent emotions, and eventually become a beast that has completely lost his mind. Am I right? Old Supreme Kai raised his chin again, very proud. Hiss. Louis took a breath. He knew that the old Supreme Kai had a very good eye, but he didn't expect the old man's eyesight to be so sharp. Old Supreme Kai was really right. Broly, he has the legendary Super Saiyan physique, an anti-ancestor physique that only appears once in 1,000 years. With this kind of physique, Saiyan's strength will continue to increase without any practice. After entering the violent state, they will lose their reason and become bloodthirsty and warlike. Old Supreme Kai, now that you've spotted Broly's problem, do you have a solution? Louis was referring to the problem of Broly going into a berserk state easily. There are many ways to solve Broly's problem. Ah! Louis was stunned. He had thought about finding Broly. As for how to solve Broly's violence problem, he also thought of a way. That is using Dragon Ball. Now the old Supreme Kai actually says there are many ways. How is this possible? Broly is easily dominated by violent emotions. That's because of the violent factor in his blood. Ultimately, it's because he lacks mental strength. The old Supreme Kai didn't directly tell him the method, but pointed out the reason why Broly easily entered the berserk state. The old Supreme Kai sighed, if Broly could control his violent emotions, then your Saiyan clan would truly have an invincible god of war. Louis rolled his eyes. He must know this. You have to know that in the movie, even Son Goku in Super Saiyan Blue state is no match for Broly in his extremely violent state. You probably thought of finding Dragon Ball, right? Louis nodded. The old Supreme Kai stroked his chin and said calmly, using Dragon Ball to take Broly's violent emotions out of him is actually not a good idea. Because violent emotions are a unique characteristic of his physique. If his violent emotions are removed, Broly will be useless. Old Supreme Kai, we can let Shenron. Before Louis could finish, the old Supreme Kai interrupted him again. You must be thinking of making a wish to Shenron to make Broly's mental power stronger so that he can control his violent emotions by himself. Am I right? Louis was silent. He didn't expect that the old Supreme Kai could guess what was in his mind. The old Supreme Kai shook his head, making a wish to make Broly's spiritual power stronger is unrealistic. Ah! Louis was stunned at first, then he thought of something. Isn't the wish to make Broly's mental power stronger the same as the wish to make others stronger? Shenron cannot directly make a person stronger, and Louis still knows this. Old Supreme Kai smiled and said, since Shenron can't make Broly's mental power stronger, then we can let him cultivate his own mental power to be stronger. Yes, old Supreme Kai, what are we going to do then? Have you forgotten the spiritual fruit? Yes, yes, yes. Louis was very excited. Spiritual fruit is the most common fruit in the divine world. It can increase a person's strength and also increase a person's lifespan. In addition, it can also increase a person's spiritual power, as evidenced by the word spiritual in its name. Not enough. The old Supreme Kai shook his head again. Louis said unhappily, Old Supreme Kai, can't you just say everything at once? What's the hurry, young man? Old Supreme Kai said calmly, eating the spirit fruit to increase his spiritual power is too simple and too slow. We can find some secret techniques related to mental power for him to practice. With the combination of the two, Broly will surely be able to control his violent emotions soon. Louis nodded at the words of the old Supreme Kai. He had eaten spiritual fruits before, but the amount of spiritual power that a spiritual fruit could enhance was very limited. If you only rely on this method, it will be very difficult for Broly to control his unparalleled violent emotions. Old Supreme Kai, do you have any secret techniques for this? I don't. Ah. Aren't we planning to go to Metamore now? They might have it there. Yes. Chapter 141. Just when Lewis was excited, Broly woke up. He slowly opened his eyes and kept muttering the word father. Are you awake? Lewis released Broly, letting him hover in the air, and smiled. How do you feel now? Broly regained his sanity, and his previous terrifying power disappeared. However, in his observation, Broly's normal strength has grown more than 10 times compared to before. This means that Broly's normal combat power has exceeded 3 billion. You killed my father. Broly reacted. He stared at Lewis. The violent aura in his body erupted again. Boom! It was as if a red giant ape had descended into the world, and Broly's materialized violent aura caused the space to slightly distort. The old Supreme Kai swallowed hard. If this guy could control his violent emotions, how powerful would he be? Will he eventually break through to the first level of Divine Realm with his mortal strength? No. Definitely more than that. The old Supreme Kai is no longer able to estimate the future of this monster. He really can't see through it. I didn't kill your father. If you don't believe me, look at the man in the desert. Lewis looked at Broly, who was about to lose his mind again, and pointed to the desert below. A trace of clarity flashed in Broly's pale eyes. He looked in the direction of Lewis' finger and saw an old figure lying in the desert. It's Beerus. My father is not dead. Broly's pale eyes gradually regained their rationality. He looked at Lewis fiercely. I clearly saw you kill my father. I want to kill him. This kind of person is not worthy of being your father. He has been using you all along. You should know this clearly. Lewis pointed at the green fur around Broly's waist and said calmly, these are your good friend's ears. Broly's pupils shrank sharply. Lewis actually knew the origin of his green fur? He looked down at the green fur around his waist, and touched it again. It was Zyoba's ear. Zyoba, a green monster on the planet Wampa, has been training with Broly since childhood. When he was very young, his father knocked off Xiaoba's ears in order to force him to practice well. Since then, Xiaoba and he have become enemies. How do you know? How should I know? It doesn't matter. What matters is that you are one of my people. I want to take you away from Wampa. Are you willing? Seeing Broly remain silent, Lewis looked at Broly and spoke again, the environment on Wampa is too harsh. It is not suitable for human survival at all. There are lots of delicious food out there, and there is also an endless supply of clean water. Lewis said his previous words again. To be honest, he really felt sorry for this big guy. Broly was exiled by King Vegeta when he was young. The place of exile was a planet with extremely harsh environment. There was no food, no water. There were only endless yellow sand and storms, and his father was always using him. This big guy is really... well... Lewis sighed deeply. And Broly heard again that there was good food and clean water. But he grew up on the planet Wampa, and he only had one good friend, and that was a monster. As for what Lewis was talking about, he had no idea. Delicious? Is that green monster egg liquid delicious? And clean water? What is clean water? Is it the green liquid that Zyoba takes a bath in? Broly remembered that the liquid that Zyoba used for bathing had green smoke floating in it. He once drank some of it, but he didn't know how to describe the taste. But after drinking it, he was weak for half a month. Even the legendary Super Saiyan physique could hardly withstand it, you can imagine. You should also know that you can easily lose your mind. That violent state will bring you endless power, but without reason, you will only be a monster who knows how to kill. Lewis looked at Broly and said, I can find a way to deal with your tendency to go berserk easily. Do you want to come with me? In fact, Lewis could have taken Broly away directly, but he didn't want to force him. If Broly didn't want to go with him, he would just pretend he had never been to Wampa. It's just a pity that I couldn't bring back the Saiyan clan's god of war. Broly lowered his head, looking at Paragus lying on the desert, and continued to remain silent. Really don't want to? Louis frowned, and said unwillingly, I'll take you away. There are Kakarot, Vegeta, and your other tribesmen outside. You will definitely be able to become friends with them after you go out. And you are the legendary Super Saiyan. There is no room for you on the planet Vampa. The outside world is where you can show your talents. Louis wasn't finished yet. Kakarot. Broly's eyes flashed with an inexplicable anger, and his chest began to heave. Kakarot. Kakarot. Broly clenched his fists, veins bulged on his forehead, and he let out a beast-like roar. Seeing this, the old Supreme Kai asked in confusion, what's wrong with him? Louis' eyes lit up, and he ignored the old Supreme Kai and continued, don't you want to beat up that Kakarot guy? If you go out with me, I will definitely beat him to a pulp. If we talk about the person Broly cares about, besides Paragus, there is actually another one. That's Son Goku. Broly and Son Goku were born on the same day, and as infants they were placed in the same nursery, with their incubators connected. Son Goku would cry loudly every time he was frightened by the power emanating from Broly. It was because of his crying that Broly would remember him forever. Louis grinned, maybe he could use Son Goku to lure Broly away from planet Wampa. Broly, you must hate Kakarot, right? I'll take you out and beat him up, okay? Louis said excitedly, and his Kakarot's father looks exactly like him. Then you can beat 2 at a time. If that doesn't work, wait until Son Goten is born, and you can beat 3 at a time. Son Goku's family, Louis, you are so noble, you are amazing. Kakarot. Broly kept chanting Son Goku's Saiyan name, his expression was ferocious, but his rationality was not gone, and it could be seen from his face that he was trying hard to suppress his violent emotions. And my father. Hearing this, Louis was delighted. Broly was finally willing to go out with him. His grandma. If he had known that Kakarot's name was so useful, he wouldn't have had to be so earnest. What a bad decision. Chapter 142. Louis said hurriedly, you should know how your father treated you. I will take him to a planet suitable for survival. You can visit him anytime. The implication is that he will not bring Paragus back to the tribe. Okay, I'll go with you. Broly nodded, the raging emotions in his mind slowly subsiding as he agreed to go out with Louis. Mainly because when he heard the name Kakarot, he wanted to beat this guy up. Louis also talked about how he couldn't help but feel happy when he could beat up the Kakarot family. It was very strange. As for Louis's implication, he didn't understand it at all, but Louis said that he could find another planet for his father to stay. That's great. And he can visit his father anytime. Okay, let's find a suitable planet for your father to live on first. Louis looked at the old Supreme Kai. Old Supreme Kai nodded. He was also very happy that Louis could bring the monster back, so he quickly found out which planet was suitable for human habitation. After getting the location, Louis left the Wampa planet with the old Supreme Kai, Broly and Paragus. An incident occurred when everyone was leaving. Originally, when the old Supreme Kai left, he asked Louis to destroy the Wampa planet, but Louis said he wanted to keep it. Although the environment on Wampa is harsh and it is an unqualified planet, it is still Broly's home after all. Louis wants to keep Broly's home so that Broly won't miss home and have no place to return to in the future. When Broly heard Louis' words, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. He couldn't describe the feeling, but his whole body felt warm. Maybe following Louis was the right choice. 7 days passed. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the Karl galaxy. Old Supreme Kai, which one is the planet of Metamor? It's the light blue planet in front. These 3 people are none other than Louis and his companions. During these 7 days, Louis took Paragus to a planet suitable for human survival. After Louis continued to exile Paragus, he left the planet. In order to prevent Paragus from escaping, he asked the old Supreme Kai to teach him a sealing technique, and finally he sealed the planet just like Beerus sealed the old Supreme Kai. After that, Lewis destroyed those unqualified planets along the way until he arrived near the planet Metamor today. Lewis, does that planet have a secret technique that can control my violent emotions? Broly asked. 7 days later, Broly can now speak fluently, without any of his previous stuttering. Maybe. Even if there's nothing there, there must be something in usse. Lewis looked at Broly and smiled. What's the world like outside? Very good. Broly is very frugal with words. During these 7 days, he was first stunned by the brilliant starry sky. It turned out that the world was not just sand and storms. Thinking of the former planet Wampa, it's no wonder that Lewis said it was not a place for people to stay. Entering the starry sky was the beginning of his new life journey. It was also after this that various things that refreshed his worldview continued to appear. Lewis said there are lots of delicious food out there, and there is also an endless supply of clean water. He didn't understand what this meant at first, until he personally tried the delicious food and pure water given by Lewis. Broly still remembers his shocked expression at that time. He will never forget the feeling of eating delicious food for the first time. Ha ha ha, come on, wait until you can control your violent emotions, then I'll take you to beat up Kakarot. Lewis didn't mind Broly's thriftiness with words. After all, this big guy had never communicated with others before, and it was already very good that he could perform like this now. Seeing this, the old Supreme Kai also hopes that the monster Broly can control his emotions. If so, it will be difficult for the 7th universe not to rise. Lewis took the two of them and flew towards the planet Metamor. From the outside, Metamor is light blue, with many rivers, oceans, and forests, and looks similar to the environment on Earth. I don't know what Metamor looks like, so I made it up. Gods of Destruction World. It has been a month since the battle between Lewis and Broly. This day, a figure appeared in the sky, with blood-red pupils and silver hair. Taisai was writing a novel by the lake. When she saw this figure, she asked happily, "Lewis, why are you back?" "I missed you, so I came back." Lewis suddenly appeared beside Tais and held her in his arms. He, I missed you too." Tais put her arms around Lewis' waist and buried her head in his chest. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Weren't you fighting another Saiyan before? Why are you back? You guys know that too." "Nonsense, that big guy is so powerful that his aura has even reached the gods of destruction world." "I see, that big guy is called Broly." Lewis hugged Tais tightly and whispered in her ear about Broly's identity. "In order to help him control his emotions, I took him to the planet of Metamor. I also happened to be going there to learn a magical move." After hearing this, Taisai asked, "Does the planet Metamor really have a secret technique to control emotions?" "Yes." Lewis smiled. It was only when he arrived at the planet Metamor that he discovered what kind of race the Metamor people were. The people of Metamor believe in martial arts. Martial arts schools can be seen everywhere, and almost all of their people are soldiers. They also have many secret techniques, all of which were developed by the powerful men of the past on the planet Metamor. Among them are fusion, spiritual nirvana, all kinds of magical secret skills. At that time, the old Supreme Kai couldn't help but sigh that the Metamor people were really smart, but the combat power of the Metamor people was not high, and the strongest one had a combat power of only 1 million. This is a bit of a pity. "Have you learned the fusion technique?" "I have learned it, but Broly has not yet learned spiritual nirvana. He still needs to stay on Metamor for half a year, so I brought the old Supreme Kai back first and left him there alone." "Hey? What if Broly goes berserk?" "No, Broly has been able to control his emotions a little. He won't go berserk unless someone provokes him." At this point, Lewis kissed Tai's forehead and smiled. "Besides, I have to teach the fusion technique to Kakarot and other Saiyans, so I can only let Broly stay on Metamor alone." Chapter 143. Are you leaving again? What about what you promised me before? It's been a month. Taisai was anxious, raised her head and blurted out. Louis looked down at Taisai, a little confused. What did I promise you? You are a liar. Tais was so ashamed and angry that she could only hide her head in Louis' arms. Smelling his masculine scent, she couldn't help but feel agitated, and her fair face turned red with shame. This guy clearly said he wanted to eat her, but he ran away after a dinner party a month ago. Taisai thought about how she had given birth to son Gohan, but she had been with Louis for so long but there was no movement in her belly. A little angry. What did I lie to you about? Tell me. Louis' eyes turned, and he quickly remembered something. He held Taisai's little face and said with a smile, how do I know what I did wrong if you don't tell me? Bad guy, you know it. Taisai looked at him, pouted her lips, and said angrily. Ha ha ha. Louis bent down and kissed Taisai's rosy little lips, then hugged her tightly. His sister Taisai was so cute. The two of them were hugging each other, and Taisai's faint voice came. Louis, I've been with you for so long, but there's no movement in my belly. She got pregnant with Goku in less than a year, and now Gohan is born, but there's still no movement in my belly. Am I useless? Taisai lowered her head and touched her belly. When Louise took Son Goku to Yadra to learn instant transmission, she found her at home. After Son Goku returned from Yadra, she married Son Goku directly. Afterwards, Son Goku, the three Saiyans and Cooler fought. After Son Goku and his friends dealt with Cooler, Louis headed to other universes to challenge. The Bojack Incident. The Five Demons Descend. Up to now, Shi and Son Goku have been together for less than 2 years at most. And in less than 2 years, Shi gave birth to Gohan. Tais was so envious. Sister Taisai, do you like boys? Or girls? Louis rubbed her little head and said with a smile. Taisai was stunned. She looked up at Louis and asked in confusion, what boy or girl? I'm talking to you about having a baby, and you? Ah. Taisai was surprised and asked, you want to have a baby with me? Sister Taisai, please stop saying such evil things. It's embarrassing. Bullshit, I've been waiting for you for so long, I want to have a baby with you, hurry up. Give birth immediately. Louis held Tais in his arms, a happy smile on his face. It has been more than 20 years since I came to the Dragon Ball world, and even longer if you count the time I spent in the Spirit Time Chamber. As for having children, he has always thought of letting nature take its course and has not pursued it too much. Because he traveled to the Dragon Ball world, possessed a system, became a Saiyan, and married Taisai. To be honest, he still feels like he's dreaming. It wasn't until Tais said she wanted to have a child with him that he felt all this was real. Do you want children? Louis looked at Tais in his arms, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. Is he also reaching the age to be a father? Stinky Louis, hurry up and give birth to a baby. Give birth immediately. Louis laughed loudly, then he disappeared holding Tais in his arms. Soon, pleasant music was heard in a room in the Gods of Destruction world. A month passed. Louis held his old waist and walked out of the room. At this time, Louis' face turned slightly pale and his legs were shaking a little. Sister Taisai, I will teach the fusion technique to Kakarot and the others first, and then I will come back and continue the human creation plan with you. Not going out for a month would be a bit too much for even him, who is in the divine dimension. How did his Taisai manage to be so full of energy all the time? Sure enough, there are no damaged fields, only tired oxen. Louis disappeared into the realm of gods of destruction. At this time, Beerus and the other man by the lake finally unlocked the seal on the ears. Whis, apart from anything else, this kid's endurance is a bit exaggerated. Lord Beerus, I sensed that a new life has appeared in Tais. Real. Ha ha ha. They both laughed out loud at the same time. They now had a disciple. Louis left the gods of destruction world. At that time, Broly was still practicing spiritual nirvana on the planet Metamor. Louis came to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the lobby of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, many Saiyans came in and out. Louis walked into the hall, and his appearance startled the Saiyans coming in and out. Blood-red pupils, silver hair, more importantly, this guy has a tail. Saiyan. Since when did the Saiyan clan have such a guy? When Namek was about to explode, it was Louis who rescued the Saiyans. They had also met Louis, and it was then that they realized that there was such a strong man in the Saiyan tribe. But now they can't recognize Louis, because Louis has changed so much. Who are you? Raditz just came in from outside the hall and was stunned when he saw Louis. Louis ignored Raditz, glanced at the Saiyans around him, and nodded. Today, the power of these Saiyans is much stronger than before. In fact, the improvement of Saiyan is really terrifying, especially after the battle with Bojack. Every Saiyan realized that the universe is not as simple as they imagined. It turns out that there are such terrifying and powerful people hidden in the universe. Even Super Saiyan is no match for Bojack and his friends. It is also because of this that the Saiyan clan practices harder. Nowadays, if measured by combat power, the combat power of each Saiyan has broken through to more than 400,000 combat power. Is it because of the awakening of S cells that the improvement is so exaggerated? Louis touched his chin and thought. Who are you? Why do you look so familiar? Raditz asked again. Hey, you have quite some strength. Louis then looked at Raditz. If Saiyan's improvement in the hall was a bit exaggerated, then Raditz's improvement was really terrifying. I'm looking forward to the moment when you can transform into Super Saiyan 3. Phew, I'm looking forward to the moment when you can transform into Super Saiyan. Louis smiled. I didn't expect that Raditz's power was about to reach the threshold for transformation. That's right. Raditz's normal strength broke through 2 million combat power. Besides Vegeta, King Vegeta, Son Goku and Bardock, Raditz has become the number 1 Saiyan. Are you Louis? Raditz only reacted after hearing Louis' voice, and quickly said respectfully, Greetings, Master Louis. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the hall. Lord Louis! Is this the same adult who rescued us back in Namek? His voice is very similar, it must be him. I heard that Lord Louis is a hidden powerhouse of our Saiyan clan, and even a god. I heard that, too. The uproar soon stopped, and a group of Saiyans said respectfully to Louis, Greetings, Master Louis. When the other universe people in the hall saw this, their eyes widened. Who was this person who could make these arrogant Saiyans call him Sir? 144 Fusion Super Saiyan God. Okay, where's King Vegeta? Louis waved his hand. Lord Louis, King Vegeta and my father are both on Earth. Raditz looked at Louis with admiration. He is the disciple of gods of destruction Beerus. On Earth. Louis was stunned, and soon he remembered what Tais had said before, Son Gohan had been born. You, and that other who? Louis pointed at Raditz, then at one of the Saiyans in the hall. You guys follow me. In the crowd, Gracie pointed at herself and was slightly startled. Yes, it's you. Louis just felt that this guy looked a little familiar. That's right. At that time, before the explosion of Namek, he wanted to take away the Saiyan brought by King Vegeta, but this kid stood up and contradicted him. Gracie, stop talking nonsense. If Lord Louis tells you to leave, just leave. Raditz said coldly. Yes. Gracie nodded vigorously. Louis smiled and didn't care about the previous episode. He took the two of them and disappeared into the hall. On the top floor of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Mel's, standing by the window, shook his head. He was ready to continue guarding the galactic prison. I hope Saiyan becomes stronger soon. Earth, Bun Mountain. The place is picturesque with clear waters, singing birds, and fragrant flowers. Next to an inverted bowl-shaped house, several grown men were fishing by the stream. Cockroach, can fishing really help you cultivate? Yes, when I was little, Bobo took me to a strange forest, where I learned to fish from an old man. After I learned how to fish, my senses became very strong. Vegeta, is what Cockroach said true? How would I know that? I came to Earth later. Son Goku, Bardock, Vegeta, and King Vegeta are fishing beside a stream. Jin, Bulma, and Shishi set up a grill nearby and grilled various delicacies. In the heavenly temple, Black Eraser sat on the edge of the heavenly realm, looking towards the direction of Beerus Mountain, drooling, "Bobo, it looks delicious." Popo on the side smiled and said, "Master Zenmo is going to look for Son Goku." Quan Mo's little head nodded vigorously, and suddenly he narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Why did this little guy come to Earth? Hey, it's Lewis. Soon, Bobo reacted and he felt a little strange too. Forget it, let's not look for Son Goku for now. Now is not the time to meet this kid Lewis. Quan Mo moved his gaze to the direction of Beerus Mountain, and he kept swallowing his saliva. Bobo. Should we ask Son Goku and the others to order some instant noodles? I think the Demon King will like it. Beerus Mountain. Son Goku and his friends were fishing, while Shishi and her friends were grilling various delicacies. Suddenly, with a swish sound, 3 figures appeared nearby. Who are you? Son Goku and his companions suddenly stood up from the stream and stared at Lewis. But after seeing Raditz and Gracie, everyone was slightly stunned. Father, this is Lewis. Raditz smiled. Bardock and the others' reactions were exactly the same as his before. They didn't recognize Lewis. Lewis. Bardock frowned. Why is your hair silver? Son Goku was stunned at first, but soon said happily, is this a new transformation? Vegeta was horrified, Lewis, what kind of transformation is this? King Vegeta said, could it be Super Saiyan 4? Lewis. I didn't expect Son Goku to be so smart. However, according to the old Supreme Kai, his current state is indeed a new transformation, but his bloodline is still continuing to sublimate, and he has not yet successfully transformed completely. I'll tell you later. Okay, I have something to talk to you about. Lewis smiled, he walked to Bulma, picked up the barbecue Bulma had prepared and started eating it. Bulma also knew that this man was her brother-in-law, so she just rolled her eyes and didn't say anything more. Jin and Shishi burst out laughing, their candidate gods of destruction adults were actually acting like children. What's up? Son Goku and the others looked at Lewis gnawing on the barbecue, a little confused. Lewis disappeared after the battle with Bojack, and it has been almost 4 months now. He suddenly appears now. Has something happened again? But looking at Lewis's calm expression, it doesn't seem like that. Cockroach, Vegeta, how do you feel about fusion? Lewis sat at the dining table, drinking a drink and eating barbecue. It feels good. Son Goku clenched his fists, and the power after fusion was simply addictive. He was able to fight Lewis because of fusion. It turns out that the power of the gods of destruction level candidate is so strong. Even after he and Vegeta merged, they were still no match for Lewis. Lewis truly deserves to be one of the most noble gods in the universe. Vegeta was also nodding vigorously. That power was so strong. It would be great if he could possess such a powerful power. Lewis looked over and said, do you want to continue fusion? What's the meaning? Son Goku and Vegeta looked confused. And Bardock said happily, Lewis, did you snatch the Potara earrings? King Vegeta's face flushed with excitement, by the way, Lewis, you are the alternate gods of destruction. Even the Supreme Kai would not dare to have a problem with you. Lewis, did you snatch the Potara earrings? What the hell? Are these bandits? Louis' face was full of black lines, and he said speechlessly, "The Patara earrings belong to Supreme Kai. I have no right to control them. Forget it." Ah! Everyone was stunned at first, and then showed disappointed expressions. Louis shook his head. He didn't expect that this group of people would be obsessed with fusion. Especially Vegeta. It's really strange that this guy doesn't mind the fusion with Son Goku. Seeing everyone's disappointed looks, Louis said angrily and amusedly, "I can't control the Portella earrings, but I have other secret skills to let you fuse together. And this time I will not only bring you the art of fusion, but I will also allow you to become gods." Chapter 145. Fusion Technique. Divine Spirit. Son Goku and his friends came to the table, and even Bulma and the other girls stopped what they were doing and pricked up their ears. "Louis, what is the fusion technique? The name sounds like it is related to fusion. Could it be that this fusion technique can fuse two people together?" Vegeta said excitedly while looking at Louis, who was eating barbecue. Seeing Vegeta's excited expression, Louis frowned slightly. He looked at Son Goku again, and Son Goku also showed a look of desire. Louis put down the barbecue and said expressionlessly, "When did you two guys like fusion so much?" "Because it's powerful." Vegeta clenched his fists. He stared at Louis. "Only with fusion will we have a chance to fight you." Being stared at by Vegeta's burning eyes, Louis felt a little puzzled. "I didn't provoke you, why do you look like you want to kill me?" Even King Vegeta and Bulma were shocked by Vegeta's expression. They had never seen Vegeta with such emotions. What was wrong with this guy? What everyone doesn't know is, Vegeta is actually a proud Saiyan prince. When the Saiyan clan was still working for Frieza, he never submitted to anyone, not even Frieza. Vegeta believes that one day he will be able to defeat Frieza and then lead the Saiyan clan to rule the entire universe. Everything changed until Beerus appeared that year. Saiyan becomes the Galactic Patrolman, and Louis becomes the alternate gods of destruction. Louis. When Louis was a child, he only had a few hundred points of combat power, but what about Vegeta? Vegeta was born with 1000 points of combat power. As a result, Louis was taken in by Beerus as a candidate gods of destruction, but Beerus didn't even look at him. Vegeta felt that his dignity was trampled under the feet of Louis, and his proud self-esteem could not accept this. These were the words that Vegeta had always kept in his heart, but he had never told anyone. Later, Louis came to Earth as a candidate gods of destruction, and he was terrified by the power he showed. No wonder Beerus accepted Louis as his disciple. Louis's talent was so strong that he grew to a level that was beyond his reach in just over a decade. He is the prince of the Saiyan clan. Is it possible that he will never be able to catch up with Louis in this life? Vegeta was very depressed at that time and was hostile to Louis. But what Louis did next made Vegeta completely accept Louis. Louis first took Vegeta and Son Goku to King Kai to learn Kaioken, and then took them both to Yardrat to learn instant transmission. Defeat Frieza, kill Cooler, destroy Bojack. Gods are different from mortals, and what happened later was not done by Louis himself, but Vegeta knew that Louis had been paying attention to everything about Saiyan. Vegeta felt that Louis was the patron saint of his Saiyan clan. He didn't know when he started to hide his resentment in his heart forever, and he became a little respectful towards Louis. Lack of strength is one reason. The fact that the other party is a candidate for gods of destruction is also a reason. Vegeta thought he would never see Louis' true power until... It wasn't until he got the Patara earrings that he saw hope. When he was in fusion with Son Goku, the power was simply terrifying, although he was still defeated when fighting Louis. But Vegeta witnessed Louis' real power, and the resentment in his heart was released. One day he will definitely catch up with Louis. He is the prince of the Saiyan clan. Saiyan does not need Louis to protect him. He will protect his clan. Fight with me. Louis frowned. Vegeta and Son Goku had always wanted to fight him in the past, but he had always refused. The main reason was that the power gap was too big and Lewis didn't want to bully them at all. Turn out to be. It turns out Vegeta and the others have always wanted to fight him. Yes. These two people are the protagonists of Dragon Ball. How could they not want to compete with each other when they meet a strong opponent? Lewis looked at Son Goku again. What about you? Well, I also want to spar with you, but I know I can't beat you alone, so I want to use fusion. Son Goku didn't continue speaking, he touched his head and smiled foolishly. I thought you were lost in the power of fusion. Lewis sighed and said, it's my fault. If you challenge me next time, I will never refuse. But... Lewis' tone was serious, you must not be captured by the power of fusion. Its strength is not your own strength. As he said that, Lewis instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3 state. Buzz. The space was slightly distorted, but Lewis controlled his power very well, and the surrounding environment was not damaged. Super Saiyan 3. Kakarot, is this the Super Saiyan 3 you were talking about? My eyebrows are gone, my hair is longer, my brother-in-law is so handsome. I can't feel the power of the gods, but Lewis's oppression is so strong. Too strong, Lewis has become much stronger than before. As I guessed, Lewis can really transform into Super Saiyan 3. Everyone exclaimed, they were all shocked by Lewis' Super 3 state. When everyone's emotions were no longer so excited, Lewis spoke up, fusion is just like our transformation. Only when the normal state is strong, the warriors that come out of fusion will be even stronger. Remember one thing, being strong yourself is the real strength. I think you all understand what I'm saying. If you insist on doing this and really ruin yourself because of fusion, then you're really stupid. As Lewis spoke, he was looking in the direction of Bardock and Vegeta. He just understood the thoughts of Son Goku and the other guy. These two guys just wanted to use the power of fusion to compete with him, but they were not obsessed with the power of fusion. Now Lewis is worried about Bardock and King Vegeta, and even the entire Saiyan clan. Because he will teach them the fusion technique and the method of creating a Super Saiyan god later. Lewis, you don't have to say more, we understand. Bardock and King Vegeta looked at each other and nodded. They all understood what Lewis said. Indeed, fusion is not a power that belongs to them after all, and it would be really stupid to indulge in it. Chapter 146. I have already reminded you of what you should have reminded me of. Lewis took a tissue from the table, wiped his hands, then stood up from his chair, looked at everyone, and smiled. You guessed right. I brought you the fusion technique. This fusion technique is just as you imagined. It does not require the Potara earrings to allow two people to fuse together. Real. Vegeta's breathing became rapid and he was very excited. Son Goku also looked closely at Lewis. Bardock and King Vegeta were so nervous that they hugged each other. As for Raditz and Gracie, they had no idea what Lewis was talking about. Lewis smiled, then nodded, really? Marvelous. Bardock and King Vegeta jumped up excitedly. Lewis, can every Saiyan use the fusion technique? Vegeta quickly calmed down and raised his doubts. If all Saiyans can use the fusion technique, the entire Saiyan clan will rise completely. Lewis smiled slightly, and without keeping the secret, he said, yes, as long as you learn the fusion technique I taught you, every two of you can fuse together. As soon as these words came out, Bardock and the other Saiyans could no longer stand still and flew into the sky in excitement. It's developed, it's developed. It's hard to be undeveloped now. Lewis. Aren't these guys fools? After everyone calmed down, Lewis began to teach them the fusion technique. Lawn by the stream. If you want fusion, there are actually two prerequisites. First, the two of them have similar body shapes. Second, the two have about the same strength. Vegeta and Kakarot both meet these two conditions. Bardock, you and King Vegeta can probably fusion as well. Come, learn the fusion moves with me first. Louis is doing fusion moves on the lawn. Stretch your hands to shoulder level, bend your knees and raise them, stand on tiptoes, bend over and touch your index fingers together. The individual movements don't look bad, but when combined they are extremely ugly. Of course, Son Goku, the martial arts fanatic, didn't think anything of it, but Vegeta was already covering his face. Is this the movement of fusion? How embarrassing! Bardock, King Vegeta, Raditz and Gracie were not much better, their faces were flushed red as hell, they wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Bulma, who was watching from the side, couldn't help it. She covered her stomach and burst into laughter. Brother-in-law, why is the fusion technique you mentioned so funny? It made me laugh to death, ha 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 ha. Bulma laughed, and Shishi and Jin followed suit. Their laughter was like sparks that directly ignited the powder barrel. In an instant, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, don't blame me, Louis, I really can't hold it back anymore. Ha ha ha, how can there be such an ugly move in the world? No, I can't take it anymore, I need to calm down. Vegeta laughed so hard that tears came out, and he jumped directly into the stream. Louis, how about destroying them? After the incident, Bardock and his friends continued to learn the moves. Especially Vegeta, he was the one who laughed the loudest just now, and now he is also the one who is most serious in learning the fusion technique. In the end, the power of fusion was too tempting, and Vegeta and the others finally succumbed. Everyone was practicing fusion moves, while Louis was enjoying a big meal with Bulma and the others. Shishi, do you and Kakarot have a child? Louis asked. Shishi's snow-white face turned red with embarrassment. Bring it out and let me see it. Louis really wanted to meet this strongest single warrior. Shishi and Jin looked at each other, and Jin nodded, as if to say that Louis was the patron saint of her Saiyan clan, so there was no need to worry. Shishi then returned to the house and took Son Gohan out. He carefully handed Son Gohan to Louis, his name is Son Gohan. Gohan, smile for your uncle. Louis took the baby Son Gohan and teased him. The three women at the table were speechless. While the women were speechless, Louise carefully observed Son Gohan. Son Gohan did not disappear because of the changes in history. Son Gohan is still the same Son Gohan. Louis couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as long as the strongest individual warrior didn't disappear. During his observation, he soon discovered that Son Gohan had a good power hidden in his body. Shishi, what do you plan to let Gohan do in the future? Louis looked at Shishi. Shishi said with a determined look, let him be a martial artist. Louis showed a satisfied smile. He was the one who asked Taisai to brainwash Shishi back then. Okay. Now Shishi is finally taking it seriously. But then again, in a world like Dragon Ball where the world is destroyed at any time, what's the point of being a scholar? Shishi, how about I find a teacher for Gohan? Louis smiled. Teacher? Who? Old Supreme Kai. Louis remembered that Mystic Gohan was developed by the old Supreme Kai, and that damn old man must have known the power in Son Gohan very well. Shishi, say yes. Jin on the side was very excited. Bardock had already told her about the priesthoods such as Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai. She knew what Supreme Kai meant. Shishi was also excited. Taisai had taught her about the gods in the universe. Supreme Kai is a god of the same level as the Gods of Destruction. With such a deity as Gohan's teacher, Gohan will definitely become very strong. But before that, I think it would be better to hand Gohan over to someone else. This way, Gohan might achieve greater success in the future. Brother-in-law, who are you talking about? Bulma looked over. Jin and Shishi also stared at Louis closely. Louis laughed, Piccolo. To be honest, he has never met Piccolo in all the time he has been in the Dragon Ball world. In the anime, Piccolo is Son Gohan's godfather, and Son Gohan and Piccolo have a very deep relationship. Son Gohan's ability to become the strongest individual fighter in the future is also inseparable from Piccolo's training. So Piccolo is really important to Son Gohan. Ah! Shishi was shocked. Luis, you mean Piccolo Daimao? I'm talking about Piccolo second generation, he's different from Piccolo Daimao. Luis shook his head and said, if you believe me, when Gohan is old enough to train, let Piccolo take care of Gohan for a year. Shishi, promise Luis. At this time, Son Goku and others came over. Luis looked at Son Goku, have you learned all the moves for the fusion technique? I've learned it. Chapter 147. Fusion's moves are very ugly. If it weren't for the powerful force, Vegeta, Bardock and other proud Saiyans would never learn this move. Of course, Son Goku doesn't care. He really wants to experience the feeling of fusion again. Because this way I can compete with Luis. Shishi came to Son Goku and said hurriedly, Goku, Luis said that he would give Gohan to Piccolo for a year. Will this be? Before she finished, Son Goku put his hands on Shishi's shoulders and looked at her gently, I believe Luis, he must have his reasons for doing this, and don't worry, I will always watch Gohan in secret. Hearing this, Shishi wanted to speak, but in the end she didn't say anything. Luis glanced at Shishi, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. If this is Shishi in the anime, how could she possibly leave her son to Piccolo? It seems that the value of Taisai's brainwashing is still increasing. Luis teased little Gohan, then looked up at Son Goku and the others, now that you've all learned the fusion moves, let's try it out first. Bulma and Jin also left the table, wanting to come over and see the so-called fusion. Kakarot and I will go first. Vegeta stepped forward, his eyes filled with desire. Bardock and Vegeta looked at each other and sighed at the same time. They were beaten to it. Don't worry, there will always be a chance. Let's go to the open space over there. Luis smiled at Bardock and the others, holding Son Gohan, and then took Bulma and the others and moved to a clearing in the distance. Soon, Son Goku and the others arrived at the open space. Master Raditz, Master Luis, what is this fusion that they keep talking about? Can two people really be fused together? Gracie and Raditz followed. He had been on Earth for a long time, but he couldn't understand what Luis and the others were saying from beginning to end. Mainly because the Saiyan clan only knows that Bojack and the other 5 were killed by Son Goku and Vegeta. As for the details of the battle, the Saiyan clan was completely unaware, so almost no Saiyan knew about fusion. You ask me, who should I ask? Raditz stood behind Bardock and the others, looking at Son Goku and the other man in the open space in front of him. He said in a serious tone. Although I don't know if the fusion technique can fuse two people together, I know Luis would never joke around. And I have a feeling that from today onwards, our Saiyan will definitely be different. At this time, Son Goku and the others were ready. Let's get started. Luis held little Gohan in his arms and called out to Son Goku and the other man in the open space in front. As soon as the words fell, the entire Baizai mountain fell silent in an instant. The atmosphere was very solemn. Bulma quickly leaned against Luis, only feeling safe next to her brother-in-law. Shishi also hid in Jin's arms, so Bardock quickly stood in front of Jin. Moved. Son Goku and Vegeta in the open space ahead bent their knees at the same time and stretched their hands to their shoulders. Stand on tiptoe. Stomping steps. The action was extremely ugly, but Vegeta endured the shame in his heart and completed the last action, touching his 2 index fingers together. Fusion. Buzz. A white light flashed, and the sky and the earth lost their color in an instant. It's a shame that there was nothing wrong. Luis felt a little sorry that he couldn't see the fat, skinny, Gogeta. However, a dazzling light burst out on Son and Goku, and he quickly picked up little Gohan and turned around. The others also covered their eyes, as they dared not look directly at the dazzling light. Boom! The heaven and earth are shaking. Crash! The wind is howling. A powerful force burst out, and all the clouds within 1,000 miles in the sky were scattered. In the celestial temple, all the demons were lying on the edge of the celestial realm, their round eyes staring at the direction of Beerus mountain. Popo, Son Goku has fused with another Saiyan. Both Son Goku and Vegeta have good talents. They are now using the fusion technique of Metamor to fuse together. Their normal strength has reached the first level of the God realm. Bobo praised from the side, if you transform to Super Saiyan 3 again, you will break through to the peak of the second level of the divine realm like before. Not bad, not bad. It seems that Xeno universe is very interesting now. Chuan Mo counted on his little fingers and muttered, "A Lewis, a Son Goku, a Broly, and Son Goku's son. They are all Saiyan." Chuan Mo sat up from the ground, his grape-like eyes suddenly lit up. Bobo frowned. It's true. Beerus mountain. A terrifying power erupted from the center of the dazzling light, and this power was like a god descending to the earth. Bardock, King Vegeta, Raditz, and Gracie felt the power and their bodies trembled. So scary, King Vegeta, did you see that? The fusion technique that Lewis taught can really fuse two people together. What the hell are you looking at? It's so dazzling, did you see it? The dazzling light slowly disappeared, and a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Colorful lights appeared on Gogeta, who was wearing a black vest and white pants. Bulma and Shishi were stunned by his evil eyes and the confident smile on his lips. So handsome. My husband is so handsome. Shit, this is my husband, okay. My husband, mine. My. Bulma and Shishi started to quarrel, while Bardock and King Vegeta stood with their mouths open in shock. It's really fusion. It's developed. The Saiyan clan will take off completely. At this time. Lewis, fight me. The power in Gogeta exploded, and he disappeared from the clearing, turning into a beam of golden light and attacking Lewis. While flying, Gogeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3 state, and his power broke through to the peak of the second level of the realm of God, which is exactly the same as the power of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 state. P.S. It is said that Gogeta is the sum of the power of two people, while Vegeta is the multiplication of the power of two people. But I always feel that the two people's strength is about the same, so let's treat them as equally strong. Fusion is up and you think you're invincible again? But I said I won't refuse your challenge again. Are you ready to be beaten? Lewis held little Gohan in his arms, a small smile on his face. When Shishi saw this, she quickly stopped arguing with Bulma, as she was worried that her son would get hurt. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Lewis is the alternate gods of destruction. Bardock shook his head at Shishi. Before, when Lewis transformed into Super Saiyan 3, the oppressive feeling from Lewis made him unable to have any thought of resistance. As soon as Bardock finished speaking, the scene in front of them made everyone's eyes widen. Chapter 148. Lewis was seen holding little Gohan in one hand, and he instantly turned into Super Saiyan 3. But Lewis is different from Gogeta. Lewis controls his power very well and it is not violent. It seems that it is because the blood in the body has been sublimated to super level 4 or above. Lewis did not use any other strength, just brute force, and he raised his index finger. The power of the fourth level of the divine realm is infused into the index finger. This is a power at the level of gods of destruction. Lewis stepped forward slightly, and the golden light suddenly dissipated. Gogeta stopped in midair with a look of astonishment, looking at Lewis who was holding little Gohan in one hand, his pupils were full of disbelief. You! Just as Gogeta was about to speak, a white light appeared on his body, and Son Goku and Vegeta were instantly separated from the fusion state. Got beaten up. Everyone present widened their eyes, and the originally noisy Beerus mountain became quiet, as silent as death. The power that Gogeta just unleashed was so terrifying, but it couldn't even withstand a single finger from Lewis. Killed instantly. It must be fake. At this time, Son Goku and Vegeta were lying on the grass, both unconscious. Louis returned to normal. This situation was within his expectations. The power of the fourth level of the Divine Realm and the second level of the Divine Realm are not at the same conceptual level at all. In the levels above the Realm of God, each level is vastly different. A master at the second level of the Realm of God can easily beat 10 masters at the first level of the Realm of God. The higher the level, the more obvious the gap. If it were just pure strength, Louis wouldn't even be Beerus's opponent. You have to know that Beerus is the strongest gods of destruction, and his power of the fifth level of the Realm of Gods is not exaggerated. So it's normal that Gogeta was beaten to pieces. After all, Son Goku and Vegeta in this time period are still too weak. After all, Son Gohan was just born at that time, and the reason why Son Goku and Son Goku have their current powers is because of his intervention. Otherwise, Vegeta might only have 18,000 combat power at this time. Ignoring the two people on the ground, Louis looked at Bardock and King Vegeta. Come on, you two try fusion too. King Vegeta and the other man were motionless, they had already been frightened by Louis' power. Bardock, King Vegeta, you two can also try to see if you can fuse. Louis frowned when he saw that the two did not respond. Okay, let's try it too. King Vegeta and the other man came to their senses and they hurried to the open space, fearing that Louis would also punch them. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Bardock and his partner began to perform fusion moves. Soon, another white light flashed. Really? Son Goku and Vegeta can fusion, and so can their fathers. Raditz, then I leave? A white light flashed, and a fusion warrior wearing the characteristic clothing of the planet Metamor appeared in front of everyone. The warrior that came out of the fusion of Bardock and King Vegeta looks a lot like Gogeta, except that he has a tuft of beard on his chin, which is a characteristic of King Vegeta. Very handsome, but not completely handsome. If you really want to be honest, this fusion warrior even looks a bit rustic. Jin's mouth twitched slightly. Her husband was so handsome, but he looked like this after fusion. It was all King Vegeta's fault. She also covered her mouth, wanting to laugh but not daring to. After all, this was a warrior born from fusion, Goku's father, so she had to maintain a respectful attitude. And the traitor Raditz couldn't help himself and burst into laughter. Bulma has Louis as her backer, and she is not afraid of Bardock and King Vegeta. She also holds her stomach and laughs wildly. The new fusion warrior didn't dare to have any opinions about Bulma, but he gave Raditz a cold look, and Raditz quickly covered his mouth. What's your name? Louis asked while holding little Gohan in his arms, trying not to laugh. I'm neither Bardock nor King Vegeta, I'm Vegeta. Vegeta wanted to say I am the one who is about to defeat you, but the person in front of him was Louis, so he quickly shut up. Louis' face was full of black lines, he also heard what Vegeta wanted to say next. Isn't this Gogeta's catchphrase? Does every warrior who uses the Metamor fusion technique say this? Also, it seems that every warrior created by using the fusion technique of Metamor is arrogant and conceited. He's a little crazy, but he's quite strong. Louis looked at Vegeta and nodded. Bardock and King Vegeta's original normal strength was only about 5 to 6 million combat power. Now with the fusion, Vegeta's normal strength has broken through 60 million combat power. If Vegeta is compared with Gogeta, there is a huge gap. One has the first level of power of the realm of God in his normal state, while the other has only 60 million combat power. There's no comparison. Sure enough, not every Saiyan is the protagonist. You all succeeded in fusion in one try. It seems that you all have mastered the fusion technique. Louis held little Gohan in his arms, glanced at Vegeta, then looked at Son Goku and the others on the ground. To be honest, I still feel a little regretful that I haven't seen them become fat or thin. Then you can teach the fusion technique to your clansmen. With the fusion technique, our Saiyan clan will become even more powerful. Yes. Vegeta was very excited. He could feel the power in his body, a power stronger than ever before. He even had a feeling that he could transform into Super Saiyan 2. As for Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta had no confidence at all. However, he is already very satisfied to be able to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta clenched his fists. With the fusion technique, it will be difficult for the Saiyan clan to not take off. Do you want to dominate the universe? As soon as this thought came to Vegeta's mind, he extinguished it. Dominating the universe means quitting the Galactic Patrol, but joining the Galactic Patrol is Beerus's order. Don't dare to provoke me, just guard the universe honestly. Lewis had no idea what Vegeta was thinking, and said with a smile, don't get so excited, I brought back more than just the fusion technique this time. Ah! Everyone exclaimed. Especially Raditz and Gracie, they had already been stunned by the fusion technique. Could there be anything more shocking than the fusion technique? At this time, the two unconscious people on the ground also woke up. Lewis, your strength. Before he could finish, Son Goku suddenly noticed that something was wrong with everyone's expressions. What are you talking about? Vegeta was still feeling a little dizzy, he asked while rubbing his head. Lewis looked at everyone and smiled, didn't I tell you when I first came here? Not only did I bring you back the fusion technique, I can also make you become gods. Chapter 149. Raditz asked curiously, Lewis, what is a spirit? Gracie frowned and said, Lord Lewis, you said you want us to become gods? Are you a god like you? Everyone was shocked. If Lewis could really make them gods like him, Lewis, then. Lewis, is this true? Brother-in-law, can I become a god like you? Lord Lewis, if possible, please let me, Raditz, feel the taste of the gods too. Everyone spoke up, they were all very excited. Lewis held little Gohan in his arms, the corners of his mouth twitching violently. What the hell is this? Does he really think he can just make anyone a god? Lewis was speechless. The god he was talking about was naturally the Super Saiyan god, but it was not a real god. Super Saiyan god. It only has the aura of a god, but does not have the corresponding dimension of a god, nor does it have the same lifespan as a god. Super Saiyan god can only be regarded as a fake god. I can only make Saiyan a god, as for Bulma, forget it. Lewis glanced at Bulma. Is it not possible for me? Brother-in-law, you Saiyans are so abominable. Bulma pouted her lips suddenly, looking a little cute. Lewis smiled. It turned out that not only she had become different from the anime, but Bulma had also become different. In fact, since Ties came back, Bulma was finally able to let go of the worries deep in her heart and she became more cheerful. Especially with Lewis, the invincible brother-in-law, who dares to mess with her. Bulma, who didn't have trunks yet, still maintained an air of innocence. But Vegeta saw Bulma pouting and his heart suddenly tightened, because every time Bulma got angry, he was the one who got hurt. Vegeta winked at Bulma, as if to say, please give me some face outside and beat me up if you want. Can you do that when you get back? Bulma seemed to understand Vegeta's expression and curled her lips in annoyance. Son Goku noticed Vegeta's action and grinned, but he saw the cold eyes of Shishi beside him and his neck shrank sharply. This is still blaming him for agreeing to Lewis' previous proposal. Mortals cannot sense the aura of gods. You should also be aware of this. Lewis held little Gohan in his arms and took 2 steps in the open space, then looked back at Son Goku and the other Saiyans and said, now I have a way for you to sense it yourself and have it. Lewis glanced at Raditz and Gracie next to him. These two were the ones he brought to Earth, along with Son Goku, Vegeta, Bardock, and King Vegeta, making a total of 6 Saiyans. Just right. So what are we going to do? Son Goku is excited. In the 2 fusions and 2 sparring matches with Lewis, he and Vegeta were always in a passive situation because they could not sense Lewis's aura. If they could sense the aura of the gods, they believed that even if they were defeated by Lewis, they would not lose so badly. Vegeta's face was also full of excitement. The fusion technique proved that Lewis would not lie. No. It should be said that Lewis has never lied to the Saiyans. If they become so-called gods, the Saiyans will completely become the number one race in the universe. Just get 5 Saiyans with a heart of justice, and then focus their light of justice on another Saiyan. Lewis said. Heart of justice? Light of justice? Everyone was very confused, they had never heard of these two things. Raditz and Gracie looked at each other. 6 Saiyans? So this is why they came to Earth. Metamor's fusion technique can only maintain the fusion state for half an hour. If too much force is used, the time will be shortened. Lewis walked forward, handed little Gohan back to Shishi, and looked at everyone. Wait until Vegeta's fusion time is over, and you guys try to focus your power on one of them first. The method of creating a Super Saiyan God is what he knew from the anime. In fact, Lewis also doesn't quite understand what the light of justice is. However, the authenticity of Super Saiyan God is beyond doubt, because the prophecy fish predicted the information of Super Saiyan God. Good. Son Goku and the others suppressed their excitement and began to wait for Vegeta to separate. Soon, half an hour passed, a white light flashed, and Vegeta instantly split into 2 people. Lewis said, let's try it first. Vegeta and the others nodded, and they went to the center of the clearing. Let me go first, and you can infuse your power into me first. Vegeta said coldly. What about me? Son Goku was very anxious, he also wanted to experience the power of the gods first. Kakarot, don't fight with me, I went first, you'll be next. You guy, alright. Son Goku didn't argue anymore and shook his head helplessly. The others had no objections, and soon under Lewis's command, with Vegeta at the center, Son Goku and the other 5 Saiyans held hands, and the 6 of them formed a circle in the open space. Begin to infuse your strength. As Lewis' voice fell, Bardock and the others began to infuse their strength. Buzz! A powerful airflow exploded over the 6 people, and Lewis stood in front of Bulma and the others. Brother-in-law. Bulma tugged at Lewis's clothes, but when she saw that his eyes were fixed on Vegeta and the other 6, she had to swallow her words back. As the power is infused, Vegeta's power becomes stronger and stronger. A golden flame burst out from Vegeta. This scene is very similar to the scene in GT where Son Gohan and Xiao Fang transferred power to Son Goku in Super Saiyan 4 state. 10 million combat power. 20 million combat power. 100 million combat power. The power in Vegeta continued to surge upwards, but Lewis shook his head. There is no divine breath. This method of infusing strength is wrong. Lewis looked at the 6 people in the open space and said, okay, stop. Son Goku and the others stopped infusing their powers, and Vegeta looked over, confused, what's wrong? Wrong method. No? How is that possible? I can clearly feel the power in my body growing stronger and stronger. Vegeta, your power is growing stronger, but can you sense the divine aura in me? After hearing what Lewis said, Son Goku and the others looked at Vegeta. Vegeta's face was full of solemnity. He shook his head, I can't sense it. Lewis. King Vegeta was stunned and wanted to speak. Don't talk yet, let me think about it. On the lawn, Lewis held his chin and began to ponder, why not? Chapter 150. When Lewis fell into deep thought, at this moment in heaven. Lord Quan Mo, can they really make a Saiyan become a god like this? Bobo looked in the direction of Baizai Mountain with a shocked expression. If Lewis' method of creating gods is true, then the Saiyan clan will be unstoppable. How is this possible? Chuan Mohuan held Xiao Shaoya in his arms, sat on the edge of the heaven and said with a smile, if this is true, then who would practice the dimension? But Lewis never made a mistake. I didn't say Lewis couldn't create a god. Chuan Mo emphasized the word god. His usual childishness disappeared and he became serious. If you want to cultivate your dimension to the level of a god, in addition to extremely high talent, you also need a lot of time. Luis is the most talented person I have ever seen. Others have to practice for tens of thousands of years before they can break through to the divine dimension. And he only needs a few decades. Chuan Mo turned his head and looked at Bobo, saying, every god is a precious treasure of a world, even the dark demon world I opened up is the same. It is impossible to create a god dimension. Lewis's method is at best creating a pseudo-god. False god. Hearing Quan Mo's words, Bobo was slightly stunned. Chuan Mo nodded, it only has the aura of a god, but no god dimension, it can only be regarded as a false god. But even if it's a fake god, this method is really against the will of heaven. All the demons kept looking at Lewis below. He had never heard of any race that could become a pseudo-god by infusing itself with the light of justice. Rather than saying that the method is against the will of heaven, it is better to say that it is Lewis who is against the will of heaven, and it is the Saiyan race that is against the will of heaven. Sudden. Bobo looked at the lower world and frowned, Master Quan Mo, it seems that Lewis and the others are going to fail. It's normal to fail because their approach is wrong. Chuan Mo continued, this is not how you infuse the light of justice. They are simply transmitting qi now. Master Quan Mo, what should we do? Why do you care so much about this? Quan Mo glanced at Bobo, and Bobo's body trembled suddenly. I just want to know if Lewis can create a fake god. Ha ha ha. All the demons laughed, then looked at Bobo and said seriously, Bobo, you are my family, you don't have to be so nervous. The previous scene is still vivid in my mind. It was Bobo who rescued him. Yes. Bobo felt warm in his heart. Chuan Mo returned to his previous childishness and said with a smile, the light of justice actually has nothing to do with justice. Bobo's eyes widened, his usual calm expression completely disappearing. The power of Saiyan actually comes from a certain factor in their bodies. The more this factor awakens, the stronger their potential will be. Chuan Mo glanced at Bobo and smiled, what you said to Vegeta before about blood sublimation is actually the same. Chuan Mo paused, then continued, anger is Saiyan's fuse. It can make Saiyan's potential explode in the form of power. And the light of justice that Lewis mentioned should be to infuse the factor power of 5 Saiyans into one person, so that the potential of the person receiving the power can reach an astonishing level. In this way, even without anger, one can break free from the shackles with the help of his enormous potential, allowing him to truly cross the chasm between mortals and gods. It's a pity that this can only give it the aura of a god, but not the dimension of a god. Also, once the infused factor power is exhausted, he will return to normal, which means he cannot remain in the pseudo-god state for a long time. Chuan Mo said it was a pity, but his tone was full of praise. Bobo could see that his lord all demons thought highly of the Saiyan clan. The Saiyan clan was truly powerful as they could be praised so highly by the ruler of a world. Baizai Mountain. There was a figure sitting on the lawn far away from the stream. He was holding his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. In front of Son Goku's house, on the dining table, Gracie ate a large piece of meat and glanced at Lewis in the open space in the distance. Master Raditz, Master Lewis has been thinking about it for a long time, why is there no movement? Do you think the gods that Master Lewis talked about are fake? As soon as he finished speaking, Burdock, Son Goku, King Vegeta and Vegeta turned their heads and looked at Gracie coldly. Especially Son Goku and Vegeta, the Saiyan clan is what it is today, all thanks to Lewis. In their hearts, Lewis is like a god. Dare to question Lewis? That Chun Chun was insulting both of them. Vegeta's and the others' eyes became colder, a powerful force emanated from them, and the space was trembling slightly. Raditz was so scared that he quickly said, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Gracie shrank his neck and said weakly, yes, it was my fault. Vegeta and the other man then dispersed their power. Gracie breathed a sigh of relief. He was able to survive after provoking 2 Super Saiyans at once. It must be God's blessing. Sudden. I figured it out. Louis jumped up from the grass, very excited. Son Goku and Vegeta disappeared from the table in an instant and appeared in front of Louis the next moment. Son Goku asked hurriedly, Louis, have you figured out a solution? Vegeta asked, can we become gods? At this time, Bardock and several Saiyans came here, and they were also curious. Right. Louis nodded. He looked at the Saiyans in front of him and asked, do you know the source of our Saiyans' power? Raditz and Gracie shook their heads. They hadn't thought about that at all. They only know that they can become strong through practice, especially in the past 10 years or so, after they, Saiyan, joined the Galactic Patrol, their power has become stronger and stronger. It's the sublimation of blood. Bardock looked at Louis and spoke slowly. Hey? How did you know? Louis was stunned. He really didn't expect Bardock to know all this. King Vegeta raised his head and glanced in the direction of the heavens. Mr. Popo told us. Bobo? Louis raised his head suddenly and stared at the sky. How could the former Grand Priest tell Bardock this? Sudden. Louis' heart tightened. The Dark Demon Realm was restored by the legendary All Demons, and the former Grand Priest was a servant of all demons. Hiss. All the demons are on Earth. Louis tensed up immediately, fearing that Quan Mo would appear in front of him in the next second. This is the ruler of this world. Chapter 151. Heaven. Ha ha ha, it seems that little guy Louis guessed that I was on Earth. Lord Quan Mo, are you going to meet him then? No, it's not the right time to meet him yet. With his special abilities, maybe he can really comprehend my dark power. It won't be too late to meet him then. Yes. Bayazai Mountain. Louis stared at the sky. After a while, Louis's expression became more and more solemn. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Son Goku asked, Louis, what's wrong with you? He met Louis on Earth. At that time, he was training in the heaven, and Louis suddenly appeared in front of him. It was only when he saw Louis' tail that he realized that Louis, like Vegeta, was a member of his tribe. Son Goku had never seen Louis show this expression in all the time he had known him. Louis, has another enemy appeared? Vegeta clenched his fists and spoke. Could it be another strong man like Bojack? King Vegeta and Raditz asked anxiously. Louis didn't respond. He just kept looking at the sky. After a long time, he exhaled heavily. He was the one who shattered the Dark Demon Realm, and all the demons must have known about it. Why would they leave him alone? I'm fine. Louis really couldn't figure it out. He shook his head, then he looked at everyone and asked tentatively, if I get into trouble, will you help me? King Vegeta and Bardock looked at each other. Louis is the candidate gods of destruction. What kind of trouble could he encounter? Also, even Saiyans of their level can't help with the troubles encountered by the candidate gods of destruction. Ha ha ha. Seeing everyone silent, Louis suddenly burst into laughter, but his laughter was full of sarcasm. Louis didn't expect that he would try every means to make the Saiyan clan rise, but Bardock and his people. Lord Louis. Suddenly, Bardock knelt on one knee, clenched his right fist and placed it on his chest. We Saiyan can be what we are today, all because of you, Louis. If it weren't for you, we Saiyan would have been destroyed by Lord Beerus long ago. You took Kakarot and Vegeta to learn Kaioken, and you took them to learn instant transmission. Mr. Whis secretly told us that you have always been concerned about the safety of our Saiyan. Now you have brought back the art of fusion and the method of becoming a god. Everything we Saiyan has can be said to be given by you, Lewis. I, Burdock, will follow Lord Lewis until death. Burdock's voice echoed throughout Bayazai Mountain. Hearing this, Lewis originally thought he was funny because he had done so much for the Saiyan people, but in the end Burdock and the others simply chose to remain silent when they heard that he was in trouble. Is it because they are afraid that he will bring harm to the Saiyan clan? But now, Lewis was surprised and said, Burdock, you. Lord Lewis. Suddenly, King Vegeta next to him knelt on one knee and said respectfully, I am the current leader of the Saiyan clan, but it is all thanks to you, Lewis, that Saiyan is what it is today. If you weren't the alternate gods of destruction, I would have given up my position to you long ago. We saw everything you did. In my heart, Lewis, you are the patron saint of the Saiyan clan, and you are the king of the Saiyan clan. I will follow Lord Lewis until death. King Vegeta's last words were sonorous and powerful. He and Burdock knelt on one knee. The scene of two Saiyan high-ranking officials doing this in front of Lewis was extremely shocking. Lewis, who wants to cause trouble for you? I'll be the first one to say no. Vegeta also spoke, his eyes were very cold, he did not kneel on one knee like Burdock and the other man, but his expression told everyone that he would always stand on Lewis' side. After all, Lewis is the target he has always been chasing, and Vegeta will not allow anyone to cause trouble for Lewis. Such corny words actually came out of the arrogant Vegeta's mouth. Lewis felt warm in his heart and wanted to speak. Son Goku came up and patted Lewis on the shoulder. His eyes were full of determination. Even though he didn't say anything, Lewis understood what he meant. You. Lewis glanced at Son Goku and rubbed his sore nose. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. He then looked at Burdock and King Vegeta who were kneeling on one knee. Everyone, get up. We can talk about other things later. Now let's make sure you can become Super Saiyan God first. Super Saiyan God. Burdock and King Vegeta stood up from the ground and were about to ask Lewis what trouble he got into, but the title of Super Saiyan God instantly attracted their attention. Lewis, the god you are talking about is the Super Saiyan God? Son Goku asked. Right. Lewis nodded and said, okay, we talked about the source of our Saiyan's power before. In fact, our source of power does come from the sublimation of blood. But if you want to sublimate your bloodline, you need to activate certain factors. The more factors you activate, the higher your bloodline can be sublimated. This factor is called S factor, or S cell. And the activation of this factor requires a specific condition. That is, we Saiyans must live in a peaceful era. From the moment you got rid of Frieza and joined the Galactic Patrol, it was destined that we Saiyans would rise. On the lawn, Lewis kept talking. When Vegeta and the others heard this, they realized that it was true. Back then, the strongest Saiyan force had only a little over 10,000 combat power. After joining the Galactic Patrol, their strength began to grow by leaps and bounds. No wonder our Saiyan has undergone such changes. It turns out that we are destined to rise. Burdock said in shock. No. King Vegeta shook his head and looked at Burdock, this is all because of Lewis. Hearing this, Vegeta's heart suddenly trembled. Right. It's really because of Lewis. He saw everything from his corner inside King Vegeta's palace. Originally, the gods of destruction wanted to destroy the Saiyan tribe, but because of Lewis, Beerus finally chose to let the Saiyan tribe go. Instead, they let the Saiyan clan join the Galactic Patrol, and that's how the Saiyan clan became so powerful today. Burdock's eyes widened, Lewis you. Lewis smiled and said nothing, and continued, if you want to become a Super Saiyan, it is actually very simple. That is to infuse the S-factor power of 5 Saiyans into one person. Lewis looked at everyone and said slowly, use the powerful power of blood to break the shackles between mortals and gods. S-factor power? Bloodline power. Son Goku and the others still didn't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, just do as I say. Lewis said with a smile, come on, continue to surround them. Chapter 152. Under Lewis's command, Son Goku and the others came back to their senses and began to hold hands, forming a circle with Vegeta at the center. Close your eyes and calm your mind. Hearing Lewis' voice, everyone slowly closed their eyes. The 6 people on the lawn did not move and kept their eyes closed. Quiet. The only sound you can hear by the stream is the running water. Focus your attention on the spine and sense the mysterious power there. Lewis saw that the 6 people in the open space were already in a calm state and said in a low voice. Lewis' voice slowly penetrated the ears of Bardock and the other 6 people, and everyone began to sense the power that Lewis spoke of. Blank. The people with their eyes closed frowned. They did not sense the so-called mysterious power on their backs. Don't be confused. Our bloodline power is there. Feel it slowly. Lewis' voice came again, and everyone's originally restless hearts slowly calmed down. Half an hour passed. The 6 Saiyans in the open space remained motionless. At this time, Bulma and the others also cleaned up the things on the dining table and came over here. She was about to speak when Lewis raised a finger to silence her. The 6 people in the open space suddenly frowned. They all sensed a mysterious force at their backs. Roar! A sound of a monkey's howl that shook the earth seemed to echo in their backs, and everyone was shocked. Next to the open space, Lewis saw the expressions of the crowd and said happily, "You have sensed that power, right? That mysterious power is our blood power. You guide it out and then infuse it into Vegeta." Everyone followed Lewis' instructions, channeling the energy out and then pouring it into Vegeta through their hands. Here it comes. Lewis sensed an unusual aura and shouted excitedly. Bulma and Jin both stared at Vegeta closely. Is the Super Saiyan God about to appear? She held little Gohan and hid behind Lewis to prevent Vegeta's unleashed power from affecting little Gohan. Every time Saiyan makes a breakthrough, it causes a lot of destruction. She is well aware of this. Buzz. The heaven and earth shook. With Vegeta at the center, the 6 people were instantly covered by a golden aura. Son Goku, King Vegeta, and Bardock instantly transformed into Super Saiyan. And Raditz's hair was actually flashing non-stop. He was using the resonance of blood power to break through to the Super Saiyan state. Swish! Swish! Boom! A powerful force burst out from Raditz, and his long hair instantly turned golden. It's like being in Super 3 state. Lewis, how did Raditz become Super Saiyan 3? Jin shouted excitedly. Oh my god, this guy's Super Saiyan 1 state really looks like Super Saiyan 3. Lewis complained secretly, but still said, Raditz has not broken through to the Super 3 state, he is still in the Super 1 state. Ah! Jin's face darkened, but soon she became happy again. Even if it was the Super 1 state, it was pretty good. Pay attention. Lewis released a force to protect Bulma and the other 3, then looked at the 6 people in the open space. Vegeta suddenly floated up from the grass, and an overwhelming aura burst out from his body. Refined. A golden beam of light shot up into the sky. The white clouds in the sky were instantly dyed golden, and soon, under the traction of some force, the golden clouds began to rotate counterclockwise. At the same time, Son Goku, King Vegeta, Bardock, Raditz and Gracie followed and floated up. The dense aura exploded, and the 6 people were suddenly covered by light blue light. In an instant, all the aura suddenly disappeared, even the golden beam of light disappeared. Sudden. Refined. A silver beam of light appeared in the center of the 6-person circle and spread out in all directions. At this time, Vegeta's soul seemed to be vibrating. Vegeta frowned and his head snapped up. Buzz. In an instant, Vegeta's hair turned red, and the mortal power in his body transformed into divine power. At the same time, this vast divine aura spread out from the earth. It spread to the underworld. Reached the Palace of Gods of Destruction. Palace of Gods of Destruction. By the lake, Whis, who was eating ice cream, suddenly looked up. At the same time, a purple figure flew out from the Gods of Destruction Palace in the distance. He was wearing pajamas, and a loach followed behind him. A strange divine aura. Whis, who is it? Beerus' voice echoed throughout the sky. Whis took off from the lake and flew to Beerus. He waved his staff and the image of the earth was projected. In the picture, there are 5 people standing behind Vegeta, holding hands, and strands of mysterious power are transmitted from the 5 people to Vegeta. Vegeta's hair instantly turns red. Isn't this Vegeta? How did he become a god? Beerus frowned. Lord Beerus, you only have the aura of a god, but you don't have the dimension of a god. He is not a true god yet. Whis looked at the projected image and asked curiously, but I'm also curious about how Vegeta has the aura of a god. Hey, Master Beerus, Lewis is also on Earth. It's really him. Looks like this little BD did it. Beerus's frown slowly relaxed, and suddenly a bright light flashed through his mind. He looked at Whis, and Whis obviously remembered something too. The two looked at each other and blurted out. Super Saiyan God! Super Saiyan God! Beerus turned around, grabbed the floating prophecy fish in his hand, and asked hurriedly, You damn loach, is the Super Saiyan God you're talking about Vegeta? The prophecy fish leaned on the edge of the cup, its 2 little fish whiskers supporting its chin, and it said nothing. You stupid loach, I'm asking you a question. Not him. At this time, the prophecy fish stared at Son Goku behind Vegeta. It was the first time it saw Son Goku. But Son Goku's appearance seemed familiar to it, as if it had seen him somewhere before. Compare Son Goku's figure to the Super Saiyan God it prophesies. The two slowly approached each other. Coincide. Chapter 153. Son Goku has the exact same silhouette as the Super Saiyan God it predicted. It's him. The prophecy fish pointed at Son Goku in the picture and shouted excitedly, He is the Super Saiyan God I predicted. Who? The guy behind the red-haired Saiyan. You mean Son Goku? Beerus pointed at Son Goku and asked. Right. The predictive fish swam around the cup and then jumped out of the water. It was very happy to see the person it had predicted appear. Because Beerus has been teasing it, saying that its predictions might be false? How could the prophecy fish tolerate such an insult? Prediction is its signature skill, and now it can finally prove that its prediction was correct. Whis, let's go. Good. Whis took Beerus and soared into the sky, leaving only the confused prophecy fish in the air. At this time, Taisai walked out of the Palace of Gods of Destruction and shouted, Lord Beerus, Whis, it's time to eat. After a while, the prophecy fish flew back to the Palace of the Gods of Destruction. Prophecy fish, where are Whis and the others? Go find that Super Saiyan God. Earth, heaven. Wow! All the demons were lying on the floor of the heaven, looking in the direction of Beerus Mountain, their 2 big round eyes filled with excitement. Bobo, they really have become Super Saiyan gods. Bobo stood beside Chuan Mo and exclaimed, Lewis is very smart. I didn't expect that he found the correct method that Master Chuan Mo said. But the Saiyan race is really terrifying. Bobo raised his eyebrows and looked at the sky. Hey, Master Zenmo, Beerus is flying towards the earth. Don't mind that skinny kitty. Yes. Beerus Mountain. Vegeta hovered motionlessly above the open space beside the stream, but the crimson light he emitted dyed the entire sky's clouds crimson. The aura of gods was everywhere, and at this moment Beerus Mountain seemed like a holy land. It's done. King Vegeta turned back to normal and he jumped up with excitement. Son Goku's eyes widened in shock. The aura is so terrifying, I can't sense Vegeta's aura at all. Burdock turned around and asked hurriedly, Lewis, this is the Super Saiyan God you mentioned, right? That's strange. Louis did not respond to the questions, he just kept looking at Vegeta in the sky. Why is there only the power of the first level of the God realm? Louis was a little surprised. He didn't expect that it would take the blood power of 6 Saiyans to allow Vegeta's power to break through to the first level of the God realm. This is even weaker than the power of Gogeta, which is formed by the fusion of Son Goku. How so? While Louis was in a daze, a red figure appeared in front of him, clenched his fist, and smashed it towards his face. Louis was still thinking about the power of Super Saiyan God, but a silver glow appeared on his body instinctively. Perfect and free state of mind. Follow your heart. Louis dodged Vegeta's attack smoothly and flew into the sky. Seeing that Louis dodged his attack, Vegeta chased him and started to attack him. A punch and a kick. Wow! 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 His fists and feet moved quickly, like a whirlwind sweeping away all the clouds, leaving after images all over the sky. Facing Vegeta's attack, Louis fought and retreated. He held his chin with one hand, and from his expression it was clear that he was still thinking. Hateful! I can clearly sense your divine aura, why can't I hit you? Vegeta was furious. He thought that he lost so badly to Louis because he couldn't sense the aura of the gods. Who would have thought that it was not the case at all? Vegeta looked at Louis, who was dodging all the time. If Louis didn't look so thoughtful, he would have really believed that Louis was taking this competition very seriously. After being able to sense the aura of the gods this time, Vegeta realized that Louis had never used all his strength during the sparring with them, and he had been playing tricks on them the whole time. Louis, FKU. A feeling of humiliation washed over him, Vegeta's chest rising and falling, the first level of power in the divine realm suddenly erupting. He transformed into a huge red dragon and attacked Louis. The sky shook violently. If you want to see it, you have to hit Louis. Louis, who was in deep thought, seemed to have figured something out. He raised his head and smiled slightly. Okay, stop making trouble. Louis raised his hand and condensed a destructive energy. Vegeta was attacking quickly, and when he saw the destructive energy in Louis' hand, his pupils shrank sharply. Gah! Vegeta breaks suddenly in mid-air. Stop making trouble, stop making trouble. The arrogant Mr. Vegeta quickly nodded and bowed. A real man can bend and stretch. He has done shameful actions like fusion, so there is no shame in bending over to the substitute gods of destruction. Go down. Louis glanced at the Millennium Second and stopped joking. He retracted his destructive energy and landed on the ground. Louis probably figured out why Vegeta's Super Saiyan God only had the first level of divine power. It's the S-factor power that's responsible. To create a Super Saiyan God, 5 Saiyans need to be infused with S-factor power, which is bloodline power. But this method is like infusing Qi, which does not belong to Vegeta's own S-factor power, and it will be gone once it is consumed. This is different from fusion fighters like Gogeta. Fusion fighters are completely new people. The fusion warrior has fused together the talents, potential, strength, everything of the two fusion players. The talents and potentials possessed after fusion belong to the fusion warriors themselves. Even though there are only 2 people in fusion, Gogeta's power is not comparable to that of a Super Saiyan God. What's more, Gogeta is the fusion of the 2 protagonists of Dragon Ball. How can he be compared with an ordinary Super Saiyan God? Louis and the other man landed. Everyone rushed forward. Vegeta, how are you feeling? Vegeta, can you sense the aura of the gods? Vegeta, how much more powerful are you now than Gogeta? Facing everyone's questions, Vegeta explained to them with a proud look on his face. In this state he is indeed a Super Saiyan God, his power is slightly less than Gogeta. Hearing this, Bardock and the others were stunned. The combined strength of 6 people was actually not as good as the power of the fusion of 2 people? Louis had to explain to everyone, and then everyone knew why. Although the power of Super Saiyan God is slightly inferior to Gogeta, the ability to sense the aura of gods is something that the fusion fighters cannot compare to. There is gain and loss. King Vegeta and the others were very excited. With the fusion technique and the method to create a Super Saiyan God, it would be difficult for Saiyan not to take off. Chapter 154. Good things are happening all the time today. Raditz can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Bardock then remembered that his eldest son could also transform. Son Goku laughed, "Brother, your Super Saiyan 1 state really looks like Super Saiyan 3 state." Vegeta patted Raditz's shoulder. Raditz was his follower, and he was very pleased that Raditz could now transform into a Super Saiyan. Well, my hairstyle is like this, there's nothing I can do about it." Facing everyone's teasing, Raditz smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. At this time, Louis looked at everyone and said, "Well, since you will have more opportunities to transform into Super Saiyan God in the future, let's make the Saiyan clan rise first. Vegeta, take your father and his family back, and teach the fusion technique and the method of creating a Super Saiyan God to the tribe members." "Yes." Vegeta nodded. Earlier, Louis said he was in trouble and asked if they would have an assistant to help. Obviously, Louis must be in trouble to ask this. The Saiyan clan can be what it is today because of Louis. Louis can be said to be another king of their Saiyan clan. If Louis spoke, Vegeta would definitely lead his people to do their best. This is also King Vegeta's inner thought, he would not hesitate even if his clan was exterminated. Vegeta said goodbye to Bulma, and then left the earth with King Vegeta, Raditz, Gracie, Bardock and Jin. Only Louis, Bulma, and Son Goku are left on Baizai Mountain. Son Goku looked up at the sky and said with a sigh, "Shishi, father and the others have gone back." Shishi was holding little Gohan, and was a little reluctant to leave. "Well, during the time I was pregnant with Gohan, it was mother and the others who took care of me." Louis took a look at the little Gohan in Shishi's arms, and he also expressed his intention to leave. His sister Tais was still waiting for him to return to the Gods of Destruction world to have a child. "Brother-in-law, are you going back? Vegeta has left too. How about you take me to the Gods of Destruction realm to play?" Bulma said eagerly. "Louis, I'm going to go back and have a baby, and if I ask you to go to the realm of Gods of Destruction, how can I have one then? I still have to go destroy the planet, so I don't have time to take you with me." Louis shook his head, then remembered something, looked at Son Goku, and said with a smile, "Kakarot, you have to practice hard, otherwise when the Saiyan clan's God of War returns, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it." He was referring to Broly, of course. Son Goku, Bardock, and the future Son Goten, Broly must be very excited to see this family of three. Ah! Son Goku looked confused and was about to ask. Louis suddenly raised his head to the sky, "Why are they here? Did they sense Vegeta's divine aura?" "Brother-in-law, who's here?" "Beerus is an adult. That skinny cat." As soon as Bulma finished speaking, two figures suddenly appeared in the open space. Beerus yelled at Bulma, "You are the skinny cat, your whole family is." I was about to scold Bulma's whole family, but when I looked at Louis next to me, I decided to forget it. Beerus slowly walked over to Son Goku, looked him up and down, and muttered, "This guy doesn't look like a strong enemy for me." Hearing this, Louis knew the reason why Beerus came to Earth. He was looking for his opponent. Beerus poked Son Goku's chest with his finger and said calmly, "Show me how you transform into that Super Saiyan God." Son Goku smiled bitterly, "Lord Beerus, to transform into a Super Saiyan God, you need 6 Saiyans. I can't do it alone. Can't transform." Beerus' eyes turned cold instantly, and the temperature around him dropped rapidly. Louis came over, put his arm around Beerus' neck, and whispered in his ear, "Master Beerus, can you stop while you are ahead? Don't wait until you run out of options." Even though Beerus had a murderous look on his face, Louis knew how important Son Goku and Vegeta were in Beerus' heart. In the ranking of the average human level index in the universe, clergy are not included, so the universe ranking needs to be supported by the top masters in the universe. Son Goku and Vegeta are the faces of the 7th universe, and Louis knows that Beerus has been keeping an eye on Son Goku and them. Beerus, can you give me some face, kid? I'm asking you not to make the atmosphere so awkward. You are clearly trying to tear me down, okay? Beerus was pd off by Louis, but he still pulled back his aura. Little did they know, their whispered conversation was heard by Son Goku, who was speechless for a while. This gods of destruction is so funny. Okay, what's up with that Super Saiyan god? Beerus pushed Louis aside and looked at him. Whis also looked over. Louis originally wanted to go back to the gods of destruction world to explain, but since Beerus and the others had already come to Earth, he told them everything. After hearing everything, Beerus' eyes widened. The Saiyan clan could actually create a pseudo-god with just 6 Saiyans? It has the aura of gods but no divine dimension, and yet it can be produced in large quantities. Plus fusion technology. You Saiyan. Beerus pointed at Louis and spoke tremblingly. Louis laughed and said, "What happened to our Saiyan?" Beerus took a deep breath and then said excitedly, "Oh my god, I'm rich." Louis. Whis. Son Goku. Bulma. Shishi. Little Gohan. Now my 7th universe is still taking off? Take off, take off. On the lawn, Beerus was twisting his waist and doing a disgusting little dance like a lunatic. Here we go again. Louis and Whis' scalps tingled, because they remembered that Beerus had performed this kind of dance before, and that was because Louis killed Quitella. Now again. FK it. Louis simply pulled Whis and ran away, leaving Beerus alone on the lawn, doing a disgusting little dance. Beerus realized it later and looked up at the sky and shouted, "Hey, I'm not in the car yet." Beerus quickly chased after him. Inside a cave in the Nandu Islands on Earth. A wizened old man wearing a jacket and a black hat with an R on it. That force is too strong. Why has Son Goku become so strong? No, I must create my ultimate killing weapon as soon as possible. Dr. Gero took a look at the sleeping chambers with numbers 17 and 18 printed on them, then shook his head. He continued to work in front of the supercomputer. Chapter 155. In the starry sky of the universe, there are 2 figures circling here, and a purple cat is flying quickly in the distance. Beerus snorted, "Louis, Whis, you 2 are so abominable. I haven't even gotten in the car yet." Louis smiled and said, "Master Beerus, you are so disgusting. Aren't Whis and I waiting for you? Otherwise, we would have let you fly back to the gods of destruction alone." Whis was laughing on the side. When he and Louis left the gods of destruction, they did not take Beerus with them, and let Beerus fly from the gods of destruction to the earth alone. Humph, you guys still have some conscience. Beerus nodded with satisfaction and said, "Let's go back to the gods of destruction. There is a surprise waiting for you in the gods of destruction." What he meant, of course, was that Tais was pregnant, and Louis didn't know about it yet. Surprise? What surprise? You'll know when you get back. Mysterious. Louis shook his head. He prepared to use instant transmission to take Beerus and the other person back to the gods of destruction world. That's right. Louis hovered in the starry sky and turned to look at Beerus and the others. "You 2 should never come to Earth again." The atmosphere in the starry sky suddenly became solemn. Beerus' heart skipped a beat. What happened? Beerus and Whis looked at each other, and Whis asked, "Did something happen?" Whis, didn't you say before that the senzu beans on Kakarot were only owned by the previous Grand Priest? Whis nodded. Beerus next to him suddenly had a bad feeling. A flash of light flashed through his mind and he blurted out, "Louis, are you saying that the All-Devil Lord is on Earth?" Louis raised his eyebrows. he didn't expect Beerus to think of this. But of course he doesn't want all the demons to be on Earth, because Taisai's family and Son Goku's family are there. Who knows if all the demons will wreak havoc on Earth? But in Lewis's guess, all the demons are most likely on Earth. Whis also responded, and said with a very sure tone. Before, I only knew the identity of the former Grand Priest. I had no idea who the former Grand Priest served. Now I know all the secrets. Since the former Grand Priest is on Earth, then Master Quan Mo must be on Earth as well. Now I have a question. Lewis just went to the Earth. Why didn't the All-Devil Lord do anything to Lewis? You know, Lewis blew up the world he created. This is what Whis is confused about, and it is actually what Lewis is confused about as well. Lewis captured all the masters of the Dark Demon World and blew up the Dark Demon World. As a result, when he went to the Earth, all the demons refused to attack him. I don't know why, but even if all the demons wanted to attack me, they couldn't kill me. At most, they could just seal me. Lewis looked at Whis and the other man and said, "You are different from me. You'd better not go to Earth." Lord Beerus, Lewis is right. The Dark World and our Xeno universe are hostile forces. We should try not to go to Earth. Whis said solemnly. Hateful. Beerus clenched his fists, and his destructive aura shattered the surrounding starry sky. If he can't go to Earth, doesn't that mean he can't eat all kinds of delicious food? Damn it! Never mind. Compared to your life, even if there are delicious things on Earth, you have to give them up. Whis, how many instant noodles do we have left? There are still 300 million barrels of instant noodles. Only 300 million barrels of instant noodles left? That's a bit too little. Never mind. This amount of instant noodles is enough for us to eat for a few years. Let's wait until we finish eating them. Whis nodded seriously. When Lewis heard this, he was stunned. Damn, 300 million barrels of instant noodles? When did these two guys hoard so many? Why didn't I know? Lord Beerus, you and Lewis should return to the Gods of Destruction realm first. I need to tell my father about this. Whis waved his hand and was about to leave, but he turned around and looked at Lewis and said seriously, Lewis, congratulations, you are going to be a father. After saying that, Whis waved his staff and disappeared into the starry sky the next second. I'm a father. Lewis looked at the place where Whis disappeared, and was stunned at first, then suddenly surprised. He grabbed Beerus's shoulders tightly and shook him vigorously. Lord Beerus, is Taisai pregnant? Got it, got it. Beerus was dizzy from his shaking, and he quickly said, Tais is still waiting for you, let's leave this star region quickly. Is this the surprise Beerus just mentioned? It's really a surprise. Lewis pulled Beerus and used instant transmission to leave. Gods of Destruction World. Tais was lying on a sun lounger by the lake, touching her belly, her eyes filled with maternal radiance. After Louise came out of the room, Whis came over and told her that she was pregnant. This news is such a huge surprise. Didn't Lewis say he was going to teach Kakarot and the others about fusion? Why is it taking so long? Tais's mouth corners curled up slightly. She really wanted to know what Lewis' expression would be when he knew she was pregnant. Sudden. There was a swish sound by the lake. Sister Tais. Lewis appeared beside Tais in an instant, carefully picked her up from the chair, and the two hugged each other tightly. Beerus was brought back, then I leave? Just go. Beerus snorted proudly, then left the lake in a cool manner. Little did they know that the Lewis couple didn't even look at him. Lewis said with a smile, Sister Taisai, am I really powerful? Didn't you say you wanted a child? I hit the target with one shot. Lewis, you are such a shameless little BD, you dare to say anything. Tais was held in his arms, her face flushed with shame. I learned this from you, Sister Taisai. You kept saying you wanted to have a baby before. Lewis grinned, a feeling of happiness enveloping him, it felt so good. Stop talking. Taisai was so ashamed that she felt ashamed. How could she have said such vicious words before? At this time, Taisai's little face was as red as a ripe apple. She stretched out her hand and quickly covered Louis' mouth, fearing that he would say something vicious again. Ha ha ha. Louis' mouth was covered, but he kept smiling. He was really happy. He was finally going to be a father. Taisai hid her little face in Louis' arms, listening to his strong heartbeat. Today was her happiest day. Chapter 156. Since Taisai is pregnant, Louis has no plans to leave the gods of destruction world and he will always stay with her. As for the planet-destroying missions, Louis handed those jobs back to Beerus. Beerus was very reluctant because it was Louis who had been helping him for more than 20 years. But when he saw Taisai's threatening look, Beerus immediately obeyed. The main reason was that Taisai threatened him with delicious food, and he couldn't stand it. The mission to destroy the planet was given back to Beerus, and Whis just happened to return from the Grand Priest. The first thing Whis did when he came back was to see Taisai and asked her if she was feeling unwell. Taisai was very touched by Whis' concern and said she was not feeling unwell. She even felt that if Frieza were to resurrect in front of her, she would be able to beat Frieza to death. Beerus and Whis just smiled and did not ruin Taisai's plan. Now that Taisai was pregnant, they tried their best not to cause Taisai's emotional fluctuations. After comforting Taisai, Louis asked how Whis was doing. What Louis was referring to was, of course, what the Grand Priest thought of all the demons on Earth. Whis told everything the Grand Priest said to him. Grand Priest told him and Beerus to just pretend they didn't know the demons were on Earth, which meant they should just do what they were supposed to do. Beerus and Louis were both extremely shocked. This was the Omni-Devil that was hostile to Xeno universe. Why would Grand Priest say something like that? Shouldn't this be the time to alarm Xeno, have him take action himself, and then start a bloody world war? Louis just felt that his brain was not enough, but he also realized that something was wrong. Because Grand Priest's attitude towards him was to leave him alone. What unknown secrets are hidden here? The matter was too confusing. Even Whis couldn't figure it out. It's really hard to understand, and Louis and the others don't think about these things anymore. The truth will come out one day. In the following time, Louis stayed with Taisai in the Gods of Destruction realm. Beerus asked Whis to take him out to destroy the planets. After all, the seventh universe was developing rapidly, and Beerus didn't want those unqualified planets to drag down his seventh universe. When it comes to the rapid development of the seventh universe, it is naturally inseparable from the rise of the Saiyan clan. The rise of the Saiyan clan is all thanks to the fusion technique and the creation method of the Super Saiyan God. The fusion technique was brought back by Louis from the planet Metamor, and the method of creating the Super Saiyan God was also figured out by Louis. Over the past 2 decades, the Saiyan has grown from a population of more than 2,000 to 10,000. The fusion technique and the method of creating a Super Saiyan God were brought back to the Saiyan clan by Vegeta. All of a sudden, all Saiyans mastered these 2 secret techniques. Every 2 people can make fusion. Nowadays, the weakest Saiyan has a combat power of over 400,000, and they are not yet able to transform into a Super Saiyan, but with fusion. The fighters that come out of fusion have at least broken through to 20 million combat power, and each fusion fighter can transform into a Super Saiyan. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, the combat power increases 50 times, and the power of each fusion warrior is at least over 1 billion. Besides, every 6 Saiyans can create a Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God possesses the aura of a god, and its power cannot be detected by mortals. Without a fight, naturally no one can know how powerful Super Saiyan God is. However, Vegeta has sparred with a Super Saiyan God created by the clan. Vegeta discovered that these Super Saiyan gods were no match for the fusion warriors. In other words, the power of Super Saiyan God has not reached more than 1 billion combat power. Compared with the Super Saiyan God he transformed into, the difference is really huge. Actually this is normal, because not every Saiyan is the protagonist. Vegeta is a little dissatisfied that the Super Saiyan God in his clan has only such limited combat power. However, compared with the previous Saiyans, the current Super Saiyan God is already very strong. Also, in combat, the Super Saiyan God actually has an advantage over the fusion fighters, because the Super Saiyan God's aura cannot be detected by mortals. Therefore, in competitions within the Saiyan clan, it is often the Super Saiyan God who wins in the end. With fusion warriors and Super Saiyan God, the Saiyan clan has completely risen. In addition, with the old Supreme Kai managing the 7th universe, the ranking of the 7th universe has skyrocketed rapidly, directly rising from the middle and lower reaches to 3rd place. Beerus and the old Supreme Kai were instantly grinning from ear to ear when they saw this. As expected, the Saiyan clan is the lucky star of the 7th universe. If Zeno wants to erase the universe again in the future, it won't be their 7th universe's turn. Half a year passed in this way. During the past 6 months, Taiza's belly has grown bigger and bigger, and Lewis has been accompanying her in the Gods of Destruction world. Pregnant women's emotions are always changeable. Seeing that Taiz was in a bad mood, Lewis went to Earth and brought Bulma here to accompany Taiz. Sure enough, all the demons didn't attack him before, and this time when he brought Bulma to the Gods of Destruction world, all the demons didn't attack him either. Although Lewis felt very strange, he thought it would be best if all the demons did not attack him. Today is half a year later. The lake in the Gods of Destruction world. Lewis, where are you going? Taisai, with a big belly, looked at Lewis who wanted to leave. Bulma also looked confused and asked, "Brother-in-law, where are you going if you are not accompanying my sister?" Lewis came to Taiz, kissed her white forehead, and reached out to touch her big belly. "Half a year ago, didn't I tell you that I would take Broly to Midamore to learn spiritual nirvana? Now the time has come, I'm going to bring him back. Then go and come back quickly." When Taisai heard Lewis' words, she remembered the matter of Broly. Only Bulma looked confused. She had no idea who Broly was. "Okay, I'll be back soon." Lewis smiled, then used instant transmission to leave the Gods of Destruction realm. Midamore Star. Blue sky and white clouds, azure ocean, lush forest, the environment of this planet is very similar to that of the Earth. In front of a secret tablet in the center of the continent of Midamore, a big man was sitting in front of the tablet. He suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a grass-green giant ape slowly disappearing in his pupils. Call. I finally learned spiritual nirvana. This person was none other than Broly, whom Lewis brought here. There was a Midamore star nearby, and Sharp smiled and said, "Congratulations to Mr. Broly for achieving spiritual nirvana. Thank you, Elder Sharp, for your care over the past 6 months." Broly said sincerely. At this moment, Broly has learned how to communicate and understands some of the ways of the world. We welcome everyone who loves peace on the planet Midamore. Besides, you were brought here by the candidate Gods of Destruction, so you don't have to be polite. Just as Sharp finished speaking, a figure appeared beside him with a swish. Lewis. Chapter 157. The Mystic Steel Forest is located on a small island, surrounded by the ocean. Lewis appeared here, looked at the 2 people next to him, and smiled. "Broly, Elder Sharp, long time no see." Sharp said respectfully, "Greetings, Mr. Candidate Gods of Destruction." Lewis nodded to Sharp and looked at Broly who was sitting in front of the secret tablet. "How is it, can you control your violent emotions?" Half a year ago, he and the old Supreme Kai brought Broly here. In addition to learning the fusion technique, another purpose is to find the spiritual training secrets for Broly. The planet Midamore is truly worthy of being the martial arts holy land of the 7th universe. Lewis actually found a secret technique of spiritual practice called spiritual nirvana here. As long as Broly learns spiritual nirvana and combines it with the spiritual fruit, his spiritual power can be rapidly improved. The stronger your mental strength, the easier it is to control your violent emotions. This way, Broly can remain sane while in a berserk state. Well, I can control my emotions now. Broly stood up from the ground, touching his head and smiling foolishly. That's good. Lewis reached out and poked Broly's strong chest. Broly's muscles were very stiff, and there was an extremely violent energy in his body. This big guy has grown again in the past 6 months. Elder Sharp, I will take Broly away then. If you run into any trouble in the future, just yell Whis and I will come to help you as soon as possible. Although Lewis is a candidate for Gods of Destruction, he is not like the bandit Beerus. Lewis is grateful to those who have helped him. Thank you, Mr. Gods of Destruction Alternate. Sharp was very excited. This was a promise from the alternate Gods of Destruction. With Lewis' promise, Metamor Star can rest assured from now on. When Sharp saw Lewis and the other man were about to leave, he quickly stepped forward and said, Master Alternate Gods of Destruction, Broly can now control his violent emotions, but the power in his body is still increasing. If he stops practicing spiritual nirvana, he will still be at risk of losing control. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, please make sure Broly continues to practice spiritual nirvana. Broly, do you hear that? Lewis looked at Broly. Broly has the legendary Saiyan physique, and his power will continue to grow even without training. The stronger the power, if Broly's mental strength cannot keep up, Broly will indeed be at risk of losing control. Thank you, Elder Sharp. I will continue to practice spiritual nirvana. Broly nodded, his tone full of gratitude. After saying goodbye to Elder Sharp of Metamor, Lewis took Broly away. Sharp looked at the disappearing Lewis and muttered, Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction are back in the universe. It looks like the 7th universe is going to rise again. Lewis took Broly away from Metamor. They did not return to the Gods of Destruction world, nor did they go to Earth, nor did they go to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Lewis took Broly to the outside of a green star. Let's go see him. Lewis removed the seal on the planet. Broly's expression was complicated, and he turned into a ray of light and flew into the planet. Lewis was waiting just outside the planet. Not long after, Broly flew out of the planet dejectedly. How's it going? He still wants to use me. He asked me to kill you and then asked me to go back to planet Vegeta and kill King Vegeta so that he can rule the Saiyan clan. Will you blame me for sealing your father on this planet? Lewis looked at Broly. Lewis, you brought me and my father out of Wampa, and took me to Metamor to learn spiritual nirvana. Elder Sharp is a very good person. In the past 6 months, he taught me spiritual nirvana, and I also learned a lot from Elder Sharp. Broly looked at Lewis and shook his head, I am not the same person I used to be. I already know what is right and what is wrong. I won't blame you. Besides, this planet is very suitable for human survival. My father is also living well here. Letting him stay here is the right choice. Lewis was relieved to hear this, not that he was afraid of Broly. In the anime, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Broly are his 3 favorite characters. He really didn't want to be an enemy of this big guy. At this time, Broly smiled and said, Also, I remember you said you would take me to beat up Kakarot. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. The corner of Lewis' mouth twitched slightly. Kakarot, Burdock, you guys should learn from your mistakes. Come on, I'll take you to see Kakarot now. He must be interested in you as well. Lewis laughed, and he took Broly away using instant transmission. Earth, Bun Mountain. In front of Son Goku's house, with a swish sound, Lewis and the other man appeared here. Lewis glanced at the sky. Did the demons still not attack him? When Lewis was confused. Lewis, you said Kakarot is here? Where is he? Broly walked into the room with fighting spirit in his eyes, but the room was empty, with no one there. Lewis didn't care about the whole demon, he walked in and frowned, "Where did you go?" At this time, a loud explosion was heard from another direction of Beerus mountain. Boom! Lewis and Broly looked at each other. Walk! The two disappeared in an instant. The other side of Beerus mountain. Piccolo, do you agree to my terms? If not, I will keep beating you. Damn it, Son Goku, you're going too far. Piccolo climbed out of the deep pit. He was now in tattered clothes and looked very embarrassed. Son Goku flew down from the sky and landed next to Piccolo. I just asked you to help me take care of Gohan for a year. You're free anyway, right? I'm your uncle. Veins bulged on Piccolo's forehead and his chest rose and fell with anger. Die! Piccolo jumped up from the ground, condensed an energy bomb in his hand, and smashed it towards Son Goku. Don't bother trying. You can't beat me. Son Goku smiled, clenched his fist, and grabbed the incoming energy bomb with force. With a bang, the energy bomb was instantly crushed, turned into starlight, and dissipated in Sumeru. Piccolo was so angry. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out how Son Goku could become so strong. Piccolo was still trying to resist, but two figures suddenly flew in the sky and appeared next to Son Goku the next second. Broly saw the familiar face as soon as he landed. Kakarot! Kakarot! Chapter 158. Boom! A violent emotion rose in Broly's mind, but with his strong mental strength, Broly instantly controlled his violent emotion. The rage was under control, but his hair had turned a grass green. The legendary Super Saiyan state. Now, under the stimulation of violent emotions. 500 million combat power. 1 billion combat power. 50 billion combat power. The forest of Beerus mountain was instantly destroyed by the power unleashed by Broly. Lewis saw that Broly had controlled his emotions and nodded, but was left speechless by the big guy's actions. Damn it! As soon as he arrived, he demolished Son Goku's house. Lewis quickly used the rules of time to restore the surrounding forest. As for Son Goku, he had already flown to Shishi and protected her and little Gohan. As for Piccolo, he had already been blown away by this powerful air wave. Broly controlled his emotions, and his strength stabilized at 50 billion combat power. Kakarot, I'm going to beat you up. Broly's entire body glowed with a grassy green color, he disappeared from the spot and attacked Son Goku. Lewis, who is he? On the other side, Son Goku protected Shishi behind him and he yelled at Lewis. Broly was like a monster, the pressure on him was too great. Just let him beat you up. I'll protect Shishi and little Gohan. At some point, Lewis appeared next to Son Goku and took the little Gohan from Shishi's arms. Son Goku felt relieved when he saw Lewis hugging little Gohan. Damn it! As soon as this green-haired monster appeared, he said he would beat him up. Did he really think he was a vegetarian? Facing the attacking Broly, Son Goku clenched his fists, and a powerful force burst out, and his hair turned golden. Super Saiyan full power. The combat strength increased from 75 million to 3.75 billion. Son Goku transformed into a golden light and collided with the attacking Broly. Why don't you just give him a good beating? Why are you still resisting? It's a sin. As for Lewis, he covered little Gohan's eyes to avoid scaring him. Really? The collision lasted less than 2 minutes. Ah! A terrible scream of pain resounded throughout the entire Beerus mountain, and Son Goku suddenly fell from the air, creating a deep hole in the ground. Goku. On Lewis' side, Shishi was horrified and wanted to go over. Shishi, don't worry, Broly won't do anything rash. Lewis pulled Shishi back and continued, Kakarot hasn't fought in a long time. He needs this fight now. Shishi looked at Lewis and asked doubtfully, really? Lewis nodded. It has been more than a year since the battle with Bojack. During this period of time, Son Goku has basically not fought much except for his daily training. It's not that Son Goku has never fought him before. Half a year ago, Son Goku and Vegeta used the fusion technique of Metamor, and he had sparred with him. But at that time, Gogeta was killed instantly by him, so it couldn't be considered a sparring match at all. This time, Lewis didn't really want Broly to bully Son Goku, but wanted Broly to put pressure on Son Goku. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to allow Son Goku to break through to the Super Saiyan 2 state. After all, it has been several years since Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan. Logically speaking, the blood in Son Goku's body has been sublimated enough for him to transform into Super Saiyan 2. She finally felt relieved after getting Lewis's affirmation. The other side. Son Goku climbed out of the deep pit and ate a senzu bean, and his injuries healed instantly. Son Goku looked at Broly, who fell from the sky, and asked in a serious tone, "Who are you?" My people." Son Goku frowned as he noticed the tail around Broly's waist. Soon, Son Goku noticed the color of Broly's hair again and wondered, "What's wrong with your state? Is it the Super Saiyan state? Why is your hair green?" Broly landed on the ground and did not answer Son Goku. He watched Son Goku recover and was a little confused. "Why are you okay after being beaten by me?" Son Goku's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt relieved when he knew that Broly was one of his people. At first he thought Broly was an enemy like Bojack. "I don't know why, but I felt really happy when I beat you up. But Lewis told me not to go too far, so I beat you up and then stopped." Broly's eyes sparkled as he said, "But you're fine now, you can still get another beating, hee." Broly's entire body glowed with grass-green light as he walked towards Son Goku step by step, powerful strength surging through him. Son Goku just felt like he was being stared at by a wild beast, and the incomparable feeling of oppression made his scalp tingle. What kind of monster is this? After being shocked, Son Goku became excited again. It would be interesting to fight with such a person. After just fighting once, he already knew the gap between himself and Broly. Broly's strength was simply not something he could contend with. "That's the case. Come and try this trick of mine." Son Goku's eyes narrowed. He didn't transform into his full power Super Saiyan state, he's still normal. Son Goku let his body relax, and soon an ethereal aura emerged from him, and his body became agile. In the distance, Lewis was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Son Goku was about to break through to the state of freedom. "Hey!" Broly was slightly stunned when he saw Son Goku's state. Just when Broly was in a daze, Son Goku moved. Son Goku changed his shape and appeared next to Broly. Broly came to his senses instantly and punched Son Goku beside him. Boom! The space trembled suddenly. But Broly's fist punched through Son Goku. After image. "Big guy, I'm here." A voice came from behind Broly, and Son Goku raised his leg and kicked sideways. The powerful force created a violent gale. Bang! Broly was kicked in the neck by him, and the terrifying force generated by the impact caused the ground to sink more than 10 meters, and Beerus mountain kept shaking. However, how is this possible? Son Goku kicked Broly in the neck, but Broly stood there, motionless. "It feels so good, push harder." Broly chuckled. This was his true feeling and he had no intention of mocking Son Goku, but his smile made Son Goku feel extremely irritated. Hateful. Chapter 159. Son Goku gritted his teeth and used the force of the impact to bounce back. He twisted his body, spun 360 degrees in the air, and kicked again. But at this time Broly moved. A big hand grabbed Son Goku's right leg. Fortunately, Son Goku dodged Broly's grab with his body's instinctive reaction. Son Goku put all his strength into his right leg and kicked Broly hard in the neck again. Bang! With the two of them as the center, a powerful air wave exploded outward. The wind was howling, and the forest that Lewis had just recovered was destroyed again. But, Broly still didn't move. In the distance, Shishi covered his mouth, looking incredible at this scene. Apart from Lewis, Son Goku could be said to be the strongest Saiyan in the entire Saiyan clan. Who is this strange Saiyan who can withstand 2 attacks from Son Goku? Lewis held little Gohan in his arms, watching the battle ahead, and said calmly. Kakarot is now close to reaching the state of freedom. In this state, although Kakarot's reaction is very fast, Broly may not be able to do anything to him for the time being. But Kakarot doesn't have the power boost of a Super Saiyan. His power in this state is really weak. With his current power, he can't do anything to Broly. It's like in the Super anime, when facing Jiren, Son Goku had just entered the state of freedom, but because his power was too weak, even if Son Goku used his maximum speed and reaction, he couldn't do anything to Jiren. What should we do then? Shishi was worried. Unless Vegeta comes here and Kakarot fusion, Gogeta should be able to defeat Broly. Lewis teased the little Gohan in his arms, then raised his head and looked forward. Of course, I brought Broly here not to let Gogeta defeat him, but to see if Kakarot can break through to the Super Saiyan 2 state. Boom! Up ahead, Broly burst out with great power, sending Son Goku flying, and he chased after him while still yelling Kakarot. 1 silver and 1 green. 2 rays of light chased each other in the sky and collided from time to time. The overflowing violent force rubbed against the air, making a crackling sound. For a moment, the mountains and rivers were shattered, and countless broken trees were swept into the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. Facing a strong man like Broly, Son Goku's blood boiled. He knew his advantages, so relying on his flexible body and quick reaction, he had been fighting a guerrilla war with Broly. Broly is in the legendary Super Saiyan state. He is very powerful and has a combat power of 50 billion, but facing Son Goku's fighting style, he is still outwitted. Son Goku became more and more excited. He felt that if he continued like this, he would be able to kill Broly. But what Son Goku doesn't know is that the legendary Super Saiyan himself is a warrior who exists for the purpose of fighting. Broly's ability to learn and adapt is terrifying. He quickly adapted to Son Goku's fighting style and was able to respond. Wonderful waves! In the sky, Son Goku fired a ki blast at Broly on the opposite side. Boom! Broly was hit and thick smoke instantly enveloped him. Under the cover of the smoke, Son Goku quickly twisted his body and appeared behind Broly the next second. Son Goku wants to repeat his old trick, hit Broly and run away. But Kakarot! Broly's head turned at an extremely weird angle, staring at Son Goku. How is that possible? Son Goku was shocked. Wasn't this guy always being tricked by him? How can you react this time? Son Goku tried to quickly distance himself, but it was too late as Broly punched him in the stomach. Puff! A powerful force penetrated into his body, and Son Goku arched his body and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, it's my turn as Kakarot. Broly smiled naively. He raised his fist as big as a sandbag and hit Son Goku again. Broly's punch was as heavy as a mountain. Son Goku was hit in the back and he slammed to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The ground cracked, and a deep pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters suddenly appeared. In the distance, Lewis said with a click of his tongue, as expected of Broly, he has adapted to Kakarot's fighting style so quickly. Kakarot will be in trouble next. Son Goku ate the senzu beans in the deep pit, but he didn't believe it, so he flew into the sky again and continued to use the ethereal state to entangle with Broly. But Broly's reaction speed is terrifying. He teaches Son Goku a lesson with just one punch. As Lewis said, what happened to Son Goku next was extremely tragic. Every punch hits the flesh. Son Goku was unilaterally crushed in the sky. Even if he gave up his ethereal state and turned into a Super Saiyan at full power again, it was useless. He was still no match for Broly. Soon. Broken limbs. Internal organ damage. Son Goku's injuries are getting worse. If Lewis hadn't told Broly not to go too far, Son Goku would probably have been killed by now. Goku. In the distance, Shishi shouted anxiously. She wanted to go over, but Lewis held her back. Don't go, Kakarot seems to be breaking through. What? Shishi turned to look at Lewis, who had been saying that he brought this monster here to help Son Goku break through. Is her Goku really about to break through? Lewis nodded. The Saiyan people lived in a peaceful era. As time went on, the S-factor in their bodies would be activated more. The amount of S-factor determines the degree of Saiyan's blood sublimation. Son Goku's bloodline has been sublimated to a level that is definitely enough to support the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. As Lewis watched, Son Goku's power now began to falter. It suddenly soared and then stopped suddenly. This is definitely the rhythm of a breakthrough. But it seemed that something was missing. Son Goku had not been able to break through, and under Broly's attack, Son Goku's injuries became more serious. If he doesn't take this opportunity to break through, Son Goku doesn't know when he will have to wait. Lewis knew this very well. He sent a message to Broly, "Be gentle, kid. Don't beat Kakarot to death." In front, Broly, who was beating Son Goku, took one look over here and really started to listen obediently, beating Son Goku with much less force. After a while, Broly released the entire Pacific Ocean's water, but Son Goku still couldn't break through. No, if this goes on, Son Goku won't be able to transform until he dies. When Lewis saw this, he flew into the air holding little Gohan and yelled, "Kakarot, did you see little Gohan? You are his father, and little Gohan saw all your miserable state. Are you doing this to set an example for little Gohan?" Chapter 160. As soon as Lewis finished speaking, Son Goku in front of him endured the severe pain in his body and suddenly broke away from Broly's attack. He glanced back at the little Gohan in Lewis's hands, and then at Broly, who was covered in green flames. Son Goku's limbs were broken, but he reached out and pulled out a senzu bean and put it in his mouth. Even the severe pain could not cause any emotional fluctuations in him. At this moment, Son Goku was frighteningly calm. The air pressure in the sky suddenly changed. Crackle! The ions floating in the void were pulled together by an inexplicable force, and kept jumping around Son Goku. Done! As for Lewis, when he saw the arc of electricity appear around Son Goku, he knew it succeeded. "Gohan-chan, you're awesome!" Lewis kissed little Gohan's fair face, and he then landed on the ground. Shishi asked hurriedly, "Lewis, is Goku about to break through?" "Right." Lewis nodded, and his tone changed, "but don't hold out hope for Kakarot. Even if he breaks through, he can't be Broly's opponent. Broly has been able to control his violent emotions, and the power he is showing now is not his true power." Half a year ago, when Lewis was fighting Broly, Broly entered a state of extreme violence, and his strength was close to the first level of the realm of God. Son Goku's current combat power is only 75 million. Even if he transforms to Super Saiyan 2, his strength will only increase 100 times. Even with his power increased 100 times, Son Goku would only have a combat power of 7.5 billion at most. How can a combat power of 7.5 billion fight against Broly? In the sky ahead, Son Goku ate the senzu beans and all his injuries recovered. Broly noticed that Son Goku was about to make some kind of breakthrough, but he was tactful enough not to kill him while he was ill. Because it feels good to beat up the stronger Kakarot. Ha! Son Goku clenched his fists, veins popping out on his forehead, and a huge power gushed out. Boom! The sky and earth lost their color in an instant. Son Goku's hair is all standing up, leaving only 2 bangs. Crackling! In the sky, Countless arcs of electricity danced around Son Goku, and his eyes were extremely cold. Super Saiyan. The power has broken through to 7.5 billion combat power. At this moment, the entire earth was shrouded in the aura of Son Goku. Heavenly Temple. Pop. Son Goku is awesome. Yes. It's a pity that I still can't beat that Broly. Yes. A messy mountain of buns. In the sky, Son Goku has broken through to the Super Saiyan 2 state. This power. Son Goku clenched his fists, the surging power fascinated him. Come again. Son Goku's expression was very cold. He disappeared into the sky in an instant, and appeared in front of Broly the next second, punching Broly in the abdomen. Bang! Broly didn't move at all. Another punch hit Broly in the face. Still not moving. Kakarot, it seems your strength is still not strong enough. Broly touched his grass-green hair and smiled foolishly. How is this possible? Son Goku was horrified. He had broken through to the Super Saiyan 2 state, but he still couldn't beat this guy? You. Son Goku was about to speak when Broly raised his fist again. It's that sandbag-sized fist again. Don't hit my face. 7.5 billion combat power against 50 billion combat power, Son Goku can't resist at all. Fortunately, Broly was holding back. Although Son Goku was beaten and ran away, under Broly's attack, Son Goku became more familiar with the power of Super Saiyan 2. Bang! 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 The sky was filled with afterimages, and every collision was accompanied by an earth-shaking roar. Countless smoke and dust covered the sky, and the entire Beerus mountain was in chaos. Blood boiling. War spirit overflows. Although Son Goku's face was bruised and his nose was swollen, it was really exciting to fight with a strong man like Broly. Haha, big guy, take my punch. Son Goku dodges Broly's attack and dives with his fists clenched. Kakarot. Facing the swooping Son Goku, Broly roared and rushed forward with his fists raised. Two fists collide. Boom! The wind was howling and the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. This guy is so scary. Son Goku looked at Broly in front of him, he gritted his teeth, and burst out with all his 7.5 billion combat power. Thick arcs of electricity danced on his body, and golden flames continued to surge. Get back! Under Son Goku's full force, Broly's body began to move backwards. Kakarot, your strength is still not enough, you will turn into a pig head. Broly grinned, his body stopped retreating instantly, and he exerted a little force on his fist. Buzz! A green light flashed in the center of the two fists. Broly's violent power penetrated into Son Goku's body through his fist and began to tear at Son Goku's body and mind. Ah! The severe pain made Son Goku's face twisted together. Damn it! Son Goku endured the severe pain and glanced at Lewis in the distance, who was holding his son in his arms. Are you going to be defeated the first time you fight in front of your son? I won't give up. The veins on Son Goku's forehead popped out and he roared. Sizzle! The magnetic fields of heaven and earth were in chaos, countless electric currents were jumping on Son Goku, and a vast power burst out from his body. 7.5 billion combat power. 8 billion combat power. 9 billion combat power. UBD. In the sky, Broly was stunned by Son Goku's change. He unclenched his fists and stepped back more than 10 meters. Boom! The sky shook. Son Goku's power has finally stabilized and reached 10 billion combat power. Stronger again, ha 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 ha, Kakarot, I'm coming again. Broly was very excited, he thought Son Goku's power was limited, but it turns out that he could still grow. The stronger Son Goku gets, the more excited he gets to beat him up. Broly twisted his body and disappeared into the sky. Son Goku was still basking in his own great power, but he tensed up when he saw Broly disappear. Sudden! A kick came from behind, and Son Goku had no time to react, and he was kicked directly away. Then a green light shot up into the sky, and Broly soon became parallel to Son Goku. Broly clasped his fists and smashed down hard. Ah! Son Goku was like a meteorite, hitting the Bun Mountain directly. Boom! The entire Beerus mountain collapsed in an instant and turned into pieces of rubble. The moment the Bun Mountain was blown to pieces, Shishi was taken to the sky by Lewis. Seeing the image of the Bun Mountain, Shishi cursed. My home! You damn BD! Lewis, beat him to death. Chapter 161. Don't be angry, I will make Beerus Mountain recover right away. Lewis glanced at Broly in the sky, shook his head and smiled. Shishi was originally very angry, but was slightly stunned when she heard Lewis' words. Let Beerus Mountain recover? What's the meaning? Lewis was seen holding little Gohan in one hand, with the other hand raised in the air. Backflow. A silver light flashed across the original location of Beerus Mountain. A miracle happened. The pieces of rubble were glued together to form a mountain of rubble. Son Goku retreated from the deep pit, and Piccolo on the other side also crawled out from the rubble. Beerus Mountain has returned to its undamaged state. Lewis, you. Seeing this scene, Shishi was stunned. She wanted to ask what kind of miracle this was. Lewis ignored Shishi. He stopped Son Goku in the air and grabbed him in the air. The purple aura on his body suddenly turned into a giant claw and grabbed Broly down from the air. Alright, stop messing around. Lewis held little Gohan and brought Shishi back to the ground. Shishi looked at Lewis back and wanted to ask something, but when she saw the appearance of her old pig's head cake, she hurried to Son Goku, stretched out her hand and stroked his face, and said distressedly, Goku, how are you? The nest is not tied. Son Goku has a pig head and his speech is lisp. You said you were fine, but you've turned into a pig. Goku, eat the beans. FK foreign merchants, skin injuries, no need for fresh beans, magic beans. You said you don't need senzu beans, but you can't even speak clearly. Shishi said angrily and amusedly. Son Goku was told by Shishi that he finally ate a senzu bean, and his pig head instantly disappeared, and the injuries in his body were healed. At this time, Lewis came over and Broly followed him. Lewis pointed at Broly and said with a smile, Kakarot, let me introduce you, this is the Saiyan clan god of war that I told you about before. Mars. Son Goku suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. He remembered that when Lewis finished teaching them the fusion technique and the method of making Super Saiyan God half a year ago, he said before leaving. You have to practice well, otherwise you might not be able to bear it when the Saiyan clan's god of war returns. It's him. Son Goku suddenly realized and asked anxiously, Lewis, the god of war you mentioned before is Broly. Right. Lewis smiled and nodded. Son Goku swallowed and turned his head to look at Broly. He had already seen Broly's power in the previous fight. This guy could be said to be a monster. In strength. No matter how much his power grows, Broly can easily catch up to him. In technique and reaction. He entered the ethereal state, which is the prototype of the state of freedom, and was able to play tricks on Broly at first, but after only a while, Broly was able to react and attack. Broly's growth rate is terrifying, it seems like this guy exists just for fighting. Son Goku shook his head and smiled bitterly, no wonder you said he was the Saiyan clan's god of war. Broly is indeed very strong, but in the universe, there are many people as strong as Broly, or even stronger than Broly. Lewis patted Son Goku on the shoulder, there are always people better than you. Now that you know your own shortcomings, keep working hard to practice. Lewis spoke the truth. At this stage, Son Goku and the others are not strong enough. Even Broly and even Gogeta are very weak in the universe. Not to mention those potential bosses, just look at the candidate gods of destruction in each universe today, their powers all possess the power of the second level of the realm of gods. Son Goku and the others' powers are at best the second level of the divine realm, and that would require Son Goku and Vegeta to fuse, or Broly to enter an extreme berserk state. You need to use additional means to possess the second level of power in the realm of God. How can you fight against the candidate gods of destruction in other universes? Don't forget that those alternate gods of destruction can also destroy energy. Destructive energy has gone beyond the scope of Chi, this is a rule. If you want to use mortal power to fight against the rules, you must at least possess the power of the third level of the divine realm. Son Goku and the others are not strong enough now. Hearing Lewis' words, Son Goku's heart was shocked. There are many people who are as strong as Broly or even stronger than Broly. At this time, Lewis has already looked at Broly next to him. How do you feel? Cool. At this time, Broly returned to normal. He had always been silly, but he actually understood what Lewis said. Lewis is talking about how it feels to beat up Son Goku. Needless to say, it must be awesome. Seeing Broly's happy expression, Lewis laughed, you will be happier in the future. How can one Kakarot be enough? There are also Bardock and Son Goten. Son Goku's family said, Lewis, you are not a human being. Kakarot, where's Vegeta? Lewis looked at the dazed Son Goku. Lewis' words just now made Son Goku's heart uneasy for a long time. He came back to his senses and said, Vegeta has been staying at the Galactic Patrol headquarters for the past 6 months. He only comes back once or twice occasionally. He should still be at the Galactic Patrol headquarters now. At the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Fine, I'll take Broly back to the Saiyan clan first and see how our people have developed. Do you want to go? Bringing Broly back is just one of Lewis' plans. He also needs to let Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan 2. After all, he has been the runner-up for thousands of years. No matter what, Lewis doesn't believe that Vegeta can surpass Son Goku. In order for these two guys to improve quickly, I really have to play the role of both father and mother. Destroy it, I'm tired. I also want to beat Piccolo and force him to take care of little Gohan for a year. You guys go, I won't go. Son Goku shook his head. Lewis nodded, without saying anything else, he handed little Gohan back to Shishi, then left with Broly. Looking at the place where Lewis and the other disappeared, Son Goku sighed. Shishi held little Gohan in her arms and asked, Goku, what's wrong? No, I just suddenly felt so weak. No, you are the strongest in my heart. Shishi looked at the little Gohan in his arms and snorted, that Broly is too abominable. Don't worry, Goku. When little Gohan grows up, you two can beat him together. Ha ha ha, okay. Son Goku was in a good mood, so he flew towards the forest. Piccolo, how about you help me look after little Gohan for a year? Son Goku, who were those two people just now? They are my people. I am asking you, will you help me take care of little Gohan? If you don't, I will continue to beat you up. Damn it, you really want me to help you, right? Fine, then I'll help you train him. I'm going to train him to be your rival, and then you and your son will become enemies. Ha 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 ha. Earth, Nandu Islands. Inside a cave. That amazing power again, damn it. Why the hell is Son Goku so strong? It's almost there, it's almost there, my ultimate killing weapon is about to come out, Son Goku, just wait, I will make sure you die when the time comes. Chapter 162 Galactic Patrol Headquarters. The planet is bustling with people coming and going. All those who come here are from other planets. They come here to issue commissions. Have you heard? Nappa-sama can also transform into Super Saiyan state. You mean the bald Nappa? SHH, you want to die, that's a Super Saiyan. My. But then again, Nappa-sama's transformation is really hilarious. What do you mean? Other people's hair turns golden when they transform into Super Saiyans, which is so handsome, but Napasama's head is completely bald, without any hair at all. When he transforms, it's like he has a big light bulb on his head, and at most only his 2 eyebrows turn golden, ha 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 ha. At this time, 2 figures walked through the crowd. Can Nappa transform? Interesting. Louis laughed secretly in his heart, and he took Broly to the Galactic Patrol building. When he arrived at the Galactic Patrol building, he suddenly heard a gentle voice in his ears. Louis, I'm on the roof. Myers. Louis was slightly stunned. Why did Mel's look for me? Broly, just sit here and wait for me, I'll be right back. Louis didn't wait for Broly to respond before he disappeared down the hall. On the roof of the Galactic Patrol building, a thin figure stood. He was wearing the uniform of the Galactic Patrol and looked up at the deep starry sky. Louis, do you know what I have been doing all these years? Protect the universe. Louis appeared beside Mel's and said lightly. Myers turned his head and smiled, yes, I am not like my brothers. I think Angel is actually a human being and a member of the universe. Why do we angels have to abide by the rules of neutrality? Mel's looked up at the deep starry sky and said with great admiration, the starry sky of the universe is really charming. My dream is to protect the universe. But there is always sin that taints it. I have been in charge of 104 star regions over the years, and I have seen too many crimes. I caught all those criminals and put them in the galactic prison. But this doesn't work at all. Evil is always everywhere, and it will give rise to more of them over a period of time. Mel's kept talking, and Louis kept silent, just listening. Listening to Mel's story, Louis discovered that Mel's was a bit like Zamasu, both of them hated evil. But there is an essential difference between Myers and Zamasu. Zamasu believes that humans are the source of evil, while Myers just wants to protect the universe, so he doesn't like evil. Mel's didn't even say that he would completely eliminate evil in order to protect the universe. Mel's approach of arresting those criminals should have a lot to do with the fact that Mel's is an angel. Angel sees through everything in the world. The world itself has 2 sides. Human beings are the source of evil, but also the source of kindness. Only what hinders development can be called a sin. Just like Frieza back then, he was very evil as a person, but he was helping Beerus and did not hinder the development of the universe. In Angel's eyes, Frieza could not even be considered evil. Louis, you Saiyan have changed. Myers looked over and said, in the eyes of us angels, Frieza isn't even a sin, but it used to be different for you Saiyans. Frieza wasn't a sin, but Saiyan at that time was definitely a sin. At that time, Saiyan secretly disobeyed Frieza's orders and ran rampant in the universe, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of evil. No matter whether the planet is qualified or not, as long as it makes those Saiyans unhappy, they will destroy it ruthlessly. Saiyans are notorious, they can be said to be the most evil race in the northern galaxy. In the anime, this is demonstrated by what the Vegeta trio did before invading Earth. I know. You know? That's right, you've become a candidate for gods of destruction, so you should understand the laws of everything in the universe. Myers smiled and was in a good mood. Saiyan used to be a sin, but it's different now. Especially since you brought back the fusion technique and the method of making Super Saiyan God, the galactic prison I oversee has reduced the number of criminals. Oh! Louis was a little surprised. If we use the combat power of the 7th universe to measure, the strongest of your Saiyan clan only had a combat power of over 10,000. Besides you, the strongest Saiyan right now should be Son Goku. In his normal state, he already has a combat power of 75 million. And the weakest of the other Saiyans has a combat power of over 400,000. Hearing this, Louis smiled softly. Myers was wrong. In the battle with Broly just now, Son Goku's power broke through again. Myers looked at Louis and continued, if you combine the fusion warriors with those Super Saiyan gods, you Scions will be even stronger. Even in the entire Xeno universe, your Scion clan would even rank in the top 10. Meyer's tone suddenly became serious. It's because of your Scion clan. The Scions have become stronger, and the Galactic Patrol has become stronger. With you, the Scion clan, the 7th universe has become much less evil. The universe is now so beautiful, so beautiful. Thank you, Lewis. Mel's looked up at the starry sky, and from his profile, his smile looked so natural. Lewis and Mel stood side by side. He was infected by Mel's smile and he also smiled slightly. The two of them just looked at the starry sky. Satisfied, happy. After a while, Myers coughed twice and said, "By the way, who is the Scion you brought with you? When he fought with you half a year ago, he was able to burst out the power of the 2nd level of the God Realm. It's incredible. His name is Broly, and his physique is a legendary physique that is passed down among our Scion clan." Lewis's mouth curled up slightly. Broly is the god of war of our Scion clan, and I have brought him back now. Chapter 163. Mars? Myers was stunned. In Angel's eyes, the power of the 2nd level of the God's realm might not be a big deal, but in the mortal world, Broly's power is definitely considered as a master. It is not an exaggeration to say that Broly is the god of war of the Scion clan. Congratulations! With this, your Scion clan has become even more powerful. Haha, it's not bad. Lewis is very proud that the Scion clan could develop to this point, but it was all because of his interference. Sudden. A violent breath came from the lobby of the Galactic Patrol. It was Broly's breath. Lewis frowned slightly. "I'll go down first, come to me if you have anything." Looking at the place where Lewis disappeared, Myers sighed and muttered. "The rise of your Scion has indeed frightened many evil people. The number of criminals imprisoned in the Galaxy Prison has decreased significantly, but there are still many hardcore criminals imprisoned. The Scion clan must become even stronger." Galactic Patrol Hall. The two teams faced each other. On one side is Broly, and on the other side are Bardock, Vegeta, and King Vegeta. The other universe people were watching the show in the corner of the hall. Who is this guy? How dare he confront King Vegeta and his gang? Doesn't he know that the person in front of him is a Scion? King Vegeta and the others are all capable of transforming into Super Scions. This kid is dead. Uncertain. What's the meaning? Didn't you notice that the boy also has a tail around his waist? Scion? He's a Scion too. Why would this Scion show that expression to King Vegeta and the others? If you ask me, who should I ask? You'll know after you watch. The Galactic Patrol Hall is approximately 3,000 square meters. In the center of the hall, Broly's eyes were flashing green light and he was very excited. "Kakarot, didn't you say you didn't want to come with us? Why are you here?" Broly had just beaten Son Goku not long ago, and the feeling of punching him in the flesh was already engraved in his mind. After beating Son Goku once, he became completely addicted to the feeling of beating Son Goku. Now when he sees Son Goku again, his fists are itching again. Across from him, Vegeta turned to look at Bardock and said, "Why do you look so much like Kakarot? Someone has mistaken you for each other again." Bardock's forehead was smeared with black lines. "I'm his father, isn't it normal that we look alike?" King Vegeta next to him chuckled and said, "What do you mean by similar? They are exactly the same. Kakarot, I'm asking you a question." Broly saw that Son Goku ignored him and his fists became more and more itchy. Bardock looked over and saw that the man had a brown tail wrapped around his waist and was as strong as a bull. He sensed the other party's strength again. Bardock could sense that Broly contained an extremely violent power. Bardock was horrified and asked, "Who are you? Why do you have a tail? And, you have this power?" Vegeta and King Vegeta also noticed this power. In their eyes, Broly at this moment was like a giant ape from ancient times, and the aura he exuded was horrifying. Bardock took a deep breath, he looked at Vegeta and his son, walked out, frowned and said, "Who are you? How do you know my son?" Although Broly's aura is scary, they can all transform into Super Saiyan, so there's no need to be afraid of him. What Bardock and the others didn't know was that Broly could actually transform, and he could transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. "Son?" A flash of light flashed through Broly's mind, and he blurted out, "Kakarot is your son? You are Bardock." When Lewis took him away on Wampa Star, he said, "I will help you beat Kakarot in the future. If it doesn't work, Bardock and Son Goten are waiting for you." Broly asked hurriedly, "You are Bardock, right? Where is Son Goten? Do you know me?" Bardock pointed at himself. He had never seen Broly before, so why did this guy know him? Also, who is Son Goten? Why does his name sound similar to Son Goku? "You are really Bardock, ha ha ha," no wonder Lewis said that, "you are exactly the same as Kakarot, it would be really fun to beat 2 at a time, no, it would be really fun to beat 3 at a time." Broly licked his dry lips and rubbed his fists. He looked like a madman who saw a fun toy. "You know Lewis?" Bardock and the other two automatically ignored the words that they didn't understand. Their attention was all on Lewis mentioned by Broly. "Yes, he brought me back." When Broly said this, Bardock and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were not afraid of Broly, Broly still brought them some pressure. And Broly has a tail and knows Lewis, so he shouldn't be an enemy, but why haven't they seen this Saiyan before? In Bardock, the three were confused. With a swish, Lewis returned to the hall. "Another unfamiliar Saiyan. Why are there so many Saiyans I don't recognize today? But why does this new Saiyan have silver hair? Saiyan can transform, right? Maybe this is Saiyan's new state. Yeah, you're so smart." In the hall, Lewis' appearance attracted the attention of the universe people who were watching the show, and they all talked about it. "Lewis, who is he? Is he one of our people?" Vegeta looked at Lewis and asked. Lewis came over and nodded, "Yes, I brought him back. Let's go. This is not the place to talk. Let's change places first." Lewis waved his hand, and a wisp of spatial force enveloped Broly, Bardock and the other two. There were only a bunch of universe people talking in the Galactic Patrol headquarters. 5 figures suddenly appeared in the dark starry sky. They were Lewis and his companions. There is a yellow planet in the dark starry sky. Looking from the outside, the planet is full of potholes. It can be said that there is nothing else except yellow sand. Wampa Star. The yellow Wampa was so conspicuous that Broly instantly recognized it as the Wampa. Broly grinned and said, "Lewis, why did you bring me back here?" "The main reason I brought you back here is to make King Vegeta admit his mistake to you." Lewis turned his head and looked at King Vegeta, his voice was cold, "King Vegeta, do you know what you did wrong before?" Lewis's reaction startled Vegeta, and he said weakly, "I've done so many wrong things in the past, which one are you talking about?" "Lewis. Bardock. Vegeta. Broly, beat him for me, just remember not to beat him to death." Lewis' mouth twitched. This old guy is a bit hateful. Good. Broly rubbed his fists. Lewis took him away from the planet Wampa, found him a secret technique of spiritual nirvana, and took him to beat Kakarot. His father had never been so kind to him. He saw how good Lewis was to him, and he would definitely listen to what Lewis said. "Are you ready to get beaten?" Broly looked at King Vegeta. Chapter 164. Lewis' words made King Vegeta and the other two a little confused, especially King Vegeta, who had indeed done a lot of wrong things in the past. For example, let the Saiyan clan follow Frieza. For example, he was afraid that someone would threaten his throne, so he chose to attack his own people. If it were in the past, King Vegeta would never think so, but now more than 20 years have passed, and Saiyan has also become the first race in the 7th universe. Every time Vegeta thinks about what he did in the past, he feels like a fool. Especially the fact that he chose to attack his own people, King Vegeta still remembers it to this day. At that time, he really harmed many talented people of his tribe. "Louis, what do you want to do?" Vegeta yelled. "Don't worry, I'll ask Broly to hold back. If you're worried, I'll allow you to help your father." Louis glanced at Vegeta, then at Bardock, and smiled faintly, "Or you can come together. If you come together, it's best to use fusion directly, otherwise you won't be able to bear it." After saying that, Louis didn't waste any words and waved his hand. "Broly, come on." Boom! A violent aura burst out from Broly's body, like a flood or a ferocious beast. The terrifying aura made the starry sky buzz. Broly's normal combat power, 500 million. King Vegeta normally has only 5 million combat power, which is considered a strong man in the universe, but in front of Broly, he is no different from an ant. Crash! Broly appeared in front of King Vegeta and punched him hard. King Vegeta felt his internal organs churning and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Then his body moved rapidly, like a cannonball, and King Vegeta smashed straight into the depths of the starry sky. Along the way, countless meteorite fragments were smashed into pieces. "Father!" Vegeta was furious when he saw this, and with a boom, he went straight into Super Saiyan full power. Strength, 70 million combat power *50 equals 3.5 billion combat power. The powerful force stirred the starry sky, and endless starry sky storms blew up. The planets within a million miles were shaking, and Louis hurried to protect the Vampa planet. Vegeta transformed into a golden light and attacked Broly. And Bardock is still standing. Louis folded his arms and smiled. "Bardock, aren't you going to help them?" Bardock shook his head. "This guy named Broly may be very strong, but Vegeta has already transformed into a Super Saiyan. No matter how powerful Broly is, he can't be Vegeta's opponent." "Really?" Louis chuckled. His smile gave Bardock a bad feeling. Could it be? Bardock quickly turned his head and soon saw a jaw-dropping scene. Vegeta quickly flew across the starry sky and caught up with Broly in an instant. He punched out in full Super Saiyan power. Broly got hit in the back. Just when Bardock thought Broly would be blown up, Broly turned around expressionlessly and a green light burst out from him. The legendary Super Saiyan state. Power increased 100 times. Combat power, 50 billion. Broly reached out and grabbed Vegeta's neck, exerted force with his hands, and threw Vegeta towards King Vegeta. For a moment, King Vegeta and his son were flying in the starry sky. "How is this possible, Louis? Is Broly also a Super Saiyan in this state? What's wrong with his power? Why can his power become so terrifying after he transforms?" Bardock's eyes widened and he asked several questions. Sudden. Vegeta used instant transmission and returned to Bardock with the severely injured King Vegeta. After Vegeta fed his father a senzu bean, he looked at Louis intently. "Louis, what do you want to do? How can that guy be so powerful?" Louis looked over and said coldly, "This is your father's doing. Ask him if he remembers Broly. Remember Saiyan with the legendary physique?" King Vegeta recovered after eating senzu beans, but when he heard Louis' words, his pupils shrank suddenly and his lips moved. "Yes, it's him." At this time, Broly flew back here and saw Louis waving to him. Broly touched his head, feeling a little strange. But he was obedient and didn't take any action for the time being. King Vegeta turned his head and looked closely at Broly. "Broly, it's really you." "It's me. What's wrong with that?" Broly returned to normal, blinking his cute eyes, a sense of stupidity coming from him. "Father, what's wrong with you?" "King Vegeta, what happened?" Vegeta and Bardock were confused when they saw this, and when they saw King Vegeta's regretful look, they turned their attention to Louis. Louis remained silent, waiting for King Vegeta to explain himself. King Vegeta was silent for a while, then slowly said, "Bardock, do you remember Paragus?" Bardock remembered something and asked, "Paragus? Your other loyal subordinate at that time?" "Yes, it's him. Broly is his son. I feel sorry for both father and son." King Vegeta exhaled heavily and said guiltily, "In fact, our Saiyan clan originally had a genius who was born with a combat power of 10,000, but I exiled him." "What? When did our Saiyan clan have such a genius?" Vegeta was stunned. A memory suddenly flashed through Bardock's mind, and he blurted out, "Vegeta, it really is." Bardock finally remembered the scene he had seen in the nursery. At that time, he suddenly had a bad premonition and was afraid that Frieza would attack the Saiyan clan, so he secretly rescued Son Goku and exiled Son Goku to Earth. But when he stole Son Goku, he saw another baby next to Son Goku. That baby was called Broly, and he had a combat power of 10,000 at birth. Bardock knew that King Vegeta at that time was narrow-minded and could not tolerate Broly. He anticipated Broly's fate, but he had no choice. He wants to rescue Son Goku. As a result, after he rescued Son Goku, Broly also disappeared, and then King Vegeta led all the Saiyans to join the Galactic Patrol. And planet Vegeta was also destroyed by Frieza.